drive 10 miles? Answer the question, Angels.
What's up?
10 miles. How much curve in 10 miles?
It depends on what you're again. So provide me a little bit more detail here. So in this context, what are you trying to suggest you're measuring this off of?
Water.
Okay, water 0. Depends on your height though.
0.
Yeah, depends on your height.
Curvature in 10 miles.
What's the height dependent value? What's the height dependent value?
10 miles.
Yeah, he's correct. Yep.
What's the height dependent value here?
On surface level, between point A and point B over the distance of that arc of a known radius, how much would point B have curved from point A?
It's so, as far as I'm understanding, at 0 feet sea level, at that point, you would not be able to see beyond 3 miles or so. Exactly 0 feet.
How much point A to point B?
How much curvature after?
Over water, it would not be detectable. Again, water is being contained.
Give us a value. Sorry,
so the globe model predicts that it's not detectable at 10 miles away.
Well, again, if you're trying to use water, right? If you're trying to use water as a medium, water fills
Why are you
to an equilibrium.
Okay, so check this out.
It creates a flat surface.
Yeah, the world is at least 70% water on the surface, right? So 70% of a flat surface and then the rest is a globe.
No, so that's where we actually get topographical changes, right? So you can't just measure measure the Earth in a flat paradigm because at the end of the day there are decreases in
reset, bro. Point A to point B, 10 miles. How much drop between point A and point B?
Are you on actual terrain?
Let's say a lake, a 10-mile lake.
Yeah. So the closest to this would be the FE-core experiment, in which case you experienced 1.7 meters in drop
over 10 miles.
It was like 7.9, but it's close. It's a close example.
Not bringing up FE-core. We're just asking you a very simple question to check your knowledge. How much curvature should there be over 10 miles between point A and point B?
Again, it depends on the elevation. Give me an elevation, and we'll go ahead and adjust.
At ground level. It's like you're not listening, Angels. At ground level, on the surface of the Earth.
As ground level at sea level?
Surface level.
Yeah, that surface value can have a lot of values assigned to it, Jedi.
Okay, so why are you not answering the question?
Because I need to know explicitly, are we talking about sea level or are we talking about ground level?
Sea level.
Okay, sea level. So at sea level, if you're measuring from exactly 0 feet in the air and your target distance is 10 miles away, you're not going to be able to see beyond basically 0.
We're not talking about we want a quantification. We want you to quantify it. We want a number in units. You can use meters, feet, millimeters, fucking miles. Just quantify.
Well, you know what we're asking for, bro.
1 foot above sea level to make it simple for you.
1 foot above sea level. There you go. Perfect. You're not going to be able to see beyond about a mile. It's a little over a mile.
What you can see. We're not asking what you can see. We're asking what the drop is due to curvature, or in feet, or meters, or fucking millimeters.
I don't know. Topography underwater matters too.
You don't know. It's 66 feet.
No, because again, the Earth isn't uniform.
It's 66 feet. It's 66 feet.
Can't be.
The Earth isn't uniform like that. It doesn't work that way.
Okay.
It doesn't work that way.
Even if you take the oblate spheroid, the difference between the polar or equatorial radius is something like 0.01%. Okay? So if you use 8 inches per mile squared, it's either 3.98 or 3.9 or 8 point or 7.97 or 7.98 per mile squared. Okay?
Again, though, we're trying to measure this in a hypothetical.
No, we want to go prediction.
So like if you want a prediction, the Earth should technically curve away from a flat line at 1/16 of an inch over every 100 feet. That would be like the lowest possible.
So it's linear.
That's the prediction.
So it's a slope.
No.
It's got failed high school math.
You just described the slope.
I mean, again, that's the prediction of over
that
100
the Earth
feet.
is a slope.
No,
Rampart.
that's an incorrect.
You said
No, that's
value
incorrect.
per. You said value per distance. That's a fucking slope.
Yeah, but you're making an extrapolation beyond what I'd said.
Very wheelchair friendly.
Very wheelchair friendly.
I make an
actually funny.
extrapolation of what you said. You said
No, you didn't.
You said
did not.
drop. You
No,
said
you
drop
did not.
per distance. You said drop per distance, right?
Over 100 feet, you're expecting a derivation from a flat line of 1/16 of an inch over 100 feet. That is going to wrap around, right? So at a certain point,
no, that's a slope.
If you continue that line for yes, it absolutely is. But you're referencing only one line. If you take that line and you transmit it across the entirety of the Earth, it's going to slope away from you and then come back. Yes.
What are you talking about? Drawing a whole bunch of 100-foot lines?
I'm confident about this shit.
Every single time you draw a different line, you're going to have a different reference point. In which case,
see what you're reading from. Where are you reading from?
let me just pull up Microsoft Paint for you really quick. Jesus Christ!
Yeah,
I can't believe I have to do this.
Yeah, so you're making a polygon.
Hold on.
So
let me just go ahead and pull up Microsoft Paint.
No. Please don't. You're making a. You can just explain this in words. Okay, so you're making a polygon of a bunch of straight lines. So you're making a polygon of a bunch of straight lines. That's what you're doing.
So here you go. This is literally how easy it is.
Just answer any simple fucking question, dude. No matter how simple it is. No, you're not. You're trying to intentionally avoid questions.
Okay, here you go. Here's what I'm saying. Go ahead and just pay attention to the visual aid in the side here, right? So, at a certain point, this globe that we live on is going to line up with the exact 90-degree angle of this line if you were to draw one down from it. At both sides, you're going to have a slope. Correct. 1/16 of an inch over 100 feet is what the estimation is. At that point, as you start to go to the right, it's going to slope down and away to another 90-degree angle. But at a certain point, it's going to run parallel to that of the line. Again, you could just draw that line from the very center of your
you're making a polygon
through the Earth.
Fantastic.
Well, what's your source with this?
There's no sides on a circle.
Where are you reading? Where are you getting that formula?
I know, but you're using a bunch of straight lines.
This is what's used. This is what's used in determining accuracy of lasers, for example.
Look, I'm trying to be nice, right? So,
you're not letting me finish what I'm saying.
Because you won't admit that you're making a polygon.
How am I making a polygon? I'm using a circle.
Because you're using a bunch of straight fucking lines.
No, I'm not.
You're not. So where's the curved line in this?
So again, if you draw a straight line in any direction infinitely from Earth, you're going to have curvature away and curvature back into.
Did you just hear yourself? I said you're making a polygon. You said I'm not, and I said you're using a bunch of straight lines.
I'm using a singular straight line.
Pardon me?
I'm using one straight line.
And at the end of that straight line, of that straight line, what do you use?
Nothing. It's not. It's just a reference.
So your one straight line is a circle.
No, the one straight line is the line that I'm projecting from that circle.
So where are you getting a curve, a ball from?
So as you project that straight line infinitely, let's assume you get high enough that there is absolutely no potential obstruction. If you were to take that straight line, you can only measure it up until either parallel, in which case you couldn't see it anymore, so you can't measure it there, right? Or the two 90-degree angles, well, technically three 90-degree angles it's going to create in conjunction to that of the Earth.
Damn, bro.
Anybody know what this dude is talking about?
Yeah, all this because you don't know how much curve is in 10 miles.
Okay, I'll go ahead and illustrate even further because you guys are not understanding it.
Wait.
Hold on.
Let's just clarify.
Just go ahead and
clarify. Are you saying that there is
one more circle?
Are you saying that there is
a red herring anyway?
It's not.
Are you saying that there's not? Are you saying that there's not 66 feet of curve over 10 miles?
If that fits the 1/16 over 100 foot, which I believe it actually does. I believe it actually does.
So you're saying So you're saying there's 66 feet of curve over 10 miles. The one that you said was undetectable. Okay, no, there's not 66 foot of curve over 10 miles.
I didn't say anything. I'm making lines on a circle with a fucking platform.
Do you think there's 66 foot of curve over 10 miles? Yes or no?
Generally speaking, yes.
Generally
Yes.
speaking.
Like, yes.
So
that is the way that it works.
why did you say that would be undetectable?
Because the way that Earth's topography works, it's not uniform.
No, but
It is not a uniform Earth. There is topography. You cannot account for that within that mathematical model.
That's why we said water.
Water also doesn't matter because water is going to create a flat plane because it's contained by that of gravity here on Earth.
Holy crap.
You said it again, dude.
Water in this case is not a good metric to try and determine Earth curvature unless you're using the exact same model I just fucking drew in.
So let me get this straight. The water's flat, but the land is curving, and it's a ball.
So too is the water. The water's also curving, but it's not a good reference point because it moves. Because it moves. You don't have it. So if you look out beyond the ocean, you don't have a reference point behind the ocean in most cases, like from New York to Europe. You don't have a reference point that's visible.
Yeah, you do. I can look across the English Channel and see northwestern Europe. What are you fucking talking about, you idiot?
Show me. Go take a picture outside your window of the English Channel.
Lad, please post your picture you took.
Quite easy. Quite simple, dude. You can go to a body of water. This is why we brought up lakes earlier.
That's a secondary reference point, though. How wide is the English Channel?
23 miles.
Okay. At that point,
from Dover to Calais, if I go to Folkestone, it's 35 miles.
You cannot see the very bottom of any of those buildings.
I shouldn't be able to see any of them.
It's the cliffs of Dover. What the hell are you talking about?
That's not to say you shouldn't be able to see any of them.
You can see the whole fucking thing. And in actual fact, there should be over 200 foot of curvature between Calais and...
No, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. Because you're not taking into consideration relative height, i.e., how high is the water rising up upon the actual decline of the Earth?
Excuse me, I will be at 6 foot above sea level. What the fuck are you talking about?
He said the decline of the Earth, dude. That's hilarious, man. This dude thinks we live on a fucking slope, man.
It's weird as fuck.
So the English Channel is at an altitude of 1,240 meters, 4,070 feet.
Son, before you wig out, the picture posted in there is those lights across that lake are 30 miles away, and he's standing on the beach.
Mm-hmm. That's totally fine. Mm-hmm. He's still 4,000 feet above sea level.
What does that matter?
Because it's going to change the relative topography that you're observing.
So being above sea level changes topography. I need a citation for that. Yeah, I need a citation.
That's what topography is. You're 4,000 feet above what is considered the relative flat.
Bumpiness. No, topography is the bumpiness relative to being smooth. So I need a citation that says
yes, and the ocean would be what you would
elevation above sea level change the topography, because the people in Chile are going to wonder why that they live on a giant desert fucking plain that's 4,000 feet above sea level.
Wait, what?
Yeah, wait.
Is anybody arguing that?
Yeah, you just said changes in elevation change topography. That's nonsense.
Well, no, just changes in elevation are representative of topography. The fuck?
Yeah, localized changes, but not absolute changes. He's looking across water, okay? That lake is about 500 feet above sea level. It doesn't change that it's a lake.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that lake is 500 feet above sea level, roughly.
The picture that was just posted is 4,000 feet above sea level.
How can it be if Lake Erie is 600 or 500 feet above sea level and that's Lake Ontario or something?
Wait, hold on. Are we referring to a different photo?
You're just all fucked up, aren't you?
No, I'm trying to figure out which photo we're referring to here.
The one that was just posted with the lights way at 30 miles away, and he's standing there taking the picture.
So this goes to like your level of honesty, right? You didn't look at the photo, but you said
I thought we were still in reference to the English Channel.
What we think?
So apologies,
dude. That's even worse, dude. It's the English Channel. That's even worse because that is at sea level.
No, it's not. You fucking potato.
The English Channel is sea level. What?
The English Channel sea level. Sorry, my friend, you probably need a geography lesson. The English Channel.
What the fuck?
Excuse me.
You're calling it a PETA because of that?
The
That's
English
so
Channel.
nonsense.
The English Channel at an altitude of 4,070 feet.
The English Channel.
You do understand what the North Sea is, right? And the English Channel separates the North Sea from the Atlantic between the north coast of France and the south coast of Great Britain.
Look up the English Channel's elevation, please.
I fucking live there. I live here. What are you talking about?
What's the English Channel's elevation?
Sea level.
Is it?
Yes, it's a sea.
Yes, moron.
It seems to be that there's an altitude of 1,240 meters for the English Channel.
Are you an idiot? The River Thames flows into it.
Yeah, and rivers must flow down, correct?
Yes, and fucking London's about 2 meters above sea level, you plum.
No.
Yes. Do you know where Holland is?
Stupid.
Do you know where Holland is?
Yes,
yeah, you're really bad.
roughly speaking.
Good. So you understand that Holland was reclaimed from the sea, yes?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Receding seas and dikes.
So you understand that that's where those little windmills come from. The windmills pumped out the water. They then built dams and dikes to keep the North Sea out. This is the North Sea. The English Channel goes into the North Sea. It separates Britain and France. It's a sea. It's not 150,000 miles up in the fucking air, you idiot. It's sea level. Do you know where mean sea level comes from? Comes from a little bolt on a dike in Holland, separating the North Sea.
Yeah, what about Sir Francis Drake? Like, how did he defeat, like, the Spanish fucking Armada? Like, what the fuck? And then...
Where did you get the information
that they were 4,000 feet above sea level in Spanish galleons?
Hey, check out the diameter he made the ball by adding 4,000 per side to the radius. So radius of 39, he added 4,000. So he has 79.59 mile radius ball now. When he added that 4,000 feet.
No, that's not correct.
Amazing.
Absolutely.
Let me pull the exact quote for you.
Where are you getting the information that it was 4,000 feet above sea level?
I'm pulling the direct quote. I'm just going to find it inside the article.
Yeah, the AI was wrong.
I don't use AI for stuff like this.
You know the islands of Great Britain, they sit in a sea. You know that.
I've never said this before, but you probably should.
Angels, the Isles of Great Britain.
Can you give me a moment, please? Can you give me a moment, please?
No,
yes.
I want you to.
Yes, I can absolutely have a moment. I'm just going to go ahead and here. I'll do that.
You won't mute me.
Does he possibly think
why
oceans
are we
go
talking
uphill?
Seriously,
he thinks oceans go uphill.
He's a fucking idiot.
Everyone does understand, though, that lakes have a higher elevation, so that would change the calculations, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about the North Sea.
Yeah, no, I just get that. Yeah, no, that's sea level.
Let's all wait for Angels to come back and not be honest and lie again.
I'm just curious where he got the information from.
Pulled it out of a fucking Kinder Surprise.
Yeah, he just made it up and now he's trying to backpedal.
Americans are not allowed to have Kinder Surprise. Apparently they choke on the toys.
Oh yeah, that is true. I would suggest that Angels never owned a passport either and never gone anywhere else.
But happy Thanksgiving to my American friends.
Happy Turkey Day.
Like Holland, a lot of New Orleans is under sea level as well.
Let's celebrate taking over the land from everybody.
Oh, at least he is muting himself, so we don't need to listen to his cognitive dissonance spiral.
He doesn't want to hear any talking from us. He's He's plugging his ears.
Yeah, let's be happy for once, man. Imagine listening to him spiral.
Well, imagine how much easier the channel would have been to make if the channel was 4,000 feet above. Just a straight shot through.
Yeah, you just build a little tube into the water there, straight out. You don't even have to do anything. You just straight and straight through. Like a mountain.
So, did they have like climbing gear on D-Day?
Yeah. We had to scale the mountain of the English Channel. Attacking the northern beaches, we just slid down the other side. It was fine.
How do you sail uphill? I want.
We built it on purpose.
Well, all of the planes, when they were, dropping the paratroopers were just jumping out of the plane right onto the land. So
Hey,
jumped out with water skis.
Surfed it down.
Jedi.
Surfed the hump.
Jedi, don't tell this globe about the technology that Germans have used with beacons of a radar to get these unmanned bombs to London. Don't tell him about this. That there was a straight line of radar signal possible by the Germans.
I'm not going to tell him anything until he apologises or concedes that he was incorrect.
Oh, you will never concede. He's a special one.
My neighbor might be joining in soon. I was
That's
smoking
cool.
outside with him and was like, yo, just listen to what I listen to. Check it out. And started flat smacking him. He's like, wow, this is interesting.
There we go. I was able to figure out exactly where it was. I was getting confused. There was a bad reference point inside of an article. Got it. Okay. So back to the question at hand, because that was really, really fucking stupid. So your reference point across the English Channel. Why can you not see if the Earth is flat? The entirety of all of the buildings on the opposite side.
Definitely of you. Yes, you were definitely stupid, and yes, you can.
No, I know that was entirely a mistake on my part. The information I was reading was incorrect.
Yes,
so,
it was.
Why can you not see the totality of all of the buildings on the opposite side? Please explain.
Like the port of Calais, and watch the ferries sail into the port of Calais. You're saying you can't see that?
I cannot see the totality of those buildings.
What buildings? Have you
on the opposite side of the English Channel?
Have you ever been to Dover?
No, I'm literally looking at your picture right now at the English Channel. I cannot see the totality of those buildings.
You've got a real issue. That's not my picture. That's a different argument over a lake. A lake isn't the English Channel. The fuck?
No, Jedi is an old dude.
You couldn't see all the way to the bottom anyway, dude. Because if you had a 1 meter wave 1 kilometer away, it would block 10 meters 10 kilometers away, and 100 meters 100 kilometers away. That's just a 1 meter wave.
Dover from Calais.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
No, I'm just trying. I'm going through the photos on the right hand side here.
Don't you have to, for that 1 meter, 10 meter, doesn't the photo have to be taken from the ground though?
1.2 times the square root of Gibbs surface height in feet.
Yep.
And in which case the Earth actually blocks off most of the actual curvature in terms of
the physical Earth curve. The physical Earth curve.
What? Yes. So what you're looking for here is horizon reference points. You need to be able to see past the horizon, and the only way to do that would be to increase the FOV, and in which case, technically decrease and focus on a central point. At that point, though, regardless, you're changing the perspective of the horizon because you're literally able to see farther with higher magnitude optics.
Okay, so if I was
your reference point changes.
If I was 3.25 feet off the surface of the Earth, the physical geometric horizon should be 2.21 miles away, correct?
Let's take a look-see here. 3.25
Yeah.
feet.
Yep.
Yeah, 2.2. That should be the
Good.
rough
Good.
point in which case
Good.
things start to fade away.
Good. So you see the image that I posted of the bottom of 6 wind turbines.
Yep.
The wind turbines are at known distances from the observer. The one on the left-hand side is at 8.4 miles away. The one on the right-hand side is at 11.2 miles away. In reference to the distance markers, where's the horizon? Is it in front of it or is it behind it?
You're seeing the first one at 8.4 miles the most. The one at the farthest you're seeing less of. You can literally tell based on the black marks.
I'm asking you where the horizon is in reference to the distance markers. Where's the horizon? Is it in front of them? Is it between them? Or is it beyond them?
It's in front of them. You're not seeing the full. You're not seeing the full picture in any of those cases.
I'm not seeing the full picture. I'm seeing the horizon beyond. I'm seeing the horizon clearly.
Refraction.
Beyond.
Yes, you're seeing refraction, but at the end of the day, that's creating excuse me. Can I finish a statement?
No,
can I finish a statement? I'm not.
You are. This is
I'm literally not. This is why where you flat earthers, you cannot follow a copacetic point. So you're seeing a portion of each of those windmills, a portion of the bottom. You're seeing a portion of it, but you can visibly see as at even half a mile or just shy of half a mile in discrepancy distance, you can visibly see the black markers at the bottom of these otherwise yellow posts fading away.
That's because
that's showing.
You fucking idiot.
Yeah, it's smaller with distance.
You said earlier, sorry, Turquoise, you said earlier, I can't see the bottom of fucking the White Cliffs of Dover because the physical Earth curve was in the way.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
What you said earlier.
It's very gradual. This isn't something that's going to immediately occur. It's not going to just drop off, especially over water.
Specifically. And you said, yes, Earth curvature. Paraphrasing
physical.
That's why
well, if you're paraphrasing me, that's not what I said, right?
So why can't I see the bottom of the White Cliffs of Dover then? Tell me again.
So show me a photo. Let's examine it.
We did earlier. You've already looked at it.
Would you mind tagging me in the photo?
No. Scroll up.
Is it Dover from Calais?
My goodness me. What the fuck do you think we've been talking about for the last 15 minutes? Are you just using this as a tactic so you've got time to think?
No, not at all.
Right then, so you said that I can't see the bottom of the White Cliffs of Dover because the Earth curve is in the way. I then give you this observation where the horizon is obviously well beyond its geometric limits. And
the White Cliffs of Dover will rise above that of the water level, creating a part of the image that you're expecting to see. A part of it. Again, you have this weird construction that the Earth curvature is going to drop off exponentially when there is no evidence to suggest that, nor have I ever made that claim. You're using your own math as a placeholder here. The water is the ocean level is the best metric to try and determine what relative Earth curvature is going to be. At that point, anytime you have a differentiation in topography from sea level, from 0 feet above sea level, you are going to change these numbers. It does not matter where. If it's 1 foot above sea level, you are changing how far away you can see an object. If that object on the opposite side is 1 foot above sea level, it is technically going to be capable of being viewed from a different distance other than its original from sea level. If you're looking at an object from at 10 miles above sea level...
I don't care. Now this is just turning into word salad.
No, it's not. I'm speaking completely logically right now. Go ahead and steel man what I just said, if you would, please.
No, I want to answer this question. Where should the horizon be for a 3.25 observer?
How high is the object above sea level?
No, we're talking about where should the horizon be.
Again, how high is said object above sea level? And that'll give us a reference.
3.25.
I just want to know where the horizon is.
That's how high. It's observer.
No, that would be the observer height. How high is the observer?
We've just told you that how high is the observer. I've just told you that 5 times.
Bro. The camera's the observer.
Okay, so let's say hypothetically it's at 5.5 feet. Just the average height of a human being.
3.25 feet.
No, 3.25.
3.25 feet, fine. Okay.
Yeah, we agreed this earlier, and you gave me the answer
You're going to have a flat
Angel, why are you talking? Why are you talking?
Because I'm answering your question at this point.
I haven't answered it. I haven't asked it yet. You fucking idiot. You answered this question. You answered this question earlier. You said yes, it should be at 2.21 miles. But as soon as I bring you an observation from this observer height, where the horizon isn't at 2.21 miles and is clearly beyond the wind turbines at a safe estimation of 12 miles, you scream refraction, making the horizon non-physical. Correct?
That's not true. An image can be put together based on the reflections of said object associated to the image that you're seeing in front of you. In this particular case, the horizon will start to drop off items, whether you want to talk about millimeters, centimeters, inches, feet, doesn't really matter, over time as your sight line continues forward. That's why those the black measurable surface that we can visibly see on said windmills gets smaller.
You do.
That's why it happens.
You do understand that there's a distance between about 3 to 4 miles between the platforms, right? You do understand that things get smaller with distance, correct? You do
yes, of course they get smaller, at least with reference to that one point of reference.
Good, so they're getting further away.
That doesn't make their physical dimensions change. Even your famed black swan photo doesn't change the dimensions of the actual oil wells.
I don't know what he's talking about.
He's just a word salad.
Oh, what?
It doesn't physically make the objects any smaller. It's your observation point, your reference point.
Exactly.
What are you talking?
That's what he's been talking about for 15
Dude,
minutes.
he doesn't even know what he's talking about. He just asks you, guy, what is the observer's height? And then you say what the observer height is. And then he says, yeah, but at what height is the observer? I mean, you can't make this up, dude.
So look at actually, Doctor just posted a fantastic video to try and prove what it is that I'm talking about. It's very easily seen. As your reference point changes, i.e. zoom, you can see more and more of an object because your reference point is changing. The reference point at that zoomed level is not the same as it would be if you were just looking at it from your eyes. It's not. However, because that reference point's changing, it's not giving you a clear picture as to what is actually in front of you.
Dude, what are you talking about?
None of that means anything with reference to this argument, though.
Look at
this is quite literally... If I'm not mistaken, this is actually the photo of what was shown.
It's the video.
No. So I assume you're talking about the Black Swan, right? So it's not even
No. We're beyond that. There's a video in which case there's a large-scale zooming effect, in which case that zoom changes the perspective of the individual.
Shush. Crypto, it's the one with 6 wind turbines. I know you're not looking at it, but that's the one that's in reference in the moment. And the video that's associated with it, where the horizon is clear.
Right?
Sorry?
The argument's the same, though.
Yeah, exactly the same thing. But I just wanted to at least know what picture we're talking about.
Yeah, fair play. So, I mean, look, man, the point is that you're essentially making the argument that the horizon refracts and the objects don't.
No, so those objects disappear from the initial base perspective, right? From the initial reference point, those objects disappear. You cannot see them.
What would you expect on a flat surface?
I would be able to see the entirety of the objects at effectively any distance.
Well, then they
would be the same height.
Yeah, but why would it be so on a flat Earth? Like, why wouldn't you be able to? Why would you not see the?
Haha, fascist joke.
No. I'm actually siding with Angel.
King Harambe, King Harambe, you have a world-class username. That's what I was laughing at.
So I'm actually siding with Angel.
Well, I mean that's a mistake, but I can give you the answer that you seek. I would say that Angels isn't a guy you want to. If he's on your side, you should probably rethink your side. But regardless, why? So, okay, here's a question. I think this is where you guys are getting this wrong. You're just
why would it blur? So
Yeah, well, I'm trying to give you a mindset change, because I think what you're assuming is that on a flat surface you would see forever. And so therefore anything that doesn't conform to that must therefore confirm a sphere, right? Is that your line of thinking?
No, not intrinsically.
I'm asking King Harambe, not you.
Oh.
Not really.
So then why do you think that if something disappears from the bottom up, that is evidence for a sphere, if that's not the reasoning?
Well, I don't know. I'm just asking you if
you don't know.
If what?
That's fine. Look, bro, I'm not. That don't take it personally. I just don't think you've thought this through, right? If your line of reasoning is that you must see forever on a flat surface, then it makes sense that if you don't see the whole object, it must be because the Earth's curving. However, you've just told me that's not your line of reasoning. So therefore, I don't understand why you have a problem with this idea that objects can disappear bottom up on a flat surface. I don't know what your line of reasoning is.
Okay, so I'm just very interested to know why would the objects be covering down?
I don't say again.
Like, for example, if you go up to what DDD and posted, like if you go a bit up, it's like on the sea, and then there's a like a large matrix of like steel fences. If you go up a bit.
So
yeah, but why does it curve downwards?
How much past the hour?
Sorry.
Well, so is it 39 past the hour? 40 past the hour? What am I looking at?
Wait. Here. Okay.
40, I think.
So I'm just curious of what you think.
39 after
Doesn't
the
really
hour.
matter what I think, but I see what you're saying. Like,
Yeah,
so this one here, 41 past, yeah?
Red rhetoric.
But why would it? Yeah, but why would it go down?
What's going down?
The fence.
I don't even know what you're
whatever
asking.
it is. Bridge? No.
This here, hold on. This photo. I'll tag it.
Those are
rhetoric
power
lines.
Yeah, and I posted them.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's been taken by other people, and the quote unquote curvature that you find in this photo doesn't exist. So you can only really assume that in this specific
Yeah, but what's the
photo,
illusion causing it to do it?
I didn't finish, bro. I definitely didn't finish.
Sorry.
So the only explanation that I can give for this, when you compare it to Doctors, which is the same power lines in the same place at the same elevation, is that there's some sort of compression happening either in the lens or some other effect that he's applied to the photograph afterwards, right? So that would be how you explain this, because it's not present when other people have tried to repeat it. Okay.
Yeah, but what do you mean compression?
Well, compression of the photo, compression of the lens. It could be done either physically or through, dude. Do you know what compression is?
Something of oppression. Press.
Right. Okay. So compression would create distortion in the image, right?
Like if there's anyone that is, if you shake your camera, it might be a bit distorted. Like you mean like that?
No, convergence of an image from one file size to another is typically the best example of compression.
Well, that's a different type of compression.
Yeah,
but yeah, that could also affect it. The point is, right, is that this hasn't been reproduced. What he captured hasn't been reproduced. So some fuckery has taken place. The end. When it comes to why would things disappear bottom up on a flat surface? Do you want the answer, or do you want to just talk over me? Cool. So why would things disappear bottom up on a... Are you okay, dude? Do you want me to continue, or do you want to say something?
Sorry if I'm making any sounds. I'm just, looking over some pictures.
Okay.
We have 35 milliliter. Is like this. Wait, let me just post it. Like this. Is it like this type of compression?
Possibly,
but
I mean, there's lots
you
of
have to
different
be
types of
identified
compression.
what type of compression it would be.
It's just an inferior mirage. That's all it is.
Yeah, dude, I don't know exactly what he did in order to fake that curve. But when people have gone back to that place at that point, the curve isn't there. In addition, you shouldn't see curve according to that model at that height anyway. So we know that not only did he fake it, but it's impossible for the curve to be like that from that location.
Okay.
Where is that picture taken from to begin with?
It's Lake Pontchartrain.
I don't know.
Yeah, just real quick. Sorry. Real quick, just look at the image I put in the text. It's an inferior mirage. This effect happens over distance when the surface of the water or the ground is heated, and then the air above it gives that distortion. Can you please watch what I just posted at 48 minutes past the hour? For God's sakes, you're driving me nuts. Look at what's happening. Look at what's happening to the railing on the side as the camera angle lowers down to the ground. Can you please look at the railing? And then look at the image as Red Rhetoric image. Look at what the power lines are doing, and look at the side of the railing.
Yeah,
that's it. One and done. We're done. That's it. That's what's happening. Inferior mirage. That is the answer. That's all that's happening.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, exactly, and that's a really good direct answer to what I was saying. But what I was trying to address with these guys with the actual mindset, like if your mindset is that this effect can only happen on a curved surface, then you're thinking about the problem wrong, and so you're always going to come back to therefore the Earth is a ball, right? But if you actually understand what's going on, not only with the faked evidence that Red's Rhetoric provided, but also just in a general sense about how these photos and videos are taken, then you understand that this is perfectly possible on a flat surface or on a ball, and making one or two observations doesn't really prove a ball. Okay, good.
Yeah. I was just curious of what you guys think. I'm just, going around asking what people think.
Well, I'm trying to address it at the most basic level I can, because there's a lot more to this, right? But it's like, if you're already in the mindset that anything disappearing from the bottom up proves a ball, then we can't really have a discussion.
I'm not really claiming that. I'm just asking you guys.
Yeah, no, I know. But it's some people just reassert that over and over again, and it just becomes really dull. Because then you can't really get into the meat of the discussion. You're just talking about, if it disappears bottom up, it's a ball, right? And then you keep going back to that incorrect assertion. And I just wanted to get rid of that before we actually talked about stuff that mattered.
What of that particular photo? I just tagged Effie in it.
Oh, that
which one?
Yeah, the one of that skyscraper in Sweden. What of that?
Yeah, what about that? Yeah, what about it?
If there's a photo taken, the turning torso, kind of an interesting building too. If your photo is taken here 28 kilometers away over the water line, where's the rest of the building? It's still a zoomed photo, so this is more than you could actually see just from standing on the other surface.
The temperature of the water and the temperature of the air that day.
Yeah, Harambe, do you remember when I said...
Good question. I mean, kind of irrelevant, but good question.
No, it's not.
Harambe,
it's going to have... what I mean to say is it's going to have an effect on the photo itself, of course. But again...
It's not irrelevant, so...
Cool. So Harambe, just wanted to talk to you about this. Do you remember when I said, not even 30 seconds ago, if you make the assertion that a building missing any of the bottom part must therefore be a curve is wrong? And have you noticed how Angels has literally just done that? And that's why I addressed it.
Well, no, there's very clearly,
right?
Whenever you take a photo away from something, only the tallest portions of that object are going to be visible.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reasoning I've just been addressing that you've just completely avoided. It's like,
I'm not saying that it's, but here's the problem: is I'm not saying that it's a static. That for example, these objects just shouldn't appear. I'm not saying that.
It's pretty wild, actually.
Yeah, but you don't understand angular resolution.
I think that I just warned. Yeah, one sec. You're literally making the assertion that I just warned against at length, and not realizing it. It's actually very.
No, I am realizing it, but the problem is this is how it pans out in reality.
No, you're not. Stop saying you're realizing when we can clearly hear that you're not realizing it.
This is how it's panning out.
Angel, it is angular resolution. These things have been discussed in spades in this chat many, many, many times. You're just not a part of it when you're here. And you quickly want to look at something else, another image, and you're not listening. Okay, you're hearing us, but you're not listening to us. So once again, it's angular resolution. So when you lower something to the ground, the bottom of the thing in the far distance will be cut off. That's what happens at a distance, and then so on for it getting farther away from you. This is what's going to happen to anything at a distance. You can actually test for this. My God, like I can't believe you're still putting up images after. Okay, what did I just say? What did I? Okay, well, repeat what I just said. What is causing that bottom up disappearance? What is it?
I mean, putting your.
What is it that's causing the bottom up disappearance?
Again, putting
what
your
is
perspective.
It that's causing the bottom up disappearance?
Putting your perspective closer to the bottom.
Fucking hell! I'm gonna ask you once again. What's causing? I just gave you the answer. What is causing the bottom up disappearance?
You viewing it.
What is causing the bottom up disappearance?
I'm trying to tell.
What is causing the bottom up disappearance? You better fucking repeat what I just said.
I'm literally trying.
No, you're not literally. Say it. I want you to fucking say it. What is causing the bottom up disappearance?
Alpha, your mom and dad are fucking faggots. Fuck you.
Quiet, Borgs. What is causing the bottom up disappearance?
I'm trying to.
You're not saying it. Just say it.
Every time you unmute him, he's like, "I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to obfuscate, but you won't let me."
Just say it. What is causing the bottom up disappearance?
Changing the camera.
What is causing the bottom up disappearance?
Say angular resolution, and if you don't when he unmutes the mic, then you're out too.
Angular resolution? Is that what you're trying to get me to say?
No, that's what you need to say. That's what the fuck is going on.
Putting the camera closer to the bottom. That's what I was saying the entire time.
Yeah.
You fucking artard.
Wow.
Yes.
Isn't that amazing?
I was literally just trying to repeat that to him.
No, you did.
No, I was trying to. I just didn't say angular resolution beforehand.
Right.
Well, maybe that's what you should have.
I was literally just trying to say that
maybe
you changing the perspective to the bottom of a particular angle is going to change it. Yes.
All right, then.
Of course.
Then why the fuck are we talking about this if it's already settled?
Because it doesn't work out that way all the time.
It doesn't work out that way. Let's fucking see, shall we? Why can't we put it to the test, Angel?
So the ocean is...
No, we're not going to talk about what you want to talk about. Let's put it to the test. Now, there's many different depictions, and you will be shown by every flat Earth person that's in here. Different. I want you to pay attention. All right. Fuck. I don't give a fuck if you leave. When you come back, I'll be here. All you can do is run.
I was trying to tell you that. I swear.
No, you weren't.
I want to be a real boy.
No.
Miggy missed it. He was trying to tell us the English Channel was 4,000 feet above sea level.
No way, dude.
Oh, how did we laugh? Yep. Oh, yes. About 5 minutes before you came in, mate. Yep.
Brilliant. Yeah, that Angels guy is such a clown.
Do they have to bring mountain climbers?
Really?
He needed mountain climbing gear on D-Day to climb the hill of water across the English Channel.
We got Triple D Dan over there chirping in the text chat. Go ahead and use your voice. Go ahead and chime in, DDD Dan.
Guys, I have a question.
No, we want to listen to DDD Dan. Go ahead, Dan. You're in the text chat acting like you're all hard and whatnot. Why you keep posting that image of that boat? What do you think it is? It's Earth curvature? Go on, tell us.
Post the video so we can see the mirage.
Go ahead and tell us the distance to that boat disappearing. What's the distance there? Give us some data.
Yikes.
In this original video, if you watch it, there's a mirage. Like, you can see that the whole bottom of this boat, in between the water line in the bottom of the boat, it's mirrored.
Put your big boy pants on and get on the fucking mic. Or are you just going to sit? You know what? If you're not going to speak up, dude, you're going to kick rocks out of this channel. We don't need your fucking chirping in the text chat.
Yeah, no
Fuck
chat
off,
skanking.
Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
Happy Turkey Day to everybody, though.
Happy Turkey Day.
How does Turkey Day work on a flat Earth?
Very carefully.
Well, basically, I know how it works on a globe. You have to put the basically you have to put the turkey in. You have to work out where you are. If you're in the northern hemisphere, you have to put the turkey to the right of the oven, so that when the Coriolis effect comes in, it cooks evenly.
Oh my god!
And if you're in the southern hemisphere, then you have to put it on the left of the oven.
Doesn't that mean that everybody has like one of those convection ovens? Because the Coriolis effect just automatically would be circulating the air.
Exactly.
Oh, I guess I got ripped off when I bought one.
I just picture.
Did you not get Coriolis insurance with your air fryer?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the air fryer. It's not even doesn't even need power. That's just the tricks they can charge you more.
I think that's one of my favorite, dumb, clever Glober arguments, and you'll see what I mean when I say this. So the Coriolis effect causes the patterns within hurricanes, because they'll say that it's an apparent effect, but then it's an actual effect that's apparent, and so it's like they get themselves caught up in all these knots, and they don't even understand how they even got there.
By the way, do you guys have the Discord server for the Flat Earth?
Yeah.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Yep.
Biggest one there is.
Can I join it?
Yeah.
Look at my profile. Click on it. It's on my profile.
I think as well, just to add to what I just said as well, when it comes to say the apparent versus actual deflection, it would be much better. Sorry, better? Maybe not better. It would be easier, or at least more elegant, to make like a toroidal electric universe kind of explanation for the shape of hurricanes than the Earth is spinning, bro, right? But they just discount that and they just say the Earth is spinning, bro. It's like, don't know.
Yeah. Wait, who has it on the profile?
Doctor.
Discord.gg/flat earth.
To doctor, won't you
it's in the game.
News? I got a bad case of
Doctor, man. It's like we just call him Triple D, man.
Triple D.
It's Doctor.
Triple D. What up?
24/7 Flat Earth. It's in the game.
That's pretty good.
Oh, that one. Wait.
All right, next. Thank you. Next.
It's expired. For me, it's expired.
The last two people have been just complete and utter just mishmash of word salad. It's pretty horrifying.
It's just the appetizer before turkey. That's all.
Why can't anyone bring an experiment to prove a globe Earth? I never seen that yet.
You never will, my friend. You're gonna turn into bones before you see that.
Well, what's interesting is that some exist, but no one ever brings them up.
Yeah, and if you do know the answer, don't let them know it. So they just keep it through. What? Yeah.
Someone else did it. That's why.
What
Somebody
do you mean
else.
that they exist? Which ones? Why don't you bring them forth?
They exist mentally, right? So somebody else did the experiment. They're sure that they know they exist somewhere out there. They're not sure exactly where, but if you Google it for them, you'll find it.
Oh, Google Earthers?
Yeah, let's put out the.
They're not Google Earthers. They're Google for me Earthers.
Let's put out the information. See if anybody wants to take a bite. Is anybody out there, or can anybody bring some scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? The phone lines are open. FE Jedi, Indio. We got Bacon as FE. Oh, you just deafened. We're here to answer your calls. We have the therapist, Indio, if you want to cry on a shoulder. He's there.
Yes, I will tell you it's all your fault.
That's called reverse psychology, right? No, but really, it's all your fault.
Hi, yes. Is this the Flat Earth Discord? I've been trying to call in.
Right this way. We'll have an associate be right with you.
Oh, thank you so much. It's been such a busy day.
You do that so well.
Dude, fucking sales and being at call centers for a majority of the last 3 years. Like,
Been there, man. Hello, everybody.
yo,
Hey.
Shalom.
yeah, it's basically, I call it my boomer speech. You know what I mean? It's just like you're trained to talk in boomer. Be like, yes, Mr. Johnson, right away, no problem. Hey, man, I've been there myself. No, you have a great day, Mr. Johnson. You have a great day.
That's good. It's in the script.
EA, it's in the script.
I was gonna say it this way: FE Beasticles. It's in the script.
It's in the script.
I want DD Dan to come back. Oh, good old weasel.
Really? You sure?
Yeah, we want to stomp on roaches, Indio. We don't want to let them proliferate.
I've never heard him talk, so
I think it was funny.
He'll visit again in 2 days. He'll visit. They all do. They always come back.
Hey, look at the text chat. This is what we do to roaches right there. Pop, 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 pop.
I just still can't believe
We mountain climbers.
Okay.
Talon wants to talk to India.
Talon wants to throw his hat into the ring. I can't believe you guys are still on ships over the horizon when you disavowed a physical horizon 3 years ago.
That's not what we did. We know the horizon is physical.
We?
The
What is it,
horizon's
your band of merry men? What the fuck is we?
You can see the water. You can see the physical water in front of you and then it goes over the horizon.
Okay,
dude.
so the horizon is a physical ball edge, after which it starts curving down. That's what you think?
That's what it is.
Okay, so how do you explain the black swan?
I don't. The black swan doesn't prove anything.
So why is the horizon that physical ball edge? Did the ball grow?
No. It's just a picture that doesn't have good or accurate measurements. It's not a
I wonder if Talon feels better when he says
doesn't
that
have
the
accurate
black swan
measurements,
doesn't
so
prove
we
anything.
don't know how far the oil rigs are.
correct. Like you can have like the black swan looks different depending on when you're looking at it.
Oh, does it? What the fuck?
Yeah. So like when you guys the black swan that you guys use is different from like when I put in. I just
It's
posted the
it's
thing that you
listen,
can see,
dude.
you can
It's the
clearly
same.
see
No, stop your horse shit, dude. It's the same black swan. The distance
So
to
which,
the predict. Listen, Talon. The distance to the predicted geometric horizon is not there, dumbass. So you're not going to get it
doesn't
in
matter.
either one of. Yeah, it does.
We're not looking
Because
for
you
that.
need
Hold
the
on.
predicted geometric horizon to be in a specific location. Numbnuts, and you don't see it on both of those.
You just said it was
Geometric
the edge of the
horizon has
ball.
nothing to do with the
Fucking
Earth
weasel, dude.
You
The
just,
geometric horizon has nothing to do with the Earth curve.
Yes, it. What the
We don't
fuck,
care.
dude?
Like it doesn't.
and
don't
what does
use that
ships
to measure
go?
the Earth curve.
Alan, and what does ships go over?
Huh?
What do ships go over if the horizon's not Earth curve?
What are you talking about? It goes over
Yeah,
the
fucking,
horizon.
I hate this.
Yeah,
This is a part I
ships
hate
go
about these
over
guys.
the horizon.
What are you
You
talking
said
about?
the horizon.
What the fuck
you
you
said
mean?
the
What do you mean?
horizon was physical, the physical edge of a ball, and ships sail over it, over to the other side of a curve, right?
Yeah.
Now you just posted an image that shows the horizon in different places. Which
it shows the
one?
objects
Which
in different
which one is the physical one? Which horizon? Which image?
The right picture. The right picture is more accurate.
How do you know? Okay, so how did you determine that?
I use my eyes. You can see with your eyeballs. You can clearly see the right picture is more clear and less warped.
Oh, more clear. Okay.
So you can see unless you think, so are those the same oil rigs?
That wasn't the question. I didn't ask you which one is more clear.
In the pictures,
I asked you which. How did you? Yeah, I didn't ask you which one is more clear. I asked you how did you determine which horizon is the physical one? That's what I asked you.
What's the one that you're looking
Is
at?
clarity of the image a determining factor?
He gets lost real quick, Indio.
No,
You
that's
know,
you.
drawing crayons.
Are you saying? I mean, like what? Like you're asking the bad question. Like, do you understand why
the bad question? What
oil
the fuck
rig
are you
is
on about,
hiding
bro?
behind the horizon? Why is the oil rig behind the horizon?
You don't know what you're saying, dude.
I mean, I'm just asking you.
What horizon?
Why
The
does right
horizon.
picture
The
have the oil
horizon's
rig behind the
optical.
horizon?
But the horizon's optical. Are you saying it's physical?
Optical?
Is it optical or physical?
I'm just saying, is the water optical? Is the water that you can see in the picture, is that optical or
Well, no, water's not optical. Water's physical.
Okay. So you can see the water up to a certain point. So that's
He's talking about the
part
horizon.
of the water.
Okay.
going up to the horizon.
So in the left image,
because it's physical water.
Okay, yeah, great. So in the
Physical
left
water.
image, I can see the water to a certain point, and that point is past the oil rigs. Is that not physical?
Is that not physical? I mean, like, the thing that is creating the weird different horizons is physical, but the actual illusion of multiple horizons, like you can obviously see on the right picture, it's a very clear
Okay, so now you just admitted the horizon
straight line, and then on the left side, well, yeah, because I mean, you can look at the oil rigs. You can see the oil rigs are all warped on the
So it's
left
not
picture.
physical.
On the right picture, the water is. You can see that the light is coming more clear to the oil rigs, and you can see how the oil rigs are actually shaped. So unless you think the oil rigs get taller and wider, like they are in the left picture, but then they get squished down in the right picture, like I don't know what to tell you, man. You got to just understand how light works better.
You gotta just understand.
So I just posted another image. Is this horizon physical, or are you gonna make up some bullshit?
Right. So, like, what creates a horizon? The edge of the Earth, right?
No.
So just because something that's really far away, you can't see it clearly. I mean, just because the horizon is blurry doesn't mean it's not physical.
That's not the argument, bro.
That's what you guys are trying to say. You're saying that the horizon can be in different places just because you're using a blurry horizon to try to determine where it physically is. When a physical horizon is creating a blurry line that appears to go in different ways. I mean, there's optical illusions on the horizons of water where boats can just float in the air, right? So like you can't really the horizon, but regardless of whether or not you can cross the edge, doesn't make it physical or not.
Just stop talking for a sec, Talon, because you're talking yourself in circles.
I'm sorry, I'm
You're
just
talking yourself in circles. The problem is that you don't understand the argument. That's why you're having problems with this. Because
what is your argument?
No, because our argument is a response to your globe position, not necessarily you, but the globe position generally, which is that the horizon is physical Earth curve, right? So then when we say, here's the physical Earth curve, way further than it should be, you guys then come back from your own claim and then say, oh, that's optical. Well, then it's not physical Earth curve that you're seeing. It's optical, which was our position to start with. So you reject our position. Well, no, that is objectively true. You reject our position.
Because again, you're taking the blurrier picture.
I'm still talking. Haven't stopped. Right. So you start from the position that we are incorrect, and then when we present you evidence, you then actually retreat to our position, which is that the horizon isn't physical and it's optical. Do you understand that that's what you're doing?
No, that is not what I'm doing.
It is, though.
That's what you're doing.
Again, we're going to go back to the two pictures. So you can see on the right picture there's only one horizon, but on the left picture, it's very blurry. Like there's a lot of different colored water. And so all that is, so regardless of whether or not that blurry gray line that you want to call a horizon is a physical or optical horizon, doesn't fucking matter because we're not using that horizon. We're not using that to determine the curve. We know that it's curved, and you can see the more clear picture. Use the clear picture, the more defined picture that shows the clear oil rig, not warped and shadowy like the left one, and you use a clear picture where you can see a single solid horizon, and you can see that the oil rig is over that hill. So that is what produces the curve. You can, just because you're pointing at a blurry optical illusion of a blurry horizon doesn't prove anything. So try again.
Cool. So then you are still retreating to our original position of the horizon is optical, which you just denied doing. So well done.
So just because it's optical doesn't make it not physical. That's a completely useless point. So did you want to actually try to make a real point, or are you just going to keep?
Then you don't understand the argument, do you?
No, I do understand, but like I said, you don't understand your argument. You don't understand your argument
very well, but you don't.
So what does it prove?
Right?
What are you proving?
What am I proving? I'm trying to deal with the argument first of all, right? So the argument that the horizon is physical Earth curve, we then present quote unquote physical Earth curve that doesn't conform to the dimensions that you need it to. You then retreat to our position of optical horizon.
No. I'm using the clear picture. You are not. You are trying to use a blurry picture. So, like, I'm not using your picture. I'm using the picture that's more clear to determine a physical horizon going over the thing. Because, like, the sailboat picture, you can see in the sailboat picture, there's no blurry horizon. It's very clear, straight, watery line. And so it's much more accurate to use a clearer picture than a blurry picture and then point at the blurry part and say that it disproves the more clear picture, which doesn't have all the stuff. How come the right picture doesn't have all that weird, all those weird second, 2 and 3 horizons? Why is that?
What's funny is that all of this detail that you're providing backs up my point and eviscerates your point. Because you are saying, no, you're going to let me finish because I let you finish.
No, because you're not even addressing.
You're going to let me finish because I let you finish. Now, the problem you have is that if the horizon is moving, then you can only have one of 2 explanations for that. One, that the Earth is physically moving. 2, that there's an optical phenomena affecting the horizon. If you think it's 1, you're stupid. If you think it's 2, then you admit that the horizon is optical and not physical Earth curve. Which is it?
So again, you're using an optical illusion to say that a physical horizon exists. That's your problem. That's your claim. Your claim is that the physical horizon is your optical illusion.
No, we don't care about physical Earth curve because we don't think it's there. That was your.
Well, that's a problem when there's pictures in front of you that show it. So it's kind of like your problem again. I know it's hard.
You're just affirming the consequent at that point. We're trying to actually talk about the arguments, right? Now, your argument was that the horizon is physical Earth curve, and so when the horizon changes from day to day, you have an issue because either the Earth has physically changed size, which would be stupid, or there's an optical effect happening, which means you agree with us. So are you stupid or do you agree with us? There's your options.
No. I'm saying there's an optical illusion in the last picture, the one that you're trying to use to disprove my point. I don't agree with you because you're not even understanding what my argument is.
No, I do. I very much understand.
So is water physical?
I know the chronology of this argument. Right, okay, you're going to just stop talking through me. I know the chronology of this argument. Everyone in this room knows the chronology of this argument. The issue is that you guys have actually regressed to one of 2 positions. Either the Earth is physically changing size on a daily basis, or there's optical effect happening to the horizon. You can't have another position. This is a true dichotomy. If you think it's
wait a minute.
2, that's fine, then you agree with us. If you think it's 1, then you are stupid. Which one?
See, that's called a Hobson's choice. You're trying to force me to pick from 2 choices.
No, it's a true dichotomy.
Those are not the only choices. I'm still talking. You're talking over me. And so, secondly, I'm going to again reiterate my actual point. And that is that a physical horizon can have optical illusions on it, whether or not whether or not you see optical illusions on the physical horizon doesn't determine whether or not the horizon is physical, which it objectively is.
You're just saying that. That's just an assertion, but there's no
you just
way
agree that the water in the fucking picture is physical. That creates a horizon. How do you have a horizon without water?
Numbnuts. Everyone knows that water is physical, but what we're trying to establish is whether that line that you see is because of physical Earth curve, which isn't actually confirmed by that. Because the horizon changes every single day, as you admitted, which means that we know that there's an optical effect and therefore isn't the physical leading edge of a sphere. You don't get that. That's fine. Everyone else with a brain cell does get it. We can move on.
When you look at a blurry picture, there are no optical illusions in the more accurate picture. So you're not even like addressing the fact that there's no optical illusions in the right picture. You're missing that point completely. You're just going right over it like it's not even there. You want to argue with something that's not there.
Optics are involved in every single photo that you see.
Please don't.
So why is there a straight line on the right picture? So why is the right picture so clear and accurate?
There are photos that you see that don't
single horizon.
Bro, you're going to ask a question and then just talk over my answer? Don't do that. You know that optics are involved in every single photo you see, correct?
Yeah. My point.
So then, why are you trying to assign optics to some photos and not to others?
I am assigning optics to both photos. It's just that one photo is blurry, and so it creates optical illusions, which is what you were trying to use to say that a physical horizon, which is actually an optical illusion in a blurry picture, is the physical horizon. So you're wrong. I'm not, because I'm using the different picture that doesn't have optical illusions in it. It has a clear view of the physical horizon, which then shows the oil rigs and the sailboats going over the curve. So that's it. You're done. You got fucked.
Unlucky. You just literally fucked yourself up the arse with that argument, because the problem is that you've got well, you did. So you've got two different photos there, right? Both of them don't actually conform to your Earth curve that you claim anyway. You understand that, right? And the issue is that they're not the same curve either. Because if you were to calculate the one on the right-hand side, it wouldn't conform to your radius that you need anyway. And the one on the left-hand side also doesn't. And because they're different, you know that optics are involved. Otherwise, you would have to think. Otherwise, you would have to believe that the Earth physically changed size between those 2 days, right? So you don't have the physical leading edge of a sphere evidence in any of these photos. Therefore, it must be optical. Therefore, you have to agree with us, or you're stupid. It really is that simple.
Okay, so which in those two pictures, which picture shows the more accurate and clear view of an oil rig?
We're talking about
the right ones or the right?
We're talking about
the oil rig now. Hey, come on now, stay on topic. We're talking about the oil rig.
I don't care about the curvature of oil rigs.
Weird.
We're talking about the horizon.
So let's talk. Wait a minute. So again, we're talking about optical illusions, there, dude. So if you want to just actually address what I'm talking about,
you agree it's optical?
So you can't tell. So are you saying that you can't tell which of those pictures is the more accurate picture of the oil rig? Which one do you think it is, left or right?
You agree it's optical then?
Please answer.
You agree it's optical?
Which one is more optically? Which one has a higher optical resolution, and which one is blurrier? Is it the left one or the right?
So you agree the horizon's optical?
I'm asking you a direct question. Which one of those pictures is more clear? Do you know?
Oh yeah, I think that both of those horizons are optical. Yeah.
Okay, so so do you see that so you're saying that in the left picture, even though these are supposedly identical pictures, the left picture with the black shadowy oil rig, which is clearly like taller. If you superimpose the oil rig from the left picture onto the right picture, do you think that they would match exactly?
They're not. No, you just made that assertion that those pictures are the same. They're not the same. What are you talking about?
Those are the same oil rigs. They're just taken at different times. The right one is taken when it's a more clear view of the horizon. So you're getting a more accurate identifier, a verification of the Earth curve, because you can clearly see that the rig is over the horizon. But in the left one, where you've got a ton of optical illusions and it's all blurry, and the oil rigs are all warped, they're not even like the normal shape. You can see you can even see how like one of the cranes is actually bent and like it's actually crooked. So if you think that like all that weird twisty crane, even though on the right picture it's nice and straight, so which crane is more accurate? The one that's got that weird little artifact in it that's clearly showing how blurry the picture is, or the one that's crystal clear and you can see the physical horizon?
Oh, the physical horizon. The physical horizon that doesn't exist because they're both optical, which is our point in the first.
Well, I mean, water is physical, right? Is water physical? I mean, you're really saying stupid. Like saying that the horizon isn't physical is just retarded because you can see the fucking water, dude.
Yeah,
like
water's physical, bro.
You're just making people dumber, dude.
Yeah, dude. I don't think it's possible for me to make you dumber. Like that would be like negative IQ at that point.
You have no clue how optical illusion works. You just caught yourself out, mate.
So
who the fuck are you?
Yeah,
I'm the one who actually knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, you don't. So, if we can, your basic claim is you can't do this on a flat Earth. You can't have a horizon cut off an object on a flat surface. Is that your claim? That can't happen.
I'm saying that does not show a flat surface in any.
Okay.
In any
Can you get this visual effect on a flat surface?
No, you wouldn't see the. You wouldn't
yes
see
or no?
a oil
Can
rig
you
over the
or
horizon.
can't you?
So no, listen.
I've never seen a flat Earth before, so I don't know.
On a flat anything. On a flat anything, can I make it look like the horizon on something flat cut something off?
No, you wouldn't be able to do that in like a gym or a football field. No, you wouldn't be able to do that. No, you need a curve.
It's actually been done. And not in a gym or on a football field, on water. Been done many times, actually.
Show proof. That's a claim.
Yeah. Hold on. I'll show it. It's fucking simple, man. Dude, I always bring the receipts, bro. Always.
Let's see if you're able to pay them as well.
Let's see if you're able to pay them as well. Don't test Indio, bro. You're not prepared.
Again, you picked a wrong profession.
You don't have to be prepared, actually. It's so easy.
This man has receipts.
I probably can't pay him.
So
Don't
you're...
take food stamps money.
He's the Karen. He's the
You know
Karen.
what I highly recommend for Globers? Please get at the drawing board, get a piece of paper and start understanding what perspective does, how it works, how it affects our daily life. I swear, then you will really understand how reality actually is the way it is.
Yes, and we're living in the Matrix as well.
Thing is, though, he wasn't even understanding the basic argument, which is what really gets me, right? Is that the chronology of this discussion, and I'm actually only saying this for Delmite and a couple of the others who are kind of on the fence, like interested listeners, is that they started off by saying that the horizon is like a physical Earth curve, right? And then we said, well, actually, we think it's optical because you've got all these different effects, blah, blah, blah. And then when we started bringing out photos that show that the horizon, which is optical, isn't conforming to the dimensions of the sphere they claim to be on, they then start retreating to it being optical but physical at the same time, right? So then you've got this kind of unfalsifiable position of it's physical, bro, but anytime it's not conforming, then it's physical and optical at the same time, right? So this is unfalsifiable garbage.
So basically, crypto, they've been reduced. The horizon is apparently physical. Apparently, right?
Right.
He's strawmanning me. That's another. That's the same straw man.
I don't really give a shit about what you have to say because you don't understand.
I guess water is just
again. I don't really give a shit about what you have to say. I'm talking about the chronology of the argument.
It's a concession, by the way.
What I'm going to do is I'm just going to mute you because I actually wanted to hear from Delmite if he was listening, what he thinks about that. If not, then Talon can just carry on, like misunderstanding the argument. That's fine too.
Yeah, I want to get. I want to get into this, dude. So, I'll unmute him. So, Talon, before I mute you, I posted 2 videos. So I'm going to tell you what's going on. Okay? So, they have an RC boat. It's on a lake. The lake is 1,000 feet long. They put the camera 2 inches above the water. They drive their little RC boat away, and the RC boat disappears, cut off by the horizon, right? Well, here's the problem. The gold model predicts that the horizon is 2,600 feet away. So how do you get cut off by a horizon 2,600 feet away on a lake that's only 1,000 feet long? Please tell us. Inform us.
Oh, sorry, I was reading what Bacon was talking to me in the chat. He said that the boat is on the lake and that it goes over the curve.
No, there is no curve on 1,000-foot lake, dude. It's only 1,000 feet.
Right. Well, obviously that's too short. You wouldn't measure a curve.
But it happens. The boat gets cut off so that you can't see it anymore. How'd that happen?
See the video? Where's the video?
Yeah, I
it's
posted
right here.
Scroll up.
Yeah. I see it.
There's a bunch of these. It's about 20 of these. Well, this one's on my channel. One's on. There's like 20 on Sky Breeze channel. They also replicated on
so what's the point here?
You said that this can't happen on a flat surface, and this is a demonstration of it happening on a flat surface.
You can see the boat. What's the point?
What are you talking about? Why you only see half the boat?
What? Who cares? What is the point of this?
Yeah, why do you only see half the boat?
What do you mean? I see the boat the whole time.
No, why do you only see half the boat? Why is the boat cut off by the horizon?
What? Well, because you're against the fucking ground, dude. You can't see.
What an idiot.
Brilliant.
Like, this doesn't prove anything. You guys think this proves stuff? Man, it's so weak. Like, there's such weak argument.
Yeah, it's not a refutation, dude. This proves that the visual.
Like, we don't use that.
Well, if you scale this up, this is like 10 miles away, right?
1,000 feet. Yeah.
They're like a 50 foot boat 10 miles away. That's the scale.
You don't. So one. I know this is really bad for you guys, but we don't use this particular we don't use the geometric horizon to determine the Earth curve. It's just an observation that we're seeing. So regardless of whether or not you guys can recreate,
that's you doing it, not we. You
irrelevant.
You stop saying we.
Society as a whole is right. You just say we don't use the geometric horizon to determine the Earth curve. Is that what you just said? What do you use?
No, you guys just come up.
That silence is
you guys come up with these weak ass arguments, and then we fucking dismiss them because they're fucking pathetic, and then you get mad.
Projecting now. He's projecting.
That argument was absolutely correct.
With the fucking train, man.
That was absolutely correct, though. There was no strong.
Shut up, you fucking cheerleader idiot. You have no fucking argument.
No, I want him to embarrass himself too.
Yeah, man. I've just unmuted him. Hitman Guppy, why is what he's saying fantastic and correct?
It has been scientifically proven. Simple. Science, you know, the thing you don't believe in? You know, scientific research done by multiple universities, done by NASA. And if you don't take...
You're going to make a statement and then you're going to shut up so I can respond. You don't just talk through the answer and hope that no one notices. So how do you scientifically prove geometry?
By shoving a dildo up your ass because you ain't listening?
Brilliant. So I did listen because I heard what your statement
was. So you can look at the science, look at the data.
Bro, just answer the question. I don't want you to filibuster. How do you scientifically prove geometry?
Pretty simple. We're going to do it for level for children. So we send up a rocket to the moon or to...
Yeah, that's not scientifically proving geometry. How do you scientifically prove geometry?
By shoving a dildo up your ass, of course, because you're an idiot.
So you know,
because you deny the data. He made a perfectly sensible.
There are guys who are listening.
It's called math. It's pretty simple. It's basically you have a dildo shoved up your ass.
Why are you so emotional?
It's math. Geometry is math. It's pretty simple.
How do you scientifically?
Why do you have a dildo shoved up your ass? That's the question.
Yeah. So the issue is that you've got a bunch of guys listening who are thinking, "Oh wow, they're thinking, oh, the Earth is definitely a globe. These globers must have really good arguments." And then your argument is shove a dildo up your ass. They're probably listening, going, "Wow, these globers are absolutely retarded." So I'm going to ask you a final time. Oh, is he gone? Is he gone?
Yeah, he ran away.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. So again, it's like guys like Delmite are probably listening to this going, "Fuck me, these globers have got nothing." These guys have got nothing. Like, shove a dildo up your ass, seriously.
And we had Talon make, I don't know, how many different arguments did he make about the horizon? His final one was, we don't even use a geometric horizon, when the conversation started at the horizon is geometric. I literally asked him, and he explicitly said, it's physical, it's geometric, it blocks boats. By the end,
sorry.
Well, I just want to say, by the end, he's disavowing his own claim, throwing it under the fucking bus.
What?
I'll unmute you, Talon. I'll unmute him. Talon, is the horizon physical? Does it have a location?
Yep.
Does it match the gold model?
Yep.
Oh.
Okay. So, it's 1.22 times the square root of 0 sight in feet, and that's where we're going to find the horizon every time.
Nope. That's arbitrary and useless. We don't use that.
What do you mean that's arbitrary? That's the geometry. What's arbitrary about it?
Because you're just like, you have a preconceived notion about the Earth not being a globe, so you're just throwing shit at the wall and hoping it sticks. It's like all nonsense.
Yeah.
Like
so the globe geometry. So tell me where in the mathematics that I just stated are wrong. What part of it's wrong? Is it the square root part? Is it the 1.22 miles part? Is it the height part? What part?
No, it's all of it. Like, there's no point in any of it. Like, there's no reason to be doing what you're doing. It doesn't matter.
It's a calculation for figuring out where the horizon is relative to your location.
Right, from where you stand. It's just a measurement of a distance from your view.
Not a measurement.
It doesn't have anything, but no one gives a fuck.
It's a calculation.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, but
why doesn't it matter?
Why does it matter? Why does it matter?
Because that's what the gold model predicts, and you just said
no. No, it's not a prediction. That's what it is.
That's what it is.
Yes.
Okay, so the image I posted, the 10.10 mile away oil rig, not the Black Swan, the image I posted, the one you ignored because you have to.
I mean, you're ignoring the one that I posted. I posted one too.
No, it's been addressed at infinitum.
So, I'm sorry, like, there's a lot of Black Swans in the thing, so I'm not sure.
So
are you talking about the video picture one?
No, yeah, this one I just posted 10.10
the YouTube
miles.
video.
Picture, 10.10 miles. What's wrong with this one? Is this clear?
No,
this is
not at all.
Not clear.
It's a blurry picture. No, it's not clear at all.
That's a blurry picture. How come I can
Yeah, that's a blurry nightmare of a picture.
Can you look at the water underneath the oil rig? Can you see lights reflecting in the water?
See the water.
Yeah, can you see lights reflecting in the water?
It's dark. It's the sun's not even up,
light?
It's dark.
The light is reflected in the water from the oil rig. There's a light on the oil rig and it's reflecting on the surface of the water. You see that?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you see that, right?
Okay.
So that surface right there, that's supposed to be on the other side of the horizon physically. How did it reflect?
So what?
Well, there's something called the law of reflection. And it's the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. And if that water right there is tilted away because it's on the other side of the Earth curve, there's no way the light can bounce and reach the camera because you don't have an angle to the camera. So how can we see the reflection in this image?
I don't know. You can. Because it's a blurry ass picture with optical illusions that we would never use. We would never use it to actually like observe an accurate rendition of the horizon. So,
but the picture, man, speak for yourself.
Keep forgetting how useless these fucking pictures are.
Just speak for yourself.
Now they're useless.
You're just pointing at a blurry horizon.
Speak for yourself, because you're the idiot.
No, I didn't even talk about the horizon. I talked about the reflection in the water.
But the pictures he posted were...
One second. Let's ask Talon what an optical illusion is. Talon, what is an optical illusion?
Something that appears one way but isn't actually what...
Give us the definition. Post the definition. Citation for what you just said. That horseshit you just said. Post it. Post the citation for what you just said to match up with what the definition of an optical illusion is. Post it. I've unmuted you so that you can actually speak for yourself, but post it. Yeah, post it. It better match up with the horseshit you just... It better match... Stop talking. Post the definition of optical illusion. And it better be what you just said.
Okay.
Go.
Hold on right now. I got to use a division definition.
Words mean things. You can't just say whatever you want.
Something that deceives the eye. Hold on. I got to link it, so it takes longer. Yeah, I guess I'll just copy and paste. I don't know why you guys just don't do this yourself. It's pretty easy.
Blah, 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 blah. Stop
Something
talking.
that deceives the eye by appearing to be other than it is. So there you go.
Okay, so
all your pictures are blurry bullshit.
What you're seeing, is it something other than it is? Or is it just something distorted?
No, what you're seeing.
Is it something other than it is? Because the thing that it is, it needs to be something other than that. Is it something other than what it is, or is it just distorted?
Right. So, like, what you...
Is it something other than it is, or is it distorted?
Is... What? Appearing other than it is. Distortion is appearing other than it is.
Distortion is...
That's the definition of...
No. Distortion
First of all,
is
the
what
image
it
I
is.
posted isn't distorted at all. What are you talking about?
If something is, even if something is distorted, it's still what it is, just distorted. You can't see it very well.
Right.
But it's not something. It's not something that it's not. Appearing to be something that it's not. It's not appearing to be something that it is not.
So let's walk through.
We already did, and I just told you. It is what it is, just distorted. It's just distorted. Okay. That's all it is. It's not an illusion. Where the fuck do you see something other than an oil rig?
So
is there something other than an oil rig there? That's an illusion of something else being there other than the oil rig. Do you see something other than the oil rig?
Something that deceives the eye.
Is the oil rig deceiving you, saying that it's not an oil rig? Is it a duck? Is it a bowl of spaghetti? What else is it? Is it other than something that it is, or is it what it is, just distorted?
Right. It's a distorted oil rig is looking.
All right. No, it's not other than. It is what it is, just distorted.
Okay.
Okay.
And why is it?
So
Why is it distorted?
It's not an optical illusion, like you keep fucking saying.
Look,
you keep
what is
misappropriating
distorted?
the word optical illusion and attributing it to this, and it's not an optical illusion. It's not something other than what it is. It is what it is, just distorted. And in any case, it wouldn't fit that because it's an optical phenomena. If you're saying that there's a mirroring effect or whatever it is, that phenomena has already been discovered and already understood. So it's not an illusion. It is an optical phenomena, and it has been categorized as a whatever it is. Either it's a superior or an inferior mirage. It has been categorized by being able to say within the definition of mirage, it's either towering, stooping, lowering. And so it's categorized. So it does have a definition, and it is already understood. So it's not an illusion. It's a phenomena that occurs. And sometimes there's more or less of it. Just depends. So you've been misappropriating the word optical illusion and just thinking that you know what you're saying, and you're not. Because it is not something other than what it is. It is what it is, just being distorted. Do you understand?
Okay. Why is it distorted?
That's not the point. Do you understand what I just said to you? Do you understand what I said to you, Talon?
No, I do not.
Okay, so what, you're
Jesus
going to keep
Christ.
saying optical illusion? Because I'm not going to allow you to keep saying that. Because you keep fucking saying optical illusion, and it's just not an optical illusion. It's not.
You're using the word wrong, dude. What don't you understand about that you're using the word wrong?
I'm putting optical illusion from Wikipedia. I mean, a distortion is a kind of
It
optical
is not
illusion,
something
'cause it's
other
distorting
than
your
what
view.
it is. It is what it is. It's a fucking oil rig. Is it something else? Is there a fucking hat trick that you see that it's not an oil rig?
EDUB posted the optical illusion definition there. In the
Never
chat.
go and find distortion right here and under
have a read
optical
about
illusion,
it.
because distortion is one of those
Look
things.
at what it says. Yeah, look at what it says. Read it. Look at what it says there. Do you want to read it together, Talon? Do you want to read it together? You need to learn
Says
what it means.
in visual perception,
Yeah.
an illusion caused by the visual system and characterized by a visual percept that arguably appears to differ from reality. So when
All right. So now that you said that much, right? You read the meat and potatoes of what it is. It appears to differ from reality. Now that we know this, where does the oil rig differ from reality? Is it a fucking dinosaur? What else is it other than an oil rig?
it's a
Is it something
distorted
else?
oil rig.
Is it? Yeah. Oh, there you go. Now we're getting some fucking cowbell. So is it other than what it appears to be? Yes or no?
Yes.
What is?
Yes.
What else is it? Now I need you to tell me what else other than an oil rig is it? What else is it? No, it's still the same fucking thing, just distorted. I already went over this. It's not something else. It's an oil rig. What else is it other than an oil rig? Go ahead.
A distorted oil rig.
A distorted oil rig, which means it's still a fucking oil rig, Talon.
But it's distorted.
So what? It's not an illusion. It is an oil rig, just distorted.
So Quetzalcoatl is a oil rig distorted.
Doesn't matter. It's still an oil rig. It's not differing from it. Stop saying it's an optical illusion. If anything, there's an optical phenomena occurring that distorts it. But it is not other than an oil rig. This is what you and the
See
rest
what
of
I
the
posted,
fucking
Alpha?
clowns mix up. You keep saying it's an optical illusion, and it's not fucking that. You're misappropriating the word optical illusion and pasting it on this. And just you think you're correct and you're not. You need to fucking change that because it's not what it is.
Is it
I
distorted?
think the argument is the oil rig. The oil rig isn't the argument. It's
distorted.
the horizon.
It doesn't matter. You need to change that because it's not going to be
You keep saying it doesn't matter, but it does.
Yeah,
So
no,
the thing that
yeah,
matters,
it doesn't.
that
Listen,
disproves you.
You keep saying that it's optical illusion, and it's not a fucking illusion. And that means that what you're seeing is not what you think it is, right?
Right. The distortion.
Right.
No,
we're letting this dude off the hook, dude. Sorry, man. We're letting him off the hook. He said the horizon was exactly where it's supposed to be. That 1.22 times the square root of Joe's height in feet is not a prediction. That it's just a description of reality. And he said the horizon is always where it's supposed to be. We're letting him off the hook.
Yeah, well, he's gonna have to be. He's charged with many. He's charged with many things, and this is one of them.
Yeah.
So as soon as he comes back off of that point, he's coming right back to this one. So he's gonna have to clear up a lot of shit.
Like, okay, so again, I'm gonna post this image. So I showed you a video, right? I showed you videos of RC boats where there's a horizon. Okay, there's definitely a horizon, right? But the horizon is supposed to be 2,000 feet away, but the lake is 1,000 feet long. Why isn't the horizon where it's supposed to be in that? You said it's always where it's supposed to be, and that the equation was just arbitrary. Then, contrary to arbitrary, you said it's actually a description of reality. You just
you didn't actually do any measurements on those RC boats.
We don't need to because we have a limit. But the lake is 1,000 feet long, and if you look at their previous videos, they measure it with ropes.
No, you wouldn't.
They measure it directly. They don't use Google Maps. They don't use fucking a calculation. They go out and they actually measure the lake to that lake directly. They know that they can't possibly be at the horizon. That the boat should never disappear, according to you guys. That it should never disappear, ever.
You were only a foot off the ground.
Who cares? The boat should never disappear in the gold model.
That distorts the reality of it.
So it's not Earth curve.
No, it is something other than your video does nothing.
So something other than Earth curve can make a boat appear halfway cut off.
Oh, he's saying it's Earth curve, but at the same time it's not. Like, why are you double speaking every time?
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, it's just that you guys are using these dumb fucking videos and acting like they
don't do anything.
Okay.
Stop talking about us.
You got anything better?
You're trying to bail yourself out by fucking basically gossiping like a fucking chick. Address the issue. Okay? Why is there a horizon on 1,000-foot lake when the horizon should be 2,600 feet away? Why can you only see half of a boat? Is it Earth curve?
No, it's probably not Earth curve in that respect.
Okay, congratulations. So Earth curve is not the only reason that you wouldn't see half of a boat, and it's not physical obstruction. Congratulations, you played yourself.
Except I didn't, because the sailboat and all the pictures of the Earth curve still exist. So
you're not pictures of Earth curve.
All you do is waste
your
your time.
misinterpretation of what you're seeing.
Bro, this
because you have an idea in your head. This can only happen on a ball. It can't happen on a flat surface. Then I show you it happening on a flat surface. You're still
congratulations. You did something that no one gives a shit about.
No, you don't give a shit about.
That proves nothing.
It proves that your claim that visual effect can't happen on a flat surface is wrong. That's what it proves.
No, what I'm saying is that you can see the curvature of the Earth with sailboats floating over it. It doesn't fucking matter if you can't see an RC boat on it.
That's not Earth curve. That is a flat surface. And it appears to be it appears to be cut off the horizon on a flat surface. Just like in the videos I showed you with the RC boats, appear to be cut off on a flat surface. It's the exact same visual. You can you can cry, you can cope, you can do whatever. But you can't change the fact that the exact same visual effect is achieved on a flat surface. There's nothing you can do about it. Period.
You don't need to do anything about it.
You can say it's a fucking mirage. You can say it's an optical illusion. You can say whatever. If it isn't Earth curve, then you're fucked.
That video only applies to that specific point in space and the lake. It doesn't disprove anything else.
It's been done on other lakes. There's more videos on that channel. It's been done on other lakes. So go harder, dude.
It doesn't matter because you're using You're using a flawed view because you're using a lake. You're not going to find Earth curve there. It doesn't fucking matter if you can't see the boat. There's some other reason that explains why you can't see the boat, but it's definitely not because there's no Earth curve.
You just contradicted yourself in the same sentence. How the fuck did you do that?
It's pretty amazing.
No, I said there's a different reason why you can't see the RC boat. I don't give a fuck why you can't see the RC boat on a flat lake. But when you see a sailboat going over horizon, that is important because that's the actual fucking Earth curve that you.
Then it's Earth curvature. Then it's Earth curvature. What a fuck.
So either like all the evidence on, because that's the thing though, is that you're not even trying to find a different explanation for why a flat lake would cover up a RT boat.
I know why.
It's because you guys were so close to the ground, so you think like you can't see very far when you're really close to the fucking ground. But like,
welcome to flat Earth.
Hey,
that
sounds like
because the Earth curve. That doesn't prove that the Earth is flat because you're only measuring 1,000 feet, so it doesn't prove anything about the shape of the Earth. That's what you guys don't get.
Random shit. That's the point. It's 1,000 feet for a reason, so that you guys can't say it's Earth curve. That's why it's 1,000.
Just because.
No,
see, that's the thing though. Is that you're
eliminated Earth curve, so you don't get it right. When you want to test something, sometimes you have to eliminate a variable. So we eliminate the curve variable. This is Earth curve. This is caused by Earth curve. So we eliminate that variable by using a distance which can't possibly be Earth curve and scaling everything down. And say, hey, can I mimic this visual effect on a known flat surface? Oh, we can. So the claim that this oil rig, this mountain, this boat, this sun is cut off and can only be cut off on a curved surface is demonstrably wrong.
Right.
You're not comparing the distances accurately.
Oh my god.
Oh, you need a field light to do
that? The comparison doesn't matter. It only matters because you're going by. You even said it. You said, like, the calculation don't matter. We're just going by our visual, what it looks like.
I'm saying you don't have calculations. You don't even have that.
What are you talking about? I can predict where the horizon will be easily.
Why does that matter?
Oh my god. Reset.
Predicting again. This is so fucking
you just
stupid.
Complained about it. Why does it matter? Because you just complained about it. You're a fucking woman. I swear to God, I'm arguing with a woman.
What is the point?
It's going downhill. Can I jump in real fast? Just a quick question. Like if I FaceTime my buddy in Saudi Arabia and I'm looking outside my window and I see sunlight, he points his camera outside his window and it's dark time. How do you explain that on a flat Earth?
Because the sun is small and lights up locally. The air that we dude,
around it like a lamp.
Listen. So check this out. The air, contrary to what you think, is not actually transparent at distance. It's not transparent. The light doesn't go forever. Just like if you're 400 meters underwater, the light doesn't reach down that far.
Yeah.
Well, the light doesn't penetrate 4,000 miles of air either.
So are you positing that like the moon is closer than 4,000 miles or the stars?
Did you even hear what I said?
They have to go through air, just like
the light of the sun has to go through air, and that air absorbs and attenuates light. There's a name for it. When they design lighthouses, they calculate this. It's called optical extinction. Light can only penetrate so much air. So, for instance, I'll ask you a question. Why is the sun, when it's on the horizon, 23,000 times less bright than when it's at solar noon?
Because it has more atmosphere to go through. It's also bigger, too.
What do you mean bigger?
Like if you look at the moon when it's on the horizon versus the moon when it's directly above your head, it appears larger.
First of all, I was talking about the sun.
Optically,
the same principle.
You don't know the
applies.
size of it.
It appears. I'm not saying I'm measuring. I'm just saying, what I can do with my own eyeballs.
Well, according to them, it appears to be bigger. That's an optical illusion. But if you bend over and look between your legs, which is kind of weird that they tell you to bend over and look between your legs, it seems like a weird fetish.
Well, I think we agree that the atmosphere distorts light in some ways.
It absorbs light, completely absorbs it.
It also distorts.
Yeah, you got the lensing effect. Yeah,
when you make the argument that this optical extinction happens in such a short distance.
Not an argument. What do you mean a short distance? Thousands of miles is a short distance?
In comparison to what we posit the distance.
How far away are you from Saudi Arabia? No, it's the difference between where the sun is relative to Saudi Arabia in your location. So say it's noon in Saudi Arabia, right? It's dark where you are. That sunlight, being above Saudi Arabia, has to reach you. What is the optical path? What's the length of it between you and Saudi Arabia?
Okay, when Saudi Arabia and I are both in
of course you won't
especially
answer.
when we're both in the northern hemisphere.
Of course you won't answer.
We can see the same stars in the night sky, despite the fact that the sun is out. So we can both see the same.
You can see the stars when the sun is out.
Absolutely.
Damn.
What are you talking?
Same with the moon. Have you never seen the moon in daylight?
Yeah, the moon, but not stars, dude.
You can. For example,
maybe maybe during twilight, maybe during civil twilight, but not at,
okay, you're missing my point. Quit trying to be semantic here. And just understand that.
No, there's a difference. No, listen, dude. I'm not being semantic. Don't make stupid accusations. There's civil, astronomical, and nautical twilight. That it's light out, but the sun's not up. You can't see the sun. Okay, so you cannot see stars when the sun is out. When the sun is visible, you cannot see stars.
Especially
that is nonsense.
Okay, you're wrong. But let's move past this. When I'm in the southern hemisphere, when I'm in Brazil, I see different constellations in the sky than versus if I'm in the northern hemisphere. Why would that be the case if we're on a flat Earth?
Perspective. I'm on one side of Walmart, and I have different lights above my head than when I'm on the other side of Walmart. Walmart's a sphere. Right? Walmart's
I don't think that's refuting what I'm saying. My point is
I just used an analogy to show you how ridiculous what you just said is. Well, you said I don't think that's refuting what I said. I did. I said the reason you can't see is perspective, right? And then I used an analogy, a demonstration, right? Something's over your head. If you move out from under it and go somewhere else, something else is over your head. Right? Right? Is that correct?
In essence, you're ignoring the fact that if I stay in the northern hemisphere, I still see the same constellations, despite the fact if I'm in USA or if I'm in Saudi Arabia, both being in the northern hemisphere. But by virtue of me going to the southern hemisphere and being in a southern place like Brazil, like for example, if I'm in New Zealand and Brazil, they see the same constellations. What the counter to the fact that if I'm in USA versus some other let's say Iceland or whatever. Saudi Arabia is too close to the
So my
point is that we're both in both examples. We're both in different spots of Walmart. We both see different spots of light. Yet the distinction there is northern and southern hemisphere. So I still see the same constellations if I'm in the northern hemisphere, despite whatever side of the flat Earth that we're on. But there's a difference.
They're not spheres. They're not hemispheres. And we do. Shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about.
That's not an argument.
Yeah, you're not describing reality correctly. Okay, so
people in the south and people in the north do share fucking constellations, you dickhead.
They do, but not all.
Shut the fuck up then.
Well, what's his argument anyways? I hear him saying things.
So let me just rehash if I can say it without getting interrupted.
Yeah, but
I'm going to give you an example of from the Canary Islands. You know where the Canary Islands is? They're at 28 north in the latitude system. They're at 28 north. You can see the entire Southern Cross from there. Why is that?
I'm not sure.
You're not supposed to. If you fire up Celestia or Stellarium, says you shouldn't. But it's been photographed. So perspective, you know what the vanishing point is? How our vision collapses to a center point when we look? It's how projective geometry works. So the 3D world is projected onto a 2D plane. So it appears that everything converges to a point. That's the way the sky is. Eventually, whatever stars you were underneath at one place, if you go away, right, they will converge, right? The stars will appear to lower towards the horizon, just like an airplane, just like if you're in a long hallway, the walls and the ceiling and the floor closing together to a point. Railroad tracks converge to a point, right? The stars will converge to a point, and they'll be undifferentiable from the horizon anymore, and you won't see them. Right? But the stars
do you understand what he's saying? I want to see if he understands you, Indio, because I think he's not speaking, which means like it's going way over his head, pun intended. What do you think, Hung Like Tic Tacs? Do you understand what he's saying?
I'm right now. I've been, right now what he's saying is just throwing a lot of words at me.
I told you. I muted him because I knew Indio. It's too much for him, bro. Like I know what you're saying, but he can't comprehend what you're telling him. It's not registering, so it's
a waste of time.
It's kind of like a waste of time for him. Like he doesn't know what you mean.
Yeah, it's
unfortunate. I wish he could understand, but he doesn't understand.
Yeah, he has to read up on it. That's all it is.
Yeah. I don't know if that doesn't help either, man. He can't comprehend the what it is because
I don't know these people like you guys. You guys gotta start giving me fucking hints, man.
Yeah, because you were on him and he was silent, which means that I understand his silence as I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, I think that if you can't explain something in simple terms,
you don't understand your own argument. Shut up. Shut up.
How can I get any simpler? That a long hallway converges to a fucking point in our visual field. How do you not get any simpler? You ever been to a hotel? Like, what the fuck, dude?
Bro, Indio, I literally had a conversation with my neighbor who his English is his second language, and he understood what I was talking to him about. I was flat smacking him when I was smoking outside with him. He understood it. These guys, I don't understand. Yeah.
Let's start with railroad tracks. If you're standing in railroad tracks, do they go off into the distance and converge to a point?
I understand what you're saying, and I would say in essence, yes.
I hate essence. I don't like when he says in essence. I have to pause him, Indio. Like,
why do you need a qualifying word like in essence? Like, no, that's what it is.
Let me talk. I'm not.
Nah, we're not gonna let you do that because you're all that you say is incoherent bullshit. We want you to either understand what we're saying as the naturally occurring vision that you see things in the far distance. We want you to understand something, and we're not gonna let you fucking gish gallop to another point. Now, you either answer the question or we're gonna fucking kick rocks. It's up to you, though.
Maybe you need some visuals to see what we're talking about. Maybe I haven't seen reality before.
You can put pictures up for him. I mean, look at the text chat. Hung like Tic Tacs.
I bet you at the end of all of it, he'll say, "The globe is not a globe in essence." But
yeah, we don't want to hear that. So go ahead. If somebody's got some images, he can see some. People can draw things that look like something in the far distance. Because he needs visuals. I mean, literally, crayons would probably help him understand things. Pictures, colors.
Can I ask a question?
When I draw a picture of a long
we're going to wait for this guy
for
just a moment.
Those lines would converge, but in reality, they don't.
What? So, in reality, they don't. As in, what do you mean that they don't? I want to see if you understand what we're talking about. Go.
Indio dipped. He's done.
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord with Robert Tarr on the beat. Shout out to Gemsy for his tireless service and great ideas. Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle, and be free as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show. The Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just so. Paddle knows, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo. The only curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the fallacious combo. Mental judo. Be a FE commando. With knowledge as ammo. A 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation. Relative to the location, it's called exploration. Using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation. Not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration. You feel no sensation. The vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation. All sight has limitation. Perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion. So seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's melt position is a dated apparition. FE has no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, a supposition and superstition. We're all around false decognition. Welcome to the globe deposition, the lie abolition or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick, the mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination with lies and omission, when learning the truth should be your ambition, regardless of the optics and previous conviction. That's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition, on a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the Most High's opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission. We get no commission and all the suspicion. But there's one condition, be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition, a recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition, a non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
Plumb line straight or curved?
Again, you're talking to me.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
So you're gonna mute me every time?
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Fuck you.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Is the claim here that the pylons of the
heretic? If you're going to keep talking over me, I'm not going to.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Did your mother have children that lived?
Are plumb lines straight lines? You literally can't answer. Uh-oh.
A plumb line goes straight down.
It goes straight down. Okay. Goodbye, globe.
Oh, good. Explain your proof. Come on, dumbass. Explain your proof.
Right there.
Why are you so angry? As soon as you start talking,
what, you're going to refute the entire field of geodesy now? They don't say that plumb lines are straight lines. Guess you shouldn't have invoked that to prove a globe. Plumb lines are curved lines. Now you're saying they're straight and they tilt away from each other. Well, not on the globe model, they don't. So I guess we're done here.
Are we? You think you've won? It's amazing, heretic. You know what? That's why my...
You don't even know what the plumb lines you're trying to prove the tilt of are in the paradigm that you're trying to use them to prove. So, yeah, we're done.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Gotcha, bitch!
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made
History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat then we'll fall off the edge, but if it is a spinning ball we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Don't believe the papers. Don't believe the news. 'Cause all that they serve you are opinionated views. Don't switch on my TV, 'cause all they do is lie. And I don't need no programming telling me what to buy. But I believe, I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth will set you free. Don't believe in aliens. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in war. What are the reasons why they're for? Don't believe celebrities pretending to be what they ain't. Make poverty history, they say, posing as saints. But I believe, I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth will set you free. Don't believe the justice system will give you what you deserve. It's all around bad judges and Lucifer they serve. Don't believe banks are honest. They fleece you to the bone. When there's nothing left to get, they'll even take you home. But I believe the truth will set you free.
Yeah, and the rise over run was what it started with because she said, you're not measuring for curvature that way, so you're just using a flat plane.
And I'll point out that with beautiful timing, Brenda just needs a little bit of flat Earth to move forward with her claim of a globe. That would be sea level. Well, that would be a level then. The sea. Yeah, that would be a flat Earth. Oh, but if I claim that level isn't level anymore, then it's all good that I need a little bit of flat Earth to use to start my claim off. Yeah, you're going to need a bit of flat Earth for your claim of a globe there with sea level. Now let it be known for every single person watching that all of you will measure Earth flat, regardless of your belief in a globe. And Brenda has just demonstrated that for your delight. Because she needs just a little bit of level. That would be flat. To start her claim. When I turn around and say, well, it's a flat Earth that you're being welcomed to, she turns around and says, no, because level isn't level. It moves around a description that could only be described if I've got level to describe it deviating from. But the level itself isn't level. So I respond.
Why are you screaming
it is in
your
your
tits off?
maths. It is in your maths, my response. Where does she go from there? Nowhere. You need a flat Earth to claim a globe. It's surface level in Earth curve maths, and it's not moving around a sphere. It's level. It has no part higher or lower than the other, so it can be parallel with eye level, also in Earth curve maths. So surface level is flat. Right there in your own maths. You need a flat Earth more than we do. Brenda needs sea level to start her claim, as do all of you on the globe. You're going to be measuring a flat Earth for your claim. I'll be pointing it out the moment you use it.
One of the funniest things that I find, Nathan, that every glober that comes into this argument and says, as Brenda just said, they have never built anything to where the blueprints are based upon these so-called elevations, whatever it may be. That's why I said so-called. You might be 400 feet above sea level. You might be 800 feet above sea level, but it's always above sea level. None of them have ever built anything in their life, but they want to try to come tell us that it's not based upon that. And I find that funny. It's fucking ridiculous. Freaking ridiculous.
No swearing.
I know, I caught myself.
I was going to take it somewhere else, by the way. Rise over Run was where John took it. I was going to take it to Eratosthenes, like we did with the other guy, and get a cut between a rock and a hard place. It's not. You were saying it's a begging the question to assume Earth's flat when you take elevation angle measurements. So, therefore, void? Oh, yes, absolutely. So Eratosthenes is void.
I think that's where you should take it all the time.
They need a flat Earth to measure. That's how their claims all start. You all measure Earth flat. Yeah, John.
Yeah, and I went to the rise over run because when you get that angle to the height of the object from the bottom of your feet, that is a terrestrial elevation angle, and it is a triangle. Just so everybody knows.
Not only that, a lot of globers are trying to trick everybody up and say, well, we don't need the surface of the Earth to create that angle. We could just use the vertical. But what they don't understand, or they're not telling their audience, is that even if you establish a plumb bob to get your vertical, you're still basing upon a 90-degree angle, which creates the baseline to begin with. These guys, they have so many tactics, it's funny. But they're not builders. They're not even in the industry of building it. And it's funny to me because I am, so I could just laugh at them.
Me too. It's still referencing Earth. They could use all the plumb bobs they want. Still a reference to flat Earth.
A few shout-outs. Jardo just gifted a whole load of membership, so welcome to Andy, Christian, Slow-Mo Moonbuggy, Porn Idol 1, Paul Snell, as Studio, MF2. I think is that Jason. I think I recognise the thumbnail. Let me know from the chat, MF2. Click OK. Got a membership. Hey, Uncommon Sense and Larry Silverstein's insurance policy. Brilliant. Richard Brown, and there's one other. Cat would slow down. OBE Lines, another friend of the show. Brilliant. Well, you've all got free memberships. Say a big thank you to Jardo.
Wait, I missed it. And did you say Jensen Flatfoot got a free membership?
Possibly. Did I?
Oh, he's my biggest fan.
Maybe, I don't think so. I'll have to have a look. Jason Dean, thank you for the super chat. A circle inside a circle is not level. What? Circle inside a circle is not level. What does that mean?
He's talking about having a equidistant circumference to a smaller circle that is not level.
Has Flat Out Truth got a channel? Flat Out Truth just joined as a penguin, as a member. I've recognised that name. I'm pretty sure. Let me know from the chat. Have you got a channel? So I'll shout it out. Anyway, right. Let's get back to the Discord server. Sorry, I'm being really rude. I'm your guest here, and I'm shouting out all my super chats and talking to my show. Sorry, that's really rude.
You're a total jerk.
Oh, is there anybody in there that wants to come out and give us some evidence of their sphere?
Well, if nobody's gonna talk,
Go ahead. Humongous what?
Hello. Yeah, I was saying if no one's gonna talk, I was looking into chat. I saw this little diagram that Radwin posted, which is kind of flawed. The point is that you flatten the Earth and then bring the sun closer to the ground, and it acts the same way as if something's on a sphere. But the problem is that you can increase the height of the poles here, and that would change the angle of the shadow. However, on the surface of a sphere, no matter how tall those poles get, the angle of the shadow still remains consistent.
Incorrect. You're wrong.
Angle. Oh, you go, John.
Yeah, that's just incorrect. There is no angle the shadow is creating on the surface of a sphere. If your baseline's the sphere, that is just a vertex. It is not an angle.
Correct.
What? I'm talking about the angle off of the peak of the pole, right? So if you like bring a piece of paper and see how long it takes before it starts being shrouded by the pole, you'll see the angle through that. It really has nothing to do with the ground. You just see it on the ground as well.
Right, you said it's got nothing to do with the ground, you'd just be on the ground. The shadow's on the ground, isn't it?
But a shadow is kind of a zone.
Just let me lead you. The shadow is on the ground, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. If that line is curving, and it is not an angle. You understand?
The shadow is curving.
If the shadow is curving, then it is not an angle.
The shadow is basically a slice in the light.
You think you're cutting the Earth in half to get a shadow?
It's just one line of two form an angle. That's all it is.
Sorry, what?
It's one line of two that form an angle.
It is two people talking at the same time.
It's one line of two that form an angle. Correct?
All I'm saying is that you have...
Is that correct? Is that correct?
What? What are you saying?
It's two lines meeting at a vertex, aka an angle.
Sure.
Not if one of the lines is curving. Do you understand?
Neither of the lines I'm talking about are
You don't need to
curving.
chant through the conclusion that you've ignored 3 times. I'm concluding. It's as in the end that you just need to either concede or have it repeated 16 more times. No. If one of those lines is bent, as in on a curved global surface, it is not an angle.
Okay.
For you to claim it is. Let's try that again. To claim it is an angle, you must concede we will measure Earth flat for it to be an angle. Do you understand?
What does that have to do with the experiment?
You said that one was working on a globe and one was working on a flat Earth. John and I both interrupted at the same time and said one is not an angle. One on a curve isn't two straight lines meeting at a vertex, aka an angle. It's one straight line meeting a curve, which is not an angle.
Yeah, but we don't really care about the ground. We're caring about the top of the pole
Do we not
and
care?
the shadow.
Do we not care about the ground on a flat Earth debate? No, in this particular instance, we absolutely care about the ground, and we are very specifically measuring the ground flat. This is a flat Earth only measurement because it's an angle. So while you can say we don't care about the ground when we're measuring the ground flat, I say we do care because it can only be done if the ground is a horizontal plane of reference, a baseline.
You're ignoring the point. The only difference is you're changing how tilted the pole is. The angle you're measuring is off the peak of the pole. It's not the pole to the ground. It's the pole to the shadow.
Don't say angle if you think the baseline's curved. Don't say angle and try to make
It's not
your
the
argument.
baseline.
Because every time you say angle, you're invoking a horizontal plane of reference for you to get as your baseline. And in this specific case, it's a shadow on the ground.
The shadow, we're talking about the cone of the shadow.
Back off your mic a couple of inches while we tell you, while you calm down, that Earth will be measured flat in this example, whether you like it or not.
Here, someone just posted it in chat. You're conceptualizing that it's the line to that curve, but that's not where I'm measuring.
Right,
I'm measuring.
Stop. I'm not doing anything. It's your example.
Yeah, but you're interpreting it wrong.
I'm not.
You
It's
are
just an
interpreting.
angle. No, I'm not interpreting anything. If it's an angle, it is flat. Now,
So
you
you're
don't have
not
to like
interpreting,
that,
you're not
and you
listening?
can interrupt me at every single time I conclude this point with ipso facto, no interpretation required. You say, not me, angle. I say straight, flat, baseline then, because if it isn't, then it isn't an angle. So, for this example, in both instances, one with you with an angle on a fantasy curved line that isn't an angle, and the actual acquisition of an angle from a flat Earth, we will be measuring two straight lines. One is a baseline, and the other is a line that meets it. The angle is between those 2 points. The tip of the line that moves up perpendicular to the flat Earth. Yeah, that's what you're measuring. With respect to a ground that is flat only. It cannot be done any other way.
The way the
in
actual
conclusion-
experiment goes is you're
What's your
measuring
main
the
frustrated
top
box?
of the
Yeah,
line.
what you-
God, you don't know what an experiment is. In conclusion, Earth is measured flat.
You just don't listen to
and what
anything I
you're being
say, and then just
frustrated by is that you're.
John,
I think I
just
can
hold
help
on a
you a
second,
little
John.
bit.
Just
What
hold on a
you're being
second. John, wait, did you want to tell me I don't listen to you telling me that this is an experiment? Measurement
Okay,
of
I
angles
understand
is-
exactly what you're
You
saying.
don't have to interrupt me when I spank your bum because you've said something stupid. Yes, I do listen. I heard you say the word experiment. No, this is an angle measurement. That's maths. You don't seem to understand the difference between the cause and effect reasoning in the scientific method. That would be an experiment. And mathematical acquisition of angles with respect to a flat Earth. What was that you say? As an ad hominem attack? That's you not responding to my argument and instead telling me I don't understand? Yeah,
No,
I do.
that's not an ad hominem.
Yeah, I can listen.
I was saying
and
that
yes,
you're
you are
unwilling to listen to the
interrupting,
argument.
triggered globe believer, presumably. You are interrupting. As I conclude that this angle measurement, ipso facto, will be measuring Earth flat for everyone who wants to call it an angle, like you did. You called it an angle, so it is with respect to a flat baseline.
That is, as I have already suggested, but you feel the need to continue, the end. The conclusion being, we measure Earth flat. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I forget so often where we don't have a lot of interactions with Glovers that I'm not actually trying to help someone out. You're in the middle of a debate, so I apologize. But the thing that's confounding him is he's been within our education system, we're taught to use a flat Earth to prove a globe, and it's skipped by, and it's never been addressed like we're addressing it now, and it's hard to deal with. I think it would be good to, if you're having trouble with it, to go and think about it for a little bit, and it will help you. I promise.
I don't care. I don't care if he needs help. Yeah, Brenda needs sea level. That's the first part of her claim. Let's just utilize sea level. That's level. No justification for how level it isn't comporting to a sphere, so she says, is going to undo what level is. And it's required for her geometry to infer that she's got sphericity. She's going to describe a deviation from that level. What isn't level anymore because you need to start with sea level. This guy needs to start with an angle measurement off a flat baseline, doesn't he? Well, we're not going any further, and maybe that's me not listening, and I'm going to get interrupted while I summarise that fact. Yeah, I'm definitely going to get interrupted by a triggered Fundy, aren't I? Yeah, because he needs a flat Earth angle to start this process. I mean, he's already got it in juxtaposition with two different things. One not being an angle that's off a globe that apparently also works. No, you will measure Earth flat. We all measure Earth flat. Globe is included.
They've been doing it for years. We just never picked up on it. Yeah, but now we're honed in on it.
Up until 2024, both Globers and Flatties happily accepted the flat Earth prerequisites that they used at the start of their examples. Then, in juxtaposition, you've got the flat Earth using globe Earth maths set against a straw man false dichotomy of what they say flat Earthers claim. Pizza pie in a sky vacuum with a boat falling over an edge. And they say, oh, ours wins. What, yours wins when it's utilising a flat Earth measurement as its genesis? That's just a flat Earth versus a flat Earth with you saying your measured flat model, called globe, wins. You still need a flat Earth. Like sea level. Like an angle with a shadow and a stick. Now, all of these examples use a flat Earth as the baseline to start the claim. People start realising this rather than just accepting it as a prerequisite flat Earth measurement that Globers are going to use and then start arguing after that. Yeah, you'll lose all the time. You've allowed them to measure and utilise a flat Earth to make their globe Earth argument. Stop them. It's like you want sea level. You're just lying. Sea level's not level. Angles aren't angles.
No. You're lying about requiring this prerequisite of having a flat level plane you're making this angle from.
How's he lying?
That's what an angle is.
How's that a lie? It is a prerequisite. You had the same prerequisite when you described an angle off a baseline. It's a prerequisite for it. Yeah. Maybe I'll interrupt the conclusion of how this is absolutely not a lie. How outrageous. And it is absolutely without doubt a prerequisite. For it to be an angle, it's got a baseline that is flat. If it isn't, it's not an angle. I have covered this with you personally 5 times and now you're calling me a liar. No, mate, you don't have to like it. It's a fact. The prerequisite is the baseline for it to be called an angle, as you did. Are you a liar when you claim that you are getting angles? Because angles have got straight lines. One is the baseline for everyone and it's flat. I am not a liar. That's an outrageous claim. I'd like an apology.
Well, wouldn't that make me a liar then? If I say that, like I'm apologizing for lying.
Yeah, you lied about getting an angle off a globe. That's your lie about an angle working off a curved surface. That's you. If you want to tar me with the standards that you have, I wouldn't dare. But I will, because you've done it to me in the last 2 minutes just to compare and contrast. Yes, by your own stupid, idiotic standards, that would make you a liar when you say an angle works from a curve.
No, that's not. I never
liar.
said that. Never once said
No,
that.
that just makes you stupid, as you interrupt me, pointing out that yes, by your own stupid standards, it would make you a liar. Yes. No, you don't get angles from curved surfaces. I'm not going to call you a liar. I'll just call you stupid. Someone who doesn't understand
So
what
you're
an
so
angle
much
is.
on the ad hominem
Somebody idiotic
thing.
who says that when you've got a curved line meeting a straight line, it forms an angle. That doesn't make you a liar, my friend. It makes you stupid.
I like how you love to point out
It's gonna be
whenever
an ad
someone
hom.
quote unquote ad hominem somebody, but then you're ad hominem me. When I call you a liar, it's not ad hominem, it's just a fact because it's being unproductive to the conversation.
What did I lie about?
What does? Well, hold on a minute. Not being productive to the conversation is not a lie. What? You don't define what a lie is. You don't even know what that is, do you?
Lie, being untruthful, not saying that something that's true, saying something that's
That's
false
not correct.
and knowing
That's
it's
not a
false.
That's not
That's
right.
incorrect.
You don't even know what a lie is.
You don't even know what a lie is. The guy's a moron.
Do you want me
He
the
doesn't even know the
absolute
words
definition
he's
of a
using.
lie?
He's just defined a lie incorrectly. Incorrectly, my friend. You don't know what the words you're using mean. I am not a liar when I describe your example of an angle. It will never have a curved line meeting the perpendicular line that forms the shadow. Ever. It will be a straight line. You have, for me pointing that out 6 times, called me a liar for it. That's not a lie. You will measure a flat for a straight line. Now, me concluding it with you chanting through it 6 times isn't going to change the fact that it's a fact. And it's not going to make me a liar because I point that fact out. It's an outrage, and I've asked you once, now twice, for an apology. It's not a lie to say that an angle's an angle. It is an angle, you used it.
Which side is the initial side that we're measuring here for this experiment?
It's not an experiment.
Okay,
Guy,
for
you
this
can't even
model
listen to
that
the
we've
words
created.
that I've put to you. We already described this category error with you once. It's an angle measurement. That's maths. Not cause
Yes,
and
it's
effect
an
reasoning.
angle measurement,
Don't talk
which one
through
is-
me. Don't talk through me. Triggered zealot globe believer. You don't even
You
know the
consider
difference
me
between
triggered.
mathematics and science, and you feel you've got the right to chant through the top of what I'm telling you. By the way, I'm not asking you anything anymore. I'm telling you things. Like maths isn't science. This is not an experiment. Measurement of a baseline with a flat line for it to be called an angle isn't going to be curved. I'm not going to suggest that makes you a liar. Just as I've said already, not an ad hom, makes you stupid. I've got a diagram up on screen with a stick and a shadow. Baseline must be flat. It's a fact,
Okay.
not a lie.
So where's the baseline?
Flat baseline that I'm not lying about being a prerequisite because it's an angle. That
I
one.
have a straight line.
Right, why is it that you cannot concede that your outrageous assertion that I'm lying about that which I've got diagrammatically represented to 117 live audience members? This isn't a lie, it's a fact and a prerequisite to make this measurement of an angle. Earth will be measured flat.
He asked where the baseline
So
was.
the
Nathan.
thing-
Does he know that the shadow is being cast upon the ground and that will be the baseline for this
That's
angle?
not the baseline.
You know that, right?
That's not the baseline.
Wow.
Excuse me?
Wow.
That's not the
What do
baseline.
you
The
think
shadow
the
on the ground
baseline
is not the baseline. The baseline is the pole, and the terminal side of the angle is the shadow. Not the shadow on the ground, but the actual like angle of the shadow from the object. Because a shadow can be any shape if you manipulate the
Yes.
ground to which it's falling onto.
You
The
don't
angle
know-
that
You don't know what a baseline is either.
No, he doesn't.
the baseline
Lord.
initial side, it's the
You said the
basic.
shadow. You invoked the shadow, and then you denied that the shadow was on the ground. Now, is that? Are you saying the shadow's not on the ground?
Who cares? It's
Wow,
flat. It's an
completely
angle. It's flat.
ignoring
This is
what
non
I just
sequitur.
said.
Who cares? Stop. Yeah, this is going to be flat for it to be an angle. That's it. End of argument. I want to do it 8 more times. I've done it 7.
How could you
What
possibly
are you trying to
derive
do is
anything from
reverse
the
it, make
shadow?
the vertical the baseline.
On the
Sorry,
ground.
John, hold on a
There's
second.
no.
Hold on. Sorry. How can I derive anything from the shadow in your argument? My friend, please do not flip the burden. We are simply taking your claim taking a giant steaming dump on the idea that you could get an angle from a curved surface and pointing out that in your argument for your claim, Earth will be measured flat.
I'll make another claim.
For that, I've been interrupted incessantly, first of all. There's the same bloody interruption at the conclusion that we've had about 6 times. Yeah, you just can't help yourself, mate. It's triggering to you. You're a zealot with a belief.
No.
I get it. It doesn't alter the fact of the matter that Earth is measured flat. I've got a diagram of what you've described on screen. The fact that you don't understand the words that you're using, like experiment or baseline, these things just, again, not an ad hom, demonstrate your stupidity. I'm not saying you're a lying globe-believing zealot. You're an idiot globe-believing zealot. Hope that's clear.
Yeah, I'm not a zealot. The reason why I interrupt here is because you just interrupted me. Kind of
I can clear this
hypocritical.
up. I can clear this up for you, buddy. Let me do that.
Here, I have a pretty important thing to say.
He's established a vertical.
Nothing this guy has to say is important, but you are rumpusing him, John.
Alright, so as I was going to say, the reason why I interrupt, as it may be annoying, is because I'm trying to counter one point at a time. It's much more difficult to counter all, 5 things you said there at the same time, which I would each like to have an individual assessment of, but it's hard to do all that. I don't remember exactly what you were saying.
What a wonderful rebuttal. Chow Yun Cat, thank you for the clown emoji super chat.
If you'd like to repeat your first and second point from what you were saying earlier, I'd love to counter those, but I don't remember what they were.
You made the argument. You described angles being measured with respect to a flat Earth and angles being measured with respect to a curved surface. This is your argument. We took your argument and pointed out that in all respects, for it to be an angle, it must be measured with respect to a flat Earth. Or you two call this an angle. That's your argument being wrapped up in a nice package with a bow. That bow has got a tag on it. The tag on it says, Earth is measured flat.
Here, I'll make a couple claims here then. I would claim that you don't need to measure...
Already did!
A couple more claims!
Dump on them, my friend.
More claims.
You don't need more claims. What you need to do, like a man, is acknowledge your loss. You've already made a claim. This curve angle works on a globe just like it works on a flat Earth. No, mate, it doesn't. It only works on a flat Earth. Now, you're going to eat that before we move on. Now, if you don't, I'll keep you here indefinitely for my audience's amusement. Making you a zealot? Something you denied? Or maybe you can actually prove you're not a zealot by conceding that fact you called me a liar for stating. Earth will be measured flat for you to call this angle an angle. You concede that, zealot?
So by bending the knee, that would make me not a zealot?
So far, not conceding a fact that to call this on screen for 120 people live watching that are laughing at you and calling you a clown, for it to be called an angle, it must have a flat baseline while you chant through the conclusion of what will stop you being a zealot as you demonstrate zealotry by chanting through me and asking you again to concede that which you still have not. Zealotry.
Here's another.
If you eventually concede it, we can say that we're helping you stop being such a zealot.
Does this work on other
all you're
globers?
demonstrating with your interruptions, constant interruptions, is zealotry because you can't concede something that's been put to you. I'll count them off 9 times. In your example, that you are now chanting through incessantly because you're a zealot. In your example, Earth has been measured flat for an angle. I'm asking you to concede that, and you're asking me about whether or not taking a knee would make you not a zealot, rather than actually conceding that Earth is measured flat for this angle. That's the actual argument.
I would love to tackle the other part, which is zealotry. I'm not sure if this works on other globers, but you
prefer to discuss something that's not the argument about Earth.
Yeah,
being
of course. So why would you bring it up in the first
You'd rather
place then?
discuss your incessant zealotry than address your argument containing a flat Earth measurement. Yeah, I'm sure you would rather discuss zealotry than the flat Earth in your argument. Sure.
Well, first off, I would love for, I would be allowed to really show you my argument and you'd listen to it without being called a zealot. But
I heard
you know,
you told me angles
I
could
guess
work
can.
off a curved surface as well as they work off a flat.
I'd never said that.
You pointed out that if
I've
they're
literally said
curving
this like
baselines,
5
that is
times
for a
that I'd
curved
never
surface,
said that.
and they're not angles. We listened to your argument. We responded to it now 10 times. But you want to discuss zealotry that you're demonstrating by not conceding something 10 times.
Oh God, here we go.
Nathan, I think when you get a chance, I can clear up what he was actually trying to say. It's just a minutia point, but it's worth knowing.
Okay, I'll shout out Unitux Femu. Where is the object which is making shadow? Question mark. Thank you for the super chat. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, he's trying to use the other angle. You know, you got 3 angles in a triangle. You got the 90 on where the stick's in the ground, right? You got that 90, which requires a flat Earth. And
Real
then
quickly, I would
on
like
the,
to say it's not a triangle.
Other side of the ground.
What I prefer, John, is that any examples that make him look stupid or prove Earth's being measured flat, it'd be better if he talks straight through the middle of those rather than them being concisely delivered to the audience. Much better if he talks through the middle of them. He's got something very important to say, he thinks.
I would like to clear some stuff up whenever you
My
say
friend,
something
you
false.
don't know the difference between maths and science, but you're going to tell us you've got something very important to interject with. Shut your mouth.
You're
Listen to
attacking the
people
character
talking.
rather than the argument.
Mate, we've gone through your example 10 times. Now you can shut up.
You never listened to the example. You didn't go through it.
Your example was an angle off a curve and an angle off a flat Earth.
Yeah, but that's not the case.
Yeah, but I did listen. Now shut your mouth. We dealt with it 10 times. Shut up.
Humongous, to be fair, man, they were just explaining something to you and trying to clarify something for you. And when they got to the point, you've just spoken straight through the top of them again. So if you would like to go ahead, Nathan, I think it was, not sure who was speaking.
Yes, go ahead.
John?
Yeah, what you have 3 sides to the triangle. Where the stick goes in the ground, you form your 90 with the flat Earth, and then moving out to the corner where the shadow is cast on the flat Earth, you form an angle there. That's what we were discussing. He was trying to take it to the vertical, that where the stick's 90 degrees to the flat Earth, and go to that third part of the triangle. It's not touching the Earth. To try to make this point.
Okay.
Like I said, it's not really relevant. His objection is like a minutia point. You know what I mean?
Very good. Is there anybody else? Because 10 times is enough, in my opinion.
Humongous. In the chat from George, 58 minutes past the hour.
58 minutes per hour. Yeah. You're talking about the guy with like the compass?
We got a guy with a stick in the ground with a sun shining.
Yeah.
And he's creating a triangle, a right angle triangle, where the right angle is the base of the stick. The other part of the triangle is the angle to the sun. Yeah, the shadow. How is that not forming a triangle, as per your claim?
The reason why is the angle he's actually measuring here is the one where the sun first is interrupted by the pole. He's just using the ground because it's easier to measure it like that. In the case that he can realistically be up on the side of a mountain cliff and still be able to measure the shadow of the stick, even though there's no ground next to him, right? It's the shadow is all the way down the ground, probably 1,000 meters below him. He's measuring the vertex right at the tip of the stick.
Do what? The sun.
The sun's rays
And the
being
stick,
blocked.
just out of interest, sorry, the stick itself, we just ram that into the ground at any old direction, do we not?
We would like it to be upright.
What, as
just
in
like
perpendicular? Sorry, stop. As in perpendicular to the plane of reference?
As in to the point where it doesn't fall down.
As in
Then my question
perpendicular,
is like,
as in
if you were to
perpendicular,
just-
as in perpendicular to the plane.
I don't see how this has anything to do with anything.
I mean, okay, so I can just shove it into the ground sideways, can I? The stick.
No. But you want it to be basically straight upwards.
No. Yeah, I got your answer. I'm leading you. Yeah. So no, it would need to be what? Perpendicular to the plane, like at 90 degrees to it, like vertical.
This is where a tangent comes in.
This is where I don't get an answer because you're going to need a flat Earth for it, aren't you? Yes, you definitely.
No. You just need a flat.
I'm going to get a lot of chanting through the conclusion. So we're going to be perpendicular to the plane of reference, aren't we? It's going to be vertical, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're going to need a flat Earth for that.
No, you don't.
Yeah. Earth is measured flat. They just need a little bit of flat Earth. You know, like perpendicular to the plane of reference for the stick. I mean, it's not like we can randomly shove it in to a globe. It needs a plane of reference to be perpendicular to. You don't have that if you're pointing inwards on a globe, obviously. So you're going to need a flat Earth to reference to start this process off, just to shove the stick in the ground. I mean, maybe we haven't listened to your argument or anything, but your argument seems to require a stick perpendicular to a plane of reference. That would be vertical. You to start this process off? No, you can't just shove it in any old how, can you? You're going to be referencing a plane for the stick itself.
Yes.
John pointed that out to you too. He said you'd have to have it 90 degrees to it, but you just chanted through it because you're a zealot. You didn't hear it because you talked through it. When John pointed that out to you, you started talking in the middle of his pointing that out to you. I'm actually reiterating something you didn't hear because you talked rather than listened to the flat Earth that will be measured when you get a stick to be perpendicular to it. Hope that's clear. Earth measured flat for your stick.
Invoke the tangent.
Hey Nathan, just real quick for this character, where did he hear this claim or argument, if you will, that along those lines? Like, where did you get this from?
What? Where did I get this
argument
model? The argument?
Yeah. So
I don't know.
What you're questioning him right now? Where did you get that from? I'm really interested. Like,
I logically thought it through.
Really?
So if we suppose that the Earth is a sphere, then realistically, if we also assume that all light beams are intersecting the Earth at the same parallel, just line, basically, then you should be able to move two places across the sphere in order to get the angles, and use those angles to find what percentage of the full circumference you got. Because I was thinking this through with an orange,
Incorrect.
right?
That's
so
incorrect. Stop. We don't need an example. We heard your claim. Once you make that claim, you stop, so we can take a giant dump on it. No, when you describe the parallel light rays, the reason for that little apologetic is so that you can take the light rays that meet a curved surface and won't give you an angle, as we've already pointed out, to the centre of a sphere Earth, the equatorial plane. Obviously, you did not know that.
Sorry, what?
The equatorial plane. You said light coming in parallel. That's a justification to take these angles from the centre of a sphere Earth at the equatorial plane. Second time I've said it.
Sorry.
Obviously, given that I'm now repeating it and you're interrupting it, did not know that, did you?
As I was saying, sorry. I didn't explain further how my thought process
you didn't
works.
know that, did you?
What's that?
Stony
Can
silence.
I explain?
No, he didn't. No, he doesn't know how this works. He knows that light comes in parallel, according to his rhetoric. Obviously doesn't know why. Why would you?
I do know. I can explain it.
You
That's
don't
where I
need
was
to
going.
interrupt me, you dumbass. I know more about your stupid globe Earth belief than you do. Now, you might be shocked by that me, the Flat Earther Nathan Oakley, knows more about your stupid religious belief than you do, and I'm prepared to call you out on every crap bit of belief you peddle here, and call you a zealot when you can't concede facts that you use in your claim, like angles off a plane. Yeah, you're a zealot, and I know more about your religion than you do. When I'm pointing out aspects of your religion, like why you would say light comes in parallel, you don't have to interrupt it. It's because you're going to move something that does not give you an angle, that's a light ray meeting a curved surface, to the centre of the globe Earth, effectively making it redundant. because you're then using an angle off a plane. That plane being justified by the parallel light you claimed, you didn't even know why you were claiming it. I'm pointing out why you were claiming it and what it is used for. Move that light ray to the center of hell and use
Am I allowed to
as
speak?
an angle. Shut up. As an angle off the equatorial plane. That is the third time I've said it. I also concluded with, obviously, now really obviously, you did not know that, did you? Closed question, third time's charm.
Anyway, as I was going to say before
Not
you
anyway.
basically interrupted.
You,
Stop interrupting,
zealot,
right? You're so
who has
mad about
no
interrupting.
balls
Anyway.
and isn't a man and cannot concede things. You did not know that, did you?
Oh, so you're just omniscient now? You know exactly what I'm thinking?
know
Because
you
I was
didn't
getting
know
to it
'cause I've
before
had
you
to explain
interrupted
it
me
3
again.
bloody times with you interrupting it. You said parallel light.
Yeah. Because I thought it was
Why is
something
it parallel?
so easy.
Exactly,
Anyway.
pray tell. Why is it parallel?
Let me
Tell
explain. You want to let me explain?
Maybe you could eat your mic, really eat your mic, because then it won't be obvious that you're stupid. And now
You want to let me explain? You want to let me speak?
You did not know this, did you?
I did. I did.
Why is the light parallel?
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through my thought process here. I thought it was too simple to
why it's
understand
parallel.
in order
Get
to
us
have
in
to
one
tell you,
sentence.
but I'll explain.
Why is the light parallel? If you
I
know
understood
why, tell
that
us
as
why.
I understood that as the stick or pole or whatever you're using to measure the light increases in height, the angle of the shadow doesn't change at all. So thus you can infer that all the light rays are coming from the same exact parallel equatorial plane, as you would put it, or whatever.
Get the flat Earth that you'll actually use the angles with. That's a flat Earth.
Sorry, I wasn't familiar with
plane.
your
Yes, you'll need
terminology.
a flat baseline for these angles that don't work on the sphere surface. They work at the equatorial plane. A flat Earth that will work with the angles you measure. So, we'll be using a flat Earth then.
Well, I already ruled out the flat. If you increase the
Stuttering
height,
man, yes, is the answer you're looking for. Yes, we'll use the flat equatorial plane. Yes, is the word you're looking for.
can we not use ad hominems here?
What, when I ask you to say yes?
No, when you're calling me out for my
No,
stutter
it's
instead of
the answer to a
acknowledging the
question that
argument.
only requires one answer given it is conceded. We will be using the equatorial plane. Yes, we will. Won't we?
I would consider it unreasonable to be mad about
Why are we
something
discussing
somebody's
what you
doing.
consider to
You
be
are
reasonable
interrupting
when I'm
me.
seeking an acquisition of an affirmation of the equatorial plane we'll be using. Why would you be discussing anything other than the affirmative confirmation? Yes, we will be using the equatorial plane. The angles these stars give us, won't we?
And Humongous, it's a yes or no answer. And no, Nathan wasn't speaking over you. You were silent for about 5 seconds because you just don't want to speak the truth, yeah? And you're trying to find a way around it. So it's a yes or no answer, or you'll go back on mute.
We're using the equatorial plane.
You will
won't we?
silence me.
We will be using the equatorial
That's zealotry.
plane. Sorry, zealotry is not what I am doing. It is what
Yes,
you
it
are
is.
doing and now projecting.
I'm not
So in
projecting.
the face of his declaration that we will be using the plane, equatorial in nature, by his own words, he cannot simply affirm that which he has already stated overtly. He has stated we're going to be using it with the equatorial plane. Yes, we will, won't we?
I would argue that if you get angry about somebody's doing something,
Zealotry, ladies and gentlemen. 130 people watching your zealotry right now, really amused by it. They are laughing their heads off. What a
He's
zealot
just
you are.
realised he's
Because
just
you
realised he's
mentioned
backed
the
his-
equatorial plane, my friend, and now you're failing to concede that which you mentioned? I wonder why. Maybe I'm a zealot.
He just backed himself into the corner and realised what he did.
He didn't back himself anywhere. I pushed him there.
Hey, by the
We
way,
will be
is that-
using...
Yeah, we ain't asking questions. We ain't asking questions no more. We're telling you guys it's flat.
Yeah, he
Earth is
backed
flat.
himself into a corner because he can't get anything off a curve. He's got to take it to the center of the Earth.
Yeah, for the angles to work, the ones we measure on the surface, they work on the equatorial plane in hell. On a plane, a flat Earth that matches with the angles measured on the surface, a flat Earth. That's what angles are. We covered this in the last discussion with him.
He finally left.
Well, they should probably do what their authorities are doing right now is steering away from measurement. So, yeah, if you want to continue to argue this subject, you should probably take Danny Faulkner, PhD's, take his tact and try to stay as far away from measurement as you can, bud.
Why do they do that, John? They're steering away from the measurement because they cannot get any measurement off of a curve. So they're steering it away from the ground.
Hey, just real quick, guys. Earlier in a discussion in the Discord, somebody brought up a really, really good point, okay? For people that are dealing with space, okay, in their paradigm. Why is everything we deal with in reality X, Y, Z? But what is that fourth component?
Hold on 1 second. Root FE. Please, can you put yourself on mute so you don't destroy my live show? Root FE. If you don't mute in the next 5 seconds, I'll ask somebody to remove you so you don't destroy my show like the last guy did when I listened back.
He's muted.
Right, do you want to continue that, hopefully, without some guy eating crisps in a voice chat? Like an idiot, not an ad hom, an idiot. Thank you for doing that. Do you want to start again?
Hey, I'll start again. So earlier, somebody brought up, I forgot his name. I wish I remembered it to give him kudos, but he brought up a really good point. He said, like, everything we deal with, right, in reality is XYZ coordinates, okay? But what is space's fourth measurement? And I don't think that exists. But I want to bring it up to you, Nathan. Like, what do you think about that? I don't think there is, right?
I'll actually pass it over to John to describe the asymptotically flat plane that is space. There is no fourth dimension, you're correct, but I'll...
Right.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, John.
If it's around, he might have vanished temporarily.
He might have, yeah.
You never know.
Yeah, you're right.
Can you hold it? Because I do actually want him to address it. It's his last day here, so if he has vanished from the mic, he'll be kicking himself.
Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool if he explains it. Yeah, for sure. But how awesome of that question is, right? Like, that's a really good question. At least for people that are like searching for the truth.
They turn the time axis into one of the already existing 3 dimensions. So Brian's really good at describing it. They describe the y-axis as the time dimension. You can only ever describe it pictorially as a 3-dimensional box, often on a 2-dimensional screen to begin with. So when they show the bending of a lattice work with a planet sat in the middle of a gravity well, like, that's a 3-dimensional drawing. It isn't 2D, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's like, where's the fourth dimension? There isn't one. That's the reality of it.
It's still an XY.
Yeah, the reality is it's not reality.
Right. but so this cat brought it up earlier. I was like, dude, that's a great point, because everything we deal with is always, no matter how you point that out, bro, it's XYZ, and that's planar, that's elevation. That's all you need. In all directions, that's all we're dealing with, and there's nothing else besides that.
Yes, and that's the derivative of the celestial.
He's back.
Did you want me to explain how space requires a flat plane?
Yes, maybe if you can repeat the question. Then
yeah. So John, so John, we were waiting for you to come back so you could answer this. So I will say it again. Earlier, in a Discord server, another gentleman, as I said, I wish I remember his name, so I can give him kudos to such a great question for those that are listening to think about this, right? There is only, everything we do is always X, Y, Z, but where does space come into that? What's the fourth measurement for space? Being that there isn't, but go ahead, explain.
Well, the celestial sphere, is where everything begins and ends. It's the Genesis and the Revelation. It's Alpha and Omega. Everything that they understand about reality requires that plane of reference, right? So they see the plane, we've measured it, we built the celestial sphere utilizing the flat plane. Then they're trying to account for this celestial sphere they built using measurements. And they're like, well, how does the stars get underneath us? Because they're not interpreting the data correctly. There's no stars underneath us. You're interpreting the data wrong. But that's irrelevant. What they do then is they say, well, it can't be a flat plane. It has to be a sphere. And there has to be, the stars have to be an infinite distance away or near infinite to strike the equatorial plane that, for us to get these angles to apply them. Sounds so dumb saying it out loud. But the space, the very idea of it, comes from the celestial sphere model, which is based on a flat plane. And that's why XYZ coordinates will always be used, because that's what the celestial sphere model utilizes.
Perfect.
Right.
That I'm going to say with a slight lump in my throat, because it's refracted curvature, aka John's last appearance on a flat Earth debate live stream for potentially quite some long time to come. So obviously share some love with him in the comment section after the fact. But with that, I'm going to say, if you're watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. But if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a member, and all that good stuff. Obviously, massive thanks to Jardo for gifting all those memberships. And I'll see that I can send John a PayPal for $100 so you can share the love of the massive super chat that I got earlier as well. Once again, stay tuned if you're watching on either Premiering Stream. Another massive thank you to today's Politics Discord server for making the live show possible. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
I think it is an interesting trick that could be pulled that you pointed out, Apocryphon, that they show you, somebody would show you a 2D, right, representation of 2 dimensions on a piece of paper, a computer screen, and then tell you that, well, obviously we need another dimension, so there must be a 4th dimension because we're looking at a 2-dimensional computer screen, but we know that reality is 3 dimensions. So,
right.
Yep. They're saying, well, look, 2 dimensions on the screen, but we know that we're missing one, so there must be a 4th dimension. It's like they skipped number 3 and go right to 4.
Right. Yeah, and it's weird because like everything about it, bro, like every aspect of reality is only creating the XYZ, and in every position, like imagine like infinite amount of like dots in your peripheral in a 360 degree, right? With 180 degrees looking one way to the back. Like every way you look at it, you can plot those positions in your personal perspective of where you stand. And all that's reality. That is literally reality for everybody.
Yeah, in a moment, yeah. I mean, in a moment
Right.
it is, right? So like you got 2 points. Like what time? I think we went over this yesterday. What time is it, right? You have an elevation angle utilizing a flat Earth to the position, relative to your latitude of the sun, right? So that's the position of the sun. 2 points, you and then the sun, and that's time.
Right. It's just weird that it's weird how Globers try to defend a position to where space exists without its actual position. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do
While
they?
you're on the mic, Apocryphon, thank you so much. So I don't know if John realised what you did in the chat. He gave us a couple of $100 to share between us, specifically you and I, John, which is really sweet. Thank you so much for doing that.
No, for sure. Thank you for letting me do that. It's been long awaiting, Nathan. I've been listening to you. Matter of fact, I'll say it again. You are the reason why I even joined Discord to begin with back in 2018, because your show directed me to Discord. And I was directed to you through the YouTube algorithm because I watched a Eric Dubay video.
But the way
been a
you
long
did it, it's
time,
John's
Nathan.
last day, and you've done it in a way that I'm sharing the love of YouTube with him, if that makes sense. So I don't know if Refracted Curvature realised that you'd done that. So I'm saying this so you can say a thank you to him, because I'm going to be sending you $100, John. So obviously it's not coming from me directly, but Apocryphon's on the mic now if you just want to say him a quick thank you, because I'll sort that out afterwards.
Thank you. I feel. Thank you.
No doubt. Hey, John, listen. I've been listening to this show for a long time, and I will say this, man. Like, you got some gems. Like, you drop knowledge. You got some wisdom, and I appreciate you. That's why I did that, by the way. Because not only is it because I felt motivated because it's your last day for now, for the meantime, right? We're gonna see you again eventually, but also
Change is hard, man.
donating to Nathan Oakley in general. Like, it's been a long time coming. I'm just saying.
I think I'm gonna make today my last day too. Today is my last day.
You're funny, man. You're funny.
Love you, Neil.
Great. Bearing in mind we are still in politics Discord, so thank you for indulging us in that, guys. Obviously, you are perhaps completely unfamiliar with the fact that a long-standing panel member is about to depart onto greener pastures. So thank you for indulging us in that.
Yeah, that's what it's about.
I don't know. Thank you. I don't know what to say. Thank you.
No, don't worry about it. Hey, man, look, we're
Wait, you just hold on. They just figured that out. I heard it when you first said it. That he gave you a hundy and he gave John a hundy.
Yeah, I did. Because he's leaving, you know, and I felt like you know, hey, it's been a long time coming for me to donate to Nathan. Because guess what? I've anonymously, is that the word? Anonymously, I've donated to a lot of platforms anonymously. And I've given money because I do support the quest, if you will, of truth, and trying to just keep people going. And they don't even know I'm donating, by the way. They don't even know I'm giving them money. But I feel like, at this point though, like, because I don't know, maybe it's just sentimental, because John, you said like it's your last day for now because you got some other things going on. Like I just felt like, hey, well, guess what? I'm donating to Nathan. I just wanted to hit both of y'all at the same time. Does that make sense? I don't know.
Yeah, I thought it was really sweet because it means that I can then pass the money on to John. It means that there's something sweet that's happened that keeps me in communication with John, and me leaving him. It's kind of like a tip. It just that cheapens it a little bit by calling it a tip. It's like it's $100. So it's like your last day, and like you walk away going, "It's just handed me $100. I can't quite believe that's happened." And I'm sure that's how John's feeling right now, and I know that. So I've had it happen to me a couple of times where you're not expecting anybody to give you anything, and suddenly you've got some cash in your hand that you weren't expecting. You're like, "What? Why am I deserving of being
John
given?"
all choked up. Can't you notice? He's not speaking.
I love it. That's what I said. It was really sweet of him. Pokrathon, thank you so much.
I appreciate it, brother.
That's the way to get him to shut up. Give him money.
It's sad, man.
It's not the
yeah,
money.
like the,
It's,
you
it's,
know,
it's,
new
a, sig-
sagas are gonna.
it's not going to make him a millionaire, and it's not that. It's the sentiment of the fact. $100 is enough to make it a token that has a note. It has a noteworthy amount. It's not going to change anybody's political life, is it? It's $100, but it's still a significant amount of money that makes the gesture have a lot of meaning. Like someone's just put a fistful of dollars in your hand. You're like, wow, thank you so much. I'm really loved. It's like when you get given the flowers at the end of the performance for an actor.
Right.
Oh wow, you really do love me.
Exactly.
You don't even know how much it means to me because I was getting ready to go live in my car for 2 weeks. And
oh wow,
man.
Yeah, you're going a long way, aren't you? You're going to live somewhere else away from the family as well. It's going to be crappy.
What the fuck, man?
Wow. Well, thank you.
I don't even. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Anyway, like I say, thank you to the politics server for letting us indulge in this sweet moment. Brian's here now, so he'll probably ruin that completely.
Here we go.
We're just saying a few farewells to John as it's his last day on a stream, Brian. So I was saying, Brian's here now, he'll ruin that moment, won't he?
Here's my favorite, Brian. Hi, Brian.
Hey, everyone, I'm far from your favorite, Neil.
Everyone here is my favorite.
What did
all
I
you
say?
guys.
Hold on. Brian's saying that means he has heard something.
I'm your favorite when I'm around. When I'm not around, I'm not your favorite.
You backstabbing bitch.
What did I say? Hold on. I must have said something on one of the shows that Brian heard it.
You have a tendency to agree with everyone.
Come clean. What did I say?
You agree with everybody.
It's calling you a
If I
sycophant.
disagree with something, I disagreed with you there too. I've done it a few times. Until you further explain, then I usually agree with you.
Don't worry about it. Forget about it.
From my perspective, Neil has been annoyingly defending Brian at times that I thought he was wrong. So you got to watch your perspective because it's not absolute. I know that's not all that's happened. I'm just telling you that's my.
Yeah, Neil, get your tongue out of Brian's ice cream.
Obviously, I'm not in there no more. I got to go listen to shows. He won't just tell me, I heard you say this here, which I would if I heard it. But, yeah, now you're not my favorite. Take a walk, Irishman.
Brian's got a lot on his plate. He's released several videos, so he's got obviously 3 squillion thousand video comments to deal with, right, Brian?
Yeah, I had probably about 1,000 comments in the past week that I haven't responded to, and that's not including the ones I did respond to.
Is that
So
the
I
actual
don't know how
number?
many there is.
Is that about the actual number?
That I haven't responded to. Yeah, there's a lot more than 1,000, though, I'd say.
So you've actually got more comments than that's about the number I get. So you've actually got more comments than me. Obviously, I'm not bragging, but I'm saying I've got a bigger channel. You'd expect me to have more comments. You're inciting more comments than I am currently. That's nuts.
Yeah, if you look at the videos, like my comments, like
I have
the comments match the views, if you know what I mean. So if I got 500 views, I normally get about. I can often get maybe not every time, but I can often get 400 or 500 comments. So that kind of way.
It's nuts. I look through. I don't know. It's a bit overwhelming because you get in there. You've seen me get stuck into some of your comments, right? After a while, it's not only because I've got my own comments, but it is just overwhelming because you scroll through and you're like, where'd you begin? And you're laughing at all of it, going, man, I could literally lose an entire day in your comment section if I chose to, easily.
Because Brian gets under their skin.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Well, what happens is they want to do is flood my comments section with a heap of negative comments to stop flat earthers being in there and to stop then ordinary people coming along who might only see a few replies from me and hardly any flat earther comments. But the flat earthers still go in there. There's a load of people that always on every video comment, make a point of commenting on every video, and they'll argue with the borders. And they have it hard because they're in there with God knows how many borders and how many comments. So the whole point of it is to push people away from anything my video was saying.
The only time
If you
I've seen
understand.
that previously.
Also, it's a tactic.
It is a tactic. I've seen it previously though, in a specific scenario, and it's the Black Swan pre-Black Swan. What I mean by that is, before the Black Swan turned into a Modus Tollens argument, there were certain videos that people had released with what we now call a Black Swan, and you'd look at the comments and it would be absolutely infested, and the comment to view ratio was really off, and there's an exorbitant amount of comments. You're like, it's almost telling when you see that happen. Why is the reaction so overwhelming? This particular point. You do that all the time. I mean, for that particular videographer, I could pick several examples with black swans in them. And I only know this because I went back after the fact and looked. And every time you're like, wow, look how many comments there are calling the guy a retard. But for you, it's every other video rather than just like one black swan that videographer's presented, and then the next video gets 12 views, right? For you, it's like every video you produce, you've got 500 comments on it.
Yeah, I have the same commenters, and obviously there's a lot of commenters who come and go, and new commenters and that, but there's a lot of people who are the same, and they're just saying the same thing on every video. You're wrong. That's all I get. You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. And no real rebuttal to anything. If you know what I mean. The only rebuttals you might get is a straw man, at best. But they don't really rebut it, because I'm pointing out stuff that can't really be argued with. So all they can do is, just say you're wrong about everything, or a straw man argument, or both at the same time.
Well, I did say it's not wrong. I got called a liar. Someone came along and was pointing out angles off a curve versus angles off a flat baseline and saying that they both work the same. And both John and I piped up and were like, I get angles off a curve. Obviously, 10 repetitions later, the guy's still not conceding it. But in the process, he's like, you're a liar, saying that you need a flat earth for this to be an angle. That makes me a liar to say an angle isn't an angle unless it's got a straight line attached to it.
It's easy to get angles off a curve.
I heard him, I was listening.
It's trivial to get angles off of a curve. Trivial.
Why would you want to?
Like I said, it's trivial. It's 8th grade geometry.
You heard the first time, and then you got a response, and now it's in exactly the same style you did last time.
Are you conceding?
Why would you want to get angles from curves?
Are you
Why
conceding?
angles needed?
Are you conceding? Are you conceding? Is that a concession?
I'm asking what is conceding. Me asking you why you'd want to do that. That's not me conceding. Jack.
Yeah, that's you changing. That's you changing the topic, which is a concession.
Sorry, you want to take some perceived crap victory from that, do you? Yeah, you definitely won that, Brenda. Go and tell everyone. Trim it out as a victory for the Globe.
Therefore,
no love.
Therefore,
no, what I did was ask you a question. I'll repeat it for a third time with you chanting through me, Zealot. Why would you want to get angles at all? Why angles? What's the purpose here?
To get an angle of altitude.
Why?
I just told you to get an angle of altitude.
Why?
Right? Do you get altitude and azimuth, right? To locate a star.
These are flat Earth prerequisites. Both.
No, they're not. They're from a curve.
Yeah, they're
You just admitted they're from a curve.
I did not admit that.
Yes, you did.
What a liar. I am done immediately with this conversation. No, those words did not cross my lips. I got quite objectionable when I pointed out that I'd asked you a question in response, and I'm undoubtedly about to get interrupted by a zealot, aren't I, as I point out that I hadn't conceded Jack. I asked her, why would you be using angles? She heard, victory for Brenda! You're an idiot, and delusional, and hearing things. No, I didn't concede that you can get an angle off a bleeding curve. You can't. I asked why you'd be wanting to get angles off curves. Yeah?
And the answer is because you're going to be using it with flat Earth prerequisite. Altitude and azimuth. That's a flat Earth prerequisite right there. That's why you'll be apologizing for getting angles from surfaces that won't give you them. Because you need them. Yeah, like you needed sea level. You'll need to be utilizing angles with straight lines. Apologizing for how you can definitely get those from curves. Yeah, ain't going to work. Why would we be getting angles? Because that's how the prerequisite system of azimuth and altitude work.
Brenda, thank God you're here. I was feeling so uncomfortable, but you have made everything better.
Are you still lying about your credentials, John?
Can we get rid of her? She's literally the very textbook definition of an ad hominem attack. No acknowledgement of what I've just put to her in terms of azimuth and altitude being a flat Earth prerequisite. Now we're on to attacking a panel member's credentials. Literally the definition of an ad hominem attack.
Exactly. Get rid of her. Does it bother her because there's such a love in this community that John was giving money because his last day? It's really bothering them.
No, it's projection. Trying to goad us into triggering the sensors of YouTube by talking about a certain particular lie that she tells herself.
We would never be in. We're now on the front foot, right? We would have never been on the back foot because remember, we kind of began on the front foot. Some of us, or at least got there, and all they did was distract us for 7, 8, 9 years by roping us into conversations that were actually meaningless beyond the second communication. Like this is Brenda's maybe 1,000th communication that has been meaningless since communication 1. That's a problem within us that we need to fix if we want to progress.
What do you mean?
How can I put this? Okay. You walk up to a child and you say, "Oh no, that's what is it? That's a cliff. Stop walking." And then you spend 5 years trying to convince the child that there's a cliff in front of them. At what point are you going to drive off and go, well, it's someone else's son? I'm gonna jump. Or no, there is no ravine. Look, I'm gonna jump. See, never jump, never do anything, but stand there and go, "You're wrong."
White men cannot jump.
Well, just
oh, what can we do by people? They cannot jump. Oh.
What's that, Johnny?
I didn't. I
Yeah.
didn't quite decipher it. Hold on, everyone, shush. One more time, Johnny. I didn't quite make out what you said.
I say white men cannot jump, so we are in problem.
White men can't jump. Is he drunk?
He said white
What are
men
you babbling
cannot
about?
jump. I could jump.
What is he babbling about?
Okay.
Eli, I have no idea what his response meant. I have anything you want to
It's a
run
joke,
out with?
Nathan, based off of the movie years ago.
I know the
With Woody
It's a
Harrelson.
joke.
It had nothing to do with what I was saying. It's just like it's a joke.
Yes.
Now, you said jump off a cliff. So he said white men cannot jump. It was a joke.
Okay, now I see it. You, Johnny.
I was going to say, how does that argument break down with them saying I'm lying about my credentials? Will that get an angle from a curve?
No.
Adjacent?
Negative.
Okay. What the hell does it matter what my credentials are to her?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I think my employer is the only one that matters.
Number one, it's a straight up ad hoc.
That's the point. That's the point I'm making. Like, what point does your credentials matter what point do all the questions that they've asked us all these years about claims that we didn't make have to do with anything? Absolutely nothing.
Right.
But
Well,
here we are.
to put it another way, Eli, what did the last 10 years of debate have to do with measuring Earth flat? Right?
Yes. Absolutely nothing. So
Yeah, but that was our fault, Eli.
That's what I said.
No, it wasn't. We're victims here, Neil. Shush.
No, but Neil, that my point is, not moving forward and having done this with them for X amount of years is more of, a reflection of our failure, in my opinion. We could do better. Clearly we can, because we're on the front foot now. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I agree.
I agree with you because they were telling us for years that Earth is flat. We just weren't hearing it. So you're right.
I would rather Brenda be calling me a liar and everything else that comes with it than do what happened just like 20 minutes ago again, because that was. I deserve that though.
Hold on, you're saying
how I
she
did
struck a nerve.
John.
Hold on. How did that happen? How did she strike a nerve with that?
But, I'm driving down there. I haven't worked steady in like 3.5 years. It's not like I got a lot of money to spend on that. And like, it was something I was worried about, and I wasn't going to ask for anything,
I wish you had said something, man.
No, it ain't like the trouble John's in. John's got some heavy burdens. I'm just, you know what I mean? Like, just funny how stuff works out. I mean, but I give John so much shit the other day about that. I probably deserve to be humbled a bit.
Hey, brother, if you want me to send more,
just
just let me know, bro.
Just as an insider aside, for Neil only. Are you there, Neil? I guess Neil stepped away.
Oh my God.
Oh, okay. He's in the bad zone. He just completely Neo'd out, like when he got unplugged. Yeah, he's probably gonna have to drop and rejoin.
It was a straight up ad hoc.
Yeah, vibration between the panel members, the mentor on the panel. So I hope I will not be taken out to talk about vibration again.
I only got about 10%.
Can't really hear Johnny.
It's a joke.
Can't really hear him, to be honest.
But you have to think about it. Don't be so hesitate to take people away just saying one word, like a vibration. Vibration, you have vibration for everything that's around you. It's kind of a vibration. And your thoughts between you and somebody else, you have some vibration there also. So, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. A slightly different note.
Nathan?
Yes.
I was just going to change the subject. It's okay if you're upset.
No, you feel free. Well, I was too. I was going to talk about Clarkson's farm and the guy on it called Gerald. But you carry on.
All right. Yeah. Did you watch the video I made about the eclipse, solar eclipse?
Yeah, I believe I did.
Is that a yes or a no?
I think I did, yes.
Okay, what was it about?
You're having me on. You've just told me what it's about. About the eclipse.
Yeah, but what points were made in it?
You're asking me to summarise a 35-minute video?
Oh, okay. So you put it on in the background, but you didn't watch it. That's
No, I watch all of your videos. I don't sit... Quite the contrary with your videos, actually, Brian. Yours aren't the kind of videos you stick on in the background and have a shower to. No, I sit and watch your videos. I'll actually dedicate half an hour to them.
Okay.
That's why there's so many comments. Maybe. Okay, there you go. Yeah. I'll give you what you were angling for. Maybe I'm not paying 100% attention when I watch the first 5 minutes and then get stuck into the comments while the video continues playing, which is what you're angling for, isn't it, Brian?
Well, yeah. Well, you weren't able to tell me what was in the video. So that tells me that the video was on, but you weren't paying attention.
I feel like I was paying attention. Anyway, let's just brush past this. You got what you wanted. Go ahead.
Yeah. Point in the video I was making, right? This is just a change of subject. Was that they have to claim, right, mathematically, they have more or less almost exactly parallel light rays from the sun, right? That's what they have to claim for their globe. For all the shadows, they need to claim that light is coming in parallel from their sun. That's how they how they explain the shadows that we see in reality on a globe. But it doesn't work because you know that's only an Eratosthenes claim where to take it away from the elevation angle using the shadow and the horizontal baseline. He had to start talking about a very big and far away sun. Right, that was the whole game. But unfortunately, when it comes to the solar eclipse, causes them problems. Well, major problems, because what happens is that means that the shadow on the surface of their globe can only be exactly the same size as whatever they're claiming the moon is, right? I think it's 1,000 miles in diameter or whatever they claim it to be, right? But the problems they have are that in 2017 it was a 70-mile wide shadow, and in 2024 it was a 115-mile wide shadow. Now, if you have parallel light rays, you can't have, as they need to try and come up with an umbra and penumbra, you can't have those things because they require divergent light for a penumbra. You can't have that. So they can't claim a penumbra for a start. Never mind the umbra to get smaller. They can't claim that. That's another impossibility. But they can't claim a penumbra, which they need to claim along with the umbra, because that requires parallel or divergent light. You can't have a penumbra with parallel light. The other problem they have is you can't have the moon in their paradigm, like shadow, being two different sizes at two different eclipses. The only way that could happen is with divergent light and the moon being at different distances from a flat plane, Earth, and obviously the shadow will be bigger than the object, right? But the shadow size will be determined by how close or far away it is from the surface of Earth. Within what they're claiming, it means that the shadow must be exactly 1,000 miles wide every time. It can't not be, because they're claiming parallel light. You can't claim penumbra because that requires divergent light. They're claiming parallel light, so they can't claim penumbra. It has to be just one size at all times, and it's a different size with each eclipse depending on where the moon is in relation to the surface of Earth at every solar eclipse.
Okay, can you say all that again in Spanish?
Did you take any of that in?
I tried to. I listened to every word of it.
And I try to. Oh, you're testing, Nathan. Never mind.
He's asking if I fully comprehended what he's just gone through. And yes, I did watch the video. And no, I obviously don't fully comprehend it.
It's very simple. If you have parallel light rays, right, coming down onto, let's just say, your table, and you have what would be something, just a circle or something, hitting in the way of those parallel light rays, then the shadow that's created will be exactly the same size as the thing that you're blocking the light rays with. It can't be smaller, it can't be bigger. It must be exactly that size. So they're claiming a moon that's about 1,000 miles in diameter, or 2,000 or whatever it is, in diameter, right? Yet we're seeing shadows in 2017 that are 70 miles wide, and in 2024 there's 115 or 120 miles wide. And they're also claiming a penumbra. But they can't claim a penumbra because you can't have one of those without divergent light, number one. No, they're not claiming that their light is not divergent. They're just saying when it hits their globe, it's still almost exactly parallel within, I think, 0.5 degrees or something like that. But mathematically, it's more or less shown to be parallel. So that means that means that if something is blocking that parallel light, that means the shadow can only be the exact same size as the object. So in 2017, we had a 70-mile wide shadow, and in 2024, we had a 115-mile wide shadow. Now, that can't happen under their circumstances. Not only is the shadow width too small, but it can't be two different sizes. You understand?
Isn't it a description of...
Okay, I understand, Brian. Listen now. Okay, we understand that the shadow cannot be smaller, meeting the surface. But in the same time, you also have to answer the question, does the moon have their own light source?
But no, that's no.
I'm not finished. No. I'm not finished. Please let me. I'm giving out.
You're missing the point.
On the sun and the own light, and therefore we are reflecting from one time to the other. Because sometimes it's.
I'm sorry, Johnny. I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I'm not trying to rumpus you, but literally, we can only really understand about 10% of what you're saying. It literally sounds like gobbledygook. You're on a particularly bad line today, and no offense, you're not the easiest to understand at the best of times. But literally, it's almost indecipherable what you're saying.
Okay, I'm on Bluetooth again. I understand. But if you really can understand, Brian, that I'm talking about the own light source.
That has nothing to do with the point, Johnny.
It can be both. And the shadow through the surface is too small. That's just gibberish. That's nonsense. I understand that. But can you answer this question?
Yeah, but the moon's own light is not. That wasn't in my video. I don't even claim that the moon is getting in the way of the sun. I'm just saying that's the heliocentric claim. The moon's own light is, and how it's being lit, has nothing to do with my video, nothing to do with what I said. You're bringing that in. You're just saying, yeah, the shadow. Anyway, this other thing that I want to talk about. But no one can even understand you, John.
Okay, I have to go down to my computer. It's absolutely nonsense. So I will go on mute now.
Okay. It would help. Thank you.
Brian, I like your videos. They're kind of like in Monty Python's The Meaning of Life, there's like a bit where they're like full course meals with extra, right? Where I almost explode. There's so much information. But is there an example of this? Can we even create a scenario where there's nearly parallel light rays and then having a parallel light, I should say. I hate to use light rays because they're kind of a reification. Can we recreate this?
No, that's another thing, you see. You can't, because all light is divergent. Because even they have to claim the light is divergent. They're just saying that because their sun is so big, by the time the light hits the globe Earth, it's still almost parallel, based off of the size of the globe in comparison to the sun and the distance. This is their nonsense claim. So it can never be even. You can never even test it because light will just diverge immediately.
I'll just cover a couple of things, right? Number one, almost parallel is a stupid term, right? You can't be a little bit pregnant. You can't be a married bachelor. You can't be almost parallel, right? Parallel is an emphatic statement. You either are parallel, that's two lines, or you're not, right? So lines that aren't parallel are not parallel. There's no almost parallel. If it's not parallel, then yeah, that's first thing. Second thing is you've got to separate out two parts of their claim when they're talking about parallel light, because it's an apology moving the light to the equatorial plane so that the angles will work with respect to a plane. So they justify it by saying, well, the light's coming in almost parallel. Well, that isn't actually true, because when they move it to the equatorial plane, it's then under the domain of the celestial sphere model, which has an infinite distance
to the parallel plane of sky and ground when describing it as an equatorial not an equatorial, a celestial hemisphere based on your view of the stars, like a perspective view through a protractor. So there's a convolution when they say almost parallel. It's got two purposes. One, to convolute the idea that you can use the celestial sphere within a heliocentric paradigm with set distances. You can't. They're set as infinite distances. The second is your light can't be almost parallel. It's absurd. And like I say, it's a needs must because they've got two different things going on. Set distances by Copernicus, Kepler and Huygens, and infinite distances because of the actual angle measurements conceptually put into a hemispherical model when you measure a flat sky and a flat ground.
Well, there's something else too. How are you going to determine the positions? Like that, how will you know that the Earth is getting in the way of the sun? You're going to assert it blindly, or do you have some measurement to give you that idea?
Yeah, you'll need angles for that, and azimuth, which will require a flat plane. But the whole point of this is to. I'm sharing my screen now. You should be able to see it, Nathan. I hope.
I can't. Good diagram.
Yeah. The whole point of this is the diameter of this moon. Here we have the amount of the globe Earth it would be blocking underneath, right? Problem is that this means that because of the light being, as they say, almost parallel, but right, for mathematically they have to make it parallel as much as possible, right? Because they need to bring that angle to the center of the globe, right? Now there's other problems with that I won't go into now because I'll convolute this.
Just pause for a second. Just pause for a second. So I'm going to bring up QE's diagram at this point just because it's a good point to interject it with. So this is the total eclipse diagram with the converging light description. I'll put that up to compare and contrast because you're going to go to that in a minute anyway. So that's on screen. I'll just go back to yours now. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, well, the point is that see this point between here. I'm just going to show the label B and label C. So you'll B here and C. I'll just make them. I'll increase them in size. I have a problem. Sorry, 1 second now. Just make this a bit bigger. Right. So I'm going to increase these 2 points in size so everyone can see them. Right. Between B and C here, that is the amount that this moon, it would parallel light, and that's the size, the width of the shadow. That's the diameter of the shadow can be with parallel light rays. Now, if you make this moon, right, you take this full point of this moon, let's just say, and you bring it up tenfold. So it goes 10 times further away from this globe Earth surface than it is, and it still will make that exact, with parallel light rays, it still will make a shadow of that exact size. So you bring it closer or further away from that surface, because you're claiming parallel light rays, right? The shadow has to be exactly the same size.
Okay.
No matter how far away or how close it is.
I just need to ask something. Are you pointing this out because one of the rebuttals you've got is that, oh, well, if it was further away at this particular time of year or something, is that why you're pointing this out?
No, I'm pointing it out because in reality, in 2017, the shadow was 70 miles wide, and in 2024, it was 115 miles wide. Within what they're claiming, that's impossible. If they're claiming their moon has a diameter of, I can't remember if it's 1 or 2, let's say it's 1,000 miles, I don't know, I can't remember. Let's say it's 2,000, right? Let's say
it's 2160.
2160, is it? Thank you.
2160.
Thank you. So let's just say the diameter of the moon then is 2160 wide, right? No matter how far away from the surface of their globe or how close it is to it, that shadow that it's creating, if they're claiming parallel light, must be exactly that width. It can't be more, it can't be less. Whereas we have two examples just in the past 7-8 years of there being two different shadows that were way smaller than what that would be, and they were both different sizes. So that cannot happen within their claim, within the claims of their paradigm. Impossible for it to happen. And they can't even claim, and why I brought up penumbra, is penumbra requires divergent light. You can't have a penumbra without diverging light. Whereas they're claiming parallel light, even though they're not claiming it. The light from their sun is parallel. They're claiming when it hits the globe, it's still almost parallel. But the point is that this is the outcome of what parallel light would be. Understand, Nathan?
Yeah, I think so.
It means that what do they always do? Right? What was one of their besides the sunset with a geometric globe's edge horizon? Right, there's not an horizon. Besides that, what's the other thing they're always bringing up?
Well,
Danny Faulkner. What does he constantly bring up?
Faulkner yesterday.
Eclipse.
Yeah. There's a solar eclipse. That's what would happen. That's what would happen on a globe. That is not what we observe in reality. Within their claims, that's what happens. It would have to be the same size shadow all the time, every time, no matter what position the moon is in relation to the surface of their globe. It would have to be the same exact shadow width at all times.
As a matter of fact, Brian, that's exactly what he did. He went to the eclipse the other day.
Yeah, because they think they have something with an eclipse, but they don't have anything. I mean, I have other rebuttals to it, but this is just a problem. Not only is the shadows we see different sizes, they're also way, way too small for what they're claiming. And for their get around of that, for a start, is ridiculous. But they also require divergent light, and not divergent light from 93 million miles away, from a local source, or their penumbra. It can't, it requires divergent light.
Yeah.
Nice.
Anyway, look, I'll unshare the screen. You don't seem enthused by it, Nathan, but
no, I'm pressing
maybe
buttons. No. After your last statement, I put QE's diagram up to show umbra and penumbra with the converging and diverging result of the shadow, the small-scale sun, moon, and Earth in a heliocentric orbital motion to back your point. So it's not that I'm unenthused. I'm just pressing a few buttons. That's all.
He's pushing buttons because he's unenthused. That just
No. If John brought it, forget it. You got high praise.
It does get high praise. What are you talking about?
Okay. Do you want me to bring it to something else? All right, give me a minute, and I'll change the subject to elevation.
No, Brian, because I was going to ask you a question about it. I'm fighting with kids, and they're winning, and but are you talking like this is strictly within their paradigm of what they're claiming about light rays, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm still trying to take it all in. I don't know if I've fully grasped what you're saying.
Yeah, it's because you've been distracted because I've had to bite my tongue. You know, I'm sure I dropped it in at one point with azimuth and altitude. But yeah, it's flat. No, you did, Brian. Well done. You stopped me from having to annoy you by interjection by dropping it in yourself, did you not?
John brought it up, and John edged, let's say, edged towards it, and I just added in what I knew he was looking to say.
Yeah,
or what he was looking
I
for.
thought that was the case. I thought it was me that interjected with it, but yeah, you dropped in the flat Earth prerequisites. You kept us at bay. You know, you're I don't want to say pandering, but you know, you're keeping us happy, aren't you? John and I in this example. It's not because it's my favourite. It's just because every opportunity when you are working within their paradigm to answer the question John just put to you, yeah, you've got to kind of keep us from saying you need a flat Earth from that, you need a flat Earth for that, you need a, you know, but you're dropping it in periodically.
Yeah. I'm dropping it in because John was edging towards it, so I dropped it in for that reason or whatever. But John was.
I did not say anything about a flat Earth, Brian. I just said, how are you going to get the positional data to assert that one's obstructing the other?
Why are so?
You need a flat Earth for that.
See how he perked up for that, Brian.
Oh, shut
up,
well,
now I'm going to show something else.
Neil takes a nice moment like that and turns it into something dirty, doesn't he?
I told you, I'm going to give him a hard time all day today. Sorry, Brian, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, Nathan, you said you watched my videos recently, yeah? You watched my the last video I did, huh? Did you watch that? The one was it the last one where I went through the right angle triangle thing with the borders?
Yeah, I think so. I'm just looking at my history because you're going to grill me if I haven't. So I better be absolutely certain I have, rather than just vaguely saying, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure."
Well, you did because I was trying to. Would you believe I can't actually remember what was in my video now? That's what happens.
That's not good, Brian.
I'm about to go through so many things today. Sorry.
No, he said that's not good, Brian. I'm like, no, I get like that. I'll forget tomorrow what happened today, Neil. So he's done a lot of videos recently, Brian. That is.
Well, I've been going through other stuff this morning. I spent hours going through other stuff, different topics this morning. And because of that, that's what's in my head. And I'm trying to remember. What was the point of me showing this triangle here? But one thing I do remember from the video, I can't remember what the video is exactly about. But one thing I do remember from the video is the point I made, and this is all the ballers keep, like, I heard you the other day talking to this guy, Steve, and I swear to God, I nearly pulled my hair out. Now, I won't go into the dip correction, right, which would have ended them immediately. But there's something I need to point out to you, right?
Yes, Brian, I'm happy to talk with you about it. Now I am on the computer and everything is fine.
Just give me a minute.
Hold on 1 second, Johnny.
Different subject.
I really want to talk
An elevation angle, Nathan, is an elevation angle a vertical angular measurement?
It's an elevation angle. I'd be to say you're measuring something that is in the vertical angle measurement. Yeah, I'm going to go with yeah.
Angular measurement, right?
Yeah, it's an angular measurement.
So, yeah, and that's a vertical. So a vertical then will meet a horizontal line, yes?
Yeah, the 90.
Right. And the line connecting those two will be a hypotenuse.
Yeah.
Right. So for every baller who wants to talk about how it's not a right angle triangle, then they must deny that you're making a vertical angular measurement with an elevation angle.
Yeah, I'm totally down with this. It's like, it's so absurd. Question A, whether or not it's a triangle, or B, whether or not it's got something to do with the ground. When it's elevation, you elongated the word for the same reasons I'm now stressing it. It's like, what elevation? What is elevation? Your height above the ground? That's what you're talking about. It's like, how can you detach this from being A, a triangle, or B, on the ground? It just seems so stupid. They do.
Well, he denied a right angle triangle was he denied that a right angle was a triangle. You're talking about Steve Bauman the other day, right?
No, all of them.
I call Steve.
All of them. The baseline's curving for them, Neil.
No, he did not. Remember, Eratosthenes, he said it was.
Yeah, he was caught between a rock and a hard place at the end. But yeah, Brian, you're right. Initially, what he wants to do is curve the baseline. Because the baseline can't be the ground, I should say, rather.
But that's why the question is so specific. Right? When you ask somebody, right, is an elevation angle a vertical angular measurement? Right? When you say that to someone, ask them that. It's very specific. And they can't say it's not, because if they're saying it's not, then it's not an elevation angle. Because the whole point of an elevation angle is you're measuring a straight vertical. Length of an angular measurement of a straight vertical. Now, a vertical will always create horizontal at every at 90. It's all like when you have a vertical, you have a horizontal. You can't have one without the other, right? So that's two lines. That's two lines. That's enough. A 90 degrees. That's a horizontal and a vertical. That's an adjacent and an opposite. And the line between them is a hypotenuse. That's a right angle triangle.
Well, you know, the funny thing about this right angle triangle that they deny when they talk to us, that angle at the top there, that's the one that they use for their celestial claims. How are they getting it without that right angle triangle, Brian?
You see, this is the problem, John. They want there to be a 90 degrees underneath the celestial body, and a 90 degrees at the observer at two tangents. Between those two tangents are like tangents. That straight like that means that this blue line here is two separate tangents at two different points on the surface, touching the surface of a sphere or a circle.
Or to put it another way, it's not the ground.
Not the ground.
Yeah, it is the ground. It's one line. It's straight, it's flat, it's the ground. You just don't like it. You want it to be something else that it isn't.
Steve didn't like it because it wasn't the globe ground, and he even admitted it later.
Yeah, it's nonsense. But it's very simple. If they deny that it's a vertical angular measurement, then there's nowhere to go after that for them. They can't deny it. That's the whole point of it. Elevation angle.
Gotcha.
That's what you're measuring. Yeah,
gotcha.
So as soon as they accept that it's a vertical angular measurement, because that's what it is, instantly it becomes a right angle triangle. Instantly.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very good.
The reason that was in my video that you watched, that I can't remember. You used something against that guy, Steve, that was from my video. I can't remember what it is.
Well, before we get into that, can I just have refracted curvature reiterate what you've said so I can have it in words that I really appreciate?
Go on.
Just joking.
Hey, look at that, man. I've been lost. I've been chasing kids and stuff. I'm still
If you're asking a baller if they're acquiring a vertical angle measurement to tie them into the necessity for a right angle triangle.
Vertical angular measurement.
Vertical angular measurement.
Angular. It's a specific, very specific.
Indeedy.
Because I had that in my video. I emphasized it. Vertical. I even said, "Listen, ballers, vertical angular measurement." There's nowhere to go after that. You can't deny it that that's what an elevation angle is, and that means that the vertical part is the opposite. That's the zenith from the GP of the celestial body to the celestial body. That's the vertical. It's not just at the horizon, because then you're not measuring from the surface of Earth to the
that goes without saying.
celestial.
That goes without saying because nothing you've described thus far, or even in this diagram, has a horizon referenced. There isn't one. It's just the GP. There is no horizon. In other words, you're not describing anything about the process. You're not describing leveling the tool. You're not describing dip. You're just describing what the triangle is. Vertical angular measurement.
Yeah, and after that, I can take them out with dip. Easy. But the point is that once they do that, once they accept the word vertical angular and the word angular and the word measurement, that's it. That's a right angle triangle immediately, because they've just accepted this yellow line here, this or gold, whatever it is. They just accepted that exists. Yet they're trying to deny that part of an elevation angle. That's what you're measuring.
Has anyone ever measured a non-horizontal sphere of reference?
No.
As it deals with Earth?
No.
Oh, that's weird, isn't it?
We measure Earth flat. We're still in the politics server and we've been chatting amongst ourselves in the G Plus panel for about the last half an hour. We're going to have to bid the farewell eventually.
Try to law somebody out. How come nobody's doing their job?
Doing what job? We're a guest in someone else's server and we're chatting amongst ourselves in a little corner of the party, excluding ourselves from everybody else, because we're only going to be here for maybe another half an hour at the most.
Come on, law somebody in.
People...
Well, there's Johnny for a start.
Hopefully, people got something out of that. That was the whole point of doing it, because we didn't really have a good topic to talk about.
Oh, I appreciated it. John appreciated it. Neil definitely appreciated it.
Yeah, so should we bring up Johnny or what?
Maybe. Unless you had something to add. Johnny's been put on server mute, so I don't know why that's happened. AI. Don't run the server, so it's not my bag.
No, I mean, do you want to talk to Johnny?
We're waiting for you.
Oh, I'm just going to say, when it comes to parallel light, when it comes to parallel light, right? The concept of the sun being far away, etc. But there is claims like the sun doesn't change anything. The sun. Are you guys even connected to us?
Just
You're
a bit
breaking up
choppy.
really bad. You're dropping. Come back
We
in.
can hear you though. We're getting 90% of what you're saying, believe it or not.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, you're still breaking up. You're roboting AI. Not
bit.
very clear.
Hello.
We hear you now. He's dropping and rejoining. Right, we'll have to.
Wow, this is painful.
All right, we'll have to talk amongst ourselves. He's dropped. He'll rejoin shortly, and then the conversation that starts will hopefully kick off again. Let's just check. Can you hear us, AI? Maybe not. Hey ho. Well, we'll have to continue chatting without AI. Hopefully, he'll figure it out.
So after your statement,
So maybe-
Nathan, does that mean you need to change your intro now and your questions in the beginning? Seeing as if we were going to ask for any measured curvature, well, we're not defending that anymore. We're just making the statement. It's measured flat.
Was that question that came up when we started this process in January? Will the housekeeping questions become redundant? The answer is no, but they will have less focus put upon them. If we don't ask all of them, we'll only ever ask one or two.
Fair enough.
There is a reminder of what the process is. That's much better, AI.
Yes.
Sort of
That's what I was mentioning. Is it, like Brian was talking about parallel light rays, right? And I was thinking to myself,
yes, he was.
what we say, the sun doesn't change angular size throughout the day, right?
No, it doesn't.
Right. So if all the light rays from the sun
Yes, it does.
parallel,
Sorry for
Yeah, it does actually.
Hey, AI.
then how
AI. You need to get a new
can it
mic. Right?
have an
Mic.
angular size?
And the sun does change angular size through the day. He just. Can you relay my message to him, Nathan? Tell him he needs to get a new mic before he comes back on. It's a train wreck. All right. Number two, yes, the sun does change angular size throughout the day. Chris Van Maitre showed it in 2016.
I think BLMSB 69 also showed that as well.
I showed it too, and my wife did.
I've seen it.
My son actually changed his angular size between 1 and 2.
Yeah. What's the cause of the change?
He's not taking my advice.
Yeah, it might have been a train wreck AI, sorry.
I think he asked what the car was.
And yours isn't much better, Elijah.
About now?
Now that's the old QE I know. Get him, QE. My mic is working beautiful, so I'm not going to get reprimanded.
Right, okay. Because we are guests in someone else's server, and we've been here for almost 3 hours, I'm going to say a farewell to the guys in politics, and we'll move this into our own server. Unless somebody wants to make a last... if there's an man because you wanted to make a desperate last-bit attempt to ask a question, this is your opportunity.
Yeah, what's the cause of a change in angular size?
What's a cause of a change in angular size of an object? Distance.
More specific.
Distance between the objects.
Change.
If distance is a valid independent variable, is it?
Well, yeah, but how do you ascertain angular size? Do you ascertain angular size by distance or by angle?
That's not what I mean. I just mean this sounds like it's a category error. Sounds like you're trying to cause and affect an angular acquisition.
So the cause is that the different arrival angle of the light, right, at the optic, right? Because the way optics form images, right? They got the focal plane, and then you've got the arrival angle, and then it inverts and creates a flipped image, right, on the sensor. And as you increase the distance, then those angles change, right? So it requires a constant change of angle, right? Of the arrival light.
Yes.
Right. So if you have parallel light coming in, there would be no perspective and there would be no angular size change.
Interesting point.
So if there was parallel light, an object would look the exact size it is. So if it took up your entire field of view, it would never get smaller. It would always take up your entire field of view.
It's a good point.
What?
So, Brian, are you there? Can you put your diagram back up with the moon, with the parallel light running alongside it? Because your argument is to say that the amount of shadow that it produces would stay the same size regardless of how it interacts with those parallel light rays. What AI is saying is that would mean that in the most literal terms, what you would have presented to you would always be the same size.
Essentially, the sky would be filled up with the sun, right?
Yeah, so for example, if the shadow from something casting parallel light is 70 miles wide, right, and you look up and your eyes are not 70 miles wide, then that thing should be taking up your entire field of view.
Right, or to put it another way, thank you, Brian, to have this, I know you can't see it out, but just for my audience's benefit, have this diagram that Brian's got on screen. You cannot describe it from a first-person perspective. This is an orthographic view for obvious reasons, with the parallel light starting at the top and making its way down. But this representation, this excludes perspective, doesn't it, Brian?
Yeah, they actually have to claim perspective for this. They claim that it only looks divergent. That's what they have to actually claim perspective. That's
Sorry, the almost parallel light rays. Say that again. Looked like they're divergent. Did you say?
Yeah, that's what their actual rebuttal is to what we actually observed with the sun.
Well, to be fair, yes, but to be fair, this case that I'm explaining would only like if you're looking at it something from an oblique angle or from a side view, like if you're sufficient distance away from it, then the parallel light traveling transverse to your your angle could have an effective perspective. But if it's coming at you, so if you're looking directly at the thing, there would be no perspective at all.
What in the world are you saying?
Saying that the only point that it becomes parallel is the point of optical dissolution, right? What you're getting
Doesn't it depend on the sensor that takes in the photon? Like your eyes have rod and cone cells. You're saying what happens to a photon that's parallel?
Try to pay attention.
And it doesn't make any sense. That's why I asked you a clarifying question.
It makes perfect sense. So,
Clarifying question. Can you answer that about the photon hitting your eye?
do it.
Cheers,
It's
man.
probably pretty interesting. Even though it's probably
Didn't
pretty
relate it to what you've been saying.
about all this stuff, the bottom line, because maybe you relate to the party, because I hate people who have arguments within arguments.
I asked him a clarifying question. I didn't ask you to speak or try to belittle what I asked him.
I don't care. So the premise being negated is that, or evaded, is the fact that the sun's angular size changes. Why the F are you guys running around saying that that's not the case? Why is anybody running around? Why do you go on Google and Google will tell you that? Obviously wrong. A cat knows it's wrong.
Anyway,
if I had a better mic, you might have heard him meow.
Okay, thanks. We do live in a world with perspective, so these orthographic descriptions with parallel light rays is bunk in terms of a first-person view of the world that we actually have. A very interesting discussion. Thank you, AI, and Brian more specifically, as it was his, original. He's about this conversation.
So basically, basically the Globers have been telling us the Earth is flat from the beginning, and also they've been using perspective from the beginning.
Yes, that's one way of putting it. Yes.
Sweet.
Just to give a little bit of.
It's much like an atheist trying to debunk Christianity about morality, where they have to borrow their views about morality from the Christianity matrix.
Right, exactly.
They literally borrow from the other worldview to try to defend their own.
Yes, they're presuppositional kleptomaniacs.
Are you talking about how he denied, like when he said that it was a photon hitting rods and cones, and that rays therefore are conceptual only and do not exist in reality?
Wait, I didn't say reality or any of that. Why are you inserting words in? All I said was, how do you imagine your example works with a camera sensor or a human eyeball? Because photons hit those things. So when you talk of shadows, what about refractive scattering? Where the photons aren't going in a straight parallel line? That's not how anything works. So
I'll give you. Can I answer him just quickly?
Yeah, but
it doesn't, because it's exactly, yes, it won't work in a first-person representation of the world, because that isn't how it's being described with parallel light, and you can't have parallel light in terms of what you actually experience.
What does parallel light mean?
Light will hit a sensor on a camera, for example. No, you can't describe that within these parallel light rays descriptions.
What's a parallel?
He's saying there ain't no. Like,
no,
if he's saying it's lots of photon, and therefore
I can speak for myself.
A point.
So light bounces off of things. It scatters. So there is no parallel. What is this parallel angle? When does this occur? What are you talking about?
That's the claim. That's the heliocentric claim. See, they have to claim.
Numbers claim light is parallel to your eyeball.
One second. They have to claim. Listen to me just a second. They have to claim almost exactly parallel light rays. Light rays do not exist.
Nobody has to claim that. What do you
exist? Their claim exists within something that doesn't exist, if you understand what I mean.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you speaking about the claim that light follows a geodesic path here on Earth? Are you referring to that?
No. I'm not speaking about any of that. I'm speaking about what light is and what light isn't. There's no such thing as light rays. They have to claim parallel, almost exactly parallel light rays. Light rays do not exist.
Nobody claims that.
It's only mathematical.
Yeah, but nobody claims that in science. I would love for you to post the academic claiming the thing you're claiming they claim.
Listen, for the sun to be 3 million miles away,
Hello?
to be parallel.
Hello? That means stop. No, we're just going to have Face and whoever from the panel. Just Face from Discord, if you don't mind, so it's not audio chaos.
Okay.
It doesn't matter what's been said in science. The heliocentric paradigm is claiming almost exactly parallel light rays. That's
No,
what their claim is.
no. So it's far more complex than that. So with gravity, what they claim is
Brian, stop. Brian.
yeah,
I don't think
gravity
we shouted at me,
causes.
you understand?
Brian, you're
Jesus
creating.
Christ.
I'm having to control you.
shout
You've
at
got
me,
to
like,
yield.
lad.
Brian, you must yield.
I will yield without being shouted at.
Okay, so the most damning claim is that light follows a geodesic, which is that you get down to the surface of Earth, and what a straight path of light is actually not straight. It contours to the Earth's surface. That's the damning thing that globers do if you're targeting something. What is that based on, though, is the idea that when mass bodies start to form and they get massive and you have a gravity, you have a dip, like a theoretical, you have a how can you say, a model-like dip with how everything occurs. Then it's like that mass exists, this Earth, right? Wherever that is on a graph, you draw like a dip right there, and then light contours to the curved space-time. That is where that object has impressed.
We're talking about general relativity.
But you see, I said it's way more complicated than you just saying this parallel line. There's no such thing as this parallel thing that you were saying. It's what I just said. It just follows the gravity contours.
That is the heliocentric claim.
Yes, it is. That light follows gravity contours. Yes.
Let me explain it to you. Let me explain why it is.
I know it. I obviously know it.
Claim. Right?
Sure.
Yeah. The reason that they must claim almost exactly parallel light rays is to explain the shadows we see in reality on a globe of radius 3,959 statute miles. That's where the claim came from. It comes from the claim of a guy called Eratosthenes, who measured an elevation angle at 500-mile horizontal using a shadow, and he had to then say that if the claim concerning him is that if the sun is local and the light hitting the surface of the Earth is divergent, and the Earth is flat. But if the sun is very big and far away, and the light is hitting the surface of a globe Earth of radius 3959 miles, almost exactly parallel, then that explains the shadows we see in reality on a globe of radius 3959 miles. That's where it comes from. They have to claim that. They also need it for celestial navigation. They have to claim almost exactly parallel light rays. Even though you're talking about general relativity, it doesn't matter. They have to claim the starting and ending of the globe is what I just laid out.
Okay, so it gets even further complicated because in classical physics, light was never properly described. So then you get down into quantum electrodynamics, which with Feynman diagrams, he's specifically focused on the property of light, and it has quantum electrodynamic properties. So the idea is as to why something is quote unquote parallel. In net effect, hold on. Yeah, and yeah, quantum. I have the book next to me, Feynman QED.
What's electrodynamic?
It's the property of how can you say? I don't want to use the textbook definition. The idea is that all things have a dynamic that exists in this universe. It's a focus on electrical properties, electromagnetism, right? EM, right? Because there's a
light is not electric or magnetic.
It's both. It's a wave.
What part of that is the cause of perspective? Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So then in Feynman diagrams, he describes how light takes certain paths, right? It takes the path of least resistance is what it often does. That can be perturbed by gravity itself. So this is how light follows a geodesic curve even.
Notice how you're incapable of actually answering the question.
What's happening right now? What just happened? I was finishing off something that is a claimed scientific fact, and I got muddled. Would you like me to post it in side chat? I have the book next to me.
Not a scientific fact. Not a scientific fact.
I didn't say a scientific fact. I said it was something based in science, at least. I'm not. All I'm saying is I'm saying something not out of my asshole. I'm saying something that's based on what scientists claim. That's all I'm trying to say. I didn't say it was correct, right? I'm just saying this thing Feynman did is well documented. It's the basis of quantum mechanics and quantum
Doesn't matter. Richard
electrodynamics.
Feynman's not a scientist; he's a theoretical physicist. And what
Jesus
Brian was
Christ.
telling you that light is neither electric nor magnetic, so
It's
it can't
both.
be both together.
It literally is
Train
because
wreck.
it oscillates. I'm an electrical engineer,
Literally
at least at that degree. Excuse me?
Literally isn't.
How do you induce a current on a wire then with a magnet?
Give us
How
the
do you think that
charge.
works?
Hold on. Give us the charge of a X-ray photon.
Why are you asking me a random fact of what? X-ray
It's not a
photon? Give
random
me
fact.
the.
You said
I
it
should.
was electromagnetic.
Wait, I'm sorry. So even if I had a PhD in electrical engineering, I should know the charge of what?
Stop.
Did you ask me?
Hey, stop. He said, why did you ask me a random question? Okay, now once you've done that, please, can you stop and just listen to the answer?
Which part? I'm getting Feynman's work. So
It's not you listening to the answer.
Which question did I ask?
You said, why have you just asked me a random question? It wasn't random. But in so asking, there's a good chance that the person you ask it to would prefer that they explained why it's A, not random, and expand on the relevance of the question based on the declarations you've made. Now, what we'd prefer didn't happen is after you asking such a question, why am I being asked a random question? That doesn't mean you're right about its random nature you assume. It does actually have a further expansion that could come if you shut up. But you're not. That's why I'm getting involved, to hopefully shut you up so you can have that question answered. It wasn't a random question you were asked. It was poignant. You just don't know that yet. And I'd ideally like my audience and you and everyone here to understand the poignant nature of what QE put to you. Hopefully you'll beg his indulgence when he does so now. Go ahead, QE.
He said light was electrodynamic. Well, let's go back to the first part. He said, well, I have a scientist. It's a scientific claim. No, Richard Feynman's not an actual scientist. He's a theoretical physicist, number one. Number two, what something is has nothing to do with natural science, because natural science doesn't answer what is questions. They answer how I questions via the scientific method. And number three, you said light was electrodynamic or electromagnetic. And then you said it's both. Well, light is neither, photons are neither electric nor magnetic. They can't be both. And then my final question to you was, if you think light's electromagnetic, I want you to give me the charge of an X-ray photon.
You're asking, I don't know a random number. Would you like me to Google it? And it has no bearing on your question, by the way. So it's weird for you to ask
Google
me
it.
a value of an X-ray photon, the actual what energy in joules. What are you asking me?
No, charge. Charge.
It's charge.
Charge. Nothing. You
Can
charge.
you Google this, sir? And then what is the value of this question? you're asking me?
Google is a medium, not a source, sir.
I just asked you what is the importance of me answering your question because I think it's a silly one. Because it's just a number,
Why
right?
don't you explain it to him, Nathan?
I don't want you to explain it to me. I want you to tell me why you asked me that specific question and then laughed at me because I don't have an answer.
The answer is because you said light was electric.
I said
So he did ask you.
electromagnetic. I said it's both. You're lying now. I said it was both. Where are we now? Now that you know what I said. I have an electrical.
Okay, give the charge and polarity.
This fucking conversation is getting really hilarious for me.
So if it's both, maybe you can give us charge and polarity.
I can even show you how you can go down to Home Depot and you can clear it.
Right, says who, Neil, and anybody else in G Plus that isn't Quantum Eraser. All you're doing is adding audio chaos. Ace
Yeah, so
is
you can-
adding his colour commentary, now straight through the top of me, obviously, on top of his questions. Now, we'd like to address some of the things he says. Unfortunately, we get an added colour commentary after each question. Now, Face, mods have muted you because you're chanting through the top of me. I'm having to step in and take charge, not just of you, of lots of people who want to talk all at once. You're going to have to be a bit more measured. Not currently. The mods have stepped in. Can you be a bit more measured, please? And just let people actually interact with you. QE specifically is trying to interact with you.
Okay, Electromagnetism. You can go down to Home Depot and with a magnet and a wire and demonstrate the two components. Light is both. This has never been under contention or controversy. So why the response from you is my question at this point.
Objection, Your Honor. I already prosecution rested. This little example right there is incoherent. I got a magnet and a wire, and I go down to the hardware store. That's not light.
Face, I think you're mixing up electromagnetism and light. They're not the same thing. I don't care who said it in the past or what person said it. Wrong. End of story.
And as pointed out to say that this is not debated, well, as QE pointed out, this isn't part of science, it's metaphysics, it's philosophy. So it's definitely not established, as you say.
Fair enough, but there seems to be an unanswered question, which is, what is the charge of an X-ray photon?
Correct.
Does it even have a charge?
Well, I mean,
because it's electric or magnetic.
That's the whole point.
Right, I thought I was being stupid. I'm like, he's sending him out for stripy paint, isn't he?
Well, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Homeboy assumed that there was a value, that Quantum Racer was asking for the value if it was just some trivial factotum, like 12. When it's actually, it doesn't possess one, because it doesn't have that quality.
Yeah, it's like asking for the angle off a curved baseline.
From Chem Lieber text, photons have no charge. Prosecution rests.
It's interesting about this interjection. Brian was trying to make a point about a claim that's made within heliocentrism about a shadow cast on the Earth by parallel or seemingly parallel light. If this gentleman is of the position that the idea that light's parallel is dumb, I'll give him that.
Correct. That was the original subject. I don't know how in the world we got onto this. Anyway.
Yeah, well, the thing is, light is a very complicated thing. There isn't a sound theory. There isn't a sound description from science as is. It still isn't complete. It's very incomplete, actually.
Well, science doesn't, science doesn't give descriptions.
Oh, God.
They answered natural cause and effect questions, so you're in a category error already.
Well, does anybody have a Bible on the universe? Because I would love to read it. That's the thing.
Well, second of all, the very fact that you're saying we don't have this one idea of light, like that's how could they make any claims about it? That's what Brian's point is, and he's like, look at this information here.
You know how far we are off the original point, bro?
It's complicated.
The original point was about
complicated to see what someone is claiming. No, I'm sorry, because it's not complicated to hear what someone is claiming and hear someone else give a rebuttal that's actually justified. That's not complicated.
Yep. So that being said, to our friend who wanted to interject, what's the cause of perspective, please?
Perspective is caused by the net total sum of light scattering that tends to follow a statistical path in arrival to a point observer. So it's dynamic. That's why if you have a lot of heat around you, you'll get distortions and not see properly. You'll see waves of heat distorting the photons in arrival to you.
Citation, please, for perspective.
Yeah, that's the little heat thing off the road. Yeah.
That's not perspective, dude. Holy crap.
Perspective is morphed by that. That's what that is. Your perspective as an observer is dependent upon your environment. Totally. Like what? There's no characteristic of an observer.
That's profound. Can we get that? Can we get that cited?
Yeah, man, I got everything in SciChat. Give me a second.
All right.
There
There you go.
Let's be clear. We started this out with the angle of arrival of light at the focal plane, the inversion of it on the sensor, and the differentiation in the acute angle that causes the casting of light on the sensor to change, and therefore the rendered image to change size in the final produced image, dude. And that is when you arrived and took a dump on everybody's dinner.
You characterized me wrong. Characterizing me wrong isn't an argument, man. Thanks.
Well, dude, I mean, that's a nice try, but we're all...
I don't want Brian's
including
image is still
Feynman's-
up on screen. I'm pretty sure Brian was in the middle of a presentation where he was trying to explain a point of minutia about a heliocentric claim about parallel light. So what's going on?
Well, I put that. Nathan asked me to put that back up because AOE was making a comment, making a point about the sun within their paradigm.
Yeah, all right. Sorry, I thought that was an interject.
No. It never finished. It never finished, John. You're correct. It never finished. It just kept getting segued.
Correct.
Yes, he said the claim was that the baller's claim was that light doesn't come in parallel. Isn't that what he said? Maybe I misheard him.
He was going into general relativity and light moving through a geodesic because of its gravity well, because of acclaimed
That
mass.
That was red herring fallacy. That was red herring fallacy. It had nothing to do with the topic.
Well, you could say that because it is following a geodesic, it cannot be parallel. By definition.
Oh, let's get back to the original question. What is the claim of the globe? Are the sun rays that don't exist, by the way, coming in parallel or not? And don't get messed up, like Nathan said, with this nearly parallel or not exactly parallel. That's nonsensical.
Well, the only reason I say that is because they have to actually claim that they're not exactly parallel. Because they can't say that the light from their sun is parallel. They have to claim that it's diverging. Because of the size difference in diameter and the distance between the two, that the globe receives almost exactly parallel light.
No,
rays.
that's not. I don't care what they claim. That's nonsensical gibberish.
It is. I'm not saying it's not. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Sorry to interrupt you guys.
Guys.
Right, I don't want to outstay our welcome, as always, on the politics server. So I'm just going to say a huge thank you for having us. We will hopefully, if we're still welcome, toddle along next week. But in the meantime, I'm going to move us into a debate Discord server so we're not overstressing your moderation team. Thank you very much for having us, as always. It's been an absolute blast.
It's nice having you, Nathan. Welcome back, and see you next time.
Indeedy. If anybody who did want to carry on the conversation, that is to say, listen to Brian and John qualify this for the next 10 or so minutes, then move over to FED. But if not, we'll see you next week. Thank you for having us once again.
Okay, you Globers who are afraid to talk, you can talk now.
They're in their back chats right now, complaining. They're really upset at us.
This gets worse every week for them.
Yeah, they come in, they have a lot to say and no point to actually make, like the guy I just trashed.
Eventually, they're just going to have to just give in to facts and just give up beliefs. It's just going to happen.
Well, that would require courage on their part, and I don't think they have any.
get to enjoy taking a bunch of tests today, so I can evaluate these tests, so that we got a new group of people or hiring more people. This is the only way we're going to be able to really tell which section we should put them in immediately when they get there, so they go in the right place.
Yep, that's a good thing.
Electronics, automation, robotics, some other stuff. 8 different tests are like 2 hours each.
Wow, so they have to take a test for placement depending on what division they go to?
Oh, we have so many projects on our team. I think this is going to work. 2 of us volunteered. I didn't feel like doing some other crap they had going on. I'm like, oh, you sure? I'll take tests. I got 2 so far. I got 100% on both, so I'm good there. It's just, what are they going to get from it, and will it help us? And so far, I think they will work, but I don't think that should be a determining factor where people should be placed in these projects. I'll tell that during our meeting.
And here people think you don't do anything having to do with engineering whatsoever.
And so this is like the new guys coming out of school. You know what I mean? Because they know it all until they start working. So,
that's such a good metaphor. It's so true.
Well, it's true. They know everything until they start working. It's just a different,
Then what happens when they start working?
whole different world, because I deal with interns and co-ops. That's what we do. That's part of our team, is dealing with the co-ops and interns. We have one specific.
You ever get like an intern that actually has like religious beliefs? Like he's like actually like religious. Like, you know what I mean? Is that like ever deterred you anyway?
Yeah, try being a manager in this woke, progressive environment where all these kids come from broken homes, and you have to basically be their parent that they never had.
Hey, yo, friends. So Davy Jones is a segue to religious topic troll. That's what he comes in here to do every time.
Okay.
So just be aware.
Gotcha. I was going to stop him
Roger.
anyway, but yeah, you're right.
His intention is to, talk about people's religious convictions rather than the topic, and not even relate it to the topic necessarily.
Yeah, you're not even allowed to talk religion in our company, so I guess that's out.
Yeah, we don't even like really talking about it here either, so that is definitely out.
Dude, if we weren't allowed to talk about religion, how can we talk about the globe?
I wanted to ask, one of the guys on my team went to NASA a couple days ago, Tuesday, I think. Him and a group of like newer people, they all signed up for this thing. I wanted to ask him so many questions, but I just didn't, because we were in the middle of our office, and it's out in the open with like 50 other people in this part of the building. I just asked him did you go see this? Because I've been there so many times. I'm like, oh yeah, did they move the walls? He's like, well, they didn't move the walls, but they do move. I said, yeah, that's creating air pressure. That was one of the wind tunnels and all this other shit. And he was talking about the motors they were testing, and what they had to do is they would change the atmospheric pressure to see how much higher the output the engines had to be to keep the same speed. That was one of the tests they were running. And I was like, oh, you should have asked them what happens when they go into like vacuum of space then. But I didn't. I didn't want to ask him that, because I didn't want him to start spiraling in front of me. He's like 22.
Yeah, it seems like they're okay as long as they're on Earth doing it. And as soon as you take their brain into outer space and ask critical questions, they melt down.
Yeah, and nothing on the tour had to do with space. Just the engineering shit, vacuums, and stuff that we do, and stuff like that.
Yep.
So I want to do a wrap up on that previous conversation where Homeboy interjected about perspective, and he was talking about bendy, warpy space-time, diffusion, diffraction, scattering, and all of these things. So, I mean, it seems like you can't have it both ways. You can't have it where you have ideal orthographic geometry and then make claims about the arrival of light from that position while simultaneously having this wonkily donkily light. It doesn't seem to make sense to me. But a lot of the globe side arguments rely on making idealistic geometric claims, do they not?
I was listening to that earlier, AI. He was talking about quantum electrodynamics. Did you hear what he said about that?
Yeah, he's basically saying, from what I could gather, is that light is so uncertain that it can't be trusted. It's like a dirty, rotten scoundrel.
Yeah, and therefore we have a statistical model in order to predict its path.
Sorry, I was just gonna say I'm gonna post something in the text chat at the end of the conclusion of what he said. This is quoted from Feynman himself. I'm gonna post it in the text. It's in the text.
All right, please read it if you can, because I can't read it.
Yeah, I'll read it for you. Within the above framework, physicists were then able to calculate it to a high degree of accuracy some of the properties of electrons, such as anomalous magnetic dipole moment. However, as Feynman points out, it fails to explain why particles such as the electron have the masses they do. Quotation, there is no theory that adequately explains these numbers. We use the numbers in all our theories, but we don't understand them, what they are, or where they come from. I believe that from a fundamental point of view, this is a very interesting and serious problem. Feynman. From the Feynman lectures. That was his conclusion.
Yeah, I think the other guy was trying to go into that vein where light is uncertain, you know. Like any time it doesn't add up to your claims, you just say, "Oh, well, there's an uncertainty."
Yeah, but that was his vehicle for him using relativity in his argument.
You know, which actually, in the context of the argument, it actually was fine because the claim was light isn't parallel, and he basically just came in and did a long-winded agreement that light's not parallel.
Yeah, but it's just odd that they don't
He did concede and agree.
Go ahead, Amishai.
You know, but it wasn't just a simple agreement session that we're right. He had to say that we're also wrong. So he agreed, audience, that we're a bunch of idiots.
You always have to listen to the guy actually explain what he knows and then go into at least how he's going to give his argument for, his premise. See if it'll pan out.
He thought he had completed experiments by posting links to sources that we happen to agree with, at least in part. But then he had to tell the audience that we don't know what we're talking about and we're a bunch of idiots. So, yeah, I canned him. He comes in every time and does this.
That's poisoning the well. He's just trying to make it seem like we don't know what we're talking about by then saying that he's just making it seem to the audience.
Yes, and his time lecturing us as if we lectured on his topic of interest. And this is for the purpose of showing the audience what he thinks is that we're a bunch of people who don't understand this stuff. So he's just grandstanding. He grandstands and insults and just, throws There's mud under us as we're trying to walk. I don't have any time for him. I thought this guy, his name is Newt. I thought he's the same Newt that that Indio took out on Twitter.
Yeah, there's a newt that comes in
days ago,
He's
which was
supposedly
awesome.
out of- Oh. Amish, I think you're cutting in and out, brother. I don't know if it's just me or if anybody hears you cutting in and out.
To watch. Another guy.
Oh, you're roboting hard, bro. You guys hear him?
Yeah, he's cutting
Yeah,
out.
a lot of robots.
Yeah, nevertheless, we got these guys who are these intellectual types that come in here. They want to thumb their nose up at us and tell us how we don't know anything and all kinds of things. And there's always somebody in here that can have a conversation with the individual. But they never start off with like giving both sides of like the argument. They just come in with their understanding of what they think they know. Anybody in here think the Earth's a globe?
Testing, I reconnected.
Hey, you're coming in pretty choppy there, Amish. Try again.
Still.
Well, I heard still, but oh, you did.
Well, they use wood and cups and strings for their internet where he lives.
Oh yeah.
If you have the need for those things, that could actually convert the internet signal and transfer it.
Pressure switches will work.
Yeah, your internet's not too hot either, bro.
Pressure gauges. Well,
Must be a
pressure
solar
gauges
flare.
and pressure switches.
Nah, bro, it's a stupid 5G, bro. Stuff's ass.
You guys got that hooked up in your town?
If you got bad 5G, you need to force 4G only.
Oh yeah, I think you can do that. Yeah, possible. Looking for those brilliant globe debaters that stumble on in here.
Who are the brilliant ones?
I don't know. The ones who consider themselves brilliant, I guess. They think you can throw curveballs with things that we haven't heard of, but they don't know how many thousands of hours we have of listening to people wax themselves intelligent.
Dogs came in yesterday with a curve. Well, I thought it was a bit of a curveball, literally, no pun intended. insisting that level is curved and that straight lines are curved. Like, he was literally saying that. Sorry, man. What did you say? You just cut out.
No, I didn't hear who you said that came in here with their
Oh, dogs are gods.
level is curved. Dogs are gods.
Yeah, that
Okay.
was
Okay.
his, that was his argument yesterday.
I do have a question, right?
What's your question?
So what makes things go down?
What makes them go down? The cause of the effect? Is that what you're asking?
If I drop my
Nobody-
phone right now, why is it
Nobody knows
falling
that
down?
question. Nobody knows the answer to that question. What makes it go down? The cause of an effect. You're trying to find out what causes that. Do you
You
know?
don't know it?
Yeah, do you?
No. I mean, you don't know either?
Well, then no. That's what the answer to that was. No one knows what causes the effect. We can quantify the effect, but we don't
You
know
don't
what
know what
causes
causes
it.
the effect. Okay.
Nobody does.
How many times
There's
are you going to
ideas.
say that? You don't know, you don't know,
Hey,
you
man,
don't
you don't know
know.
what causes the effect. Thank you for admitting that. You're very honest with yourself now.
Listen. I told you that there are theories about it, but there's nothing scientific about it. Nothing.
Yeah, you don't know,
can't
so...
quantify the cause of it.
Hey, man, you admitted
can't
you don't know. You're honest with yourself,
Yeah,
and I'm happy for you.
nobody
Thank you.
knows. It's not just that we don't know, you don't know, and nobody knows.
Prove it.
You're trying, yeah.
You just made a
trying to
positive
quantify
claim
the
there.
cause
Could you prove it, please?
You can't do so.
Hey, man,
No,
could
it's
you
not
prove
a
your claim?
positive claim. It's a counterclaim to the one that's being
You
made.
said... No, I didn't make a claim. You said nobody knows.
It's a counterclaim. It's a counterclaim. You claim that they do know. We say nuh-uh.
I didn't claim that.
You provide the evidence because the burden of proof is on you, not on us.
I
We
didn't
don't
claim
agree
on
with
you.
what has been provided so far. All
I
the
didn't
evidence
claim I
that has
know.
been provided is not verifiable. So if you could provide verifiable evidence, maybe we can have a discussion.
Yeah, but the things ways work, right? So you didn't make a counterclaim because I didn't
Yeah, I
claim
did.
that I know.
That is the
You didn't.
counterclaim.
It's not a counterclaim in
What
this
did you say?
conversation. That's a bit
Hold on,
crazy, a
sir.
bit
What
absurd
did
of
you
you,
just
man.
say? Sir, what did you just say?
I said I didn't make a positive claim, so it would your claim that nobody knows wouldn't be a counterclaim to oppose my claim. You made the
The
claim
claim
that
is somebody knows what it is. Do you think somebody knows what it is?
Did I make that claim?
Yeah.
Or are you fighting
Do you
bullshit, man?
think? I'm asking you a question. Do you think somebody knows what it is?
I'm agnostic to the question.
So, hold on. Can you just... Okay, so you're not going to answer yes or no. So what's the point of arguing with us if you have no claim?
Yeah, exactly. No, I asked you, do you know? You said you don't know, and that's
Yeah,
fair enough.
exactly.
You don't.
Nobody, and we say nobody knows. We've checked it.
Yeah, and
Nobody
that's a
knows. Now,
positive. That's a
you check
positive
it? Did you
claim.
check it?
Could you prove
Did
that,
you
please?
check it? G, did
Did
you
you-
check it?
Yeah. So
Hey,
here's,
Did
man.
you check it, G?
here's the thing.
Could you prove your claim, please?
Yeah, I checked it. Nobody knows. It's your turn.
You've spoken to everyone
There
ever
you go.
alive. That's a bit absurd.
Yeah, so far everybody has weighed in that we got 10 years of recorded conversations. We've got a terabyte of data on our server. We have checked this out, and we still can't find anybody who knows.
Have you spoken to everyone?
Bro, this is bro.
You think somebody out here knows?
Hey, whoa. This stupid nonsense isn't gonna happen, dude. It's foolishness.
I mean, you're a
The
bit
idea that we've
aggressive, man.
exhausted
You need
all
to...
past.
Hey, man, you
Bro,
need to relax a bit.
bro, shut your mouth.
You made a claim.
shut it.
I asked you to justify it.
Hey,
You
shut it.
couldn't.
No, I'm not making a claim. I'm
Hold the L. No,
moderating
you
this
didn't
chat.
make it. Your friends did. So now they're holding
Okay,
the L,
shut
right?
your
They're
mouth.
holding it high and
Shut
proud.
your mouth.
I mean, that's not a way to have an intellectual conversation or intelligent conversation. You're a bit upset. You're a bit emotional, and you need to relax a bit. You're also lagging.
Amish, read your DMs.
Thanks,
AI,
I'm checking.
AI, you are Mr. Roboto.
Okay, so I do have another question. So when the sun goes over the horizon, or as you would say, it moves out of your
Just wait
field
for
of
AI
view,
to come back because he's gonna cut you off mid-sentence. Just wait.
it doesn't really matter, man. He's roboting, you know. I can't hear what he's saying. So if you won't cut
You
me
know
off, then
what?
fair
What I
enough, I'll
said
stop
for
speaking.
that's hence why I told you to wait. Just wait for a moment. Just give him a few seconds, will you? You're not that anxious to have a conversation, are you? AI, if you're back, we can't hear you, brother.
Oh, you're not back. It's from all the satellites spinning overhead, interfering with the Wi-Fi signals.
Could someone unmute him? Because he's on mute. The other guy?
Man, he's really smart, and we should definitely want to hear from him all the time.
Well,
I've
would
got
you
a
just
question.
rather talk to people who just agree with you in this?
Well,
Is
we
this
just
what
talked to
the-
you. You obviously don't agree with us, so problem solved.
So
I
you
like to
mute
have honest
people who disagree?
conversations. Do you like to have honest conversations, Grotesque?
I think not muting your you're obviously the person
Well-
you're talking to is a good way of
Do you
debating.
like to have honest conversations, Grotesque? It's simple.
What
yes or
what
no
would you
answer, Mr.
classify
Hyde.
as an honest conversation?
Somebody who admits when they're wrong, and somebody who also is respectful when they speak.
Respectful how?
Do you
Figure
know
it
what
out.
respect means?
Okay, but what do you classify as respectful? Because I don't know what a lot of
You
people
need
have
to
different
get to that
definitions.
level. You're not worth talking to right now. If you don't know what respect means, you can stay on mute too.
Yeah, well, we're talking to the individual and we're asking some questions, and he doesn't want to respond to the questions that we ask, and then proceed to ignore the question, and then run over us, and then say what he wants. That's not being respectful in a conversation of a back and forth. Grotesque, obviously.
He didn't make a
He wasn't
claim,
doing
though.
that.
No, I didn't make a claim like
That's
you
the
said.
problem.
Hold on.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, he's back.
Hold on.
Go
Hold
ahead,
on.
AI.
Hold on. He intentionally didn't make a claim. He was claim baiting from the other side to claim a negative and then go down the absurd red herring spiral of trying to prove a negative. I was attempting to cut that off because it's not productive. Right? So when I told him I was modding the chat, he should have yielded. But instead, he just kept talking through me. Now, fair, I was breaking up. Okay, so fair point. However, if somebody's modding a channel, right, and they're going to curate the conversation and they take it on their discretion to mute the parties who won't be quiet, that's entirely within their purview and pragmatic for the end result. So there's nothing untoward about muting people who won't shut up. Okay?
To my knowledge, you were cutting out, so I'd assume we just continue the conversation.
Don't worry, but the
Well, funny
guy,
because I heard the whole thing he said.
but the guy didn't claim anything. It means that he didn't claim any motion and he didn't claim any curvature. So no point to talk with him. because
No, hold
he
on,
did
Necros.
that.
Yeah, no, wait a minute. Wait. No, so that's curvature was not even in the context of this conversation. So he was basically asking for the cause of the effect. And when we were talking about, like, we only quantified the effect, and he was talking about the cause, something very different. Then nobody has the answer. Like when I was asking him right there, he didn't answer the question. He said he was agnostic. Were you listening, Grotesque, to what he said? Like, I just want
Yeah,
to
so
like.
you said you don't know.
Yeah, I said nobody knows. Did you hear what I said? I'm saying it right
Yes.
now. What
You
is
said you
nobody
don't know.
No,
We said nobody knows. You doesn't mean nobody. For fuck's sake.
Wait, do you understand? Can you understand English first of all, Grotesque?
Okay, yes, nobody knows, and you don't know either. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't know either.
So that means you and everyone else, right? Nobody.
Okay, everyone, including the nearly 8 billion people?
Yeah.
And he asked, his question was, how do you know that the rest of the population doesn't know?
Okay, what would be the example that somebody does know, Grotesque?
I could not tell you, it's your belief.
No, it's not a belief. What would?
Oh, sorry, it's your idea, okay?
We got another neg entropy claim.
Why?
Oh my goodness, dude. Dude, look, this proposition can't be proven, okay? It's a philosophical conundrum, okay? Because you don't have the extent of all knowledge. So the one person who does know could be withholding his knowledge, and you would have no knowledge that they know.
This is why this argument is silly, and there's no reason to entertain somebody who's actually putting it forth as if it matters. The correct answer to deal with this is just dismiss it for the nonsense that it is.
I'd like to point out as well that while he didn't make a claim directly, he was making a claim. It was literally in his username. The claim was there. Several claims.
Yeah. So he was being disingenuous with his actual position, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So we all knew what was really going on, and that is why we drilled him in that vein. Okay, we're not dumb. Okay, we know homeboy's being a disingenuous snake, right? We know it. So this lady who's putting up in contention for this guy for some moral reason is actually out of line. Now, argumentatively, it's correct, but situationally, it's not correct.
How do you know I'm falling over it for a moral reason?
Oh my goodness.
No, you're making assumptions, so I want to know why.
Because you think he had a point.
Because you use language like should and stuff earlier, okay?
Shouldn't?
Those are moral. Yeah, those are moral connotations, homie. Whether you realize it or
In
not.
what sentence?
Oh God.
Sorry, I'm asking. Okay, I just want to know more clarification. If that's okay.
Shouldn't be muting people, right?
You
should. Okay, I
one
would say
concrete
more like.
example.
Well, you respect free speech.
Yeah. Do you
Okay, let's pay attention. Yeah. So is free speech? Everyone can talk at once. Is that free speech?
That was not the situation at place.
Okay, so the question was: is free speech everyone can just talk at once?
In
Is
what
that free speech?
situation? In what situation?
Irrelevant.
I
just
could not take
like
that
right
very
now-
wide.
No, fair point. So I'll qualify. Let's say right now let's say there's 20 people in this call, and we all decide to just speak right through each other. Is that free speech?
Okay, that is not free speech from my point of view, but my idea of free speech is people to creatively make ideas amongst themselves without being shut down because of their opinions.
Oh man.
Okay, that's fine. Nobody shut homeboy down because of his opinion. Okay.
I do not know
He was
that.
shut down. Okay, check. I know, but I clearly explained it, and you weren't paying attention. It seems. So let me re-explain. And you did accurately say I was breaking up, and I did concede that point. That him talking straight through me, from my perspective, was one thing, but from people who understood I was breaking up, it's a different perspective, right? But I'm not aware of that until I become aware of that. As far as I'm concerned, he's talking straight through me when I'm attempting to arbitrate between a nonsense infinite regression loop of retardation, okay? Which is my prerogative as a curator of this channel. So if I decide that I'm going to interject and censure both parties for engaging in nonsense that leads nowhere, that's my right to do so, right?
I would like to say you were cutting off for about like 2 minutes, and you were also muted. So I think not continuing the conversation from there would just be unproductive, and just waiting for you and waiting for anybody not to speak until you are unmuted. I think that is not productive.
Well, look, this is the greatest point about this is that that's your opinion, okay? And the opinion who matters is the opinion of the people who are curating the channel. So if you think it's unproductive, that's fair. That's your opinion. Good for you. I don't disagree that that's your opinion.
I have a question though. So does that mean when any moderator is speaking, then they mute everybody in the channel who is not a moderator cannot speak?
Not necessarily. It depends on the situation.
What circumstances?
Well, look, they're on the fly. They're judgment calls in the moment. There's not a codices of exact situations and how to exactly respond. You see, that's called judgment. So, okay, let's be clear. Let's be clear here. This is not what is a value judgment call of a moderating team in a channel. This is 24/7 Flat Earth channel, okay? So let's get to that. So this homeboy was attempting to talk about gravity. Now, was he attempting to make a point relevant to the channel topic, or was he just attempting to engage somebody in an infinite regression of trying to prove a negative? Which one? Which do you think he was trying to do? And I'd like to value your opinion because you came in, right? And I don't usually know that you're here, so you're like, you know, an outsider, let's say, from that point of view. So homeboy came in, started asking about gravity. Why was he asking it? What do you think? What was his intention with that question? Because all we ended up with was trying to prove a negative, right? Which is silly. So what was his point, do you think?
I could not tell you. I'm not him.
Based on the assessment of what he said, though.
Yep.
I could not tell you. I'm not him. I don't know his intention of
Based
what
on
he was
the
trying to say.
assessment of what he said, not because you're him, because
I do
you're a
not
third
speak.
party. You're a third party listener, and you can actually assess what somebody's saying or judge because you can hear a debate happening between two parties. You can assess what you think your opinion would be of where he stands with his argument. That's how you know.
First off, I didn't hear the entirety of what he was saying. I was doing something else. And
Okay, so-
second off, I do not speak
Wait a
for other
minute.
people.
So based on what he just said, on the only part that you did hear, what did you hear him say?
I think he was talking about how things, specifically how things fall, or the process of that.
No, he
and
wasn't
he
doing
asked
that at
another
all.
question. And honestly,
He
I
wasn't
have
talking.
Hmm?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have the memory of a goldfish, and I was preoccupied with doing
Oh,
something while
God.
here.
All right. So if you have the memory of a goldfish, then how can we accurately trust your opinion? And fair point, you withdrew your opinion, right? So then you must yield to the people who are actively listening and their opinion. I would say it makes more sense
Well,
to me.
I don't have an opinion to stand on. Like, I don't know.
Right. So then why did you
Well,
come in and interject and say that
You
there
do-
was wrongdoing when you didn't have a memory of what the wrongdoing was?
You do have an opinion. Your opinion is that he shouldn't have been muted. That was your opinion that you voiced.
Yeah, I did hear a part of the conversation. I couldn't accurately tell you exactly all what he was saying, though. I couldn't
Right.
do it word for word.
Then you actually have no grounding to say he should have not been muted.
Because I can't do word for word what he exactly said.
Yeah, you don't know.
Really?
Okay, the should or should not of the why he was muted, right?
You don't know the infraction that he had made during the process of his speaking. So you're just jumping in because you feel like it, because you think that whoever's speaking on your behalf, maybe somebody who thinks the Earth's a globe, and you're just going to defend them without any reason for it.
So first off, because I can't recite exactly what he said, apparently what I say is
No, you don't know where the infraction happened, ma'am. That's
You
the
don't have the
problem.
details. You can't make an informed judgment without the details. So why
You don't know
even
where
get
the
involved?
moderation lies within the infraction of where the wrongdoing happened. So
Oh
then
no, I
you're just
know. Yes,
interject.
I can tell you. Yeah, I was specifically asked on what the subject was, not on the infraction of why he was muted.
Well, to be fair, you made the imperative claim that he should not have been muted.
Yes,
Right.
and I was asked what the subject was. Obviously, that is not the infraction of why he was muted.
Okay, fair point. So from your point of view, it seems to me that you don't have the authority or the cognition of the affairs to make a claim he should or should not have been muted. Right? Is that fair?
I can make any opinion I want. It's an open.
Okay,
it's an overview
so if it's just an arbitrary opinion, then it carries no should or shouldn't, and it can be dismissed out of hand.
Okay, but yes, you are responding to it, so it does have some value to you, obviously.
Tone police are here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because moderating a forum takes at least an attempt to get people to understand the reasoning behind the thing that they're doing. They don't just do something because they want to be dictators. They have to. AI has proven a point that he wants to do fair moderation, so you can understand when he explains he's doing an action, he's not doing it just because we want to just rule over everybody, but because there has to be some sort of control.
Yeah, fair point. Think about it this way. I was actually censoring multiple parties simultaneously, right? Because one party was evoking a proof of the negative, and the other party was engaging with it. And it's going to end in a train wreck of infinite regression. right? Because you can't have knowledge of an unknown. It's categorically impossible, right? So it's a logic fail from the beginning. So the person who provokes it is baiting a discussion that's fruitless, and the person that engages in it is falling for the bait. And so both of them need to be censured, right? Otherwise, we're just going to listen to two people going down a train tracks that leads to a giant fireball of nothing.
Good enough for you, Grotesque? She definitely.
Fair. Maybe she got an important phone call.
He forgot. Goldfish memory.
You guys were too nice,
Now-
even just letting her take us off in that crazy tangent. And
Yeah, fair
making this
enough. Because of all
conversation.
yeah, but we said all that to say this is that we know why he's asking about gravity. Okay.
100%.
Okay. The reason why gravity comes up in this room is because Globers believe that gravity and the Earth being a globe are mutually exclusive to all other possibilities to where the Earth cannot possibly not be a globe if gravity exists. And they think that the mere mention of something falling down is ipso facto axiomatic proof that the Earth is a ball, because that's how they structured it in their affirming the consequent logic formation. So when they ask about gravity, they're basically saying if something drops from my hand and hits the ground, how is Earth not a ball? That's what they're actually asking. And we all know it, and we're not dumb enough to pretend that we don't know that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, it's the premise of their entire belief system.
And when a Glober says something falls down, they're not saying it's falling down. Their implicit claim, intrinsically necessarily linked, is that what you're witnessing is something fall inwards to a giant floating ball. That's what their claim is. Okay? And rather than just be honest with that, oh, go ahead, friend.
Be more specific. It's being pulled to the center. Most of them say.
True, that is true, that they say it's pulled to the center, even though that's against the mainstream rhetoric. So they're not even consistent with their own paradigm's mainstream authority.
Supposed to be being pushed into the Earth.
Well, I mean, it's not even. It's even more complicated than that. It's not even pushed or pulled. It's just being transposed in its location in free space, because free space itself is changing its orientation, and the thing within free space is just following the change in orientation of the free space, right? But they think all this is proven by simply dropping an object and it hitting the ground. And so when they ask a flat earther, "Oh, what's gravity?" they're basically saying, "How is it the case that when I drop something, it's not directly caused by the fact the Earth is a ball?" Because that's their claim. Their essential claim is that the Earth is a ball is what causes things to fall down.
Yeah, I get it. They want you to get into the pitfall of the argument so that you can make a claim so that they can say, "Nah." I get it.
I have a question.
What?
How do you guys think it's possible that like this grand cover up can go on for so long?
What do you mean grand cover up?
About the shape of the Earth.
But how come people don't realize that it's not a globe? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I mean, like there's people that would be keeping it a secret, right?
Well, it's not about that, man. It's the information, right? So when you get told something, you just, because you're a young person, you're just gonna trust the authoritative figure that's telling you. That's all it is. It's just, you can think of it like a tradition. People pass it on like tradition, thinking it's something they need to tell other people.
Yeah, I know, but it would be required that someone's lying to us, right? So I'm just trying to figure out how that would work.
What do you mean someone's lying to us? So yeah, you would think about it, right? Like as a tradition. Any tradition that you have that you continue to do because you see people maybe culturally expressing themselves in this tradition? Like asking you why do you do it? That tradition. Why would you do a tradition? Any tradition?
Man, brother, true.
But
But
I
in the
mean, like,
nature, in the nature, yeah, fair point. In the nature of deception, right? Okay.
but I mean, like,
In my experience, just chill for 1 second. In the nature of deception, in my experience, people love lies. They love it. They live in deceptions willfully. They engage in deceptions daily. It's their stock and trade. It's the human condition, dude.
But you just can't
That's-
point out to any one big bad boogeyman at any point in time. Say, well, it's the Bilderberg Group, it's the Illuminati, it's like whoever you want to point to, and say those guys over there are deceiving us over here. It doesn't. It's not that cut and dry. You can't say why are they deceiving us. It's
Well, I
kind of
mean-
like you're making it sound like we're just like these big bad boogeyman are just like over us right now, like just contemplating in a conference room how they're going to deceive us tomorrow. It's just not that you know what I mean? Like it's all in your head. You want to point out where the people are so we can.
But
deal
that
with it.
wasn't my question.
Well, I mean, you're asking why, how are we not uncovering this lie?
No, I didn't.
Well, all right. Clarify your question concisely, please.
How are they able to do this grand deception for so long? Because it requires the entire
Who
Earth.
are they, sir? Who are they?
I don't know. All I hear about is they.
Yeah, who's saying that? Like what?
Okay, where are
They-
you getting your information from that the Earth is a ball? That's even a better question for you.
Yeah,
since
there
you're
you go.
Claiming these people. Where do you get your information from, son?
Because it would require a massive amount of people would be involved.
You can't answer my
You're
question,
involved.
can you?
Can you
Why would
answer
it?
his question, sir?
I'm sorry?
You didn't answer my question. You just said something else.
Yeah, I know, because yours was, I just registered yours as like a diversion, so I wanted to stay
Wow.
on mine.
A diversion.
So no good
Right.
faith interlocutor to be found today. No good faith interlocutor. Just people that want to say.
Well, I
what
just
they
wanted
want.
to stay on the question that I was asking. If you
You
guys don't
just
want to, I
keep saying what
understand.
you want to. You don't want to engage with anybody. What is wrong? Is there something in the water? Like
Yeah,
what's going
yeah,
on?
but
here?
let's be clear. Let's be clear here. Your incredulousness as to the willfulness of people to engage in a deception, whether through omission or commission, is highly irrespective to the point. The point in contention is not how or why a deception is occurring. It's the material fact that it is or isn't. If it's the case that the Earth is flat, then it's necessarily the case that at least some people are deceiving others. And if that's the case, so be it.
But that's your question.
No, dude. If the Earth is flat, it's flat, irrespective of anybody's motives concerning the proposition, right?
Well, it would need to be realistically the case. So
No,
it's
no,
contingent.
no, dude, no,
It's
no,
contingent.
No. If the Earth is flat, then it's flat. Yes or no?
If it's possible for it to be that way, I would agree.
No. If it is the case that it is flat, then it is flat, right?
If it's possible for that to be the case, yes.
He's not going to answer.
Okay, so you, sir, okay, no offense, aren't worth even having a discussion with, bro, because you can't even agree to a conditional if hypothetically without being a snarky, smarmy, swarmy worvy.
How am I being
He's allergic
snarky?
to it.
Watch, dude, watch. Go ahead and ask me a conditional proposition that requires a conditional if, hypothetically, that if this, then this, and if the first thing is the case, then the other thing would also must be the case, especially if it's related to the thing itself. Go ahead and ask me, and watch how simply I can answer it.
I just don't understand why you guys dodge this idea.
Dude, nobody's dodging your idea, homie.
You guys have been dodging like for the past 5 minutes.
He's just going to continue to proceed to make it sound like he's the genuine one here and you're not AI.
Yeah, I know.
He's the genuine one. He's the one really asking the hard questions that nobody can answer. Wow.
Yeah, if a material fact about a proposition proves the counter proposition, then it can't be valid unless we know the motives of the people who are telling us one thing when they actually know another. That is not sound logic, friend.
The reality is, this isn't even our problem. This becomes your problem, Forte, because we know the Earth's flat. So if you need to worry yourself about how there's a grand deception, go ahead and worry about it. That's not our concern.
Why would I worry about that?
Well, you're asking us. It's not our concern.
Well, I mean, you've come to the conclusion that this is taking place.
No,
so
no,
this,
you've come to the conclusion that there's a grand deception. We're not discussing
No,
the grand
I
deception. We're
know.
not divining the motivations of other people.
I can
Okay,
see the
fair point.
impossibilities. That's why I find it entertaining that you guys think there is one.
You
No,
can see
we know
that
the Earth's flat.
possibility.
We know the Earth's flat. That's
You're
what
the
we
one
know.
who said it, not us. We didn't say it. You said, "How come this is happening?"
Well, it's a condition
said it.
of your belief. So I'm trying to figure that
I
out.
didn't have any beliefs.
You're
Sure you
not
do.
trying to figure it out. You're just trying to be in here and not answer anybody's questions when they ask you, and only proceed to ask the ones that
Okay.
you feel like necessary. That's what
Is
you're
this
doing.
a condition of your guys' belief?
What?
That there's some deception.
That there's a grand
some-
deception.
Well, there's deception at some levels, yeah.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean there has to be a grand deception where there's what how many
No
people in
condition.
on it that you like.
Well, I would disagree with you because all the government and
40s. Most of the ones who are in on
no.
it are just unwitting dupes like you who just perpetuate it unknowingly.
You
Yeah, I
understand
agree.
how compartmentalization works, right?
I agree with that.
Well, I mean, have you guys ever gone over like who
Hey,
would
no
need to
straw
be
manning.
required?
No, we don't need to be looking for boogeymen. It's just
I'm going to
as,
ask
like
you
what
this
Heretic-
one more time. Where
just like
do you
Heretic
get
said.
your information from that the Earth is a ball?
Everywhere?
What does
Okay.
that mean, everywhere?
Yeah, I know. It's like he doesn't want to
Hey,
hold to
brother.
the claim that he heard it from.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to read my Poland Spring. Poland Spring. Proudly sourced in Clear Springs, Hollis, and Evergreen Spring, Freiburg. P.S. The Earth is a globe.
He said everywhere.
Hold on. Let me check this document here. This is a receipt. My receipt says purchased bull chicken, grilled chicken, burrito chicken, regular drink. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, everywhere. Just like Forte said.
You know that line on a lot of products where it says may cause cancer in California? The subtext underneath that says may also be a globe in California.
Yeah. Have you ever been to Home Depot? The Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
I haven't.
Oh.
That's the fine print underneath the big letter.
actually
You gotta
answered you,
zoom in
Raymond.
real
Weird.
close. It says Earth is a globe under the Home Depot sign.
Yeah. So the ridiculousness of what you just said everywhere. That's how what we're making it seem to you. Do you see how ridiculous it sounds?
I find it funny and entertaining that you guys it doesn't register with you the
Really?
impossible nature
We're the ones that's not registering with.
of the grand.
What's impossible?
We're the problem.
Like it doesn't click.
The impossible nature, right? The impossible nature, dude. The impossible nature. Why is it impossible? Go ahead and explain. Go ahead.
Because it would require so many people and so many moving parts over such a long time.
It's not like Donald Trump. So many people. It just takes so many.
Is
The
that
vast right wing conspiracy. Eh?
Isn't that what he sounded like, Donald Trump? It would just require so many people. We have all the people. Oh, so many
Hey,
people.
bro, check it out. So when the Catholic Church restricted people from having access to the documents of the Bible and they isolated the authority in Latin, which the common person couldn't speak, right? They restricted the information, right, to an authoritative source. So you could argue, well, that doesn't exist anymore because now everyone has a copy of the Bible, right? However, even though everyone has a copy of the Bible, they still come to different conclusions about the content, and even so, that they attach themselves to an alleged authoritative source to help them determine what it means, right?
Therefore,
Yeah,
Yeah,
therefore,
yeah,
it doesn't have to be coordinated conspiracy, dude. If
yeah.
everyone is generally along the same track, they could coalesce along the same vein. However, my metaphysic doesn't exclude non-human actors from being involved in the deception. Yours may, I don't know.
Except that analogy is completely
All right. Yeah, he
unparalleled.
found the flaw. You're the one.
No. The reason why I said that analogy is because I actually quantified it. You see, you just had this broad brush of so many people. So why don't you quantify in any meaning whatsoever some brass tacks like logic of who would have to be involved and why? Go ahead.
Okay, so every single government that's claimed they've gone to space, for one, right?
Every single government. No, listen, dude. And like once
Okay.
again, it's about the information. So when you hear any information about the Earth being a globe, you can read it, you can hear it, you can do whatever you want with it. Like, but it's you can see depictions of the globe. Like all these kinds of things are the things that you take on as what you think your worldview is. So no, there's no boogeyman that's actually behind that saying, "I'm going to trick Alan today, or Forte. I'm gonna do that right now."
Wait. The Earth is flat,
Huh?
but the okay. So how are these governments that claim they're going to space are not lying again? How's that work?
Governments are going to space.
Yeah, governments don't go to space, Holmes.
Okay, but they
It's
say.
category error.
Okay, so no, I'm sorry, countries. So all the countries that say they've done it.
Countries don't go to space, Holmes. Countries are a concept.
So China hasn't been to space.
Oh,
India hasn't been to
No. China is either a territory or a state.
Okay,
And a state is a concept. You don't send a concept into a high altitude, and a country, which is a territory, is itself. And I've never seen the China country raise an altitude into the stratosphere.
The Chinese Space Agency.
Yeah, what about it?
Probably the topic that we're talking about is what about it?
Yeah, what about it? Yeah, go ahead. Make a sentence about it. So the same thing applies. A space agency doesn't go to space, dude.
Okay, but they claim they did. So
no, a space agency can't make claims, dude.
Okay, you're right. It is the Chinese government because it's the CCP. So the entire Chinese government.
No. The entire Chinese government didn't go to space, dude. For goodness sakes.
No, but they're in all businesses in China.
I mean, that's a cool story, dude. Why don't you explain the actual objects that allegedly went to space and the actual persons that allegedly went to space, rather than this broad continental, statewide, conceptual-wide ethos?
Well, who would be in on the lie that they gave us that they went to space?
Well, be specific, Forte. What are
That's
you?
what we're trying to get to, dude. We're trying to get to the brass mechanical tacks of who would actually have to be explicitly in the know.
Yeah. So who produced the material?
Hey, bro.
That,
all right, don't ask me. Hey, 1 sec. Yeah, don't ask me. It's your claim, dude. It's your claim to quantify, not mine.
Okay, so the Chinese media, I guess, we'd have to figure out who controls the information being given to the public of the world.
Who cares? Oh my
Group
goodness, dude.
agency, Forte.
Holy crap. This dude gets more and more broad. It's like he can't get a specific category. As soon as we start to go down to specificity, he goes back to broad.
Well, I'm trying to figure out who would be responsible.
You can't name anybody, so what's the problem?
Hey, media gets, a lot of media, not all media, gets a blurb from an agency that they're meant to say. And so that media trusts the agency, and they're just going to recite the blurb. So they're just going to say, hey, JAXA sent, homeboy A and homeboy B in a capsule to the high stratosphere, and they orbited the Earth. Hooray! And now in other news, there's a tsunami coming tomorrow. They don't know. Both of those things came from different organizations.
And who are those organizations connected to?
Twitter.
The point I'm trying to make is that the people reciting the blurbs that they're given don't have firsthand access to the material facts of whether the thing is true or not. They're just telling somebody else what they were told.
YouTube.
So, for example, friend, if astronaut A named Zhang Chuan Shuishuang from JAXA, right? If he says to the public, "I went to space," right? Maybe he just went to high altitude. He thought he was in space. He didn't know. But let's say he went far enough away to where he theoretically would be able to say, "I'm in between the Earth and the Moon. I could see the whole Earth. I could see the whole Moon. I'm clearly in cislunar space," right? And then he claims to have gone to that location, but he actually was sitting with his feet kicked up in an office.
Yeah, but they go to a Chinese space station.
I know, but I'm just saying if I'm giving you a proposition, right? So if he did that, then he particularly would be lying, correct?
If he didn't go to space and he said he went to space, he'd be lying. Yeah.
There you go. So he would be the only person, right, parting any other people that knew he was in the office, right? So if anybody else knew he was in the office and they said he went to space, they'd also be lying, right?
Okay, so that covers that. The astronauts, essentially, they'd all be lying, right?
Well, keep in mind that I also parsed this out with if he goes to high altitude and he thinks he's in space, and he comes back and says, "I went to space," but really he was just at high altitude, then from his perception, he's not lying, is he?
Okay, yeah, but let's say all the astronauts had ever been in 0G or near 0G, where they're floating around for an extended period of time, where you couldn't say you were at high altitude.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you were there for 24 hours, you
It's high
could say
altitude, dude. Yeah, but it's high altitude, right?
What?
Okay, let me be more clear. How many people in the history of mankind have been alleged to have been far away enough from the Earth to see the Earth in its totality? How many?
I don't know. What is that about? What we're talking about?
Okay, if you are not sufficient distance from the Earth to see the Earth in its totality, right? Then at best you could just say, "Oh, I went to quote unquote space," as a definition of high altitude. Which, by the way, there are people in the know and who are Glober zealots that agree with me. For example, Neil deGrasse Tyson is in an interview saying these guys that went to the ISS, they're not in space, from my point of view, because they're just this far away from the Earth, and it's really a sad joke when you got all this space out there. So these guys coming back and be like, "We went to space," they're just blabbing.
I mean,
so you would accept what Neil deGrasse Tyson says?
They're an orbiting object, so.
Yeah, they're a high altitude object. Sure, let's say that's true. Go ahead. What's that prove about anything?
That debunks flat Earth, but
no, it doesn't.
Okay.
An object above the surface of the Earth, traveling in a circuit, is not debunking anything, dude.
You're basically redefining space. You're like, no, it's just high altitude. But ISS is in space. It's not in high altitude.
Really? So is that your opinion?
The International Space Station is in high altitude.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's high altitude. Is it low altitude?
Is the sun in high altitude?
Yeah, why not? Did the ISS go to the sun? Did the ISS go to the sun to figure it out? I don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe they claim to have done so. Maybe I'm out of the loop.
3,400 miles high, according to Glober. So yeah, it's in high altitude.
Now, so I got two people on my side from your worldview that the Earth is a globe who have credentials in cosmology, astrophysics, right? Whatever. One being a planetarium director, the other actually a planetarium director as well. One named Paul Larson, one named Neil deGrasse Tyson, who both are on record, on video, saying that they don't consider the ISS as one, being outer space, and the other guy as two, being high enough away from the Earth to see enough of the Earth to make a definitive claim about the surface curvature of the Earth, whether it's a globe or not. Okay, now that's not me, that's them. So I ask this question again: how many people in the history of mankind have allegedly been sufficient distance from the Earth to determine from their vantage point the totality of the Earth?
I don't know.
There's been pictures taken of it.
Well, what was the question,
Deny.
dude? The question was how many people have allegedly been there, man, for goodness sake.
I said I don't know.
Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, all two of them. You know what I mean?
More
that's
than
at least
10,
two.
more than 10, less than 20.
There you go. So less than 20 people. So 1 second. So 1 second, friend. So less than 20 people who in themselves were elite government agents, okay? Their testimony, they're the only ones who are even in a position to be able to be directly in knowledge of the totality of the Earth from a first person point of view and therefore be lying or not lying about it. Less than 20 people.
Yeah, because you say space isn't space.
No, dude, it's not about that.
But it's also all of the people that are involved.
Yeah, fair, but nobody's denying that you can leave the surface of the Earth and be high above it. Nobody's denying that, dude.
Do they enter 0G and not be in
You
space?
deny that you can take pictures of the Earth from space or high altitude? Well, that would be in space at that point. So
Anybody that goes to 0G for an extended period of time is in space.
I mean, that's your claim, sure.
What is that? More is 30 seconds or less?
Yeah, anything that would be outside of the simulated space airplane.
Oh, how long does that last? When the last time you went on it, how long was your ride?
I don't know. I don't know the exact time. I'm saying they probably couldn't hold that for more than what?
Yeah, it's
30
another
minutes?
thing you don't know.
I'm okay. I'm okay with. Hey, that's a difference between me and a lot of people. I'm okay admitting when I don't know because I can't. I'm not dumb enough to say I know everything.
I'm glad. So let's say that's true, that some people don't know certain things. So, for example, the people that traveled to the ISS didn't have the same vantage point as the people that allegedly went beyond low Earth orbit into cislunar space towards the moon and were able to look back at the Earth from their vantage point and determine its totalities of its boundaries in a circular fashion, right? Only the ISS people can't make a definitive claim about the overall shape of the Earth from their single vantage point. They must stitch it together with inferences. So they themselves are not even capable of arbitrating the point, right? So they wouldn't be lying. If they said, from my point of view, when I went up there, the Earth appeared to me to be this way, they'd be being 100% honest. So I ask this again, since you asked it earlier. How many people would actually have to be explicitly knowledgeable about the totality of the claim and be lying about it? How many?
I think we'd have to. Sit
Hundreds
down
of
and
these.
figure that out in all its facets. Wouldn't you
Yeah, well,
agree?
the answer is it's unknowable in principle, right? So it's irrespective of the material fact whether the Earth is flat or not. If the Earth is flat, then the people who do know it's otherwise and say otherwise are lying.
Whoa.
That's fine. Look, it's a conditional if. It's a conditional if. I will agree with you. But if it is flat, if it's flat, then the people who know and are saying otherwise are lying. That's all we know.
You
And
just
with
said
that,
it's unknowable. It's a hand wave dismiss.
Come if they're floating around, they all stand up in one direction.
They don't.
They do.
What are you talking about?
Ever see the glass of water sitting on the bench while they're floating? How would that happen?
Okay. There's a concept. I don't know the name of the concept.
So now there's another concept. All right, go ahead.
But it essentially goes along the lines of they're so good at covering up the shape of the Earth, yet they make mistakes in video editing that people are able to catch it.
It's not that they're good at it. It's just that you're really bad at picking up on it.
Yeah, they're just trolling you, essentially.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah, it's
Hold on. So it's a select group of people that have been able to pick up on video edit.
No, it's just that you're a blithering idiot, dude, and you can't pick up on what's going on right in front of you. It's nothing. Yeah, it's not really about their skills in deceiving people. It's more just about how stupid the people themselves are, like you.
No, but you're the flat earther.
It's just an ad hom, and you're just making my point.
Yeah, because you're calling me an idiot.
Yeah, and what is the main point of a stupid flat earther? Can you tell us?
Because flat earthers can't see the obvious impossibilities of why the Earth cannot be flat, and they've fallen for essentially simpleton arguments.
Hold on about this obvious thing. We don't see the obvious glass of water sitting on the table while they're floating around. We don't see the obvious. Is that what you said?
Yeah, you don't see how your apparent video spotting problems are a massive problem.
So seeing that is a problem for me.
Can you tell me what is the problem about Hungarian plane? What's the problem about that surface?
Hungarian plane?
Yeah, it's called Hungarian plane. You know why it's called Hungarian plane?
No, I don't know what this is.
Because it's a plain, has no mountains, and it's a very flat surface. Because of that, the people gave the name of that plane Hungarian plane.
Okay.
You have in America Great American Northern Plane. That's 2,000 miles plane.
Okay.
Okay. What is the perspective of that plane? Is that plane it's what? Flat or curving? What is the plane?
I don't know.
You don't know. Did you ever check the reality where you live? Let's say your country. Is it any kind of surface in your country it's curving? Any lake, any land, anything?
Have I checked if a surface in my country is curving? Is that the question?
Yeah. Are you living on the sphere?
I have not checked if any of the surfaces.
Are you living in the sphere? This
yes.
Is the question.
Yeah.
The sphere is curving.
Yes, it does.
Where in reality?
Along the surface of the sphere.
Did you check that?
No.
Can you show it?
Okay. We checked that.
Yeah, but you confirmation bias checked it.
Can you tell me in my checking what was wrong?
What does that mean? You confirmation bias checked it.
You selected evidence to support your previously held conclusion.
Okay, what evidence? Okay. What evidence? How did you know there was a previously held conclusion that it was handpicked to verify?
So you obtained the belief, and then you sought to find evidence.
That's just the claim again. So how did you know that we already had a predisposition, and then we handpicked evidence to fit with it? What evidence in particular?
I don't know what evidence you found.
You don't know. So I mean, it just sounds like you're saying bias confirming things for yourself right now, because you can't even point to the evidence you said we did this with.
Well, not only that, Heretic, he said that I said that I checked it, and he said that was wrong, but he didn't even hear because I didn't say what I checked. How you don't know that I'm wrong because I didn't tell you what I checked? Do you know what I checked?
No, I don't know what you checked.
What do you think I checked?
I don't. I'm not a telepathic individual.
Did I check the distance to the sun? Maybe.
Again, I'm not a telepathic individual.
How I'm wrong if you don't
divined his motivations, and now you're saying you're not telepathic. Dude,
Yeah,
can you
I'm guessing what took place. I'm guessing what took place after all of human history has done the same thing. We all have
Yeah,
confirmation
don't
bias.
divine people's motivations, please. First
Not a
of all,
motivation.
I don't really like this idea. Yeah, no, it's exactly what it is. You said somebody went ahead, because of their motivation, went ahead and affirmed their motivation. So try to.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
It's inconvenient or fun to necessarily be what people would call us. So this is not a fun ball to have. No one's trying.
You're breaking up, man. We can't hear you roboting.
All I'm saying is, like, let's say you're Christian, right? You're going to find Christian supporting evidence. That's what humans do. They don't they don't switch between ideas and beliefs like instantaneously. It's a protective mechanism. You find supporting evidence for your previously held belief.
Oh my god, dude, you already flopped on this. You couldn't show that it was a previously held belief. You couldn't show what evidence we used to bias confirm it with. So why don't you just show us the geometric proof that you know of that the Earth is a sphere? Because that's where you would really test this, is within geometry, not within, they wouldn't lie, they couldn't lie to me, and that mentality, by the way, makes you a very easy person to lie to, just so you know.
And did you hear now what the flat earther told you? This is very important. Heretic told you. This is that things what you are saying, that it's retarded, that he's flat earther stupid. But he told you what he's looking for. Do you understand now?
Well, actually, you would want to find out the plausibility of such a scheme. That would be very
okay, so he's just going to go right back to people. No, I said geometry. That's where you would test this.
I know you said that, but I disagree.
So that's where we're going to go. Yeah, you disagree with testing out a shape using geometry. Wow.
Yeah, but why do you avoid this topic?
Because it's avoiding the topic in itself. The topic is about a shape.
No, it's about the grand deceptions we've been talking about for the past 30 minutes.
No, it's a field of motivation fallacy.
So can we clarify your position then? Are you essentially saying the Earth can't be flat because there'd have to be millions of people in on it, so it has to be a globe? Is that right? So that's fallacious logic. You understand that, right? It's an argument for incredulity.
How does that work?
Do you understand? Do you understand what logical fallacy is?
Yes, but I don't understand how this would be a logical fallacy.
Sure. So
this would be an appeal to motivation as well. Fallacy.
So an argument from incredulity is where you basically dismiss the premise or proposition because it's a little bit hard for you to believe, or you think it's something that you find hard to imagine, and for that reason you dismiss it. So you find it hard to imagine that there could be some grand deception, lots of people involved, so on. So that's fallacious logic. You've dismissed the premise based on. Does that make sense to you now?
Okay. I'm tracking with what you're saying. For sure, but it doesn't make it false.
It doesn't.
No, it makes it logically fallacious. It means that's not a good enough reason to dismiss the premise or our position. So you have to try something else.
It's definitely not a bad reason.
It's literally fallacious logic. It is the definition of a bad reason.
No, it's not a bad reason. To say that if you
it is a bad
gave
reason.
million people
You're also employing a hand wave dismissal now. This is a fallacy as well, hand wave dismissal.
Yeah, hand wave dismissal. I can't believe you're actually arguing that fallacious logic isn't a bad way to reason.
Wait, are you saying that if I gave a million people a secret over hundreds of years, that I would expect for them to keep quiet?
No, you've basically not listened to what I've said.
Well, I'm asking you it in a different way.
Okay. I asked you, and you confirmed that this was your position. I asked you whether your position was that the Earth can't be flat because that would have to involve however many people in your mind is a lot of people involved in this grand deception and conspiracy. Therefore, the official paradigm and narrative of it being a globe must be true. So you've dismissed the arguments of the Earth being flat simply because of your incredulity. That's logically fallacious.
But
I've
let's
just
get back
pointed
to
that out to you.
the question that I just asked you.
Well, why don't you acknowledge that you're engaging in logical fallacies is an appeal to incredulity? It's not a valid form of logic, and you're just wrong if you're using it. Why don't you acknowledge that first? Okay, great.
Okay, I'm absolutely wrong. Now, if I gave you a secret over 200 years, you and a million people, would I expect that secret?
You're employing the same logic. You're literally employing the same logic.
Do you think it's reasonable for me to
It's just incredulity again, dude.
If the proposition is true, it doesn't matter. You're not disproving any
So you
claim,
would.
or you're not.
You would expect
no,
that.
it doesn't matter what you'd expect. That's not the point. You can't have a reasonable discussion and logically break down arguments if this is the position that you're going to come from.
You know what? Here's what I would expect. If there
people are
is a
critical-
grand deception, if there is a grand deception, people like you with this mindset you're displaying, I would expect that they would definitely fall for that grand deception. Because they don't think that they could fall for a grand deception. So I would definitely say that you'd be a prime candidate for it. If there is, that is. I'm not even saying there is, but
Okay.
So a better question, right? Rather than dismissing what we're saying and saying, it would be impossible because in your mind, so many people would need to be involved in it. A better question would, because our position is it doesn't matter. We know the Earth's flat. The rest of it's inconsequential. So a better question for you would probably be, how do you know the Earth's flat? To actually start addressing the points, rather than going off into this, grand deception conspiracy idea, which again comes from a position of fallacious logic. So a better question would be something like, okay, how do you know the Earth's flat? Because once it's established that it is flat, the rest of it doesn't matter. You can fantasize about how all of that comes about later. It would be inconsequential to our proposition and the truth of it, right?
No.
How not? So if
Because
this
you
is
can
where
reason
that-
yourself into it being flat when it's not actually flat, and you're
we're not
ignoring the
reasoning
other
it. We're not
parts.
reasoning it. I'm not talking about reasoning it. I'm talking about
Additional parts.
I'm talking about demonstrating it and proving it. Once that's happened, and we've established that it is flat, for argument's sake, does the rest of it, the grand conspiracy, does that alter the truth of it? Once it's been established and we've all agreed.
If you can prove the Earth is flat, I would agree that the conspiracy part doesn't matter.
Correct. Right. So
But
what
would
I'm saying
you agree
is that
if you're attempting to determine the shape of the Earth, do you think that the grand conspiracy part would matter?
the grand conspiracy part doesn't matter in establishing the what is question here, which is what is the shape of the Earth. It has no bearing on the truth of that. That's my point.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So then why aren't you talking to us?
If you
so then why aren't you talking to us about that?
If you
and
can't
letting
readily
us demonstrate to you that the Earth's flat, so that you don't really have to worry about the grand deception right now.
If
You
you
can worry
can't-
about that later.
if you can't readily determine if the Earth is flat, absolutely, right? Then the grand conspiracy part would be very important.
If I was a bias affirming globe believer, then I would definitely try to appeal to motivation or argue from incredulity, since I don't have any globe evidence to present. That's what I would do.
Well, the globe evidence presented is hand wave dismissed. So
No, it isn't. Where is it? What did you present? Where's the geometry that you're
satellite
asking for?
pictures from space, radio.
Yeah.
communication.
How about something falsifiable, since we're actually... Oh, radio communication is a line of sight, so that's flat Earth.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah, so satellites, pictures from space.
What satellites? I don't know what you're talking about, satellites.
See, hand wave dismissed.
No, it's not hand wave dismissed. You don't have any evidence for it. You just make a assertion, which is baseless, which is a fallacy, and then move forward.
What is flat Earth motivation to lie?
What is flat Earth? I mean, I think there's different motivations for different individuals.
That's not a fair question. That's not a fair question. You're asking him now to define our motivations.
Well, I think I know
Yeah.
some of the motivations, but
But in the same way, like a lie, like a big lie, you know. Now we will have the community of the flat Earth, and now why would that be a lie?
Why would there be flat earthers essentially? Like, why would people?
Yeah.
So community, right? You got friends, you got status, you got position, you got recognition, you got closure, cognitive closure.
Let's
You got
let's put it like this. Let's say that we all believe that fact that Earth is a flat. What will be for you to prove that Earth is not a flat?
Well, hold on. Let me just one more item, which I think is really important as far as the motivation is. People want to feel special, like they have special knowledge, like secret special knowledge. Maybe they didn't get that, you know.
Well, how'd you know? That's not at all true.
Okay,
It's not at all true.
I'm not saying it's for everybody. I think each flat earther is probably a little bit different. They have different motivations. So
What special knowledge is there about actually just observing everybody on the Earth observing that it is flat and measuring it flat? What's special about that everybody has access to it?
well, I think it's like people pride that they have secret special truths that no other people have.
Why is it secret? It's not secret. We're telling everybody about it. We're showing everybody that they live on a flat Earth. That's not special secret knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, if I wanted to pride myself on having special secret knowledge, I wouldn't be here sharing it with the public. I'd keep it to myself, and I'd go around smugly being like, they don't know.
Who's doing that?
I'm just sharing with what I think is some of the motivations.
Well, it's dumb, dude. All the stuff you say is.
Fair.
Yeah, but we are here not because of motivation. We are pointing out there is no measurable curvature in reality. That's the point.
You'd be here from some sort of motivation.
My motivation is I want to give you information. This is information. There is no measurable curvature in reality. If you want to take that information with yourself, if you want to say this is bullshit, that's for you, you know. I don't have any other motivation in this thing. Do you understand that?
You just want to help people.
I'm telling you that's what I see. If you don't want to believe me, it's on you. You can live your life. I'm not preaching here. I'm only telling you information. The water does not curve in reality, and you can check that for yourself.
If anything, we're trying to change people's biases in reality and then asking them to go out and test reality, and then they never do. Kind of like you telling us, nope, I haven't checked, and I doubt you're going to go looking.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Exactly. Keep that bias, right?
But I wouldn't need to. Like, I'm different.
You wouldn't need to.
We don't want to change anything, man.
Yeah, it's going to be no more fun when there's no Globers left. We don't want to change your mind.
I have a question. Do you guys think that all of Earth is capable of becoming a flat earther?
Hope not. All the fun will be gone.
Like, do you feel like there's like a difference in some people? Like, if you present all the evidence across the board for flat Earth, right? Like all the arguments. Let's say there's 10,000, and you presented that to everybody on Earth. What percent do you think would become flat earthers?
Depends on the level of cognitive dissonance.
Can I tell you? You will get like 70% for sure if you put all good arguments on all mainstream television.
Okay, 70. All right.
Because other people, most people doesn't know that they don't understand the math shit. They will say, oh, I'm stupid, I don't know anything, blah, blah, blah. But still, even with that, it's only one thing every person knows. The water does not curve. I think everybody will know. Everybody will click. Everybody.
I don't have a guess as to the number.
I'm telling you.
Well, I mean,
in reality, good luck.
Depends how you go about it. If you introduce them to reality when they're like children, then probably like somewhere around 100%. But if you're talking about the people that are out there now already believing it's a globe, probably a slight minority of them only would be swayed.
what would you say are the like? How would you categorize the people that would be least likely to become flat earthers? Like, what would that be some of their attributes?
Those who have a motivation for their bias, which is to deny reality for some other purpose, which I can't define.
Nobody likes to hear that they've been fooled, you know. Like that in and of itself is humbling. So for somebody to have found out that they've gone their whole lives believing something that was completely wrong and having taken it at face value, to then learn later that it was wrong, that's where the cognitive dissonance kicks in. And a lot of people can't do that. It takes someone with a lot of humility to accept that they might have been wrong. So it's going to be very hard for most of the population to accept this stuff. That's why it's ridiculed as much as it is right now.
Well,
Globers who run around saying, "Oh, flat earthers are fucking crazy" and all this shit. Now they can't go back on that, especially if they made it on YouTube and streams and it's saved forever. And they told their family. Their family will think that there's something wrong with them if they flip over. So you guys have an issue when you go ahead and start calling people crazy because it's already flat. You guys just think it's a ball. You believe in it like a religion.
But what would the people that would be least likely to switch to flat Earth? What would they look like? What would their where would they live? What would their age
similar
be?
to somebody like you.
I know, but what would their attributes be?
Are you asking me to dox you right now? I don't have that information.
No, but I'm just saying, if you had to, theoretically build a person that will never become a flat earther, what would that look like?
You can't make claims and just says anything they want. Like you.
Okay,
so pointless
everywhere. Remember everywhere. Remember the word everywhere. Remember the word everywhere. That's you.
Would it be like
this is a redundant
6-year-old, or would they where would they work?
Dude, shut up.
Can I ask?
This is a ridiculous conversation. Do you have any globe proof? That's the issue on the table.
What you want to achieve with the censoring, for example, if you have something you want to, my question for you, if you want to censor something in your country, what do you want to achieve with censoring?
I would, the thing that I want to achieve is what's the commonality of people that do believe in flat Earth or don't believe in flat Earth?
There is no commonality. You measure the Earth flat. If anybody wants to acknowledge that, then I guess they fall under the category of flat earther. You don't acknowledge that, so you bury your head in the sand and ask dumb questions at this point.
But when I ask AI the same question, I get a different response.
That's fine. Guess what? We're not the same individual, right? That's the evidence that there's no commonality. See how it's not an echo chamber?
But the AI says differently.
AI is using the same information that's available to everybody else, right?
I also said differently. I said there is no measurable curvature in reality.
Yeah, that's the commonality. Other than that, you won't find them all working at the same place or living in the same town or going to the same church or whatever. I mean, I don't know why you would even expect that.
I just don't know why we see
if you want to speak about geometry, there we need to speak the same language because geometry is the same for everyone, you know? Then you will need to look for some kind of numbers and there should be something, and if it's not there, then you realize what it is. You cannot speak about ping pong ball, and then you have some kind of, I don't know, enormous fancy ball. You need to speak about all the dimensions of ping pong ball has. Or if you speak about basketball, that's a basketball. It's a 2 feet ball. It's not a 10 feet ball.
I mean, just do you guys experience a lot of flat earthers in STEM fields?
Jesus Christ.
I mean, there's plenty of them. Why?
Yeah, I would like to know one from South Korea, and I will be happy. You know, my life will be fulfilled. when I found out that one guy.
I don't experience a lot of them really in any field other than, I guess, this one, which is designed for the topic because they're the minority of the population in general. So anywhere out there in the world, I won't be experiencing many of them other than here.
Never met a flat earther in STEM.
Did you ask him?
Did you met flat earther saying that we are disk in the space?
So define STEM for me.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics.
Okay, so I work in technology. So you've just met someone in STEM. Congratulations.
Okay. Can you tell
Me
me?
too.
Can you help me
Yeah,
understand
me
what you
too.
do?
I'm part of the Me Too movement.
I
Me
work
too.
in IT. I work in IT.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh, it's not
I work
technology.
in
Oh, sorry. I
IT,
misunderstood
OT.
when I asked you to define STEM. You said technology. Is IT not information technology? Is it something else? No? Forte.
Yes.
Is information technology not technology?
Yeah, I don't think all of IT is STEM. No.
Right, so when I ask you to define STEM, can you be a bit more specific and not just give me what the acronym stands for?
I would expect engineers, analysts.
Are you familiar with refractive
scientists.
curvature? He's a very prominent electrical engineer who is on Nathan's show. I mean, I'm just spitballing like some of the known ones.
Okay, yeah, I'm just saying I've never met one.
Quantum Eraser. Quantum Eraser's he's a PhD, and I don't even remember exactly what now. Is it? Well, I'll find out for you, and I'll let you know. But again,
Like
I know for a fact he's in STEM. Yeah. Dude's incredibly
biochemistry.
smart. But this is what an appeal to credentials or something like. That's another fallacious argument, by the way. You keep knocking them out the park today.
What is it appeal to credentials?
Have a look.
I mean, you told me I committed it, so wouldn't you readily be able to articulate it?
It's something also that doesn't have relevance to the premise, right? You're asking if somebody has credentials, therefore, the premise stands or falls, which is just illogical.
I did?
Fallacious.
I said that?
No, you're appealing to credentials. It's a fallacy.
I am?
Yeah, you're saying, because I haven't met anybody in these fields that may or may not be flat earther, therefore the premise fails. Isn't that right?
I did?
Well, why don't you just go ahead and make a decent claim or an argument or give us some globe proof instead of playing this stupid game, because it's getting ridiculous at this point. You're embarrassing yourself and annoying everyone.
I said I have not met I have never met any flat earthers in STEM is actually what I said. And the reason why I say that is because
who cares?
Who
cares?
I'm here.
Who cares?
And
You
the
met
reason I
one.
said that,
There you go.
the reason I said that is because I feel like the higher the analytical and critical thinking ability, the less likely someone is a flat earther.
That's another logical.
Oh,
man.
So the guy using nonstop logical fallacies thinks that you could only arrive at another position by being illogical. So you just met a guy who's in STEM, told you he's in information technology, and you just say, I've never met one.
Yeah, he also met a vacuum engineer and denies his technical acumen. He's also talking to a former Lockheed employee, and he's denying that acumen. This guy's just rumpusing and making claims because he's coping.
If I'm IT help desk, am I in STEM?
Hey, Forte, what you forget is that these people are applying what you think are all these critical thinking skills to their work day checklist. And then when they go home, they sit in front of the TV. They're not using their spare time to check out the actual claims of the water ball. You seem surprised that your own personal echo chamber is echoing. You think you're slick, you're not. You're exposing the desperation of holding on to this water ball mythology, buddy. You do it every time. You're a potato.
Oh, thank you for your input.
Yeah, you got like 3 engineers you're talking to right now, at least.
Really?
Those don't count. He's never met one before.
Can I talk to
Probably
an engineer?
not. So he would know what engineering is, probably.
Can I talk to an engineer?
Why don't you just start talking now? They're listening.
Okay. If there's an engineer here, could we start talking together?
Just start talking, Forte. They're not interested in doxing themselves.
Engineer, where are you?
If you're not going to talk, I'll mute you so we can talk to someone else. That way we're not interrupted by you.
I have been talking.
Okay, well, go ahead and ask.
You've been coping. You've been coping, Forte. Big difference.
Ask your question now or I mute you.
I don't have a question. I've been conversing. Reg.
Ask something. I'm sure
All right,
they'll
too
answer
late.
you.
Are you in?
You're gone.
Are you in a STEM field yourself, Forte?
I'm not in STEM.
Okay, so you might be just as illogical as the flat earthers then.
Yeah, he's totally
in a
irrelevant
he's
to this.
in a low analytical thinking field.
Do you work at a gas station, Forte?
No, I'm not in flat Earth.
Do you work at a gas station?
No, I don't. I'm not a construction worker. I don't.
Are
work at a
you?
gas
Do you work at a
station.
gas station? You're not answering the question.
I don't know.
So
how
you do work at a gas
say
station,
no in
Forte.
French or in Spanish.
So you work at a gas
you want-
station then?
How many different places do you want the word no?
Maybe he cleans houses.
Oh. Yeah, do you clean houses, Forte?
No, I don't mod and mute people.
Are you picking up cans on the side of the road, supervised?
So you probably don't really use any of that critical thinking you were admiring. You don't really have a job that calls for it. So, I mean, you might as well be a flat earther, I guess, by your own standards.
Welcome, mate.
I mean, that's not my metric for it, but sounds like it should work for you.
So I would say that I would agree about 70%, 80% of the population could become flat earthers.
Yeah, but who cares?
What are you, a bookmaker?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
I mean, I care.
A second, 100% of the population are flat earthers. Dummy.
Because I find it interesting to think of who could be, like, who is capable and who isn't capable of being convinced.
People who are able to shed their pride.
You need some critical thinking skills first, Forte. Do you think you have what it takes?
Well, no, I'm unconvinced by the same arguments.
Okay, let's see if you, Forte, are a flat earther. You ready? Is an elevation angle a vertical angle measurement?
What?
Is an elevation angle a vertical angle measurement?
Is an elevation angle a vertical angle measurement?
Yeah.
I guess I'm not sure. Is it a 90 degree?
I'm asking you if it is, not what degree it is. If it's a vertical angle measurement, an elevation measurement. Elevation angles.
I'm not sure. I'd have to see it.
You're in this conversation, you don't know what an elevation angle is.
Yeah, I posted it for you.
Yeah.
So if you see it in side chat, the question remains: is elevation angle a vertical angle measurement?
Is that angle vertical? No.
So it's not in vertical plane.
Looks like you really don't know anything. You're right. I think the other guy was right that was trying to guess where you worked. I'm gonna say cashier at a gas station.
Why do you say that?
You're just worried about passing out smokes, and if people don't run off with gas and the hose don't pop off the top of the line and run down the street, and they gotta throw shit out on the ground. That's what you're attending to.
And what makes you say that?
You won't answer the question. You just don't know.
Therefore, gas station attendant?
Yeah.
Oh.
Ding, 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 ding.
Hey, says who? I just heard some dinging. I think someone's driving into your gas station there.
Where you run over the air hose and it goes ding ding, and you got to run out and pump gas.
Yeah, Rich is trying to help Forte save face.
He's a goner, man. Just let him go.
Ding 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 ding.
I need some more people that work in
STEM
building construction to tell me the shape of the earth.
There's all kinds of those guys in here. About half the people in here are in construction.
Yeah, I know.
What do you want them to answer?
Odd how that works, huh?
Yeah, you got to know your shit, or the building will fall over. You retarded?
No. That's why.
Forte
You
hates
actually don't need to know shit.
Are you in a building right now?
No, I'm in a prairie.
Just out on a prairie. You avoid buildings because they're dangerous because they're built by dumb construction workers, right? You don't go in them.
Wait till he finds out how many former military and government people we have in our ranks. He might freak out.
I mean, what is... So I'm an infantryman, therefore what?
Therefore, you probably don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, come on, man. If someone's shooting off artillery,
That's
they'd
not
have to know
infantry,
where
though.
it's going to land. It's still ex-military.
Oh, that's perfect. I'm glad you brought that up. You know that all you guys can become hobbyist long-range shooter and demonstrate the...
Yeah. So guess what, Forte? This is going to cook your noodle. One of our members is an artillery master gunner who wrote the TRADOC manual for the Army down in Fort Huachuca on how to train people who become artillerymen. And he's a flat earther. And he wrote a book, and he's got a website called flatearthintel.com.
He has a website?
His name is Corey Kell. He's a former master sergeant.
It's not like anyone can just go around and get a website.
Dude, you guys are getting smoked today.
It's you can
Friday,
buy...
Smoke the Gorbers Day.
You can buy like hobbyist long-range rifles and go test the Coriolis effect for yourself. It's really easy.
So we emailed the guy who has the world record for the longest sniper shot at 4.4 miles. Neither he nor his team used Coriolis at all. I've got that in documentation from him. I can post it if you want, but you probably won't care.
That's another one shot down. Get it?
And we also looked at all the training manuals for snipers, and we control F to look for Coriolis, and nope, not in there.
I think it only costs like $2,000, around $2,000. So if you really are a flat earther and you really do test things out, there you go.
Yeah, we do. We did.
So become a hobbyist
You want me to go?
shooter.
So
Wait,
you want
you've
me to go
done that
shoot a
one?
gun?
You did that
So you
one
want
on
me to
there?
go shoot a gun, right? Shooting a gun means the Earth is a ball. Is that what you're telling me?
He's saying for you to remain consistent in saying that you go out and test all these things for yourself. Here's another way.
Oh, I've done that.
No worries. What do I need to compensate for?
Well, I don't want to say it in VC, but
Forte, how do I compensate for that? How do I calculate it?
How do you calculate it?
Yeah. Tell me. Apparently you know, so just go ahead and tell me how I do that.
I don't know the specifics.
Why in the hell are you bringing this up?
That you don't know.
Are you totally
dude.
bricked?
Because my
Dude,
friend
more
is my
shit
friend.
you bring up that you don't know.
Well, I don't need to know the like. Do I know how to make a car to tell you that cars exist? No.
I know
Oh my
how
goodness
cars are put
gracious.
together, and they still exist.
Yeah, my friend is a hobbyist shooter.
Bring him in here. Bring him in here. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You're stupid. You don't know anything about the topic. You don't even know if you live on a curved surface. You don't have any firsthand experience of the globe or Coriolis. So bring your friend in here. Go get him.
And he tells me.
Is he in?
Why don't you go get your friend?
And he tells me if you shoot north, south, east, and west, and you don't account for cold.
You're just going to stay on mute until you get your friend in here, or you shut up about this since you don't know anything about it. This is ridiculous.
sounded like he was just explaining it.
No, he wasn't explaining anything. I asked him how to calculate for it, and guess what? He didn't know. He gave me an anecdote with no information.
Yeah, he was repeating tales told to him by his friend. Lord, you people are gullible.
Yeah. Thank you for talking.
Any takers, if I unmute Forte, should we make the terms that he should be talking about something that he does know about firsthand? Maybe that should be the stipulation.
Yeah, that would be good. I mean, everything he said so far, he's asked or made comments to. He doesn't know anything about. It's almost like.
Oh my God!
It's almost
You're
like he
afraid
went
he's
to
going to take your
Japan
Coriolis
and he
ball
looked at
away.
something on the wall and started talking about it. And then you ask him questions. He's like, I don't know.
He was taking away your argument about Coriolis not being accounted for in long-range artillery.
Good.
Yeah, he was taking your flat Earth ball away.
But yeah, so what Coriolis would that be?
The exact Coriolis that they're accounting for, dude.
And how are they accounting for it? How are they accounting for it?
Why don't you unmute the dude that was literally?
No, I'm asking you. You're telling me about it. Now, he didn't know. Do you know?
You muted.
Oh, okay. So you don't know either. See, I'm trying to learn here today, but you don't
When
know
you calculate
either.
firing solutions, military uses the Coriolis force in account.
Yeah, and how do they calculate for it?
Air temperature, air pressure, humidity, and Coriolis.
Yes. And how do they do that? How do they do it?
In the northern hemisphere, it deflects in a certain direction. In the southern hemisphere, it
and how do they compensate for it? Give me the formula that they go ahead and
silence. I was going to say that.
Okay, so you're going to be muted too because you don't know anything about it.
So maybe Forte's had enough time to Google it. Forte? Got that answer yet?
Am I like a...
Are we going to talk about moderation, or are you going to answer?
Yes, you are a dog, or like a talk a lot, Susie. You know, where we pull the string and you talk. Do you have anything like firsthand personal knowledge about this? Any subject here today that you can tell us about?
I guess you are true. I am in your house essentially, so that is correct, and I am here voluntarily, right? So you're not wrong, but I mean it's.
And you've been crying the whole time you've been here. That's weird.
And you aren't
you're
charging
popular at parties. And
you aren't charging me a fee to be here, even though I am getting entertainment out of it. So thank you for no cover charge. What was the question?
It doesn't work in here anyway.
Do you have any firsthand knowledge regarding this topic that you could tell us about? Maybe some evidence that you have firsthand.
I mean, do you guys? I was just going to continue on the Coriolis.
This guy's a goofball.
Yeah, but you don't know anything about it, so I'm asking if you have any like firsthand personal knowledge, experience, data, information.
He's found community with the globe.
Yeah, community. He's got community. He feels special.
Do they use Coriolis in sniper games? When you're shooting long range in games, do you have to do some math and figure that all out, or do you aim and shoot?
Why are you talking about games?
If the answer is no, what does that prove?
Don't do it in reality either.
I mean,
I hope you sound really entertained right now, Spuds.
Hey, says who or Old Hoss, whichever one of you guys was yelling about it. If you wanted to know how they calculated it, it's in the side chat.
Rich.
So
hilarious, dude.
I have a question for the mods, real quick. So you don't mute people that ad hom, but if I talk about Coriolis, I get muted?
You weren't talking about Coriolis. You were giving us an anecdote about your friend. You don't know anything about Coriolis. I asked you about Coriolis. You were telling me about your friend. Remember that?
Remember that part? I'm cool with ad homming.
I'm not talking about ad homs. I'm talking about the fact that you were anecdotally talking about your friend. I don't care about your friend. I want to know how they calculate Coriolis when they shoot.
Yeah, are you not entertained?
Yeah, it's in the side chat.
Bringing your friend in here because you are just talking about somebody who doesn't exist.
Hey, Forte, was that particular friend in STEM?
No, they're not. But you don't need to be in STEM to observe the Coriolis effect.
You're a goofball, dude. You're a goofball.
Can you lay that out? How that flows, like logically?
Goofily.
Okay, so where do we you know what the Coriolis is? Correct? Can you define it for me?
It's the spin of the Earth affecting objects that exit its reference frame.
No, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. Can you go ahead and go to Wikipedia or something and look it up and tell me about it?
Well,
wait, you're not still asking about the calculation, right? Because it's inside chat.
Rich, is this firsthand personal knowledge that you can tell me about? Because right now I'm driving,
you just
and I'm not going to be looking at the side chat. Yes, I'm asking someone to tell me about it, because if they know about it, I want to hear how they compensate for these two reference frames. So can you tell me about it, Rich?
I mean, if you need me to spoon feed it to you, I can.
No, do you do this? Do you calculate this Coriolis effect? I'll tell you what, where do you observe Coriolis effect, Rich?
So we're moving away from the calculation now.
No, we're talking about the actual Coriolis effect, which was the topic, and I'm asking you about it specifically, and you don't want to talk about it now. Is
The
that right?
original topic you had brought up is how this is calculated.
Yes. Okay. So how do we observe that Coriolis effect with the the bullet?
you ask about the
Are you going to go ahead and tell me now? Oh, great. He's going to go ahead and talk through me because that's usually their last stitch effort. So where do we observe the Coriolis effect, Rich? So we can compensate
We're
for it.
moving away from the calculation now.
No, we're talking. No, we're going to get to that. Trust me, we'll get there. Tell me where we observe the Coriolis effect. Well, how about we get there so we know what the Coriolis is? I mean, we have an audience here, and they all want to know what the Coriolis is and how it's observed on Earth. So can you show me how we observe that?
Long-range shooting.
Okay, and how do we observe that in the long-range shooting?
If you don't account for it, it's off by X quantity of distance based on the direction of your shots. If you shot in north, south, east, west, you'd experience.
Okay, so you still don't know what you're talking about. That's not an observation. That's an affirming the consequent. You're a fallacy machine today, Forte.
Wait, how is that not an observation if you shoot and then observe?
Okay, so in this scenario, if they miss the target, it's just because of Coriolis?
If you miss the target in a predictable manner by aiming at the bullseye, north,
Predictable?
south, east, west,
What is that predictable manner so we can go ahead and figure out what the Coriolis is? We would need to know what the Coriolis is so we can have that predictable manner. How do we observe the Coriolis effect? What is it?
That would be an observation.
Yeah, what's the observation? What is the observation of the Coriolis? Missing a target?
Yeah, predictable off-center.
Okay, and how do we predict that? I'm going to keep asking unless you're going to rinse and repeat. How do we predict that? What is the Coriolis and how would we predict it?
Come on, STEM guy. Use the words.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, guy in the back that
anytime
randomly produces words from his throat.
Projection. Pun intended. Go on.
So you don't know what the Coriolis is either, and you don't know what Earth-based Coriolis observation is.
Except for what I just told you. Except for that.
Yeah, which is totally affirming the consequent, and you don't know what you're talking about. So where is Earth-based Coriolis actually observed?
Long-range shooting?
Yeah, affirming the consequent. Do you actually have or know what the Coriolis is?
Yeah, the definition I gave you.
Where's that at?
What I said 2 minutes ago.
You just said no. I might need a citation. I'm not really going to accept. Since you're not from STEM, I'm not going to accept anything that you bullshit out of your mouth.
For a citation you can't look at because you're driving.
No, I'm sure somebody can get the citation and read it out loud since it's their claim, right? This is your claim. So get the citation and read it to me.
But once we get
Rich could read it if you want us to talk. No, you don't have to actually divine my motivations or what I'm going to do earlier or later, right? So go ahead and get it.
No, yeah, we'll just look at your history.
Yeah, you guys are really goofy. When it comes down to getting down to the brass tacks of this spinning water ball, you guys go to measured language land.
So if you want to escape the flat Earth, become a hobbyist long-range shooter. Very simple.
You sound desperate, Forte, and you've never picked up a firearm in your life.
Hey, thank you.
Your desperation is obvious.
More valuable input.
What's a professional long-range shooter? What's a professional long-range shooter?
I don't know what a professional is. I know what a hobbyist is.
All right. Well, we got a professional who broke the world record at 4.4 miles, like I told you before. You seem to be forgetting that. Are you bricked?
Bricked.
Yeah, like the world record holder, Guinness Book of World Records, didn't account for Coriolis over 4.4 miles, and he hit the target.
Well, maybe that's why you're not breaking records and he is 4 days. You're fucking doing it wrong, thinking you're on the
wait. So the world record holder said he didn't use Coriolis according to you.
No, according to him and his team, okay? Not me, him.
Yeah, no, but I'm getting the information from you.
Okay, do you want me to post it? I offered to before, and you didn't take me up on the offer.
I didn't.
Probably because you weren't listening.
I didn't hear you offer.
I did offer it. I said I can post it for you, but you probably won't care.
Okay, yeah, post it.
Okay, I'll post it. And you can read it out loud to the audience.
Now, if if they didn't, or if they say they didn't, what do you say about all the other people that say they do?
Well, they're just liars like you who can't prove it.
So all the other
I
people
don't
are
know
liars.
anybody that
This
does.
one guy says the truth.
Do you want to talk about anecdotes? I know people that actually shoot competitively long range. They don't account for it. Now, that's as good as your anecdote, right? So my anecdote cancels out your anecdote.
Yeah, I'd agree to that.
I've got a word search as well through 2 different sniper instruction manuals that don't include the words Coriolis, rotation, or curvature.
Sounds unnecessary.
Yeah.
Does that mean something?
Well, if we're talking about long distance shooting, and these are manuals on long distance shooting that don't include Coriolis, curvature, rotation, then yeah, it does mean something.
Yeah, it sounds like professionals don't take it seriously.
Yeah, and speaking of professionals, Forte, I posted some stuff in the chat for you, including a video and the email and an excerpt. Would you please read the email that is borderlined in blue for the audience in its entirety? His text is in orange below, Shepard Humphreys. If you don't know how to read it for the audience, let us know and we can.
Good thing he didn't use the Fortes method. He wouldn't have got that record.
I know, right?
The Globe's screwing you up, man. You got to drop this.
I don't think you can read it for us.
This is about the time where he's going to say he's got to go do something.
What globe?
Well, that's great, guys. Thank you. I got to get going now.
Yeah, I'm just reading it.
Okay.
When you say globe, do you mean that globe that's measured from sea level horizontal elevation angle measurements to Polaris? No curve involved. That globe.
I'm glad you're here, One Deck.
It just means the one that he pretends he's shooting guns on.
So we did not take into account the Coriolis, as much of that is lost in the weeds with respect to the wind. There you go.
Oh yeah, wind and weeds.
Yeah, that's not enough. Keep going. He has a comma after that. There are other factors. Keep going.
69 miles an hour. I can't see the entire email.
It says temperature. Can you read the word temperature that comes after wind? Wind, temperature, comma.
Yeah, read it.
No, you need to. I want to make sure you're not just a gas station attendant.
I am reading it.
Did you used to work at Windsor Shoes?
I asked you like 5 times to read it for the audience, Forte, and you're not doing it.
Yeah, I'm declining.
Why?
Because I don't want to.
Because he's a loser?
Yeah, you're a loser. Okay, fine. I'll mute you.
No, you're a loser.
He's a globe loser. Like they all are. They're all globe losers because there is no globe. They know they live on a flat earth. They keep the globe in the mind to keep the fantasy going. And it's a hard thing to handle. If you're not willing to accept the truth, it's going to be difficult for you.
I find it so dishonest that once they realise that they're bricked, they just won't even read the citation. They just refuse
Well, they
to.
can't. They can't, AJ, because once they read it, they have to admit they're in a psychological dilemma because they've been given definitions, proofs, and evidence, which they can't deny, but they still have to lie about the globe in the little I Spy. Like how I did that.
Yeah, I do. I just find it crazy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so the globe is an imaginary place to live, and it's not measured as a globe. Latitude will tell you that. I mean, everybody tells you how latitude is measured. Sea level is level, horizontal is horizontal. Latitude lines to and from Polaris, horizontal baseline measurements. That's how mapping and grid systems are used. There's no mention of a globe in any of this. It's hilarious. I'm just laughing out loud.
I mean, I don't mind putting up with being muted, honestly.
Well, it doesn't sound like it's much to put up with right now. I can hear you.
It's the admission fee.
Well, have you got any proof of a globe, pal?
That you won't hand wave dismiss? No.
Coriolis is out.
Just try me now.
Try me. Coriolis is gone.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
Here's the thing: if he's going to hand wave dismiss it, doesn't that make you look good on the live stream? You present evidence, the audience can see, hey, 40's put up his globe evidence, and then one deck hand waved it. Why wouldn't you take that opportunity to validate your position?
It's so true. That's actually a good point, Heretic. And the fact that he's sticking to his guns here and saying we're going to focus on the first thing we were talking about will make it that much more evident to the live stream that he's dodging. Good job, Forte.
But has he offered any?
Wait, I didn't hear what you
any
said.
globe proof whatsoever?
I was just saying, you sticking to the point and pointing out that they hand waved the first thing just to move on to another proof.
What did we hand wave?
What was the hand wave?
Now, you're literally hand waving the fact that you hand wave something now. This is crazy.
No, I'm asking you what the hand wave was. That would not be a hand wave.
The Coriolis effect. The
fact
that we have a calculation, right? That without accounting for the Coriolis, it will miss the target.
Oh, I see what's happening. You're hand waving the rebuttal because we already went through this and we told you that the long distance record was done without accounting for it at all. So it doesn't seem like it needs to be there. And maybe maybe that's why you guys don't have the record, because you keep accounting for shit that's just thrown you off. Maybe.
You think that guy's a flat earther? Does he say that in the email?
That's irrelevant to the point.
Well, the email doesn't assist you guys. You realize that, right?
The point is that he's not taking it into consideration, so it does assist us because that was our argument, and it shows that. It doesn't show he's a flat earther or anything like that, just that he didn't take it into consideration, and that was the point being argued.
Well, you can hit a target and not take it into consideration.
He's not hitting a target. It was the world record shot.
Oh, so now you don't need to use it, right?
Well, we're talking about.
I thought the hobbyist would figure it out because of the Coriolis, and now we don't have to account for it. You can still hit the target. Where are you going to go with all this, Forte?
You don't have to take it into account.
Listen to him talk out of both sides of his potato mouth.
You have to take it into account. You don't have to take it into account.
Yeah. If I shoot, I see that I'm off by 5 feet to the right, and I adjust 5 feet to the left. As a result, I'm not taking into account the Coriolis. I'm not.
Excuse me, mate. I'm not being funny. Why would you take an illusion into account for anything whatsoever?
Yeah, the guy with the world record didn't do it.
That's poor logic.
It's an illusion.
You don't get to speak about poor logic, bro.
Talking about.
How have you accounted for the fact that a miracle didn't occur?
Hold on, let's think this out.
Disqualified.
The Coriolis doesn't exist, therefore I can't take it into account because it doesn't exist. How does that? That seems pretty sound, right?
Well, can you demonstrate its existence for me?
You have to observe it first. You haven't shown that.
You guys don't see the obvious failing of that logic?
Yours.
What? Things not existing, not needing to be accounted for? What's wrong with that?
No, one deck.
I want to account for the unicorns outside when I walk out there.
Yeah.
Why would I?
How did you measure the illusion, mate? How did you measure that illusion? Hello, Globe Muppet.
Hello.
How did you measure the illusion?
I haven't measured the Coriolis effect with a tape measure.
No, you won't be doing that anytime soon. Now, let's get back down to
Because it doesn't exist, remember?
Yeah, exactly. So does the surface of Earth exist? Yes or no?
So back to the Coriolis.
No, that's up in the air. That's an illusion. I'm bringing you back down to the ground. Does that exist?
He wouldn't have needed to account for the Coriolis to hit the target.
Yeah. See how you're dodging the surface of Earth when you think you live on a globe and you can't talk about it?
Yeah, we're not going to let you.
Yeah, let's talk about fucking illusions in the air, mate. Yeah,
just told you don't even
illusions in the air.
He just told you don't even need to account for it.
Yeah. So
yeah, I don't need to account for the Coriolis to hit a long range shot either. All I have to do is go to the right a little bit more.
Yeah,
I haven't accounted for it.
That would be a dude. Do you not realize how transparent your little slime ball act is?
It's weak.
One slimy little potato, and it stinks at the bottom of the bag, and he doesn't realize.
Oh my god! You know what he is? Do you know what he is? He's a sissy glober.
He's just coping. Yeah, it's a hard cope today.
He's a sissy
Thinks that when
glober.
planes fly, the runways move to the right and left underneath them as they fly in a straight line.
Yeah. So when he's taking off and the Earth's spinning backwards underneath him, and he's taking off, is the plane going backwards?
So, Ego, do you know how what you posted doesn't support you?
Yeah.
It does.
Listen, mate. Oi, Glober, stop talking shite, right? I'm not asked about all that shit you're talking about. I'm going to get you right down to the bare knuckles of the problem. Now, let's get back down to Earth. Tell me about globe Earth and how it's measured, right? I'm sick of your attitude, yeah? And you're going to be exposed right now. So, tell me how Earth curve's measured, Mr. Illusion Coriolis sissy glober guy. Are you running away and scared?
I'm still here.
Yeah, so tell me all about the surface of Earth and how the globe is measured. Go for it, sissy globe boy. Hello, I'm going to expose you right now. Everybody, go for it, sissy globe boy.
One deck, he's tacitly agreeing that the Earth is flat because he will not provide the evidence.
I have a question.
Cat's got his tongue.
One
Cat's got
deck.
your tongue, does it, sissy
No,
globe
I'm
boy?
literally talking right now as we speak.
Yeah, he's been fed new lines.
Do you usually just like ad hom your interlocutor? Just like
No one's ad homing. Okay, you want to talk? Now go ahead and ask me your question.
Nobody's
that's
ad
what I'm
homming.
I
You
exposed.
don't hear
I
ad hom?
exposed. I
Hey,
exposed.
I
sissy
was
globe
addressed
boys. I
by
don't
name
care.
earlier. I'm here to answer.
Yeah. Do you realize how what you posted doesn't support your position?
How does it not? Go ahead and it.
Yeah, one deck. That's you like to make fun of people for some reason. Like,
Yeah, I do. I make fun of sissy globe boys like you. And I don't
How
care
does it not support the position? Go ahead and tell us.
Yeah, go for it, mate.
yeah, I'm just gonna. What do I do? Do I just turn one deck down or?
One deck, you got to stop talking.
I'm engaging you for crying out loud.
Oh, let's shut one deck up then, because he's talking about the curvature and no evidence of it. Let's shut him up.
No, let's just shut him up because he's talking through everybody else who talks, not because of that other stuff.
Let's talk about the supporting evidence in the chat then. See how far that goes.
Unless Ego Slave is given up, then whatever. Go back to one deck.
Oh, I'll go on mute. I'll just fucking listen.
Well, it's just we can't all talk at once. That's all.
Do I have to ask it again for like a 10th time?
What?
How do we go from 10 people talking to no people talking?
This always happens when I try to clear it up. When there's people talking to each other, then nobody wants to talk.
Ego Slave was asking how the document actually does not support his position to Forte. Forte has gone silent because he actually just doesn't want to address the situation. Sounds like to me.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you don't need to take into effect the Coriolis to hit the target. You can do it without explicitly taking into effect Coriolis.
Okay, so how
would you do that?
Go against our counterclaim? Because you claimed that you needed Coriolis to be accurate.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
I think he meant
You
account,
claimed you
not
have to
effect.
take into account Coriolis effect. What are the consequences of not taking Coriolis
No, I
into account?
didn't. I didn't.
All right,
I said
you
can
answer my
observe
question
it.
now. What is the consequence of not taking Coriolis into account?
What would be the consequence of not taking into account?
Ooh.
I guess it would depend. Like, how many shots did that
All right,
person
let me
make?
ask it in a simpler, more direct manner. Would it increase or decrease accuracy taking the Coriolis into account? By your imagination, go.
It would decrease it.
Okay, so the world record sniper said we don't even have to take it into consideration in the first instance. Why would that be the case if they're striving for accuracy?
They can make multiple shots.
No, they're striving for accuracy. They want to make this in one shot, which they did. Well, okay.
Yeah, they can make multiple shots.
No, they're not trying to do that. They're trying to be as accurate as possible. So why would they not take something into account when they're striving to make a world record of being the most accurate sniper shooter? What you're suggesting makes no damn sense at all to us or the audience. Like, the audience thinks you're fucking crazy by what everyone's saying in the chat.
The Flat Earth supporting audience might be crazy. The rest of the world.
All right, enough. All right, if somebody wants to take this guy out of cold storage, feel free. I muted him, and I'm just going on listening mode now.
Yeah, I'll talk to the Globe City if you want, mate.
Hope Sissy, you're up.
Don't hurt his feelings.
Be careful with those. They're fragile.
I wonder how many
see-
seconds of admission fee I've had to pay.
Yeah. So, would you like an intelligent conversation?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah. So, what do you want to talk about?
Well, I would need to find the conversation you mentioned first.
The shape of the Earth. I'd like to talk about.
Didn't you say intelligent conversation?
Yeah. You did hear
Yeah,
me right.
he's
First time.
just coming here to sling insults one deck. I think he should be booted.
Okay.
Heretic, what do you think? Should we boot this
Just
Muppet?
let one deck cook. Just let him do his thing. Whatever.
Oh,
The
okay.
guy's salty. It's it's par for the course.
Wait. So he can insult me, but I can't insult. Okay, got it.
Are they add-ons or insults?
Hey, Dick Nose, you fired the first shot with insults. Now it's open season.
I did?
Yeah, you made fun of us for being flat earthers with an ad hoc.
When did I do that?
He's not even aware of his own arrogance.
Yeah, what a
Bizarre.
dipshit.
Listen to the playback, Spud.
You're making more flat earthers by representing the globe with such retardation.
How does that work?
People listen to you as a globe
Moving on.
expert, and they're like, oh my god, the flat earthers are making sense.
No, anybody that's already vulnerable to flat Earth arguments, I can't help them.
Oh, can't help yourself.
You won't be helping anybody.
Wow.
Yeah, I think this is too much for you to handle. I mean, you might need to go back to attending gas.
Attending gas?
Yeah, as a gas station attendant.
Maybe he's relegated to the bird shit on the window tasks.
Oh yeah, like in New Jersey and New York, where they wipe your windows at stoplights and demand to be paid.
Listen, I mean, if
That.
the guy has got some sort of proof that he lives on a globe, I'm willing to listen to it. I'm not asked about Coriolis and the illusion. I'm not asked about sunsets or anything like that, or gravity. I'm not bothered about all that crap. But if the guy's got some sort of explanation for me to put my mind at ease, how
Earth is measured as a globe, I'd be more than up for having a listen to that. So, Globe City, have you got anything?
Rich is still on mute.
Yeah, he can stay on. Are you going to answer questions, or you're just going to answer your own questions that your own head is asking yourself?
It's funny when you talk about the shape of the Earth. It's like when you ask for, you're inviting them to come in with the evidence which is worldwide known, the curvature of Earth. Apparently, they can't offer any support for that evidence.
Okay, the picture,
really funny, yeah.
the picture of the Earth from space.
Which one?
That's where we are.
Well, that's good. So is that your evidence of a measurement?
Yep.
Is that is that a measurement proof?
Yep.
Yeah.
And does this mean you're also running away from Coriolis? Because we're ready to continue talking Coriolis with you. But if you're going to run away from Coriolis, and we didn't run away from Coriolis, we're going to need a concession from you, Forte, that you are running away from Coriolis to talk about pictures from outer space.
Well, you got it. You could choose. Which one do you want me to talk about?
Well,
are you going to concede?
No, I'm not conceding.
Well, you brought up pictures from space when your current topic and proof of the globe was Coriolis.
Oh no, yeah, I'll just chill right here in Coriolis. Never mind, nothing
All right,
about space.
Let's stay on Coriolis. Okay, good.
What is
Coriolis?
So
Sniper guy, Sniper doesn't show you Coriolis exists. What shows you Coriolis exists?
No, actually, it doesn't show you that Coriolis exists. He just said he didn't take into account as much as the wind. If you read it,
when you say take it into account, what is it? What is it that you're taking into? Is it something that's happening that he's taking into account? Is it actually happening?
I don't know. He said he doesn't take the effect, and you'd have to ask him, I guess.
So what is
Coriolis is your claim. Your claim is Coriolis. How many reference frames do you need for Coriolis, kid?
2.
Wait. Okay, so let's clarify. Are you saying that it doesn't exist because he's saying that he doesn't take it into account?
Mate. It's your claim, mate. What are you claiming?
He's already backpedaled from his original claim.
Is that what you're saying, Ego?
I'm asking you if you know what Coriolis is. How many reference frames do you need for a Coriolis effect?
Let him explain what it is.
Well, I'm just saying, are you saying that it doesn't exist because this guy said he didn't take it into account in this shot?
No, I'm saying it doesn't exist because the world is flat and stationary.
Okay, so we can just negate this whole Sniper post that you made.
No, we don't negate it. We take it into account because he didn't need to use Coriolis.
Therefore, it doesn't
exist. This is our point. You don't need to use Coriolis because it doesn't exist because the world is flat and stationary. People think it isn't and think they might need to take it into account. And when they look at the numbers, they're like, maybe I don't need to. I don't know. And then so they may choose not to, because it's so insignificant that it may as well not even be there. And we say, well, it isn't there.
Wait. So is it possible that he didn't take it into account, yet it's still there?
No, because Earth is stationary and flat.
That's a circular argument?
No, it's not, because we measure the Earth flat and we use it flat and it's stationary.
Yeah, but
we can prove it's stationary.
If you assert
this is not an assertion. We have evidence to back our claims that Earth is stationary. For example, water. Water doesn't slosh around.
Yeah, latitude.
I'll show you how it's circular. Coriolis effect doesn't exist because the Earth is flat.
No.
Therefore, the Coriolis doesn't exist.
You don't know what
You're reversing the burden of proof. Excuse me. You're reversing the burden of proof. You need to show us the Coriolis does exist. That's on you. Earth-based Coriolis.
Coriolis, I think he needs to go back to Undex's question and answer the curvature, yeah? Because we've clearly...
That'd be great, too.
You can't have Coriolis if Earth is flat.
And we've clearly debunked the Coriolis with the discussions that we've had here. He just doesn't even want to read the citation that was posted. So let's go back to Undeck.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm not interested in Coriolis. That's just something else we can talk about. What I'm interested in is the actual shape of the Earth. And if you're claiming that it's a curvature, I'd like some evidence. Now, you did say pictures from space. Now, okay, you can put a picture from the so-called space up. What I'm getting at is, when was Earth curvature first measured? Who by? When did he do it? And what equipment was used?
So that's
When was
the proof right there, the picture.
No. It was what year? What century was globe Earth discovered?
But your question was, what's my evidence? And I said the picture from space.
Yeah, well, that's not a measurement evidence; it's a picture. So now I'm
it's an observation.
Yeah, so it's not a measurement. So now I'm asking you, who measured it in the first instance?
Well, it's in that picture. It's a globe.
Yeah, so it's a picture. It's not evidence of measurement. It's an observation, like you've just stated. You've already admitted that.
Therefore,
so now we're going to go to, when was it first measured to establish we lived on a globe?
Well, we can see the globe in the picture.
Yeah. So when was Earth curve first observed? What century?
So that would be my evidence for the globe. Is I see the globe in the picture.
Well, then you have a very low standard of evidence, my friend. I could probably show you a picture of Bigfoot. Does that mean that Bigfoot exists? I mean, it's a picture, not a photo, a rendition. And if this is your standard of evidence, then you don't have a standard at all.
Yeah, very poor. He knows that himself.
Right.
I mean, he knows it. As he's saying,
pictures of flat Earth taken from the space station show the Earth without curvature.
So
yes.
So let me get this straight. The picture's fake. Is that what you're saying?
The picture's a picture, mate. It's not.
No, the Chinese space station is higher than the ISS.
Yeah. So
China shows a flat Earth.
Yeah.
From
so
there.
how did the Greeks measure the Earth?
So the picture's fake?
What picture are you even speaking of? I asked you that in the first place.
Yeah,
which one?
Post one.
No.
You posted one?
Picture, listen, mate, you're getting it all wrong. Pictures aren't fake, right? Pictures are pictures, right? When you go into a court of law, if you was going to somewhere to prove a measurement and the shape of something, right, in real existence, you couldn't just put a photo up and say that's it. Yeah, you know that, don't you? You're fully aware of that, aren't you, as an adult?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Someone was talking to me.
Wow.
Oh, pay attention, please.
Okay, I have a life. I'm not devoted
Someone's
to this.
trying to dig him out of this hole that he's still digging.
God.
Yeah, have you ever seen a picture of a jackalope?
Yeah, let's see.
He was probably Googling.
Which one of these anti-flat earthers is in your DMs, Forte?
Yeah, the sound.
Am I not allowed to be talking to my other people?
So clear. It always sounds the same. It sounds like they're just going through papers on the desk. It's hilarious.
Another USA Today article on our community.
Yeah.
I mean, all it's showing is that you're ill-equipped for this.
He's got a picture of something from so-called space. Now, how can you verify that that's real? How do you do that?
It was taken by NASA.
Okay, so how do you know it's real footage of an area called space in a vacuum of 10 to the minus 17 torr? How can you verify that?
I can't personally verify that it was taken there.
Okay, so it's not valid evidence then.
Oh no! I don't need to go to space.
Should we question NASA? Yes or no? Should we even question NASA at all, Forte? Yes or no?
I would say to some degree, but not in entirety.
Why not?
Because
what does that even mean, dude?
Are you jumping on the bandwagon?
I mean, you can question like some of their spending decisions and like, are they spending the money wisely? Are they not spending the money wisely?
Yeah. So is that
what about their scientific claims?
Yeah. So tell us
what about their scientific claims? Should we question any science at all?
Yeah, tell us about the science. Validate your proof.
Can you be a good scientist and never question NASA, or should you try to question NASA?
Yeah, talk about science to validate your proof. Let's go. How do you validate your proof with a picture, scientifically?
You know why there's a delay? It's because he's asking his friend and he has to wait for his friend to type back.
You know what his friend is? He's called AI. AI.
Oh, it's somebody in this room or that's listening on YouTube that's telling them what to say now.
I think I figured it out. I think I figured out what happened with the picture.
Who told you that?
Well, I think I figured it out. I think it was faked, and there's a grand plot to fake the image.
Yeah, no shit.
You're just being disingenuous now, man.
It fell short.
You're going to have a proper discussion.
I figured it out.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Because in a video of people in space, I seen hair standing up.
Well, I'll put it another. Listen, I'll put it another way, right? So you've seen a picture of the globe Earth from space, from NASA, and you believe that to be true, and that's your evidence of Earth. So how can we go out in nature now and prove that that is real in reality? Yeah, if it's given sort of a dimension of that globe, how can we go and measure it down here? What should we do? So what should we do to prove that curvature is correct? Just to question NASA, just in case we think NASA's lying.
Hold on.
How can we?
You can't ask Eratosthenes. He assumed sphere. Whoever that was from the peanut gallery.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you can test a hypothesis. That's how hypothesis testing.
Oh,
well,
here we
guys,
go. Nickelodeon scientist.
Everyone, I got news, everyone. I posted a video. Is the power line companies, when they clear the trees of the power lines, they don't take into account the spinning of the globe. So
when we measure latitude, using sea level,
damn, bro.
Damn, bro. Yeah, man.
Right.
Yeah. So we're going back to your brother now with NASA pictures of evidence that we live on a globe. It's a picture. So you think to yourself, well, NASA's got this
I tried.
Yeah. NASA's got this globe picture right in front of me, and they give it some measurements. Now, how can we validate that's true to take some actual measurements? Because we can't just take a photograph as proof, can we? We have to now prove that that shape of the globe is correct. How would we do that?
You'd probably survey.
Yeah, and how do you do that then? Over a distance using
surveying equipment.
Surveying equipment, yeah.
Which accounts for curvature, by the way.
Yeah.
Does it provide accurate measurements once accounting for curvature?
Well, you're not accounting for curvature, you're measuring curvature, aren't you?
Ask any surveyor, they'll tell you they have to account for curvature.
Yeah, well, you don't have to account. Hang on a minute.
At that point, do they?
Excuse me. You don't have to account for things if you're measuring things. If I'm measuring,
yes, you do have to account for the curvature, or else all the numbers would be wrong, and your building wouldn't be straight.
If it was curved, you would be measuring the curve. You wouldn't be accounting for it. You would be actually measuring it.
Like when you're doing survey work, you have to account for the curvature.
No, you don't. If the globe Earth was real, you would be measuring the globe Earth. You wouldn't be accounting for it. You would be measuring it.
Once again, if they didn't account for the curvature, then like streets and survey work.
You don't have to account for it if you're measuring it, do you?
If we're measuring the curvature, then yeah,
I want proof of that claim.
Wait, what?
I want proof of that claim and the error that is involved that we're correcting for.
After you've took the flat Earth measurement, what are you accounting for after flatness of the horizontal baseline?
Right, and how much does your error tolerance require curvature to alleviate the error?
And what's the formula that you're using? Have a sign.
Imagine your worldview is based on these arguments.
Imagine you've got to measure
the argument is we don't see curvature.
Imagine you've got to measure Earth flat and then account for curvature. Cuckoo.
I just posted a source in the chat area.
Good, Snackle. Maybe you can talk about it or not. Can you describe it?
Just like a basic definition of a geodetic survey, which of course has to account for the curvature of the Earth. I mean, you can literally ask any surveyor that's already
accounting for.
Great. So, what's the answer to my question, Snackle? What's the answer?
What was your question again?
So why did you post an answer to my question and then forget my question? Like you don't even listen, dude.
That's rude.
I thought the question was
That's rude, dude.
You go on mute.
He wasn't answering your question, Ego.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, so why did you say he was?
I said he wasn't.
You just said he posted an answer to your question, but he doesn't know what your question was.
Right. Well, the audience thought he was posting an answer to my question. It turns
They
out
did?
not to be
Oh
because he wasn't
no!
listening to my question because he doesn't even know what I asked. Like, come on.
Talking to Dak, nice.
So he's muted now?
Yeah, because he's dishonest. I mean, do you want to be a dishonest interlocutor too? I can mute you.
How is he dishonest if he didn't answer? I'm so confused right now.
Because he presented an answer to my question to the audience, and the audience thought that this sufficed. And it turns out he wasn't even aware of what question I asked. He thinks he's providing proof of a globe.
So how can he be dishonest if he wasn't aware?
Because he's not engaging in a conversation with honest intent. If he was, he would have listened to my question and then provided the answer to that. Instead, he tried to substitute an answer with what he wanted to present instead, which is not the answer.
Yeah.
That's dishonest.
It's called diverting from the truth fallacy. Yeah, because you can't talk about
Wait. Hold on. Diverting from the truth fallacy?
Yeah, man. That's my fucking definition of it. Have you got a problem with that?
It's a red.
So what's your evidence again? You said a picture of curvature from space is what you need to believe in the globe. Which picture?
I don't know. One of the
You don't know. Okay, so you don't know what proof you need for believing in the globe. Just any picture will do, right?
Oh, that's not logical. It doesn't follow.
Well, okay, so which picture is it? If not any picture will do.
One of the ones that NASA says is a picture of the Earth.
I don't know of any that NASA says is that. Why don't you provide one so we can talk about it?
I can Google one up.
It's up to you. It's your claim.
The one that you're thinking about, that's in your mind, that you're using as evidence, that one would be great.
It looks like we sniffed out, or smoked out rather, some of these YouTubers that have been in his DMs.
I have people are in my DMs.
Oh, you do?
You're saying they're in my DMs.
Oh, you do? Yeah, you're saying they are. Okay.
No, that's a question.
Yeah, aren't they?
No, I'm unaware. Maybe you.
You're unaware, so you're not going to answer yes or no. You're going to sidestep. Cool.
And globe muppet.
So you're a gas station attendant, and you have people in your DMs giving you answers to questions.
Wait, why am I a gas station attendant?
Because your gas pressure needs containment, mate, and you don't have that, so you're an attendant. Oh, I love these globe muppets, mate. I just love talking to globe muppets now. It just makes me smile all over my face. I can just beat them up all over the show.
Hey, same here. It makes me smile. I have fun.
I'm glad you're having fun.
I'm just laughing at globers every day now.
It's good to talk about abstract shit, though. It's great.
Oh, well, I know.
No, abstract stuff is nonsense.
Measured, mate.
Why?
When you get the flat Earth from sea level, then everything's flat.
You're not going to prove the nature of reality by speaking in abstractions. You go out and freaking measure it.
We
go out and measure
models.
the Earth.
We make models, right?
Yeah, you need to measure to make models. Otherwise, you're just making video games.
Listen, mate. The only model you've got, pal. Listen, mate. The only model you've got is a Lego model, right? We're talking about sea level, right? All altitude is measured from sea level.
I don't know anything about that.
I don't know about that, and you know about that. So stop putting your accent on, because I've got you lot covered, mate. Yeah, you're not fooling me. One deck is.
That's my regular accent. I speak like this.
Yeah, and you said that last time, and you started talking American. I know the crack, mate. You can't fool one deck. Yeah. So tell me how latitude is measured then, in your accent.
Latitude.
Yeah.
From sea level, like a distance from sea level, vertically.
Yeah. So it's level. It's a level measurement. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's how Earth is measured level. Thank you. That's all we need to know.
Sure, bro.
Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth. Simple, isn't it, mate? Fucking simple. It's measured from sea level. It's level. Well, I don't know what the fucking aggro's about. Trying to prove curvature when there's nothing involved with curvature.
Level
Curvature's never mentioned. Curvature's never used in any application for navigation, flight, building, engineering, education. Never used. It's not accounted for ever we don't live on a globe. It's all level. Sea level is the baseline.
Excuse me. Choke.
Yeah. Yeah. And thanks for admitting that, Mr. Glober.
I'm not particularly taking any position.
Well, you are taking a position because you live on a flat Earth, mate, and that is your position. I'm giving you your position. Yeah.
I posted a image of the Earth in the chat.
Oh,
I mean, did you deliberately pick the least realistic one you could find, or?
You're not serious, are you, Forte? You've got some soul searching to do, bro.
Dude.
Yeah,
This is
maybe
AI
enroll in some
drawing.
photography classes, dude. You have lost the plot. I mean, if this is the material that keeps you guys in this state of willing gullibility, it'll last forever. You people will always exist. You asked earlier.
Oh my gosh.
There will be an endless fountain if humans are this gullible and just lacking. It's wild.
Well, that's my contention. Is why we have flat earthers is because of gullibility.
Hold on. So that link that was posted to the LRO, is that image CGI or real in your opinion?
Real.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you have lost the plot, dude.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, guys, and I'm not, we're not. You can talk. We know what Coriolis is. It's an illusion. Yeah, gravity is just a made-up thing.
Circular.
Yeah. So let's get back down to Earth, right? So the proof on the table is by the Globetards that they've seen a picture from NASA. Yeah. Now, when was the first measurement of Earth curvature measured? Any ideas, anybody? What year?
He doesn't know. He's furiously Googling it.
I'm not Googling it.
So then why aren't you answering the question?
So I don't want to?
That's an interesting debate tactic. It's a bold strategy, Carton.
I mean, if I was a Glober, I'd be saying, well, it was either. I mean, you've got to go. I mean, you're going back 2,000 years, aren't you? With a stick and a shadow. I mean, that's it. That's the evidence on the table.
On deck, several sticks and several shadows.
Oh. Well, I think he used one stick and a distance from a well.
Took it all the way from Alexandria to Syene.
Speaking about bringing it down to Earth and measuring Earth, how many different Earth measurement methods and Earth measurements have there been?
You've measured. You measure latitude. All elevation profiles are measured from sea level. That's a level plane of reference.
Well, how many different ways are there?
Pressure gradients above the sea level is measured from sea level. Pressure gradient. These are horizontal frame of reference for that. Elevations to and from Polaris gives you your 90 degree underneath the zenith of Polaris back to 0, the equator mark at 0 degrees. There's nothing to do with curvature. It's all horizontal level baseline measurements, mate. So what we're asking for is, when are you going to mention curvature measurements? And now that's established, because we've not heard any yet. That would be great if you could bring curvature into the equation. Pardon the pun. It's all gone quiet on the Eastern Front.
I think Forte might have accepted defeat here.
I
think
did?
Snackle wants to chat. He's muted.
Yeah, big Sacco in. See if he's got any globe evidence. Glober's gone to bed. Is it Glober bedtime or something? Hello, Globers. Come out to play.
Hello.
Globers, come out to play.
I would, but they've got my tongue. They're they're censoring me.
Yeah. So now you're talking to me. So I want to know what your evidence is of Earth curvature in the first instance.
Hold on, they are knocking at my door right now. The secretive they.
His mom wants to know if he needs any pizza rolls.
Yeah, the government just asked me if you guys could keep the truth on the low, if possible. They want to keep the grand.
Yeah, we'll keep it a secret. We'll just talk about it here, only here on the YouTube channel. That's
Okay,
all.
cool. I'll let them know.
Keep it on the public YouTube channel and just keep it a
Hey
nice.
guys, they said that they'll keep it on the low. The truth.
Okay, go tell them to tell the water to keep it a secret. Have the government go whisper to the water, Forte.
Hey, yeah, FBI agent. Yeah, they'll keep the space video anomalies a secret if you guys can improve your space video.
We won't show anybody water either. Water, that's just between us.
They said they could agree to that. They'll improve their space video quality if you guys can keep the secret that they've been keeping for thousands of years on the low.
So they will make their deception better if we keep their deception a secret. That sounds like a good deal for them. Here, I offer you better terms for myself. In exchange, you do something for me.
Yeah, have you guys ever met? Have you guys ever met a they in person? I've never met one.
Hey, Forte, get a life.
They, them?
Yeah, there's lots of them.
There was one in here early on Nathan's show.
No, not the.
Hey, Forte, Zers has lost the plot.
Wait, what?
I said Zers has lost the plot.
Oh yeah, I'm not talking about gender. I'm talking about secretive theys that we don't know who they are.
Well, yeah, I mean because they're secretive, right?
I meet all kinds of people.
They definitely exist, but we just can't.
You sound like one of them.
Identify any of them.
They've really scraped bottom of the barrel in the hiring process.
Yeah, I have met them.
It's frightening that someone felt you were clever. Sounds like the blind leading the blind over there.
When you say them, you mean like Rich Evans, Jekyll, 4 Days, people like that? Yeah, I've met them.
You.
I wonder what they do with all that extra land they got. Probably build gas stations. And it's I don't know, it's so telling to me that none of the prominent flat earthers will do the Antarctic trip.
Listen to this guy. Now he's a travel agent salesman. I've got a Antarctic cruise to sell you. Man, you guys are desperate. Your brainstorming events must sound like a bunch of gnats in a jar.
But if I was them, I would do the same thing.
He's not talking about the sun, is it? You're not talking about the sun, are you?
Like, I would protect it too. I mean, I can understand.
Yeah. Well, listen, mate. Stop all your garbage, right? Because I'm sick of the garbage. I'm sorry if I come across like this, but this is the way it is nowadays. I'm sick of your garbage. You're coming on here as a glober. Where's your globe proof? Because you're not offering anything up. You're just talking crap, mate.
Because if I was given the option of like
day long,
losing
you're
all of my flat
waking a lot of people up for a day.
No. Yeah, the only option you've got, mate, the only option you've got is to prove a globe or go away. So that's my option I'm giving you. So have you got any globe proof? You're not telling us what you're doing. I'm telling you what you're going to be doing if you can do it. And I
Well,
don't think you can do it.
one deck. Would you voluntarily lose your income if I gave you the choice?
I'm not even talking about that, mate. I'm talking about the shape of Earth. Right? You can stop your broken
I wouldn't
biscuits,
either. I wouldn't either.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's no wonder why they wouldn't go to Antarctica.
Yeah. Yeah. So steer away from the topic as much as you like. So what globe proof have you got? Nothing to do with my income. I've now got you back on track and I've got you in your little lead again. What globe proof have you got? It's funny how they go quiet when you ask for globe proof, isn't it?
Like if I was offered a trip, I would definitely go.
Yeah, well, you are probably tripping, mate, because you think you live on a globe. Now, if I was a glober coming on here as a globe muppet, I would be telling these flat earthers, stupid people, that you are stupid. I can present some evidence to you that I live on a globe right now. And I can tell you how it was measured, who it was measured, and now you're getting triggered and interrupting me. So why don't you just go for it and shut us all up, Mr. Glober?
But if that trip jeopardized my income, I definitely wouldn't go.
Yeah, we're not talking about income. We're not talking about trips. We're talking about Earth curvature measurement, what you haven't got. And that's why you're not talking about it. That's why you're a globe muppet. And that's why I've got no problem calling you globe muppet. Because I expose muppets like you, mate, all day long. Every day.
I'd probably invent some reasons why I couldn't go.
You'd probably talk a load of shite except for proving globe Earth, wouldn't you, globe muppet?
I'd be like, no, it's dangerous.
That's what you are.
They're liars. Yeah. Why would I trust liars?
Because that's what you are, aren't you? You're a globe muppet. That's what you are. That's your new name.
Who knows what'll happen if I get on
That's what I'm calling you. Yeah.
Airplane
so
could crash.
How do you measure Earth curvature? Yeah. You're being exposed.
I mean, how can I trust someone that's going to buy my airplane ticket for me? I mean, come on. Who could reasonably trust that person?
Yeah. I mean, how could you measure Earth curvature off a fucking horizontal baseline?
I actually wouldn't trust that. That is kind of shady. Why would you do that for a stranger?
So what altitude is the plane flying at? Has it got an altitude?
Therefore, I can't go.
What height is the altitude above sea level of the plane?
But it makes perfect sense if it would jeopardize your income.
Yeah. So you're going to need a flat Earth to get wages, mate. Do you know why?
Like, why would you go on a trek to somewhere to intentionally sabotage the way you pay your rent?
Yeah. So when you're paying rent, when you're going on a trek, mate, you're going to be walking on the Earth, which is a horizontal baseline. Yeah. And if you're talking about what time it is, do you know what time it is right now, mate? Where you're living? What time is it? Where you are right now?
Well, I can actually answer his question one deck because he just wants to be smart. Yeah. So normal people, when they work for a living, they save up some money. Yeah. So that they can go on a trip and not have it be a detriment to them. Very simple answer. Now, get back to the subject.
Wait. Can you lay that out for me?
Oh my gosh.
He doesn't understand. Well, the problem is he doesn't understand that because he doesn't make enough money to have a savings account.
You want to see some money?
No, we don't actually, mate. No, we don't. And that's why you're in here with no globe proof. Because if I was a globe muppet with no globe proof going on another flat Earth server and I had no proof whatsoever, I would just talk absolute nonsense like you are now, just to divert from the fucking fact that I haven't got any proof and embarrassing myself just like you are right now.
Listen to him. He thinks that he thinks posting pictures of money is proof that it's money that is his. I mean, wow.
But you know what?
Hey, I have a bridge in Brooklyn I'd like to sell you, Forte.
Hey,
I mean, I could live stream you money. But...
Hey, Forte.
You're an imbecile, dude.
Hey, Forte, do you think money makes the world go round?
Well, AJ, can you hold on? AJ, can you hash this out? How what you're saying, like, how does that work?
Yeah, the Earth's flat, mate. It's measured flat. You don't live on a globe. You're a
Oh,
globe.
AJ, your voice sounds different.
Yeah, well, I'm AJ's friend, and I can speak to you on his behalf
Oh,
sometimes.
I've never met a white knight before.
Yeah, well, you have now, mate. And I'm calling you a globe muppet. And where's your globe proof?
Do I kneel, or what? How does that work?
Yeah, well, you've got no globe proof, and you're a globe muppet. And that's what I'm
I
calling
just
you.
don't answer stupid questions, yeah? Pretty simple. I laid it out for you.
Globe fool.
Anything but the topic. Listen to him. Anything but the topic.
Yeah, if someone paid for me to go to Antarctica, I would instantly go.
How much are jackets?
How much are jackets?
Yeah, do you just go to Kmart and buy your own? I mean, Walmart and buy your own jacket then?
Like, oh, a jacket for going. Maybe.
Well, first, before you got to Antarctica, you'd have to navigate across the flat plain or the ocean to get there, utilizing a flat Earth for your navigation. And then you could go and sit on a little peninsula on the corner and look at some little penguins there and achieve nothing.
I mean, I guess for people that are like afraid of traveling, cool. Afraid of airplanes, cool. I can understand that.
You're an idiot.
How am I an idiot?
You're a pure idiot. How? In every which way. Afraid of travel?
Yeah, plenty of people are afraid of
What is wrong with you, dude?
Plenty of people are afraid
What's
of
the
airplanes.
airport code? What's the airport code for Antarctica?
I don't know.
What, are you afraid to travel?
Some people are afraid of flying in airplanes.
Oh, what are you here to chastise them?
No, I can understand that. If like,
well, we'll let you know the next person that's afraid of traveling, when they come in, you can piss on them.
You're not serious, are you, with that answer, yeah?
He's serious.
You're going to have to utilize a flat Earth to navigate to Antarctica, where you're going to meet some penguins on a little peninsula and achieve nothing. I mean, how does that equate to someone being scared to travel, man? Seriously.
You can just accept the free ride and then take like 2-3 airplanes to the location.
No worries, man. I'll give you my bank account. Send me the cash. We'll go for a trip.
No. I'll just buy you the ticket.
That's right. Send it across. I'll DM you my PO box. I'll film the whole trip, post it live for you.
Do you have a YouTube channel where you accept donations for your flat Earth assertions?
I'll just send you my bank account details. Just send it across, or I'll send you my post office box here. You can send me the ticket, and I'll film the whole trip for everybody.
Yeah, but do you have
a YouTube
channel?
Just send me the ticket, man. Why would I deny a free ticket to Antarctica? Like you said, I'd be fucking crazy, man. No, just send me the ticket, dude.
Yeah, but do you have a YouTube channel where you accept donations and you live stream?
No, I don't.
Why do you need a YouTube channel?
I don't need a YouTube channel for you to send me a ticket. You said you were going to send me a ticket.
Because he has to manufacture a reason why he can't go to protect the income.
He just told you to go. What part didn't you understand, dude? Are you dumb?
Ticket, dude. I don't need the income, man. I don't work. I saved my money. Send me the ticket.
Are you poor?
Perfect. You're a perfect candidate then. You would be one that would accept it.
Yeah, no worries. Send me the ticket. Let's go.
Great.
See if he's going to do it
Otherwise, answer Wandex's questions.
Now what?
See, I find it funny that you guys talk about being deceived and people are lying to you, and like how Globers are being lied to.
Earlier, remember?
Who said that, dude?
That was
You're
you
the only one
talking about
who's
that.
No.
Is this going how you thought it would, Forte? It must have worked much better in rehearsal for them to keep sending you in here like this.
Who's they?
The people you were asking about earlier. Yeah, the very people you were asking about earlier, Einstein.
The secretive they?
I don't know. You seem to know them.
The mysterious, 100% real, but elusive shadow people?
Whoever thinks you're clever, them.
I'm sitting on the extra land right now that they won't let us go to. Manning my gas station on the extra land.
You sound more like a potato underground.
Are there any Globers in here? This guy's going on mute.
No, don't mute him.
Troll. He's not really even a Glober. He's just a troll.
It's just gotten painful now.
One of them.
You mean I can't expect a ticket to Antarctica in the mail? Fuck. I was getting excited. Gonna wake my wife up and tell her.
Well, let me ask, do you have a chess account? And in conjunction with your chess account, do you have a Rumble? What is it? It's like they're taking a poll or what? I don't get it.
Do you understand where I was going with that, Old?
Oh.
Do you understand where you were going with that?
I don't care. It sounded like a backtrack from your original cruise offer. Little slimy spud.
There is a God after all. Palestine is.
Oh, where were you going with it, dummy?
I was going, where I was going with it is the people that have an income to lose as a result of jeopardizing it will manufacture reasons not to go.
Yeah, your desperation to pigeonhole this ragtag of group of people who have shed the Santa Claus adult syndrome thing, you really assume much.
So how did that work out for you, dude? Fucking buddy said he'd go with you, man, and he said he didn't have no money.
Oh! I said he would be a perfect guy to go.
So how did your little experiment work for you?
What experiment?
The one
But
where
then he wanted to explain all the reasons why he wouldn't
fucking
be
I got
perfect.
money and Jeopardy and all the fucking bullshit that you fucking rhymed up there.
No, I said he'd be a perfect person to go because he doesn't have a flat earth grift on the line
You're
to
a
lose.
loser. You are a loser. List the grifters.
Witsit.
What is grifter?
Grifter is someone who scams.
Hold on, he said grifters, and now he's named one person who cries about someone who produces content.
I would say anybody that generates revenue from the propagation.
You said you used the plural, STEM guy. So go on.
Okay, I'll just find a list here.
Yeah. Okay. So you're talking out of your ass as usual.
I mean, you're the one
I'm sure you'll be able to find all kinds of little excuses and damage control articles and videos.
So it's only okay to make money off certain things and not other things? You're a grifter if you try and do it with flat earth, but you're okay if you do it about the globe or something else?
I would say if you
watch
scam
Japanese
people,
TikTok girls acting like dolls and going.
So who else is scamming people?
I would say if you scam people out of their money from lying to them, I think that's probably not as noble as another pursuit of income. Yeah.
So you're saying Witsit is scamming people?
People are forced to donate money.
I didn't say they were forced.
Well, are they being tricked, scammed?
Yeah,
so they're
think
doing
gonna
it
get
out of their
something
own
out of
free
it,
will.
and they're
So
not.
hold on.
Yeah,
They're choosing, and they're not. They think they're going to get something out of it, and they're not.
Yeah, because it's not theft, it's not robbery, right? They're not pointing a gun to your face. It obviously.
So what are you bitching about then?
Oh, well, it's a scam.
What are they
Lord.
supposed to receive in return for during this scam? O-Star, here's a bag of money. You give me $10,000 and I'll give you the bag of $1 million, and then you get the bag and it's all paper magazines.
Yeah, I
It's a
don't see
scam.
Whitsitt or Nathan Oakley or any of these dudes doing really well out of their YouTube videos when they've got a couple of hundred subscribers, man. Like, seriously, you really think these people are grifters who are coming in and dishonestly trying to scam people? Or do they just
Well, what's
do
the
their research and
Dude,
truly believe in the facts that they're stating? Yeah,
what's the
can you prove that he's lying in the first place? Can you give us any proof
exactly.
that you live on a globe?
well, what's the revenue
No,
from
seriously. Do you have any proof that you live on a globe, dude?
what would the revenue be from
None,
the
right?
app? Well,
Forte.
it's a shotgun right now, right? So I can't like spin in 1,000 directions. I have to choose direction, right? So what's the revenue from the app?
I have no idea, dude, and neither does anybody else here. So you want us to
Okay, so
speculate? I can speculate.
so to
So
say that it's
Forte,
low
you
but not
claim that
knowing what
it's
it
a
is
scam.
kind
Hold
of
on, you claim it's a scam. So what's the scam?
Yeah, the question was, are they being dishonest? Are they grifting? Or do they truly believe what they're telling people and they have some conviction about their beliefs?
I mean, they have some monetary conviction about their beliefs. They have some
Can you prove that they're
mortgage
liars, dude?
conviction about their beliefs.
Can you prove your claim
No,
that
you
they're
can't.
liars?
They got some grocery store convictions about their beliefs.
How about proving that they're liars? Like, give us some proof that you live on a globe, man. Anything?
So when you talk about people being deceived, yeah.
So you just don't want to go there. Would you mute me?
Yeah.
No, I muted him. I'm sick of hearing his bullshit.
Thank you.
Unless someone else wants to take it.
Speaking of a scam artist, Forte.
Yeah.
And to think that someone thought he was clever.
Fucking grifter.
Yeah, I mean, I've got royalty checks just flooding in. I mean, I had to get a second vehicle just to make trips to the bank to cash all these royalty checks.
I only got a trailer to attach to my car. You have 2 cars. That's better.
Yeah, come to think of it, I seen Whitsitt pulling up to the last Flat Earth convention in his Maserati with the baby seats in the back, actually.
That was brilliant, though, Forte. The grifters, and you stalled at 1. Boo hoo.
I think Nvidia's stock split, and I wasn't paying attention. I have to look at my shit.
So it's time to buy Nvidia, is it?
I already have it. I just want to see how many shares I have now.
I missed some really good shorts on crypto while I was modding Nathan's show.
Yeah, Nvidia just released their new AI chip too. It's supposed to be pretty special.
Oh, Nvidia.
Well, I'm back. Is that Coriolis sniper idiot still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Prove your claim, dude, that it's a flat Earth grift, man. Prove the globe. Simple.
But I don't really bash it that much because it's kind of like Aliens or any other fantastical thing. I understand that it's entertainment.
So at this point, you're the grifter because you have no proof to back up your claim.
I mean, don't the Globers have the biggest channels? Probably the most monetized channels. Stop the grift.
I mean, that's true. Without you guys, they wouldn't exist.
Yeah, so stop the grift, Glober. And we don't do this to make money. We're sincere.
Wait, I never thought about that. So it's important for the Globe channels for you guys to not go to Antarctica. I never thought about that.
What, do you have a non-argument and you want to argue about it? I get it.
It would be against the Globe's channel's interests.
In your mind, it would be, I guess.
If you guys went to Antarctica.
Why?
Because then their channel wouldn't exist. It would jeopardize their own channel.
The grifters channel wouldn't exist, right? The scammers that are trying to make money off of fucking poor, unsuspecting Globers.
Yeah, the scammers will just accept defeat, admit they were wrong, and just pack it in. Yeah. I think they'll just keep on with the grift, personally. I mean, I don't know. Putting myself in the mind of a grifter, that's what I would do.
Yeah, I think you'd have to pivot. If, like, you found out the Earth wasn't flat and you were like a flat Earth prominent figure, you'd have to pivot to something.
And
yeah, I would pivot to the globe. That's what I would do. If I found that out, that it is a globe, I would pivot to the globe because that's what an honest person would do.
So how do you find out the Earth's not flat by going to Antarctica?
You see the 24-hour sun.
And how does that prove the Earth's not flat?
Because how would that take place?
I don't know. You got a small mind. You can't think about things? Like that's the only explanation you can come up with why fucking sun does what it does? Is your mind not small, dude?
I mean, my mind doesn't work with magic.
I get it. I understand your mind doesn't work. That was a true statement right there.
I don't just like think magic takes place. Where's this? Well, how did the sun work? Fuck if I know. It's just a light in the sky.
Well, what mechanism for it can you test? Isn't that a fair statement? You don't know how it works?
Seems you could just parrot what somebody else says. I get it.
Seems it would be more of an unfair statement to say you do know how it works because I can't think of any single mechanism I could test for it.
Could you observe the motion of the sun?
Yeah, you can watch it move. It's not the same thing as testing the mechanism for its motion, though.
could you, based on all these observations through time, formulate a couple different hypotheses?
Why does it move?
Well, not what scientific hypotheses.
Well, maybe just hypothesis with yourself. Like, I wonder why all these things are happening in this specific pattern.
Why? So cause and effect, right? Did he do?
I get it. You don't know how to critically think, man. It's okay though, dude.
That's ironic.
Yeah, so you're talking about cause and effect, why it's doing what it seemed to be doing. He just stops there.
Yo, I have a question.
Why?
Because I'm curious.
Yeah, so to test the cause of whatever it is the sun's doing, that would be a scientific experiment, and there's nothing that I know of, no supposed cause for its motion that we could actually vary and manipulate to falsify anything. So I don't know. Take your best guess, basically, is all you can do.
Trust me, bro.
Yo, I have a question for the flat earthers, if that's okay.
Hooray! Finally.
Okay. So how is that we can see the space station from Earth? That's my question.
I don't know. What do you think, man? You think it's up there?
Me?
Yeah. You're asking
Yeah,
me
of
to
course.
speculate.
If I can see it, then yeah, it's there.
All right, so it's there.
Whatever it is.
How can you zoom on Mars and Saturn and those things that you claim they are far, and you can't zoom on with those telescopes on ISS, seeing the astronaut waving to you, saying, "Hello, I'm here." Why can you zoom on those shit that you claim so far?
Because it moves
but
so
you can't
fast.
zoom on
Maybe.
ISS? So you never seen ISS?
Yeah, we can see it.
In your dream, yeah.
No, in reality.
You can see the astronauts waving to you from the ISS with your telescope.
And no, but I can see the space station.
You see something, dude. All right, we all see something. We get it.
No, it's not.
You guys still haven't answered the question. How is that we can see the ISS?
What do you mean? How is it that we can see this? Like, there's something up there that we can see, dude.
Yeah, because it's resolvable from where you are.
Basically, how do
we
you
live in
know?
a different reality, man? We live in the same reality, dude.
They're saying, how do you know it's the ISS?
Well,
Because
no, I'm just answering his question. I'm just saying whatever it is you're calling the ISS, it's clearly resolvable from where you are. I've seen it.
Maybe it is the ISS. Who knows?
Well, I've seen a light pass overhead. I haven't studied it closely with a telescope or anything, but I've definitely seen the light that they call the ISS. And yeah, it's resolvable with my human eye.
So how does the ISS stand there in
No clue.
any other model?
You got a story, right?
Aren't you the one with the claim about that? I don't have a claim about that.
I'm asking the questions. I'm not making claims.
I don't know. I don't have a claim about it. It's kind of the same thing as the question about the sun a minute ago. I don't have a claim about the mechanisms that cause it to do what it does because there's nothing testable there.
Okay.
So I don't know. I can see what it does, but that's about it.
If there was to be a system that could prove that the ISS is on the sky and how it maintains and how it stays on the sky, would you believe it?
Okay, how does it stay on the sky, dude?
It's in orbit.
And how does it get in orbit? What is orbit?
With energy.
So it just energy just puts it in orbit.
So not gravity. Some sort of energetic.
Oh, it's not gravity.
Locked.
Yeah, it's gravity. I'm sorry. It's
gravity. Okay. Better get it together.
Oh, you guys don't believe in gravity. My bad.
I never said that. Why are you straw manning? First of all, what is it? I need to know what it is before I decide to believe or not believe in it. And I get all sorts of different answers. Sometimes people tell me that dropping a rock at 9.8 meters per second squared, that's gravity. Then they tell me it's the curvature of space-time. Then they tell me it's rocks attracting one another. So what is it?
Basically, it's all the same thing, the same definitions that you just said, but described in a different way. It's the same concept.
They're all
but
different things.
different way of saying it.
Those are all different
It's like
things.
you could say that an elephant is like a big gray animal and say that it's a mammal. It's the same thing.
No, it's not. They're different things because one of them was an effect. The other were two different causes for that effect.
Do you understand the difference between an effect and the cause? Like, what causes gravity?
Mass.
Mass
Come on,
causes
guys.
gravity.
Really? You don't know this?
Can you show me that? Anywhere in
I
nature
mean,
or anywhere at all?
Newton's laws.
Oh, on paper you can show it to me. How about in reality?
I mean, I can't prove to you that oxygen exists, but clearly
You can't
it's
prove to
there.
me that oxygen exists.
No, I cannot.
That's weak sauce, bro. You can't even prove oxygen.
I mean, if I can't, in the same way that I can prove gravity, I can prove like atoms, but
Which is not at all, you just told us. GG.
GG.
Yeah, dude, you should really stop talking. You're starting to look like a real fool.
That was a weird mic check. It sounds like you're 10 feet away from your mic.
Hey, is this channel open to anyone? Like, could I post a Discord link on my Facebook for my friends?
Sure.
For sure.
All right, copy that. We'll see if I can get some fresh blood today.
Yeah, go for it. That'll be good.
Does anybody know if the theory of general relativity has anything to do about like why we don't feel the motion of the Earth, and if so, um, why it's not a legitimate explanation?
Well, you can't experience it from within the reference frame that's in motion. You need an outside reference frame.
Um, Wait, what'd you say? The reference, what was the first reference frame you
You
said?
can't detect the motion from within the moving reference frame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if it's spinning, you'd have to get like outside of the spinning reference frame to prove that.
Wait, but if the Earth was actually rotating on its axis, what would we not be able to feel that?
I don't know. Not my claim. But Einstein said that optical tests for this failed. The terrestrial ones too, but I think he meant the orbit when he said the terrestrial thing.
Do you guys
rotation, you'd notice something.
do you guys understand the Michelson-Morley experiment? Like what? Because you know most
No, dude, we've
most
never heard about it before. Why don't you explain it for us?
no, I don't understand it. That's what I was asking you actually. I'm not really too concerned with it, to be honest. But I know some people are like more technical about this whole flat Earth thing. So, but I was gonna say, you know, the consensus on interpretation of like the results of that, is that all it had to do with was with like some sort of luminiferous ether or something, and not to do with anything about the motion of the Earth. Like, is that true?
Another interpretation. Well, weren't they trying to demonstrate the motion of the Earth through the ether that they assumed?
Correct. And then they noticed that there was no motion of the Earth, so they had to come up with a reason for that instead of chucking it out.
So, so it wasn't actually about proving whether or not there was like there was an ether that existed. That's not what it was about, because that's what a lot of Globers say it was.
Well, that's how they ended up explaining it away. They just went, well, there is no ether. Instead of like, there's no motion, they just said, well, it's not moving through anything.
I can read out the result if you wish. It says, what did the Michelson-Morley experiment reveal? The result was negative, in that Michelson and Morley found no significant difference between the speed of light and the direction of movement through the presumed ether and the speed at right angles. Did you get that?
Yeah. I mean, I honestly don't know too much about it. Like, I know they use like an interferometer or something, but I mean, it doesn't. Yeah, I don't
Isn't this
really.
how we got like special relativity?
That's how the
Yeah, so,
story goes, apparently.
so
Yeah.
they found no difference and the ether is presumed. Anyway, so don't know what you do with that.
Oh wait, and wasn't it a considered a null result as opposed to a negative one? Isn't there a difference between those two in reference to the hypothesis?
Bro, you can read all this stuff, man.
Well, I was just asking because you said negative.
Yeah, no, it was just a did not cause.
Guys, I have another question. Do flat earthers believe in evolution? That's my question.
I don't think they're a hive mind, so just maybe try asking some of them in particular.
Okay, you, heretic, do you believe in evolution?
No comment.
AJ, do you believe in evolution? Casey, do you believe in evolution?
No, I don't.
Neil
Nor do I.
or Nail,
Globers don't. Some
do
globers
you
don't
believe in
either.
evolution?
It's important to note.
Wait,
Well, I just want to know.
You believe
I
in
just said that
evolution?
some globers don't either. Right?
Do you
I'm
believe in
just
it,
saying
dude?
that's important to note.
Me, I do believe in evolution.
Okay, I don't.
But do you guys believe in dinosaurs though?
wait, what is evolution, by the way? What is it, Mr. Myers? What is evolution?
Like the thing that Darwin defined,
Uh-huh.
like the theory of evolution?
It's a
How's it?
belief. He keeps
How's it?
asking it like that. Do you believe? So it sounds like what it is a belief.
Yeah. How is it defined? How is it defined by Darwin, Mr. Myers?
I'm asking the questions. I just wanted to
So
know.
so you
It's
don't
just
actually know
not
what
that deep. It's not that deep.
so you actually don't know what evolution is. So
Yeah, I do.
you asked us if we believe in something of which you don't even know what it is. Okay, that makes sense. Very good.
The thing that I don't want to define it because I don't feel like it doesn't mean I
So you
don't.
just believe it blindly,
No.
right? I get it.
No, it's just that I don't feel like defining it.
But you
So in other
expect us to. I get it.
in other words, you don't feel like defining it because you would know that as soon as you started to explain it, you would realize how just absolutely absurd that it sounds.
No,
And
because
so you would be
I can
okay,
just
listen,
search
this is
the
not right.
definition
That's exactly
in
why you don't
Google.
want to define it, right? Yeah. You don't want to define it because you can't defend it, right? It's the double D's. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, do you guys believe in dinosaurs?
What are those?
No, I don't.
Like
Dragons.
ancient specimens
Dragons.
that were wiped
Komodo
out.
dragons and iguanas and shit. Yeah, sure, I believe in those.
No, but
mean
do
like
you
that?
believe that, for example, pterodactyls existed and T-Rexes and stuff?
Sounds like a
Dragons.
dragon.
Yeah.
I'm not that much in the folklore and fairy tales.
Oh, so you don't believe it? Okay.
Well, I mean, you're
okay,
basically
thank
just describing a dragon, but just putting like a more technical sounding name on it.
you. Okay, but you can just say you don't believe, and that's it. You don't
I
have
don't
to
believe
do
in
the whole
dragons.
show.
Try
Okay,
any
thank
other.
you for your honest answer.
Lots of ancient cultures all over the world seem to believe that they existed. I don't know why.
So,
But
does
St. George was
any flat
supposedly
earthers
killed one.
in the VC? Does anyone believe in dinosaurs?
Dragons, you
That
mean?
they existed?
Wait, you mean the dinosaurs that evolved into chickens?
Yeah.
I believe in chickens.
Oh, okay. So let me get this straight.
Hey, what came first, the chicken or the egg?
So the dinosaurs got wiped out by a huge asteroid, but somehow they revived to turn into a chicken? Is that how that works?
No.
It must have been an egg first, though. It couldn't have just been a chicken, right?
A T-Rex did not evolve into chickens. There's certain species that did.
If you're speaking to the asteroid that caused the Chicxulub crater, that was responsible for the extinction of all non-avian dinosaurs, not all dinosaurs, so there was no resurrection needed. In order to go back to what was being previously stated, the definition there of
Here goes Dick.
evolution is descent with inherited modification.
What does that mean, dude?
Descent? It means
No,
that
your
as
whole
an organism
definition. I
procreates
didn't ask just for the
sexually,
word descent,
you
man.
have descent, right? So you're
Is that what
descending
we're
on the
describing
family
here? Is
tree
descent, or are
with
we describing
inherited
evolution, dude?
modification.
Go ahead.
Sorry, you over talking me. I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, well, you were describing descent, and I asked you to describe evolution.
Yeah, so evolution is descent with inherited modification.
Like what?
Like the fact that if you breed two Chihuahuas together, you're prone to get
Oh,
a
so
dog
that's evolution?
that is descent with inherited modification. Yes.
So that's evolution.
That is, and evolution is descent with inherited modification. Yes.
So all I got to do is breed two Chihuahuas and we got evolution.
Correct.
Wait, what?
Yeah, in a small scale,
Two of
but
the
yeah, you
same
do.
thing make something different. Is that what you're saying? Two of the same thing make something different? Is that what you're saying?
So you have dog A, right? And that's a Chihuahua. Chihuahuas have
Aren't you talking
certain
about
gene
breeding now,
expression
though?
in order to have them
Where did the
grow
dog
to
come
a
from?
certain size.
Where did
When
the dog
you have a dog, such as a Great Dane, which has different genetics, which lend it to being a lot bigger of a dog, right?
So dinosaur
These are
fucked a chicken.
two.
I get it.
These are two different genetics within the dogs, but they are not so different that they couldn't viably reproduce. Usually via artificial insemination, we would be able to inseminate either a Great Dane or a Chihuahua egg with a Great Dane or Chihuahua sperm cell.
So what
They're
you told
all
us,
part of the same species,
what
and
you,
so
yeah,
there is still the descent with inherited modification,
right,
which
yeah.
is evolution.
So you told us that you have dog A, dog B, and what you get as a result is a dog.
So what two
Well,
monkeys
dog
make
is not a dog is not a taxonomic classification.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh, you mean
Well, when
canine?
we're talking about evolution, we are talking about taxonomy. So
Okay, well, use the
dogs.
taxonomic
If you want to
classification that
say
you
that
prefer
all
instead of
dogs
the-
are
instead of the word
Canidae,
dog.
right? I heard someone say Canidae. If you want to say that all dogs are Canidae, that's fine because they obviously are. But so are foxes, right? So are
Get species specific though. Don't just go to the genus. Get species specific.
well, Canidae is the family, which is
Oh,
even
that's
more
even less
broad,
specific.
even
Yeah,
more
my bad.
broad
That's
than
even
genus.
exactly. That's even less specific. So get right down to the level of species, please. I mean, you already did. You said it's the same one.
Yeah. A Chihuahua and a Great Dane are the same species. You are correct.
Okay. So you have dog A, dog B, and what you get out of it is a dog. All right.
Yes, based on the law of monophyly, you can never be anything that you can't. You have to be what your parents are. You can't ever escape your ancestry. So you will always be what your parents were.
You said it yourself.
Yes.
So
And
did you?
taxonomic classifications are more akin to a delineation of a certain language more so than it is a classification of
This
individual
didn't come from
organisms.
anything else but dogs.
Right.
So what two monkeys make a man?
So you, sir, and every
Wait,
human in this room is an ape.
Wait.
Taxonomically, you cannot
One second about the
escape
dog.
that.
Le monkey.
So Rich, did you really mean to conflate the human guided and induced crossbreeding process of how we get different breeds of dogs with what is supposed to be the unguided completely naturalistic process that is evolution? How did you manage to
Artificial
conflate?
selection.
How did
Artificial
you
selection.
How did you manage to conflate those two?
Regardless of whether it's artificial or natural selection,
Yeah,
the same. Regardless of what that pressure is, you are still showing evolution. So thank you for conceding to my point.
So when
Because
does
artificial
so when does a
selection
canine
is
animal,
evolution.
yeah, go ahead and go off. Yeah. So when does a canine animal ever turn or ever reproduce with something and produce the offspring of something that's anything besides another canine? Go ahead and demonstrate that,
What
please.
saying that we have common ancestry doesn't mean that something has to give birth to something that's not a candidate. As I said, you cannot escape your ancestry,
Bullshit.
and you have to be everything that your parents were.
So where did the canine class or whatever you want to call it come from? Where did that what did that descend from? The candidate, as you put it. Where did that come from?
What candidate is a large umbrella, right? Like that's including foxes, that's including like I believe even badgers and raccoons, you know? Like they it's a very broad spectrum there. So the claim of evolution is not to say a canine gives birth to a non-canine. That has never been the claim of evolution, and you are strawmanning it if you are asserting that is the case. This would be the third time I am now saying that based on the law of monophyly, you cannot escape your ancestry and you will always be of the same taxonomic classification as your parents.
So dogs were always dogs.
So you're related to
Never
a
came
strawberry.
from something that wasn't a dog.
and you're related to a strawberry and a banana and a mosquito and a spider and a turtle all at the same time because evolution is common ancestry that goes back to one single-celled organism somehow, of which has never been proven to be the case.
So you're going into abiogenesis now, which is not necessarily intrinsic within evolution. Yeah, when you're talking about the first cell, when you're talking about life coming from the first cell, that is abiogenesis. That is not evolution.
When did I start from a non-living inorganic matter that turned into a single-cell organism?
You literally finished the last thing you said. You finished the last thing you said with from a single cell that's never been proven. Like what the fuck does that have to do with evolution?
It's never been proven that all this incredible biodiversity of life shares common ancestry with some primordial pond scum. Like you.
So when you look at human chromosome 2 and then the chimp chromosome 2A and 2B, right? You don't think that that's indicative of a fusion site showing that we have a common ancestor?
No,
you just based on what?
Tell me, did the first dog come from something that wasn't a dog?
See the problem with what your mentality here is you're dealing with the problem that you're dealing with here is that you're talking about individual. No, I'm trying to explain why that's a category.
You can't say yes or no, can you? You don't.
I'm trying to explain why the question is malformed. Yeah, because it's malformed. Yeah.
Did the first dog come from something that wasn't a dog?
Nonsensical question.
Yeah, because evolution is nonsense. Thank you very much for playing. Yeah.
No, the question itself is nonsensical because you would never ask for would never ask for the first person who ever spoke English.
It was a dog, and it was also a cat, and it was also an ape, and it was also a mushroom.
Rebel, did you not understand that?
It was all those things.
Someone says if someone says language has evolved to come and form the English language as it is today, do you think that there had to be a first person who spoke English?
So now language is evolution. I get it.
Yeah,
it's about taxonomic categorization, which is the same thing we do with languages.
I get it, man. Language is evolution. We get it.
Yeah.
No, language also evolves like species. He's making us similar.
Another baseless assertion.
I mean, it's not that hard to comprehend, is it?
Baseless assertion, my ass. We couldn't come from abiogenesis, but maybe a guy who crafted us out of dust. Fucking idiot.
Well, that's what you're telling us, except you're just saying it happened.
No, I never said a person crafted us out of dust.
No. You didn't listen to the whole thing. So we are crafted out of dust. It's just a question of whether it was done intentionally or just by pure natural processes.
Yeah, and so when you guys go off about, you guys haven't even proven abiogenesis, and then you dogmatically hold that a fucking space daddy made you out of dust?
Even
like
giving a position. You're assuming a position from the question. So can someone scrutinize evolution without putting forward their position of any alternative?
No, of course, but when someone is so arrogant as to not be corrected, when someone is so arrogant as to not be corrected when they are completely maligning,
get angry, brother. Go for it, man.
And misinterpreting evolution, that's the problem.
Spiral, bud.
That's the problem.
So you think it's preposterous to propose that we were crafted out of dust when that's exactly what you say, except you just
No, I don't say that we were crafted out of dust. The fact that you think that a Homo sapien came from a bunch of dust from a sky.
I gotta put him in the cooler for now. He's out of control. Yeah, so you say that we are essentially crafted out of rocks and dust and earth and the stuff of the ground, right? It's just that it wasn't done by an intentional, willful designer. It was nature itself that did it. That's the only real difference.
He believes in magic without a magician. That's all.
No, I never said I believe in magic.
Well, in other words, yeah.
No, in other words, so yeah, not saying magic. So you have to malign me to use magic because it's something that you believe in.
We're made out of the same parts in either paradigm. It's just a question of whether there's a designer or not. That's about it.
Yeah, were humans created in the form that we are right now?
You're from the dust, either which way. I don't know. I wasn't there at the beginning.
No shit, you weren't there. You don't know that even happened at all, so shut it.
Trust me, bro.
But you were, weren't you? You were there billions of years ago.
I didn't make an absolute claim on how it happened. Numbnuts.
Oh, now it's ad homs, right? Like, fuck.
Calling him a numbnuts is not an ad hom. You don't understand what a fallacy is.
Friday story time.
Are you Spurgin, dude?
Oh, ad hom.
If you look up evolution, it just says it's based on the idea. That's all.
Based on imagination is what he just said. I translated it for you.
That's all.
Just imagine.
Maybe in baby's first dictionary that you have, KC, but once you get past the first grade, you might be leveled up to a better definition.
You're a
better
complex
dictionary.
rock, whether it was done deliberately or not. Deal with it.
That I'm made of carbon and rock's made of carbon, sure.
You're from the ground.
When does it not become based on an idea then? How far have I got to look into it?
Look, you guys are just maligning evolution to claim things that it never claims. Evolution never claims that a canine
Who's maligning
is
evolution,
coming
man?
from some kind of non-canine. When we have these developments over a long period of time, there would be a line at which you could then say that this is a canine versus not a canine. But at the species level, when you're doing taxonomy, you have to evaluate it in an overarching set of properties and phenotypes. It's not an individual organism that determines the species.
Never seen anything change over a long period of time. Dogs didn't change into some other kind of bear or something over a long period of time.
Are you trying to say that frogs going from tadpoles to a frog is evolution? Is your only knowledge of evolution Pokemon?
There's this place in Brazil that has like the jellyfish that evolved in like what is it, 200 years to be able to live in a more saline
You mean they adapted?
medium. Yeah, they evolved.
Exactly.
It's not evolution.
Yeah, it is evolution. Sorry.
Yeah, you can call it whatever you like, dude. We don't give a fuck, man. This is a
of course you don't care.
argument, man.
Of course you don't care about what evolution actually claims or how much overwhelming evidence there is for evolution. You guys just want to sit here, plug your ears, and go, "No, it can't be. It can't be."
Overwhelmed with all the evidence. Actually, all I heard was screeching, but that's overwhelming too.
Oh, I could give you as much evidence as you could hold there, but I know you're too scared to even let me go on.
There's the butt. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want me to give it to you? Let's look at the African painted dog. Okay? So that is something that you would consider a dog, right? But in fact, it has been so genetically isolated from Northern American domesticated dogs that they can no longer viably reproduce. Oh no, what's that mean? Speciation, the base level of macroevolution.
Cool, sounds awesome. Can you post it? I'll read about it.
Oh, for sure.
There's also the anoles that survive hurricanes that developed really large front paw pads and smaller tails, showing adaptation over time, which is what evolution claims.
I'm talking to an active feminist right now.
That's okay, dude.
Species adapt, that equals evolution?
Yeah, that's kind of exactly what evolution claims, numbnuts.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's
evolution is
the medium.
Evolution is compounded adaptation. Thank you. Species adapt. I agree. They change over time. I agree. What does that spell? Evolution. Thank you for proving my point, dog.
If you say so, dude. Fuck.
Yeah.
Are you a monkey then?
We are
apes. I kind of chimp out sometimes.
We are apes.
I mean, how do you guys believe that there are different types of humans?
Stop it. Which grandfather of yours was an ape?
All of your grandfathers were apes.
A great one.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm an ape right now, dude.
An ape.
Yeah.
I'm classified as an ape.
Yeah, you guys are just literally arguing with taxonomy. Like, if you want to make a point about this, go into the scientific literature and write a paper about it, but you're going to be laughed out of the fucking building because you don't understand how much work and how much verification has gone into taxonomy in the evolutionary model.
Well, what's really funny is when you take a look at the people whose dormant genes are activated by an error in coding, which gives them a tail, which is really funny. That we actually have genes to grow a tail in our sequence.
But
it's just dormant.
Definitely means evolution. I get it.
The error in coding means that somebody created that code, huh?
No, it doesn't. You fucking idiot.
Of course it doesn't,
Christ.
You fucking idiot.
You can take rocks on a beach and interpret it as a code. It doesn't mean that each of those rocks was consciously placed there.
Did the first ape come from something that wasn't an ape?
Well, let's ask him this question.
Did the first ape come from something that isn't an ape?
Where did the first ape come from?
If there wasn't another flat earther to convince another person of their bullshittery, how did we get flat Earth?
Dude, really, man? Why
That's a
can't you answer the
malformed question. That's a malformed question. There must have been a first ape, right? There must have been.
You obviously don't understand how taxonomy works.
You don't understand.
Yeah, you do not. You do not. So all you can do is make funny voices and spurg out. So
I don't know if you understand, because you should have just answered this question and engaged with it instead of, like, you know, character assassinating him or whatever you're trying to do.
Was there a first?
Because I go through the entire explanation of explaining how you don't get a dog from or a non-dog from a dog because of how taxonomy works, and then the next fucking retard has to open his.
Oh my god! Just answer the question. He wants to ask you: was there a first ape or first human? Sorry, I sort of missed it, but whatever it was, just engage with that, please. Stop spurging.
No, in the same way there was not a first English speaker.
Emotional damage.
Brain damage.
Well, let's ask this question. If God exists, could evolution still occur? Or does evolution...
No, dude, fucking Radwin said that you need a globe to have evolution. They're not going to be consistent. Like, they don't care.
Oh yeah, well, you could have evolution on a flat Earth. But that's
not according to Radwin.
Okay, one dumb fuck at a time.
When did I say that?
I don't know, Radwin. Did you say that? I'll apologize if you didn't.
I never said anything like that. I never
I
heard that dumb statement ever.
Rich Evans,
it's evident that you don't listen to yourself speak. Then Radwin,
he's having a mental breakdown right now. Just take him with a grain of salt. This is difficult.
We could just say that, like he said, which y'all don't want to address, there's no first English speaker because language evolved over time. And if
that's
you look
definitely
at
the same thing, dude.
Right.
Hold on.
Language equals evolution. I get it, man. The other guy tried this too, dude.
Well, let him get his word out. So
yeah, he was fucking quoting me, sub dude. Open your ears.
Just let him get to the end. Let him get to the end. Just let him get to the end.
It's a concept which I really wish that you'd be able to wrap your brain around, and how language evolves, and like.
Why do you gotta speak like you're so intelligent, dude? Fuck, man. Why can't you just talk like a normal fucking person, man?
Red herring too. Let's just let him get to the end of it, then rebut.
Yeah. So if you take a look at how English has evolved over time, what you would call English 1,000 years ago, you wouldn't even be able to recognize today as English. So again, when he asked you, when was the first English speaker born, or who was the first English speaker, you can't point to a specific point in time where there was the first English speaker, because English has evolved from several languages, all merged together or like deviating apart.
All right, we get it. Okay. All right. So did apes come from something that could not be classified as an ape?
Yeah, if you were to take two snippets from the timeline, yes, but you can't point to one specific organism that said, oh, hey, this one right here, this son of whatever Ragnar, which was the grandson of Bagdar, this one right here is the ape, and this one before it was not the ape. There's no point where you can say on that exact timeline when that occurred.
Or didn't it? I'm not asking about the length of the process, the time duration.
Holy shit, get the Fosters out of your ears. He said it wasn't.
So an ape, right? And there was no such thing as an ape coming from something that isn't classified as an ape.
Holy fuck. I'll say it again.
I think he said he doesn't know, is what he said.
No, I'm saying that there's no specific point in this gene sequence.
I'm not asking for the specific point. I'm just asking for the understanding of it. Is it understood that ape, the classification of an ape, right? We look at something and go, that's an ape, right? Because it meets this criteria. Did that thing, right? Did it come from something originally that couldn't be classified as a fucking ape?
So if I were to take like an ape from this snippet of history and I compare it with an organism from millions of years prior, right? Is that what you're asking?
No, he's not saying like the immediate before, like let's say like 2 million years before. Is that right?
That's what I'm saying. Is it like immediate, or is it like
in that case? Yeah.
I take two creatures from like that, like of the same genetic, like was that the same heritage?
Do apes and dogs do apes and dogs share a common ancestor?
Yes, most likely.
Was that common ancestor an ape?
Probably not.
Was it a dog?
Probably not.
Thank you.
A dolphin?
What was it then?
Was it a dolphin laying on the beach wishing it could swing from a tree?
It was definitely a four-legged quadruped.
How do you know that?
Oh, that's kind of redundant of me to say. It was definitely a quadruped mammal.
Really? That's a nice story. Prove it. Were you there?
Yeah, killer whales.
Quadruped,
Killer
quadruped,
whales
quadruped.
have a little bone from the
Yeah,
evolution
that's why-
from an animal that had legs.
Do what?
Cool story, bro.
Like killer whales, like orcas.
Yeah,
have
killer
like
whales
a little
have like
bones. Have
yeah, they
a
have
single
finger
little
bones.
bone that represents the previous legs from ancestors.
So they used to walk around and swing from trees, but they decided to go live in the water?
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, they adapted to aquatic system. Yeah.
Wow.
That's
You
evolution.
guys have one hell of an
So
imagination.
what were the whales
Earth's a
then?
ball,
No, there's
Earth's
no
a ball,
there's no
and
imagination.
whales
It's
swing from
science.
trees.
Radwen, you
Earth's a
can
ball,
still be a flat earther and believe in evolution. Trust me.
Earth's
It
a ball,
doesn't
whales swing
disprove
from
anything.
trees.
Oh, so he is saying that Earth's a ball. We all swing for. Oh, I see what you get that
That
confused.
Earth is a ball, whales swing from trees.
I don't think
I
anybody
mean,
claimed that
you
whales'
sound like you
ancestors
do.
swang from trees. All we said was that they were quadrupeds, meaning that they could have been a fucking tiger for all we know.
Oh, so they were a tiger and they started swimming in the water, and then one day they
Yeah.
decided to just stay in the water, and they stayed in the water and stayed in the water. Then they grow fins, and then their mouth moved, or so they could breathe from the top of their head, and all kinds of crazy shit.
Yeah, kind of like those people, I think, like in the Cayman Islands that have like twice the lung capacity and have like more webbed fingers than we do. Yeah, they spend a lot more time in the water. Yeah. You're right. They spend more and more time in the water, and they adapt to be in the water more and more. And then all of a sudden, they have traits that other humans don't have.
Or the people that live in the heights of Peru, they have more red cells.
Soon they'll turn into orcas, dude.
Hasn't
Fuck.
been born there.
Is now
It's evolution. Evolution is everywhere. If you guys don't want to understand it, it's fine, I guess.
Are apes heading for the ocean, or are they looking to ride horses?
Are you going to say anything of profit, Radwen? Like anytime soon?
I'm trying to figure out which direction apes are going.
No, because you're not making any sense and you're not proving anything.
Are humans going for the ocean next?
We're waiting for you to make sense of the question.
You said whales had legs. They used to be tigers, and they ran around, went into the ocean, and turned into whales.
Well, they used to be deers.
They didn't turn. They evolved into.
Whales used to be deers, dude. Don't strawman evolution. Stop. That is not funny. It's dishonesty.
I mean, I know throughout history.
What are like furries the next stage in evolution?
Intelligence, but
Well,
wow.
Well, we're actually
repeating itself.
Well, right now we're actually losing hair compared to what our ancestors had, so it's like a reverse furrification process.
You're going bald.
I have more hair than my dad did.
Humans in general, humans in general just have less body hair than what we did 10,000 years ago.
You must not be a human then.
Yeah.
You ever met any Italians, dude?
Where were you 10,000 years ago that you got this information from?
Right.
Oh no, we could just take a look at corpses that were in permafrost from 10,000 years ago.
Permafrost.
Yeah.
So let me get this straight.
Well, also, I'm really glad you brought up the Italians because they have the
carbon
most
dated, right?
Well, what I'm saying is like I'm really
Be the
glad
tap
that you brought
water.
up the Italians because they have a lot of Neanderthal in their DNA because they're savages, which might explain why they're like a lot more hairy.
So I want to get this straight. Atheist evolutionists have a problem with what a book said about what happened 2,000 years ago, but somehow they have no problem picking up a textbook about what happened billions of years ago. Make that one make sense.
Well, hold on. It's a book that was written like 1,800 years ago, talking about what happened like 8,000 years ago, mostly from word of mouth.
The guy 1,800 years ago was awake for 8,000 years to record everything.
Yeah, mostly through word of mouth being passed
Got a
down, which is
vision,
why we
dude.
don't really care to listen to like the Bible or anything nonsensical like that.
Yeah, you wouldn't listen to people that were closer to ground zero, right? That's just stupid.
My guy, you can take 3 witnesses that all were there like 5 minutes prior, and they could all give a different story. Eyewitness testimony is like the least leaned upon like
Right.
body evidence.
So speaking of stories, isn't it the case that of the beginning of the evolutionary process that some fish decided that he didn't really like it in the water anymore and decided to walk on land? I would like to know what is it
Yeah,
that the
we got mud skippers.
was sexually compatible with to reproduce with, and then eventually turn into a giraffe or elephant. I would like for you to take me through the step-by-step process of how a fish ended up as an elephant, please.
Yeah. You ever see a mud skipper?
Yeah, but I'm waiting for the evolutionary process, like
Yeah,
as
we'll get there when we get there.
Don't ask me if I like
It's
just
gonna
go.
be good. I like it.
Yeah, so what happens if a mud skipper just decides, oh, hey, I don't need all this slime anymore. I can just maintain my moisture with my scales.
Then
Because we've already realized that they're kind of like lungfish. They've already developed lungs, which is really weird for a fish to have, right?
Really weird. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
So what if it just goes like one step further inside and decides, oh, hey, I no longer need to like maintain my body moisture with slime. I can just get thicker scales to maintain my body.
Is that how they
It's
think?
almost like they were designed, right,
Sounds-
to be able to, inhabit water and land.
Sounds like superpowers. Sounds like a movie.
Well, yeah, it could have been designed, or it could have just been through the process of random mutations building up on each other.
Fucking random, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
random.
Just
So-
someone pulled the fucking the pulley or
like the Goldilocks zone.
poker machine from the slot machine. Ding ding.
Or
ding.
yeah,
Congratulations, you can walk on land now. You can breathe there.
The designer constantly tweaking and updating its creatures as he changes the environment. That could also be the case. You're right.
So we're still waiting for what is it that the mud skipper reproduced with, that was sexually and then what was the consequent offspring from that reproduction?
A slightly different mud skipper.
Okay, very good. Okay, so a slightly different mud skipper. Very okay. So now, where did that mud skipper go?
He went off to reproduce with another slightly different mud skipper.
Okay, so far all we got is mud skippers. I want to get to an elephant. I want to get to an elephant. So you got quite a while to go. We got all day.
Yeah. We could be here for like 100 million years, dude.
No, get going, because I don't have all night.
So slightly different mud skipper from that mud skipper.
Slightly
different mud skipper from that.
I want to hear the punchline.
Well, we could just take a look again at like those anoles that I brought up and how they prove adaptation and building upon adaptation. Now, what happened if like those really big like front pawed like anoles suddenly needed like much bigger jaws? Let's say the bugs that they were eating just like tripled in size and they had to get bigger jaws. Now we got anoles with big paws and big jaws. And then what happens if later down that line they discover, oh hey, you no longer need your back paws because you got these big front paws. So now we got two-legged anoles with big front paws and big front jaws.
What?
Which we already have evidence for.
What are you talking about?
Which you cannot deny.
Out of his mind.
Wait, how'd you skip from mud skippers, which is like sort of a
well, because I don't have like 100 million years to go with you to go be like, oh hey, a slightly different mud skipper, slightly different mud skipper, slightly different mud skipper, until we eventually get to a point where you can't even recognize it as the original mud skipper, let alone like an original creature.
Like? What would it look like at that point? A giraffe or an elephant?
It'd probably look more like a reptile, like I was bringing up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but do you realize so far what you've been doing is, well, maybe what if this happened and that, dude, all you're doing is just absolute, utter, complete speculation on your part.
I don't even have to speculate because I can already point to adaptations that have built up.
Dude, you're literally
in our lifetime.
You're literally making up a story as you fucking go. Like that was asking you this, right?
Because I can take a point. I can take a look at the anoles, which I brought up, which is not just making up a story, which is something I can point to, which is an actual provable form of adaptation. compiled adaptation, no less, which is what evolution is. So checkmate on that one, dude. Just sit down.
All you like, but so far, all you have is a gang of mudskippers and no giraffe or elephant.
No, I got an Anole with big paws, which
you
is
didn't get
not
to that
seen
point yet. You skipped something.
Yeah, we already have that.
You went from 20 different colored mud skippers and forgot about the elephant and giraffe, and then picked something totally different to work on.
Yeah,
bro. I think
is
everyone
go
in this
on
VC
point.
knows what evolution is. So you're just trying to make gotchas and gotchas and gotchas.
Yeah. Well, all I have to do is point at one compiled adaptation that a species has made over time, and that is proof of evolution right there, my guy.
Baseless assertion without actually demonstrating that's the case.
Okay, do I need to show you the Anoles? Because I can do that. It's no problem.
Does anybody know what the fuck that is? Because I sure don't.
It's a lizard. You've probably seen them running around in your garden.
Oh, it's what your profile picture is. Okay, very good. Now,
this is a Dilophosaurus, not a lizard.
How do you get to lizard to, let's say, a peacock?
A peacock? Oh, we do. We understand that birds have scales, right?
Oh, they do?
Yeah. You ever look at their legs?
Yeah. Oh, okay, very good. Right. So
yeah, so you just have you develop a lizard that has a slight body temperature to it, because now you're putting it through a stressor like lowering and like increasing temperatures, which we already have evidence for in sharks. We have evidence of let's say the great white shark already adapting to have different body temperatures, which is weird. If they're just supposed to stay the same, but again, compiled adaptation equals evolution.
They're supposed to stay the same?
Yeah, if they're supposed to stay the same, right? Like these creatures just have
they are supposed to stay the same.
Sounds like an ancient Aztec story to me.
Aren't they saying, like, don't you say that? Hold on, so let me rephrase this. Aren't creatures just supposed to stay the same in your worldview, or are they allowed to change? Are they able to change?
No, God very clearly says that He created sea creatures and beasts of the earth to bring forth after their kind. So yes, it does allow some sort of adaptive speciation to take place, to occur.
So evolution is possible under God. I agree.
Adaptation, you mean?
Well, what is evolution? Can you define what you think evolution is?
Not our claim. It's your burden.
Yes.
Well, I would just claim that evolution.
Water sitting in a pond. The sunlight hits it. It's sitting on a rock. The rock starts to sprout little legs, and then eventually the rock starts swimming.
Yo, Rad, when you are so fucking dumb, it's not.
So you believe in Pokemon? Then I agree. I know now where your confusion comes from. I would be able to say that evolution is just compiled adaptations. So I could point at that Anole, which we already showed, adapted over many generations to develop much bigger front paws.
Right?
Yeah, much bigger front paws. And now we have a slightly different creature than what we started with just over the course of like 100 years, let alone 1,000,000 years. Can you imagine the stressors that an Anole would go through over 1,000,000 years and what changes could happen to that?
I can imagine it, bro. I really can.
Yeah. If just over
Michelle Feller right?
If just over 100 years.
Michelle Feller right? Did the rock have to adapt?
So
rock
just
adapted to its surroundings and grew legs.
Their paws
alive
doubled and almost tripled in size. Let alone 1,000 years. Let alone 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000, 1 billion.
You don't have anything to go by years with, dummy. You just say numbers.
I have 100 years to go off of, dude. And if they can show that much change in just 100 years, logically speaking, they can go through even more change in 1,000 years.
What?
When did they capture this thing that's 100 years old and watch it?
Oh wait, no.
Giant paws and legs.
Holy fuck!
No. I had like a brain part. Sorry.
You can't
also,
really
do you guys see the flat Earth? Flat Earth was mentioned in The Boys, guys.
No, hold on. When I said that the Anoles grew legs like twice as big, do you really think I'm talking about the same Anole from 1,000 years, like from 100 years ago to this, like the exact same creature?
So they were studying different things.
Picture of what are you talking about?
Yeah, they were studying like isolated Anoles that all had very similar traits like 100 years ago, and now have like much different traits than what they had 100 years ago.
So they're studying different ones.
I'm so
Holy fuck. Yes, they are studying the offspring of the Anoles. You're right.
So, did the Anole turn into an elephant eventually?
Oh, no, not yet. No.
Oh.
When does that happen?
So
it might not happen. It might turn into a fucking, like, anaconda.
What are humans supposed to turn into? Do humans turn into apes, or do they grow wings? Which is the next step?
Really depends on what stressors we go through, dude.
It's gonna snow.
Will be a new species, a new classification.
Well, if the environment starts like staying cold, like really, really cold.
Since you said if you go in the water a bunch of times, you'll turn into a fish. So if we keep going on airplanes, will we grow wings?
That's what I said. Holy fuck.
Well,
no, but we can say that if like
a tiger went into the water, swam around and liked it, and turned into a whale.
That is quite like not what I said.
Yeah, what you're espousing is
what's the next category?
Alchemy. You have
now
to
you're
through a process.
Now you're just talking. So I think I understand, right? He thinks that evolution.
Gosh, I was talking and you talk right through me. You're proposing alchemy, a transformation of your character, which occurs under pressure from the environment. You need to transmute the stress into an advantage. This all comes out of medieval alchemy, out of Newton's crazy imaginations.
Based. That's it's like hermetic.
They think it also happens, right? They think,
like
hey,
Jack in the Box.
So for starters, there's a bunch of flaws in your logic because Newton didn't start alchemy. Alchemy was around long before Newton.
I didn't say he started it, so stop strawmanning me, you freaking moron.
You're right, Ego Slave, because they think this even happened at a atomic level, because apparently helium evolved from the fusion, right? So two hydrogen atoms came together and their nucleus fused together as one and became a helium atom. So it evolved. They think this shit happens like within inanimate things as well, things that aren't alive.
Yeah, they do. They call it the primordial prima materia. Everything combines in alchemy to return to the source of the first material, which, by the way, is ether, and that's all stupid.
Hold on. So let's get back to the alchemy thing. You said something about changing the person. We're not changing the person. We're not changing the individual.
Yeah,
we're changing. Okay, so hold on. So you really do think that so hold on. You really do think that like evolution works like a fucking like water stone or a firestone?
No, I don't. I think this is all stupid, and I'm highlighting how stupid all of it is, including the alchemy.
Okay. Sure. Anyways. So you think that fusion is stupid? You probably think that fission is stupid.
No, I don't think fusion is. I think alchemy is, and you're an alchemist.
So what about the helium? How do you think helium can come about? Or what was like your little rant about helium and like the atoms?
You think atoms evolve?
No.
Well, you don't know your own lore that you're referencing, so.
Nowhere do we say that atoms evolve, my guy.
Yeah. Go ahead, Twad.
A mummy hydrogen atom and a daddy hydrogen atom got together and had a baby helium atom.
Yeah, they fused.
You don't know this. You don't know this. This is mainstream science.
That's not saying that the atom is evolving, my guy. That is saying that we're combining two things into one. It's like if I were to take two Lego bricks and I put them together. Am I saying that the Legos are evolving? No.
What two Lego bricks are you talking about, kid?
Okay, clearly I have to slow it down for you. When you're saying that
No, you don't. We're talking above you. The Lego bricks you think exist don't.
Okay, so where does any chemist say that, or like let's just say any physicist, if we want to talk about fusion, where are they saying that atoms are evolving?
You're defending a mommy hydrogen and a daddy hydrogen.
So
did the universe evolve into what it is now from something else? You know.
So hold on. So do you believe that it is possible to take two hydrogen atoms and fuse them into a helium atom?
I don't believe in a mommy hydrogen and a daddy hydrogen, but you have to for your cosmology to exist.
Okay, I'll ask it again. Do you think that we can take two hydrogen atoms and combine them?
It's not two hydrogen atoms. It's a hydrogen mommy and a hydrogen daddy. You seem to be lost on this point. How silly it is.
Hey, Ego Slave. I think this guy here has got some kind of chemical in his brain that blocks out the sound of logic. So when somebody uses logic, he just can't even hear it.
It's probably the autism, Adam.
Well, the universe that we would. The universe we have today, did it evolve? Was it something else before? Like it was not this, and then it became this? Like evolved?
Don't know, dude. It could have always just been here.
Oh, so much for entropy. Are you throwing entropy out the window, like totally throwing thermodynamics under the bus?
Yeah, where's entropy happening here? Where's all this heat going that the sun's putting out?
Onto Earth.
Onto Earth?
Causing,
okay, where does it go
climate
then?
change.
Where does it go then? Does it build up or does it go away?
Oh, I'm sure it equalizes with everything.
Oh, where does it go though? It'll just
I
build
don't
up.
know. Where does entropy go? That's a dumb question. Like the entropy heat of the universe?
No, I'm talking about like here. Like
Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody knows.
Out there in the space, man.
Which means you don't know. How does it make you feel?
I could confidently say that like energy just radiates outwards, dude.
Yeah, that's a cop out. You're like, oh, it just goes into this, infinite void, which is somehow containing a pressurized atmosphere.
Yeah.
Yeah, how does an infinite void contain a pressurized atmosphere?
Well, you just have a local force that just keeps things
A
together.
force? What force is that?
Little g, dude.
Little g's not a force, it's described as an acceleration. Try again.
Yeah. So you have an acceleration that's moving things towards each other. So try again.
Yeah, that's not an attraction though.
Yeah, so we have magnetism, which we know can hold
So
things
it's not
together.
a force. It's not a force. Like if things are moving towards each other, it's not a force.
Is there acceleration?
Yeah, that doesn't mean there's a force.
Is there math involved?
There's always math involved.
Mass, not math, mass.
I said math. Oh, mass? Yeah, what is what is mass?
So
Define mass.
So we have acceleration and we have mass, correct?
Yeah. Define mass. What is mass?
I don't need to define mass. I'm just asking you if there's mass.
I don't know because you won't define it.
Don't take me down this rabbit hole. Just answer yes or no on if there's mass. No?
I don't know what mass is.
Okay, cool.
Want to know if there's something that you don't know how to define. I don't know if there's something that you don't know how to define.
Yeah, Ego Slave, this is where I was talking about to you privately a number of times about like how they're playing a TCG, and don't drag me down the rabbit hole, just answer me just so I can pull out this card. Am I wrong on that?
You're gonna robot.
You are a robot.
Well, I think I believe in evolution, guys.
Good. You're a little bit smarter than we were yesterday.
So, sorry, I just came back. Did we get to the elephant yet?
Believing things makes people smarter. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh.
So we can take a look at a creature.
Believing in the Bible makes people smarter than you?
No, believing the Bible means ignoring contradictions in history from the Bible, which makes you dumber.
Believing in certain things makes you smarter. Believing in certain things makes you dumber.
Yeah. Like, if you honestly believe that there was a worldwide flood at any point in history, then you're kind of retarded, because we don't have any evidence for that.
Right, so it's not considered to be a fact that the Earth was completely covered in liquid at one stage. Is that right?
To believe that there was a worldwide flood in any period of history.
So is it stupid to think that the Earth was completely covered in liquid at some stage? Is it?
I don't like maybe liquid magma. I don't think it was ever like. I mean, you could show me if I'm wrong, like where it's completely covered in water.
Oh, that's
so
funny.
It's never been proposed in academia that the Earth was probably covered in liquid at some stage.
I don't think I've ever seen where Earth was completely covered in water at any point in history. And if you bring that up, that's the ultimate cop out then.
Okay.
Because what we're referring to is like life existing, and then like land dwelling creatures existing, and then a global flood hits. But we don't have any evidence for that.
Well, of course, we don't have it.
Global. You'd need there to be a globe for that.
Despite.
Okay. I'll rephrase then. If you don't like the word globe, how about a worldwide flood?
How's that funny? Or how could it be the case that there's no evidence for the biblical flood account when there's fossils found all over the earth, which would suggest that it was caused under rapid burial conditions, of which wait for it, ding ding ding, a flood would cause of catastrophic.
A flood could cause, but in many of these cases, no. We have tar pits, which is where a lot of our fossils come from. We have like mud from a flood. Like what? Unless it's all mud, that don't make sense, right? The water would just wash away the mud, wouldn't it? Also, we have like forests, which we know didn't have a certain fungus, which would have broken down the I forget the name of the compound that gives like wood its sturdiness. Case in point, the only fish fossils you can ever really point to aren't even fish. They're ammonites, which are much, 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 much older than fish, which really died out long, long before fish really showed up. So no fish fossils.
Yeah, and just multiple accounts of a worldwide flood, not only in the Bible, but in numerous ancient cultures and their historical texts. But somehow, it didn't happen. It was a complete total fabrication of people's imagination, unlike evolution
Bro,
is.
are you taking the Bible as a scientific book?
Is
I'm
it
a
possible
Christian,
that
but are you fucking kidding me?
Are you taking the Darwin's theory of evolution as a scientific book? The origin of species? Says the guy who couldn't even define evolution, like a little bitch. And then somehow gets mad when Radwin defined what evolution was, because you forced him to, considering that you wouldn't do it yourself when we asked you to. So shut up.
Yeah. What a boob.
And go take a look at the actual title of that book, The Origin of Species and the Protection of Favored Races, the Preservation of Favored Races.
Yeah, it turns
Tell me
into
what you all think about that
treatise.
title.
That's right, J.E. Barrington. It turns into a treatise on eugenics and genocide. That's what your leftist, liberal, progressive wokeism does for you. It creates the thing that you say you abjectly reject.
When Darwin was speaking of races, he was speaking of races of cabbages. The notion of...
Sorry, my bad.
We're dealing with a lot of mentally ill people today, for the audience is aware.
I just heard cabbages evolved into something.
Yeah, me too. I had to mute that immediately because it was mentally ill.
Was my grandfather a cabbage?
These guys think so, and if you don't believe them, you're crazy.
He was a strawberry, I think. That's what the genetic evidence points to. Your grandfather, your great grandfather was a strawberry, but your grandmother, on the other hand, she was a blueberry. So check that out.
That's crazy.
I heard I was a fish. When was I a fish?
Well, first off, The tiger ran into the water, liked it, turned into a whale.
It's not
and
a
then
Chinese.
somewhere you turned into a fish, or the whale scared you out of the water onto the land. And you started walking around, and you grew legs, and whales lost legs.
And then they
Well,
produced
according to
lovebirds,
that-
and the entire world realized it was the biggest mistake.
According to Michelle I think she's from NASA, she does a few NASA videos. We're all related to the rocks, actually.
That's true.
Yeah, it's very interesting, right? What I find is like, so for example, right, like an ancient text says that some sort of being formed man from the rocks, right? And then modern society goes, that's ridiculous, right? And then proceeds to tell you how we were formed from rocks, right? And then an ancient text will say the earth was completely covered in water at one point, right? And the modern man goes, that's ridiculous, and then proceeds to tell you how about 3 billion years ago earth was fully covered and submerged in water, right? And then they'll tell you something like it just goes on and on. Oh yeah, like an ancient culture will tell you feathered serpents existed, and modern man goes, that was ridiculous, and then proceeds to tell you how feathered serpents existed. It's just weird.
Meanwhile, we're the only sentient organism that we know exists. We're special. And we find all these ancient texts that talk to us about that us being created in the image of the divine. We're like, you know what? Since we're the only sentient beings, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. There's something special about us and unique. And the entire scientific establishment says, no. You came from monkey poo.
My greyhound turned into a German Shepherd.
If you feed him enough, he might.
It depends how stressed he is.
So they're kind of weird. They only like greyhounds. Other dogs they're afraid of. Greyhounds are not afraid of them. That's weird. Other dogs aren't like that.
Do you guys believe anything you got taught in school? Like anything?
Can you define sentience for me, please? Because there's lots of animals that are sentient by the very definition of sentience. Like all the vertebrates.
Yeah, I'll tell you a good rule that I learned way back in college in my first year of philosophy. A sentient organism can imagine itself being another organism. A non-sentient organism can't do that.
Well, that wraps that up.
Yeah, it's a really good definition, I think. I mean, not really a definition, but a good way to differentiate. I think it cuts through a lot of crap.
I've learned so much over this last hour. I appreciate all you guys.
You're welcome. Stick around. You're going to learn much more over the next several years.
I did not pay attention to that in high school, and I had no idea that a dinosaur turns into a chicken. I didn't know that, but now I'm so glad I'm informed about that. Thank you.
Yeah. The newest Jurassic Park puts feathers on all the dinosaurs.
Why?
Yeah.
Oh,
They're teaching all the kids that they all had feathers now. Can you believe that?
What happened to Godzilla?
No wonder I failed high school.
Godzilla had feathers now. I'm not even joking.
We should stick them in stalls, right, and not let them go apart from periodically, to get a little bit of exercise, bit of sun, and then stick them back in stalls. And that's actually, wait, they'd already do that.
Yeah. Supposedly there were 30-foot tall creatures covered in feathers.
Because they found a tooth.
No, they found a broken tooth.
Yeah. And that equated to a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
And yeah, from that they can deduce the entire jaw and the skull and the spinal cord and the rib cage and everything else. Because they know what it ate, guys. Because they could tell from the tooth what it ate. And that's how they know if it walked on two legs or not.
What all the teeth look like. And the face.
And then the piece of calcium that they found might actually be a calcium deposit that looks like a tooth or a broken tooth. And then they go to date it, right? And in order to date the fossil, they need you to give a best guess. Because without it, it might only be a few thousand years old. So you need to give them a guess and say Jurassic period, 63 million years ago. And they're like, oh, okay, that's our new calibration. I mean, it's funny, like, I know somebody who sent a sample to 2 laboratories, and one of them did write back and wanted him to provide first a best guess for the date. Before they do anything, they wanted a guess. So is that affirming the consequent much? Yes, it is. Good enough for modern science.
I want to affirm the consequence to get seed money. Great.
So many spiraling globies. I'm going to start unmuting some of them.
I mean, how do you argue with someone that doesn't know anything? You can't.
You're finally a flat earther?
Yeah, sounds like he's there.
No, it's quite the opposite. You guys made me realize that compared to you, I'm so fucking smart, like Albert Einstein level. Thank you.
And you are the definition of Dunning-Kruger. Like Dunning-Kruger's definition puts you right there in the middle of that Dunning-Kruger curve.
As well.
You're smart. Like, do you wear women's shoes like Albert Einstein?
Did you marry your cousin?
That's the smart thing to do. He wants to be like all the smart people and marry their cousins and wear women's shoes. Those are the smart globies.
I mean, you sound like you kiss your sister, so I wouldn't talk too loud.
You were just comparing yourself to Einstein. We were just doing the
I
same.
mean, compared to the imbecilities that you guys say, yeah, I'm fucking Albert Einstein even more than him.
You're smart as Albert Einstein. 100%,
I mean, you guys don't believe in gravity, don't believe in evolution. So what do you guys believe in? You guys don't even know what the shape of the Earth is. You don't know what attracts things to the center of the Earth. You don't know why we can't go to Antarctica. You don't know how things move. You don't know shit. You don't know nothing. That's what I'm realizing. And you guys don't want to know nothing because of your sheer pride and ego.
I tell you every day why water
bro,
sticks
I'm
to the ground.
Smarter
I
than
tell you
NASA.
every day-
I'm smarter than the.
I tell you every day why water sticks to the ground. You just don't listen.
No, because it doesn't make fucking sense. It doesn't make sense. And then you shield behind the saying that we don't believe that the Earth is a disc.
Don't.
That's all you guys say. You guys don't make the arguments. And the last one of you that makes arguments is you, Radwin. Radwin, you just say dumb shit all the time. You just say, now, can I make my cup into an elephant? Right, guys? Right, guys? That's all you guys say. It's so annoying. You guys are such fucking losers.
We broke him. We broke him. He's broken.
Bro, you broke your crib because of the way you fell from your crib. You're so dumb. You're so dumb.
That makes a lot of sense. I broke my crib the way I broke from my crib because I'm so dumb.
Yes, because you got a big ass head. Lights are on, but there's no one home.
Interesting. Saying that we don't believe in gravity is kind of like a misrepresentation.
So now you guys do believe in gravity?
Well, we all see the effect,
No,
don't
it's
we?
not.
But you guys say you
Yeah,
don't
like we're not
believe.
not denying certain effects, observed effects.
No, you're denying gravity. You did like 100 million times. Because
We're not denying that certain
model.
things. We're not denying that liquids and solids within specific mediums fall, right? We're not denying that.
I mean, yeah, you are.
What we're saying is that it's not part of science, the claim that's made as the cause.
No, if you guys did know science, you wouldn't believe all this shit.
You can't.
You didn't get science any time of your life.
Very simple, man. It's metaphysics, yeah?
Bro, we went to the moon like a bunch of times, and you guys, all you guys say is, man, have you seen the CG?
Calm down, man. He's on his pulpit. He's preaching.
Dude, hold on a second. You didn't go to a moon, you dummy.
That's fake.
Relax, Linda.
It's a weather balloon.
Yeah, calm down, Linda.
Dude, you're losing your mind. You know you're being recorded, like screaming like a little baby, right? You know you're being recorded saying this stupid shit, dude, right?
I mean, you guys preach
it. Linda, calm down. Let me explain to you what happened. You and none of us here went to the moon. We were all told 3 other people went to the moon. Okay.
But we have recordings.
Calm
down. We
have
proof. We have rocks of the moon.
Oh my
goodness. What more do you want?
Show me a rock from the moon, and then show me how you validated it to be a rock from the moon.
There's 1,000 rocks from the moon. Are you serious?
Okay. Okay, it should be very easy to just grab it. And then that's how you know that's what it is.
It's because it's NASA. Dude, NASA?
Dude, you're mentally retarded. Dude, you're mentally retarded.
He's had a full meltdown.
There's volumes of proven data.
Lying. Everyone
These 2 idiots in here still arguing.
I gotta mute him. He's had a full meltdown.
I
think his
wouldn't call
brain's
it
just melted.
are melting down. Let's take him off mute and see if he's still going. Probably has realizes
You got a bunch of idiots in here arguing about flat Earth.
And
so
you're
guys,
in here
the Earth
doing
is
the
flat.
Yeah, this guy thinks that he found thousands.
He's got thousands of moon rocks in his house.
There's museum. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Well, that was after his last moon trip.
Do you guys do this as a job? Do you guys have a job?
Yes, and you are the job.
Got a bunch of fucking idiots in here arguing about flat Earth all fucking.
Well, that one's broken too. Stuck on a loop.
Michael,
is that just a bot?
Just the Earth is flat.
When
you're
saying we went to the moon, who did you go with to collect these moon rocks?
There's video evidence. So actually, there's video evidence.
Of you going to the moon?
There's literally live videos from the ISS, and you guys won't believe it.
Okay, now you jumped off, so you gave up on the moon rocks. You gave up on the moon rocks.
I don't believe that the Earth is round. I don't believe that the Earth is flat. I don't believe.
We don't really need you to take up the mic time just to spurg out like that. So you're about 250,000 miles shy of the moon with the ISS. So you're giving up on the moon rock thing?
You're muted. You're muted. You're muted.
Wow.
That's how you guys sound like. Did I make a good impersonation, Radwan, of you guys?
Dude, this is hilarious listening to you break down mentally.
Thank you. At least I make people laugh.
How dare you not believe? How dare you?
How many future astronauts do you plan on building?
How many people's dreams will you shatter? Tell them, man, you can't be an astronaut because the Earth is flat. How many?
Well, you can't be an astronaut unless you're a higher level military or a Freemason anyway. So.
That's wrong.
I believe in you and your offspring. You can do it. You can get to Mars. Go for it.
Why haven't we gone to the Antarctica? We have, but the government The government, Batman.
Who said nobody's gone to Antarctica, you retard?
Yes, we have. God damn.
That's what he said.
He can't even hear.
So let me get this straight. I bring up a point to correct
everything's going
someone's
through his
direct
flat earth
statement about what we're talking about, and I get muted to talk to this kid.
Maybe that dude
Yeah.
that's screaming is going through evolution right now. Is turning into something else.
Everything he hears goes through a flat earther's a wrong filter. So it doesn't matter what we say. It decides what we said.
I think he should be in a mental institution if he's not already.
What, you want to talk about what you've said TW is wrong?
Bro, at this point, I don't even want to argue. It's over. All the arguments have been debunked by the Flat Earth Society.
You haven't been.
Leave, dude. Then you've got nothing left to say. Why are you still here?
I mean, because all you guys say when we post proof, you say, or that's fake,
It hurts you, doesn't it? It hurts you that we don't believe.
or you don't answer.
Why
the
won't you
question
accept the videos?
and answer with
Why won't you
another
believe
question.
like me?
Nah.
Damn it.
Nah. Guy,
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him think.
Yeah.
Then why be here? Then why be here?
Comedy.
Because I want to have a little funny. The funny.
Okay, so that's not why.
You don't
Yeah,
go
that's
to
not
the
why
zoo
we're
to
here.
learn to be an
So
animal.
you can
go to the
just
zoo
go
to see the
away
animals.
then.
So
Because
why are
that's
you
not
here?
our
I
purpose.
want to see
To be
the
sit here
animals.
to sit
Like,
here and be ridiculed by people like you who just want us to believe.
Gotcha. That's not
Why
your purpose
won't
to
you
be here.
believe?
Why are you
And if
here?
you don't believe, I will make fun of you. Is that it?
Gotcha.
You don't
That's
accept
not the
my
reason.
worldview, I'm going to make fun of you. Is that it?
The government.
Rich
Gotcha.
Evans
Is
on
that
the
your
That's not the
attitude?
reason you're here. Why are you here?
He hears this spiraling glober and he has to pipe up. This looks bad.
We are.
Yeah, both of you have pretty much said as much as that. Your attitude is, if you won't accept my worldview, I'm going to ridicule you and make fun of you. Think
Made
about that.
mockery of himself. Yeah, you're an embarrassment to Glober kind, Michael. You should do yourself and the Globers the dignity of leaving and never speaking in a public forum on this matter again because you're an embarrassment to it. Let's see if he's still frothing at the mouth. Yeah, he is. Psychotic laugh.
So, guys. Okay.
Who said it's me who muted you? Rich Evans.
To make another. Okay, I'm going to actually try to make an argument. Is everyone ready?
Oh, he's gonna try.
Brace,
Okay.
brace yourselves. Brace yourself. Brace for impact. Brace. Okay. So, I want I'm going to ask a question. Okay.
Gravity.
And I want the flat.
That's not an argument. A question is not an argument.
So,
a question is not an
I'm going
argument.
to ask a question.
You're not making an argument. You said you were going to make an argument. Make an argument. Don't ask a question.
First,
make an argument.
Want to make some rules. So
I could use this to make an argument for you not knowing what an argument is.
So, the question is, how
It's not an argument.
Earthquakes happen? That's my
question. Yeah. So
I haven't.
All right. So now, do we have to school you on the difference between question and argument, or can you just sort it out yourself? You got Google there?
When I say I'm going to ask a question, I want to ask a question, and then we can start the debate.
You said you were going to
That's
state an
not how
argument.
debates happen. We don't just okay. My point is, we ask first the question, and then we hear both
No,
sides.
usually it
That's how you
opens up
make an
with
argument.
your side making a claim,
But I know you guys
the
are
other side
slow,
making
so
a
I'm
claim,
giving
and
you
then you
enough
both
time
talking
so
about
you
it.
can mute me, so you guys can breathe and think. I know that's very hard to think and to talk at the same time for you guys.
Is
I
that
know
your
you guys had
argument?
like a limited.
Is that your argument?
So, my argument is that earthquakes happen because the Earth is a globe and the magma inside it makes convection currents that move the Earth crusts. That's my argument. Thank you very much.
Right, because there's no way that lava or magma couldn't exist on a flat Earth, right? Yeah, it's just mutually exclusive to the globe, isn't it? Even though you have no idea what's like below 8 miles, and you think somehow the Earth's core is made out of like whatever the fuck, like nickel and more magma or whatever, which is completely speculative conjecture on your part. So, good luck trying to prove that.
Wait, you don't believe in tectonic plates and earthquakes? You're saying that doesn't exist?
Well, he never mentioned tectonic plates.
Oh, okay. Well,
I mean, I'm going to teach them. I'm going to teach them a little lesson that I learned like 6 years ago. Okay. So the way that the tectonic plates move, it's due to convection currents. Does everyone in here know what a convection current is?
I do.
No.
Okay, I know. I'm not to the guy that said that he knows. I'm not going to be like you and ask. Okay, then describe.
For those that don't,
so you need to explain it.
Because
I don't
if
know.
you know what it is, I'm not.
For those that don't, right, and for the audience sake, there might be some in the audience who don't know what it is either. Why don't you explain what that is? What's a convection current? You tell us.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Thank you. So once the convection currents happen,
that was it.
What's the point of asking if we know what a convection current is? Sorry, what was the point in asking people if they know what a convection current is if you're not willing to explain what it is? What was the point?
It's convective current also.
I mean, English is not my first language, and
here we
go.
Say it like
I'm not getting onto you for it. I'm just letting you know. I'm not getting onto you for it.
Yeah. It's okay. How do you say it?
Convective. It's like why if you have ground earth next to water, the sun comes up, it heats the earth and the water at different paces. One hot air rises, so the hot air over the land goes up, creating a low pressure area. Then the air over the water replaces it, creating a convective current.
I love when people talk weather. It just gets me excited.
Well, last time I tried to do it in here, it was that one mod who was in here who went fucking ballistic. So.
Oh, it's because I wasn't here. That's why. And because I would have just been like, put him on mute. I would have put you on mute.
Fucking ballistic.
So when those currents happen, because I forgot the word, when those currents happen, it moves the Earth's crust according to those movements. If they go clockwise, they will go to the right, and if they go counterclockwise, they go.
Are you trying to tell me that we're floating? My land underneath me is just floating around?
I mean, I'm not going to answer your question now. So, after those movements happen on daily basis, they are happening right now at every moment. They don't stop. So, when two tectonic plates collide with each other or separate each other way too much, they make the earthquakes. That's the normal with a scientific method experiment.
And then you tie this to the ball.
That's great. No,
you tie this to the ball in space.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I was going to ask. What does this have to do with like the globe card?
Well, it just
that's the question.
With earthquakes. He's proven the globe with earthquakes.
Okay.
The earth shakes. I'm very confused by that.
So that way, we explained that earthquakes happen, and we know that the Earth is round because these earthquakes, when they happen in one hemisphere, the same earthquake in a minor scale
Begging the
happens to
question.
the other hemisphere.
Oh God! Begging the question. You have hemispheres that is a hell of a in your leap, man. premise. You're leaping pretty hard. Yeah, he's got hemispheres in his premise. Is literally begging the question.
I mean,
start over.
According to my model, that's what happens. And how do you explain in any other model that when an earthquake happens, I don't know, like in the US, how does their same earthquake with the same
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Okay, if I may. I know there's other people who want to jump in. But let me ask you a question, okay? If I may, real quickly, and then I'll let other people jump in. And totally just bury you, okay? But before we do, if we're using your model that we're using to correlate Earth being a globe to earthquake, right? Are we using the globetard model, correct? Just a yes or no. Is that what we're using in this hypothetical?
The globe model.
Okay,
yes.
the globe. Okay, got it. So I am going to decide that I'm going to use a flat Earth model. And I'm going to do you one better and make the exact same argument you did, just on a flat Earth. What's stopping me from doing that?
Because you cannot explain the second part of the experiment that I just said.
I can.
The fact
I can
that they
say right
happen
now.
on the
Oh,
other
sure
side
I
of the
can.
world.
Yes, I. Okay.
No, you can't.
No, here. Watch me. Okay. I can say right now on my flat Earth model that is of my own, nobody else here, that an earthquake happened at one point, causing a seismic reaction elsewhere at another point. It's the same concept. Wouldn't you agree?
Not in another point in the other extreme of the Earth.
Why not?
Not another point.
Why not?
Because one thing is butterfly effect. That's what you are explaining, and what I'm saying is cause and effect.
And it's the same thing you have.
Doing the exact same thing.
No, it's no. If you guys want to change, if you guys want to change things, I'm not going to take it.
Down from where you are.
Let's go through the scientific steps that we've used here to scientifically verify this. Yeah, what was your naturally observed phenomenon?
Earthquakes.
So then, what's your hypothesis?
Hypothesis. So why? So we put seismic detectors all around the Earth. Seismic measurers or whatever you want to call it.
What's causing the Earth to move? We know that it's moving. We've detected that. You've done that with your naturally observed phenomenon. So what's causing that? What's your hypothesis?
I've explained it before, but you weren't listening clearly.
No, you said that there was...
Yeah, I did the convection or whatever currents.
Convective currents?
Listen, this is what he imagines, right? Imagine like you've got a sphere of water, right? And it's calm, and you drop a pebble onto it at one point. So the ripple will ripple out and effectively go all the way around the ball, encompassing it until it meets at the point on the exact antipodal side from the origin point of the ripple, and meet and converge, and then come back again. That's what he thinks he's doing with the earthquakes.
No, that's not what I think. That is what is happening.
Yeah, that's basically what you're saying, is that the sound waves travel right around the ball and meet at a point on the other side, and that proves that the Earth's a ball.
No, that's
exactly.
What he's actually
wait, hold on. Some people here think the Earth is flat. What the fuck?
Yeah, unfortunately, we haven't evolved.
Hey, you guys.
Okay, we go.
I know. I'd like to ask Michael how he with his independent variable. How did you vary these convective currents to show that they're
because we know that there's different types of earthquakes, like P waves, S waves, and some other type of wave.
We didn't vary anything. We didn't scientifically.
I mean, bro, you can check the experiment yourself. But if you want me to explain it,
experiment, Michael.
Yeah, bro. Why do you guys do this shit? It's so annoying. When I say that something is proven, that has been proven, all you guys say is it's not.
Yeah, but where's the proof? It's not that. It's listen. I just want to jump in again.
Hold on. Are you talking about an aftershock? Like one place will experience a really bad earthquake, and then an aftershock will happen underneath the Earth in the liquid core, where the the force of it will travel through the liquid and then bounce off and hit another destination, creating an aftershock. Is that?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So I was asking them, how can that happen in another model? And now they are making the same argument that they always make and turning it back into me explaining it instead of them explaining it. And that's annoying, and I'm not going to explain it a fucking again because I already did like last week. So I want any person that's not a what you guys call globetards to explain it, please. Or else I won't move to any other point.
So yeah, so this is the crux of the argument here. I feel like, you're kind of talking past other people, right? Just hear me out for a second, right? With your logic on your globe-tard model, can I not apply that to a flat-tard model?
You don't
yes
answer
or no?
the
Let's start with yes or
another
no.
question. I'm not going to answer the question I already said.
Why not?
You answer the question with another model. I'm sorry. I'm tired of guys turning every argument back against someone
No, I'm
that's
not. It's
starting
a
the
simple
argument.
question. No. It's not a gotcha question.
Because
Listen to me,
I
Michael.
firstly asked the question. Then you guys said to me, make an argument. I made it against my will. Now you guys are
I'm not
making
asking
me
you, Michael.
defend
Listen
my
to me.
argument when I asked the question. You guys
You are. I am
not
not. This is
reasonable.
not a gotcha question, Michael. Listen.
I don't care.
Okay, I'm willing to engage with you
Answer the
here.
question.
I'm willing. You didn't answer my question. It's a yes or no. Can I not use the same logic that you just argued for a globe-tard on my flat-tard model? Yes or no?
Contesta la pregunta.
I mean,
all right, cool.
Sure,
oh wait, no, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
so I can.
I'm not 100% sure you could on a flat model.
Why not? By his logic, I can.
Because okay, you can't. I retract that I said yes. You can't, because how do you explain that something moves from one point to the Earth to another, and you know that it's the only thing that is making it? How do
The
you
exact
explain
same
it? Explain
methodology
it.
on your globe-tard model is applicable to flat Earth model. My whole argument.
Okay, I think you're using half
Well,
of your brain to answer.
No, it doesn't. It travels under the ground. It travels like towards the core, like it travels underground. And then moves
It's like 90 degrees down to the core, and then it goes or either to the straight other direction or anywhere else.
I think Brendan. I think what he's saying is Sorry, go on. Go on, AJ.
No, you're right. Go for it, man. Sorry.
I was just saying to Brendan. I think the crux of it is that the frequencies that they measure at long distances away from the epicenter, is congruent with the modeling of a globe Earth rather than a plane, which would have a different. They suspect would have a different outcome, a different frequency.
You'd have to have both to be able to tell the difference then.
It cannot happen in a flat Earth model. It simply cannot happen. You cannot go straight down in a flat Earth model and go back into, again, the surface. You would go upside down.
Why can't they just be spreading out across, in a horizontal fashion? Why can't they be spreading out in all directions?
Because if you had an earthquake in the US, then it would expand to Mexico, then it would expand to Central America, and then would expand to South America. I mean,
if I drop a rock in Lake Erie, that wave doesn't go all the way to Canada.
I mean, you guys still haven't answered the question. How can it happen in a flat Earth model? You guys still haven't.
Do flat earthers even? Do you guys believe that? What's your guys' concept on lava?
Comes out of volcanoes.
Well, right,
and it's hot.
Guys,
okay.
You're not gonna answer the question.
So, is there lava underneath us? If you go far, if you go far,
to come out of the ground, it's not coming out of the sky. So
yeah, it doesn't rain lava.
So
I don't have lava in my backyard. If that's what you're asking.
I'm just curious. How much
really aesthetic?
How much under the Earth's surface is lava?
More than 8 miles.
Probably.
I don't know. I've never dug a hole that deep to tell you.
Not necessary. Don't have to.
Science.
Speculate.
Science.
Just say, that works.
Call it science.
Yeah,
you win the
I
argument.
believe it must be about 25 miles, according to my speculation.
Okay.
Russians did
Well,
it at 8
I guess we
miles.
should start digging. Apparently.
The Russians.
Well, no,
didn't
I'm
hit
just.
it, and they went 8 miles.
Maybe
So
we can't
it's
get past
after
8 miles.
Well, right. No, I'm agreeing with you.
How much lava is underneath that? Like, so you go down 25 miles.
Listen.
Yeah,
all
what's
right,
up?
So you can only go down 8 miles. You want to know what's below that, but you can only go down 8 miles. But you want to know what's deeper?
That's not true.
That's a circular question, isn't it?
Well, no, it's not. I just want to know, like, if you guys.
You can only go down 8 miles.
Dude, that's not true.
That's it.
That's it?
That is true.
Yeah.
No, it's not. You can go down
Okay.
deeper than 8 miles with your imagination. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, you've only got 4,000 miles to get to. You'll be all right.
You're talking about the gobstopper images.
What does the amount of lava under the Earth and the depth of this lava have to do with the Earth being measured and utilized as flat?
So check it out. The way this aftershock happens is it has nothing to do with the surface, but it has to do with the shock wave that comes from the surface, and it travels through the liquid center.
Well, how about if we can measure the Earth? How about if we can measure the Earth to be flat with no curvature, then the shock wave's doing whatever the shock wave's doing, and you're basing this off assumptions with no evidence of your ball to begin with.
Well, no, I'm just asking, like, if there was an aftershock to happen, how would it happen on a flat Earth model? Because it would have to, like, travel down in order to get to that spot.
It would happen based off assumptions, just as the globe has assumptions.
Well, this isn't an assumption.
Well, it is.
Like aftershocks are a thing that actually happens.
It is an assumption that you're taking a leap of logic that this can only occur on a globe because you don't have a globe to begin with.
Well, I mean we've got the science behind it, but here's the thing:
you don't have measurements of the globe to begin with, so you don't have science.
Okay, bro, that's cool. So how does that work with flat Earth?
You have philosophy behind you. You don't have science.
No,
bro, you guys don't even.
You don't have anything based in reality. You've got calculations reified into reality. No direct measurements.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna hand it back to you. This guy's just trying to dodge everything. Like, go for it.
No, I'm not
there's no.
You
can't.
guys that are
Who
dodging.
would have guessed? Who would
How
have
does
guessed?
lava prove a ball if there's no measured curvature?
Already
to begin with. Very simple.
We've already answered your question like 5 times, but
No, you
want
haven't.
to
You just
listen.
keep turning back to lava. It can only happen on a ball because it's got to go down and hit the core.
Because
the
it can only
imaginary
happen
core
in a ball.
We've never ever been to because we can only get down 8 miles.
Okay.
And we can't measure any curvature.
When you put a pin through a tennis ball, how many points does the pin cross? 1 or 2 points? 2 points. It goes through the surface of the tennis ball, it goes inside of it, and then it goes out from the outside.
John, this
from the inside to the outside.
Totally bricked.
It's the same with earthquakes. They happen in one point and they go to another point. They happen in one point and they go all around the earth.
Instance to prove that it exists. Can you please tell me this drop over distance?
There's measures, but you guys just say it's fake. And
These
you're trying to
measurements
make
we
a different point, so I'm not.
No, I'm not
You
trying to
guys
make a different
still
point.
haven't answered
You
it.
don't have a globe
You
to
still
begin with
haven't answered
to affirm
how
the
do the
consequent.
risks happen in a flat Earth model, and I'm getting pissed because you guys
You
don't
don't
want
Right. I
have a
explained. I
ball to begin
explained
with
how it
to
happens in a
affirm the
sphere.
consequent.
I explained how it happened in a sphere, and I'm asking how does it happen in a flat Earth? And nobody
You don't
wants
have
to
a
tell
sphere
me.
to begin with.
Okay,
Because you don't have a
fantastic.
sphere
But
How
to
does it
begin
explain
with.
happen
it
in
in
a
a
flat
flat Earth
Earth?
model. Is this?
I mean, is this
Would you
guy
like me
like?
to?
Are you serious, dude? Like, for
Yeah.
some
Would you
reason, you
like
don't
me
want
to
to talk about
speculate like
this.
you are? Would you
Go
like me to
for it.
speculate
Yes,
like you are?
speculate. No, I'm not speculating, but I would
Would you
like to
like me to?
hear
Would you
why
like me
you.
to
Why?
affirm the
Speculating,
consequent?
kid.
Just give me any answer, dude. Just go
Okay.
for it. Just
If
give me what makes sense.
earthquakes, Earth must be flat. Earthquakes, therefore Earth's flat. There you go. I gave you the same answer you gave me.
That
Wait,
was
no.
not
Hold on a
an
second.
answer.
Yeah. I
I
got
would like to.
if earthquakes, Earth's a sphere. Earthquakes, therefore Earth's a sphere. No problems.
No, I
That's
don't
my
think
whole
that's true.
point.
Well, let me
Exactly. That was my whole point.
try to steelman Mike Myers because he said English isn't his first language. I believe what he's saying is because he was talking about sensors around the globe. And you have an earthquake, and there's a measurement that can be taken on what would be the opposite side of that globe consistently, so it's consistently demonstrated. That's
Yeah, cool. I understand
okay. Yeah,
that.
so
And my question,
so that
my
would be
question
proof.
is, where did you get the globe from in the first instance to have the sensors all around the globe? Where's the
Right.
measurement
So
of drop over distance? Otherwise, you're just affirming the consequent.
well, hold on a second, because I think that's what I was going to say next. I think you're wrong here because he's providing something that he's saying is evidence for a globe Earth, and you're saying, well, you're presupposing a globe Earth, so you can't have evidence for it, and that doesn't make any sense because I could, again, just like ironically the opposite of what you were saying, anyone could say, well, you haven't proven flat Earth, so therefore any evidence that you have doesn't matter because you haven't proven it, and he's trying to make an argument, and you can't answer his argument. He's saying
I'm not going to sit here and
he's having a
speculate
seizure,
on
dude. He's not making an argument. And if he's not
I'm
even
not
providing it as a piece of evidence, he's saying it's a conclusive proof. Plus, he's also having a seizure, so he keeps getting muted.
Well, imagine if there was an earthquake on a disk, right? And that earthquake wasn't directly in the center. Then
Who said
it
we're
wouldn't.
on a disc?
Why are you using a disc? Why don't we just use a T-shirt?
It doesn't matter. I mean, it's your model. You tell me what word you want me to use.
A disc is our model. Is a disc?
No, I'm asking you what word you want me to use. Are you going to tell me? Can anyone tell me?
Plane.
A plane. Okay, great. So an earthquake happens on a plane. I think he's asking if an earthquake happens on a plane, then why would those sensors placed around the world come back with that consistent reading that would seem to be a reading if it was the shape of a globe? And you're not, saying why it could happen on a plane, but not on a globe.
But he's just asserting that, right? He's just asserting that's the case.
Just like when we do surveying and we measure the Earth to be flat, they then have to try and fit that back into a presupposed ball model. So they're not beginning, they're beginning with a ball in the first instance and then explaining how the earthquakes could work in their ball. Yeah. They don't have the ball to start with because they don't have any measured drop over distance. The Earth is measured and utilized as flat.
Well, I think he's just providing. I think that's where you're wrong. And I haven't seen this proof of anything. I'm just trying to steelman his argument.
Please, who in history has
But
ever
you're making
measured
a better
the
argument than
curvature
you
of the Earth showing drop over distance?
I don't know the names of anyone.
Okay, so
I
then
don't.
you say that we're wrong.
Bro, you're not even steel manning. He had no point to begin with.
Yeah.
If he's saying here is an argument that I have, or here is something that I believe, the Earth is round, right? And we have these sensors around the world, and they come back with this measurement, and that measurement would only make sense if the Earth was a globe. That was his argument.
See the data.
It's
And
not
that
my
would be
argument.
called-
I don't have any. It's not
that
my
would
argument.
be another fallacy. That would be an argument from ignorance to state that.
To
So we've
state
got
evidence?
begging the question, affirming the consequent, and now an argument from ignorance to state that because there may not be an answer right now, that there never could be one or there isn't one available.
No, he's saying this only makes sense
Yes, that's
if
what
this
you
is
just
the
said.
answer.
That's right. That's correct.
Yes, that's not an argument
So
from
that is a
ignorance. It's the opposite. It's
fallacious.
here's evidence for my claim. And again, it's not my claim. I'm just trying to show his argument.
The only agreement would be that point A has a vibration and point B has a vibration. Then the assumption is that your point B is upside down. That's all the difference is. We can say
well, the assumption would be that it's on the other side of the sphere, right? And so we know if you simulate that, what the measurement should be on the other side of the globe is what he's saying. And they come back consistently with what you would think it would be.
How do they know that if they've never measured it?
Measured what? An earthquake?
Earth being a ball.
Oh, well, you don't have... I mean, this is science, right? We can simulate this on... yeah, sure, we can simulate it in a program. I mean, you're talking about surveying and stuff. It's not like you go out and survey.
That doesn't work.
Simulations don't work?
The copium is unreal here.
With who? No one's having a copium moment. But
well,
I mean, like,
there's an earthquake in California and I'm in Ohio and some sensor picks up a vibration. Does that mean the Earth is a ball?
no, of course not. He's saying that the vibration that it picks up is consistent with what it should be if it was on the exact opposite side of the globe.
Why would there be something on the exact opposite side of it anyway?
Well, it's called an
aftershock. Where does this vibration go? Does it go around the ball or in the ball? And how come nobody feels it?
It goes through the inside and out the other. And that is and that's what's called an aftershock. I've felt one before. It's not crazy or anything. It's just like this real subtle jiggle.
Yeah, and again, I mean, it's not my argument, so I can't tell you. I'm just trying to show how.
Therefore, you live on a ball.
You know,
well, I mean,
how
if there's
Navy...
a major earthquake on another side of the world, then
saying that it's to do with epicenter and anti-epicenter. That's what they're saying. Like they're saying that they're basically measuring rings, right? And it meets at a point. It ends at a single point, which is antipodal to the epicenter. That's what they're claiming. But let's see the data of that then.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't give you any because I didn't make the argument. I haven't even looked into it. I
Some
don't know
minutiae.
if it's on the other side of the world.
Right, yeah, we don't know the minutiae. Yeah, well, we've heard a claim.
I personally don't. I mean,
let's see the evidence, right? Let's see the evidence for the claim.
Yes. In the chat at 1 minute past the hour for you, what he's given us is an argument from ignorance. The assumption of a conclusion or fact based primarily on the lack of evidence to the contrary.
Well, okay. Do you not believe in aftershocks?
It has to be a ball. It can't be anything else due to earthquakes. Yeah, so it's just an argument from ignorance.
Well, hold on.
So you're a surveyor, right? Oh, no, you go ahead. You go ahead.
I was going to say, like, do you not believe that after quakes happen? Like aftershakes?
Did I say that?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking it.
No. We're not denying anything that we can witness in reality.
Okay.
But to state that that can only happen on a globe, and it's happening because of a globe, is an argument from ignorance and an affirming the consequent.
Okay. So
right?
what's wrong with that?
Fallacious reasoning.
So if I was to ask you how that happens on a flat model, and I started yelling at you for trying to tell me how it is in a flat model.
Listen, I can give you this from personal experience. I've experienced an earthquake. And as far as I understand, aftershock occur where the earthquake occurred, not on the other side of the...
Yeah. Thank you for clearing that up.
You're right. That is an aftershock.
Seismology in chat if anyone wants to.
Yeah, in the same place that the original earthquake occurred. Not on the other side of the globe like this guy was claiming.
No, you do.
The guys who aren't claiming it that are claiming it. Misuse of the term aftershock. Hope you guys learned something today.
Guys, bro,
and
first look at the link I posted and then speak.
And then to say, why is this happening, or how could this happen on a flat Earth, and ask for an explanation for that, again, no worries. It's happening exactly the same way as it's happening in reality,
That's not an
because the
explanation.
Earth is measured flat. So however it's occurring the same way. You're just making the assumption that it's coming due to the only answer being a ball. Yeah.
Could you go into that, please? Because you're a surveyor, right? You're saying you're a surveyor?
No, I never said I was a surveyor.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you keep talking about survey and how the Earth is surveyed flat. I'm just curious about that.
It is.
Yeah. Can you expand on that?
It's surveyed flat. There, I
Well,
expanded on it.
that is definitionally not expanding. I don't know why.
So
just don't talk if you're
no,
gonna
but sea level,
have some
right?
jackass answer. I'm genuinely asking him.
Yeah. So to begin surveying, they choose a point, right, and which is 0 elevation, sea level, right?
Okay.
From there, they extend out a I guess you could call it an imaginary horizontal line, right?
Sure.
Right. And from that, they gauge change in elevation of the land, the plus or minus
from
against
level.
that horizontal line.
Yeah.
Okay.
And for mapping, they use elevation and depression angles. So they're measuring.
If they're doing that, the thing is, if they're doing that, they're doing it wrong. Sorry, AJ. Sorry, I overtalked you.
So,
you're right.
do you know
Go ahead.
what scale are you talking about? At what scale? Like in miles or?
Wouldn't matter. Any scale wouldn't matter.
That's right. So planar surveying, it's all assumed flat. That's out to 200 miles square. And then geodetic surveying, what they do is they measure the same way. They measure triangles, symmetrical triangles, and then they try to fit that on a presupposed ball or sphere with a predetermined measurement. And then that's where they then come up with their spherical excess. But in the first instance, they're measuring horizontal and they're measuring elevation and depression angles with a flat baseline as the Earth from sea level. Level does not curve. Level and horizontal do not deviate from 0. Curvature deviates from horizontal or level. It's how we build things. Level.
So I don't know anything about this topic because I'm not a surveyor and I don't know anything about it. But at what scale, I wonder, would it make such a difference that you would
taking
need
angle measements?
Well, yeah, but if it's 200 miles, I mean, 200 miles compared to the circumference of the Earth is like, small
the
beans,
radius
right?
of the Earth? No. So what's the radius? Yeah, do you know what the radius is?
No, of course not. I don't know that off the top of my head.
So it's only 3,959 miles. So based off that, you can work out the math, and you can say, okay, we should have 8 inches per mile squared drop, or we should have a physical horizon, again, the curvature of the Earth, at no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Why the radius, not the circumference?
The radius is based off it. It's based from the center of the Earth. And then we can work out that equation. Yeah, and the equation is 8 inches per mile squared, or 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, this is in sailing manuals. This is in all your information, yeah, because it's just purely based off the geometry of the Earth.
What do you mean it's in sailing manuals? What exactly are you talking about?
So for celestial navigation, for navigation at sea, they give you that equation as a distance to the geometric horizon.
Okay. Then you're saying that's based off of a horizontal measurement?
Yes, it is in the first instance.
And then, the second instance,
from a curved surface.
You called it geodetic, the next part, right? The second instance?
Yeah, so what they do is they base it again off of horizontal, and then they have a predetermined sphere that they then basically reverse engineer the flat horizontal measurements back into the presupposed sphere, just as Eratosthenes did. Different.
And so, what would be the point of that second part in your claim?
Well, they call it the primary calculations, I believe the terminology is for it, after they take their initial measurements.
Okay. And so you're saying that because this is a horizontal plane, that the world is flat?
Yes, we measure horizontal. We don't have any drop over distance, no curvature. Large bodies of water at rest lie flat, horizontal.
You got any resources for that? I don't know anything about.
Where's the data? Where's the data of your horizontal water?
I genuinely do not know anything about surveying. What you've told me is all I've heard about
Data of
surveying.
horizontal water.
Yeah, where is it? You tested the surface of water at a lake or something?
Yeah, water's horizontal, man. It's flat. It
Sounds like
finds
a
its level.
presumption.
It's
You
been
don't have
used-
any data to back that up?
At what point does water start curving? At what point does level start
point did
curving?
you
When
show
we've
that
used
it's
water
perfectly
levels
horizontal?
for thousands of years, yeah? I use water levels weekly
Let's
in
go close,
my own
ding
life.
dong. At what point did you measure it to be perfectly
At
horizontal?
what point does water start curving?
There
Answer
you go.
the
You have a
question.
presumption. It's just
Answer the
ad
question,
hoc.
AJ. Answer
Affirming
the
the
question.
consequence.
It doesn't curve, yeah? I use water levels. They've been using water levels for years. So my
Oh,
question is,
what?
at
Like a
what
little
point-
level?
At what point? No, over long distances. And they've
Okay.
used it that way for years. So in a tube, if you've ever seen a water level in a tube, we can use that for measuring.
Cool. You measured the surface of the water in a tube. What about at a lake or on the earth? I understand you found horizontal in a tube.
Do you understand that water finds its level, and that's how we use a water level?
Cool. So did you
Yeah.
measure the horizontality of the surface of the
on
water at like a lake or something? You ever do
Yeah,
that?
that's
So you have
explaining
no
it.
data.
Hey AJ,
Yeah,
I
there's
just posted
laser-
you a video of a water level with 3 points showing bendy, curvy water. Thank you. Start using water
Also,
levels
you can check out
correctly
the
from now on.
Bedford level experiment if you want. You know, I'm pretty sure that's like a
curved
20-mile
water.
long canal
Yeah,
where they
take a
measure
look.
the water.
Once you add a third point to your little water level, then things really start making sense on a curved surface. Of course, if you only have 2 points, you're only ever going to find a straight line, because that's what 2 points do. Now add a third point to that long distance water level you supposedly use as a quote-unquote professional. Thank you.
That's not
Well, he
what's
said
taught.
I think he said he's not a professional surveyor. Or are you saying you use a water level in your work professionally?
Oh, I've used it many times, and I use it pretty much all the time. Yeah, I've got a big property. I got farm. I use it for fencing. Used it on building and construction sites. You know, if you want to take a level from one side of a building around a corner to another level, you'll use a water level. Yeah.
So what kind of distances are we talking about there? Because again, wouldn't that just be like the Earth is supposed to be this very large globe, right? It's a big distance. So if we're talking like a mile, then wouldn't the water appear flat even if the globe claim is true, just because it's such a big sphere? I mean, if you went to Jupiter, right? If Jupiter was a solid ball, and we had that gigantic ball, unimaginably big, you could go many miles
Jupiter
with having it
It's made
appear
of
flat,
gas,
right?
isn't it?
Yeah, but I just said if it was a solid ball. So.
If we went to Narnia, we would see unicorns and flying horses. So
Right, that's a mischaracterization, though.
So is
Obviously,
Jupiter,
I'm
dummy.
asking an honest question, huh?
No, you're not. You're asking an imagination.
Do you do this every time you talk? I'm asking the Australian guy a pretty honest question
Yeah,
because
do
I've never
this
heard
every
about.
time you say dumb shit, I say dumb shit back.
But you always say dumb shit. Even when you're talking with your flat earth bros, you say dumb shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough to talk to people and educate people when you're just being rude. I'm asking the Australian guy an honest question. I'm curious what his answer is. I'm sure you've had that argument, right, against water levels?
You're asking about Jupiter's supposed to be gas, but you want him to turn it into a solid and then use a water
No,
level.
I'm not
Is that
asking.
what you said?
Nope, you're mischaracterizing my argument. What I was getting at was making an example to say if the globe model is true, then the claim would be that because you're measuring it over such a small distance, the water should appear level and straight anyway. Imagine if we were on a much bigger supposed globe, then it would be straighter for even longer. Have you had that argument posed against you, and how do you answer for it?
Do we live on a bigger Earth or a smaller Earth than they claim?
I don't see how that has to do with the question, respectfully, and I don't know how to answer that. Then who claims? You know, I haven't measured it.
I don't know how accurate. I don't know what distance. Sorry, go Radwin.
No, I was just saying. I was just giving them the radius of what was claimed, and now he thinks that that's probably too small or too big or something. I don't know where he's going with that.
Well,
I'm just you're being very defensive. Okay. I'm not arguing. I'm asking a genuine question, and you're just being rude.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about with other planets, whatever. The distance of water level works over, as far as I'm aware, I don't know. Yeah, I couldn't give you an exact distance of that accuracy, but I would believe that it would be accurate to any distance. But secondly, to that, if you don't understand, to whoever was speaking before, asking whether we've measured horizontal water, well, yes, we were just discussing that, and we're discussing, mapping. We were discussing celestial navigation. But secondly to that, you've also got fluid dynamics, which also include hydrostatic equilibrium and water seeking its level when left undisturbed. So all water, when left undisturbed, large bodies will conform uniformly, flat, level, and horizontal across the top. And that is part of fluid dynamics.
So how would you measure that in the real world over like a very long distance? Because they are always going to be disturbed, right?
Well, overall, of course, there's going to be waves and stuff on top of the ocean, but it's horizontal.
Well, you would think
it's
the
not
tide
flowing. Water flows downhill until it finds a puddle, and then when the puddle fills up, it has a shoreline. The top's horizontal, or a pool, or a lake, or the ocean. It's just fluid dynamics, and fluid dynamic states that water seeks level and horizontal.
Do you have any references for that, again, for like the surveying thing? I don't know anything about surveying.
Well, that's got nothing to do with surveying. That's just fluid dynamics. So you can just look that up very simply. Yeah, I don't have a citation offhand.
Well, I just wonder what they're calling level, because you said level, but then you also said and horizontal.
Well,
and it's okay if you don't have one offhand. I was just curious if you did.
Well, a level, something that's level and horizontal, does not deviate. It does not curve.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Do you have a reference for
any fluid or any water? Yeah.
For the surveying stuff, though, since we were talking about
the surveying stuff, I don't have any. I don't have any citations on hand for that. No, but it's pretty simple to look up.
Well, where did you learn it from? I'm curious. Just like a YouTube video, or?
No, just reading myself. Yeah, going and doing research. So, I was a glober once. I believed in the globe, and people put some things forward to me about the flat Earth. And in the beginning, I argued and told them they were stupid and etc. And I went out and started investigating for myself. And
what is it that got you? What is it that changed your mind?
For me, what really got me, I suppose, looking into everything, that was probably, I suppose I'd almost come to the belief of flat Earth, yeah, but that would be long distances over water. I used to do a lot of time out on the ocean. I used to do a lot of fishing out the reef. I've worked on prawn boats, scallop boats when I was younger. And I had someone bring this up to me, yeah, so I started really paying attention to distances. I could see lighthouses, navigation lights on other ships, islands where I knew distances. And I was seeing well beyond what I should have been seeing according to the globe. So that was where I sort of began. And I went from there. So I started then looking into other claims of gravity, science, curvature, etc. And this is where I ended up. It's been years and years of reading, researching, all sorts of stuff. But it's I don't just hear someone make an argument and then run off and go and repeat it. I'll go and read first. I'll do some research. I'll take my own notes. I'll write shit down, and if I get it, I'll use it. Yeah.
Well, that's why I'm talking to you, because it's nice to talk to someone who actually does that, unlike some other maybe dishonest people here who are just being rude. I haven't looked at those arguments you've made. I'm not someone who debates flat Earth. Even though I'm in this room, I really just find it interesting to hear what the arguments are, because I don't know what they are. Like, I didn't hear about this surveying thing because I'm not into this debate sphere.
There's many other things too. We've got long distance lasers showing that there's no curvature. We've
Is that what they show?
Microwaves, long distance microwave as well.
Well, those can conform to a surface, though, can't they? Because I use very high, and you probably do in boats as well, very high frequency radio waves, right? To communicate.
It depends on the frequency. There's a couple of different frequencies. So one frequency they claim to bounce off the ionosphere. I can't remember it off the top of my head. And then there is a microwave frequency that they use for communication that's direct line of sight.
Yeah.
Doesn't conform to the Earth, and it will be blocked by objects. So I think that's out to 60 miles, I believe, for that direct line of sight. You've got long distance mirror flashes that are also direct line of sight, so that they cannot curve around the surface of the Earth. I'm just going to drop something in the chat for you here. And then we've got celestial navigation, measuring elevation angles to celestial bodies with a horizontal baseline as the Earth at sea level. So there's many, many different things, and this is where I was coming back to before. We're pre-assuming a sphere and then explaining how this earthquake can work on the sphere. Well, if we don't have any measured drop over distance, we don't have curvature to begin with, we don't have the sphere to begin with. Yeah, it's just an explanation at the end of the day at that point.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that, and I don't know the earthquake argument. I think his argument just wasn't understood, was the only thing I was trying to say. It sounded like he was saying he had some data that showed that, something had been sensed in a way that is repeatable with a sensor, showing that consistently you could feel that vibration at the correct interval as simulated on the opposite side of the Earth consistently. And the point that I was going to make was, like, the Navy has gigantic indoor pools, but little compared to the ocean that they'll use to simulate waves and test boats. And we obviously don't test full-size airplanes first. We use smaller model airplanes and wind tunnels. Like, people just simulate things to prove them, right? And that's the point that I was making. I don't know anything about the earthquake argument. Let me see what you put in chat here, though. And feel free to DM me whatever you got here, just because I want to read into it.
Yeah,
there's an earthquake in California. There's an earthquake in California. What city does it hit every time there's an earthquake in California? What's the opposite one that they always call and say, "Be prepared, we got an earthquake that just hit. Just brace yourself."
Well, to be fair, that's also a mischaracterization, because he said that it's just an aftershock and you can barely feel it, right? From his argument. That's just not what he said.
According to Michael's argument, that would be Australia.
Yeah, I'm answering the question. So depending of the type of earthquake, like there's different types, like S, P, and another one that I don't remember. So depending on the earthquake, there's a probability of hitting one place or another. That's my argument.
It should just be the complete opposite. So where in Australia is that point? We're gonna call that upside down LA. We're gonna rename that city upside down LA.
As long as it doesn't hit me. If it's going to hit upside down LA, it's going to hit Melbourne, yeah? Melbourne's the Australian LA.
You guys always get an earthquake then every time California gets an earthquake.
Radwin, that's just not what he said, though. No. I don't even know his argument at all. But you're
dishonest.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. In the side chat for you, man, I don't want to go back to earthquakes.
Neither do I.
Because you can't explain it. That's why.
No, because we're talking about something else at the moment.
So let me ask you this: are you familiar with air navigation at all? It's reasonably similar to nautical stuff, and you've got experience on boats.
Not exactly, but I do know that planes fly to an artificial horizon, and that they do not account for the curvature or rotation of the Earth, and that any documents that I can find, or and I think there's people here that would probably have them, they can post that any. Sorry, man, I've been up all night. It's 7:30 in the morning here.
Well, you're fine.
I've got a bit of a blank here.
Well, I'm asking because
for the design of the aircraft, it's designed to fly over a flat, non-rotating plane. There's documents that support that.
I am curious to know, and if you don't have them, that's fine. But someone who does have them, I would love to see them as a pilot. And I do know, in the AIM, which is part of the FAR AIM, it's like the regulations, and the AIM is like the last part of.
I posted for you aero navigation about the Mississippi River.
Aerial navigation about the Mississippi River?
Okay, I went ahead and posted the documents from NASA for you. Flat and stationary plane.
There is a guy in an airplane, and there is a photo with him, photo camera, and there is 1,000 miles of flat surface when he's flying. That's aerial navigation. Live.
All right, back to his document proof. There it is.
Are you DMing it to me, or are you putting it in a chat?
No, it's in chat. I don't
put it in the chat.
have DMs open. I'm not into that shit.
You are a weird guy, man. I don't know why you're so rude.
I said I posted it. That means I posted it.
Jesus Christ, man. Okay, let's see. I think
Ice
read
wanted
that.
you to slide into his DMs.
You might want to click on it and hit open in browser.
Yeah, it's a little bit small. I'll see if I might have a blown up version of it.
I can get my glasses. I just can't read it without them. It's pretty blurry. Well, I can kind of make it out. Let's see. This report.
It's okay. I'll zoom in on it for you, blow it up, and just highlight the words only, since it's so difficult.
It's a low quality image, and my eyesight without glasses is not 2020. Why are you just being rude? I'm just asking questions. Jesus.
I posted it for you.
I posted also another one, aero navigation. It's a drone, 200 kilometers, changing elevation about 25 meters in 200 kilometers. You can watch also that one.
What do you mean changing elevation? It shouldn't change elevation, right?
It's going straight, in 200 kilometers, you can say, yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the equipment that's used.
It's going above the sea level, something like 100 to 75 meters. It's only that change, 25 meters in 200 kilometers. Now you can see how much in 200 kilometers Earth is dropping.
That what is dropping? Sorry, the air.
Earth, the planet Earth.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so you're saying that. Do you know how the pitot-static system of an aircraft works?
Do you know how surface works?
How what works?
Surface of the Earth.
Maybe. I don't know.
How
you said you're a pilot.
How the ocean?
You said you're a pilot. When you learned how to fly, did they say when you're about to land, make sure you start rotating with the Earth?
What? No, of course not. Because it's it's accounted for, right? That was going to be my point with navigation logs. We certainly don't navigate. I'm doing a flight from. I'm flying
a plane. You don't design a plane to account for spin of Earth.
But you're flying through an air mass that's in an atmosphere that has a boundary layer that you're a part of, right? So why would you need to?
But he doesn't understand that the Earth the Earth moves with the air at the same speed.
Are you telling me that the
Well, remember
clouds
that
and
for
the air
later.
all move with the earth?
Yeah, go
If the
Jedi.
Earth in the equator
Flashing
moves at
that for a bit,
1,000
trying
miles
to
per
get in.
hour, then the
Hang on,
air
Michael.
above that equator moves at 1,000 miles
All
per
right
hour.
then, buddy. We'll remember that any time that you say that the Earth spins, and we'll kick full quartz pendulum underneath the carpet and forget about the 2 reference frames. If you're suggesting that the Earth and the atmosphere are 1 reference frame in lockstep with each other. So we'll just remember that. We'll put a pin in it when we come back to it later.
I mean,
Well, they're not
Now
one
that I
reference
said
frame,
that,
right? But there's a
go ahead.
boundary layer.
My friend,
And I
2
posted a
seconds.
picture for you of the
Hard to
clouds
get into,
moving in
isn't it?
different directions and the earth is sitting still. Which one is actually rotating with the earth?
Well, that's presupposing that wind doesn't exist, isn't it?
No. And I was
Because the
suggesting
air is moving
no,
relative
yeah.
to the earth, and then you have wind, which goes in different directions depending on pressure, which changes with the uneven heating of the earth's surface.
So maybe you should have a conversation with the guy who jumped in and said the atmosphere is in lockstep with the earth. You two on the globe side need to have a conversation with each other.
One thing is wind and one thing is the atmosphere. Are you really that stupid?
One thing is wind and one thing is the atmosphere. Is the atmosphere
Yeah,
atmos, gas,
because
the
wind is the abnormalities of
oxygen
the
and
speed of the
nitrogen, which
atmosphere
is the
related to
atmosphere.
the nucleus of the Earth. But if
Yes,
you're
the
that
atmosphere.
stupid, yeah,
The atmosphere.
I mean,
Why are you
my
talking?
apologies. I asked too
Thank you.
much about
Yeah,
you.
no problem.
I'm
The
sorry.
atmosphere is the oxygen and the nitrogen that's blowing everywhere. That's what the wind is made of. The wind and the atmosphere aren't separate things now, are they?
The wind is air from the
Yes,
atmosphere
which is the
moving
atmosphere,
at an
isn't it?
irregular speed. That's wind.
Yeah, so that's the atmosphere then, yeah? So you can't
It's
say
in
that
the
the
atmosphere.
spin of
Wind
is
is
the atmosphere.
movement of the atmosphere at a
Cool,
different speed.
awesome. So you can't say the Earth is spinning alongside with the atmosphere because obviously wind is moving in different directions. Obviously.
Wind I think this is semantics mostly, but wind.
No, if somebody has a misunderstanding of the words that they're using, please don't white knight for him, dude.
That's the definition of semantics, right?
So
yeah, the meaning of words.
2 reference frames. The Earth and the atmosphere are 1 reference frame, or the Earth and atmosphere are 2 separate reference frames?
What do you mean when you say reference frame?
So, for example, one inertial, one not, one moving separate from another. For example, how we would experience Coriolis. That's 2 reference frames. Now, if we're going to be saying full quartz pendulum, and we all know what that is, right? Proves the rotation of the Earth. Full quartz pendulum demonstrates 2 separate reference frames. The Earth spinning underneath the pendulum, so the pendulum appears to deviate over an hourly or 24-hour cycle at 15 degrees an hour. That's what full quartz pendulum claims. So that's 2 separate reference frames. Things that are not attached to the Earth will appear to deviate at 15 degrees an hour. Do we observe that?
Yeah, I am unfamiliar with that. What I'm saying, I think, may be separate. So, like, you know how when air goes over an airfoil or a wing, or when, let's say, I mean, you don't disagree that wind exists, obviously.
No,
if you look at wind over.
Before you carry on, I was addressing the other guy who jumped in, not you. You at least seem to have a brain in your head. The other guy didn't. So I'm not addressing you, my friend. I'm addressing the other guy.
Well, no, you're fine. The only guy who's being rude is the one who doesn't have an accent. Because I am genuinely just curious about this position. I was saying that, like, so imagine, wind going over a hill. When you look at that wind, there's a boundary layer, right, with the surface, and so the wind kind of there's a friction there, right, with an adverse pressure gradient as you go back, just like there is with a wing. And so the argument's supposed to be that with the Earth, that wind, is bounded by gravity and friction, and it may be less as you go higher, but it will move with the Earth. And then wind is just created by the uneven heating of the Earth's surface relative to that movement that it already has. And you're disagreeing with that, right?
No, I'm not disagreeing with the majority of what you said. There's the idea that, say, we have a calm day and there's no wind, that atmosphere is moving with the spin of the Earth. So they are as one. The Earth is spinning and so is the wind, even though it's still, or the atmosphere, sorry, not the wind.
Well, yeah, because it's relative, right? It's like relative, like if you're not accelerating, then you don't feel it, right?
Sounds to me like you're treating gas like as a single entity, like a body of gas as a single entity, when they're different little tiny particles bouncing around all over the place freely and randomly. Of course, being affected by such things as pressure differentials and temperature, etc. But it sounds to me like even within those areas of high and low pressure, the gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions.
See, and we get different stories on this, yeah, and Jedi was right. It's about the reference frames. So we've got Neil deGrasse Tyson, who will tell us that the Earth will rotate underneath a football to cause it to go into a goal. We've got bullets that apparently have to take into consideration Coriolis, yet other things that leave the surface of the Earth, such as balloons or aeroplanes, don't have to worry about this Coriolis effect, yeah? So we don't even have, what would you say, there's not even a consensus on it. If it affects something, it has to affect everything else.
Hello? Well, actually, right, if you put a balloon up into the air, right? So you're telling me if you put a balloon up in the air and you wait 12 hours, it's going to be on the different side of the Earth. So you're trying to tell me?
Nope. It won't.
No, if you were to
release, you are, buddy.
If you were to release a balloon into the atmosphere and you were standing on the Earth and the Earth was rotating, according to the story that Neil deGrasse Tyson would tell us, that balloon would appear to deflect at 15 degrees an hour as you continue to move on the surface of the Earth, rotating.
Yeah.
I have a question because I'm a bit confused on this topic. I'm a bit like agnostic.
Okay, go ahead.
Can someone in here who's a flat earther try and convince me?
Well, hold on, because let's finish this discussion first, though, because I am curious.
All right.
I mean, don't we correct for that with inertial navigation? Isn't that like the point of inertial navigation systems, to correct for that spin?
No.
Then what's the point of inertial navigation?
It's to maintain horizontal flight.
That would be much more simple than having an inertial navigation unit. You could do that without having to correct with accelerometers and laser gyros.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That's attached to a gyro, and the gyro maintains its horizontal plane, doesn't it?
Yeah, a very small horizontal plane over a large, area is going to be horizontal.
Yeah, but it still maintains the horizontal.
Relative to where the gravity is pulling, which is the center of the Earth.
Well, yeah, but this will be presupposing that you're flying around a ball when all the gyroscope does in the IRS system is maintain horizontal level flight for the aeroplane.
Yeah, but I mean that's relative to something. That's what I'm saying. Without presupposing a globe or anything like that, it's going to be relative to something, whether it's a plane or a globe, right?
Yes, but like with most systems within an aeroplane, they're there to maintain horizontal flight.
Yeah, but I mean, so how are you going to make an argument for that? Because if it's relative to a globe, it's just correcting for that and keeping us a certain height above sea level.
Yeah, but at the moment, you were the one who brought in. You were the one who brought in saying the IRS was to maintain curved flight around a curved ball. And that's not what.
That's what the inertia is coming from. That's the point of inertial reference units.
Yeah, it's because it's moving. That's why. But can I ask you, what is the difference, right, between what you're describing and the plane just flying in relation to a flat and motionless Earth?
I think, well, with specifically what I'm describing to it following an artificial horizon.
So, okay.
I'm just asking you what the difference is. Because is there a difference? Essentially, you're saying, well, the ground's not moving, and it's horizontal, so it's just maintaining horizontal. Like that's viable over a motionless plane.
Wait, I have a question.
It's the same thing.
I think what I'm trying to say is that it's viable over a globe that is moving, because if you maintain a relationship, horizontal to over the ground, horizontal, in a very small space over a large globe is going to change at a very small rate, even when we're doing 600 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Right, which is
to keep you at
essentially it's not experienced, and like Jeddo's pointing out, is not accounted for in any way. That's the claim, is that that's just occurring naturally, right? Because you're saying gravity, right? But essentially, it could just be over a motionless plane, which it's being treated as such. It's just being treated as such.
Well, the computers calculate everything, right? So everything has to be accounted for to keep it at a specified altitude. If you hit a gust of an updraft and you have to point the nose down slightly to maintain a height over sea level, that's what it'll do.
That's due to a gust lifting you higher, though. That's not due to the curvature of the Earth. You just said it yourself. It's going to bring you back to sea level.
Yeah.
Based off level. Everything is based off level, horizontal, not curving.
Hold on.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is on a small scale. I mean, like I'm flying from here to North Carolina, and then North Carolina we're going to Los Angeles. If I look at my flight plan, which I don't have access to yet because it's in a few days, we're not going to be going straight to Los Angeles, and we never do. If I was going to Dubai, I would be going over the North Pole. It's not a straight line. So I was always curious about like that. Do you think there's like this big conspiracy and that we'll waste gas money to take a longer route to try and confirm?
No, you just follow flight corridors. That's all you do.
Follow what?
Flight corridors.
But why would you waste all this fuel just to try and prove that the Earth is round? Like, what does that? How does that benefit the government?
Yeah, we're not necessarily talking about that at the moment, mate. At the moment, we're just talking about taking an airplane from one place to another. I'm still trying to figure out where the spin of the Earth is accounted for.
Yeah, but they're using more fuel in that plane to go around.
Shush.
Sorry.
Not necessarily.
So still trying to figure out where the spin of the Earth is accounted for when we're leaving the surface of the Earth. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson pointed out, when a football was kicked, that's American football, the Earth was spinning, and about a quarter of an inch, the goal would move a quarter of an inch, so the ball went in. So the Earth is spinning underneath the football. Where is this taken into account with regards to aeroplanes, drones, balloons, bumblebees, birds? Where do we notice that 15-degree hour drift over the hour? We don't, which is the point. Unless you can point out to me when we fly in an aeroplane, like I'm trying to do with our good gentleman here, where the spin of the Earth is taken into effect. Because if the Earth was moving underneath everything that left the surface, you would have a difference in flight times flying east to west or west to east. But we don't.
Well, yeah, of course we do. No, it's going to take me, when I come back from Los Angeles, it's going to take me much of a shorter time to go from west to east.
Really?
Yes.
Wind.
Of course it has stuff to do with wind.
But,
where does that wind, where does the jet stream come from, right?
That's what I mean. It's going to have something to do with wind. That's my British sarcasm there.
Well,
what I'm
as far as I'm aware, jet streams aren't anything to do with rotation. Jet streams are more to do with wind currents and temperature.
High pressure and low pressure systems.
Pressure, correct.
In my education and in the textbooks that I read to get that degree, they all matter. The rotation matters, the temperature matters, the pressure matters, the axis tilt of the Earth matters, the season matters. It's stronger in some seasons reliably than others. It's much stronger in the winter. The reason it won't be a huge difference in time is because it's the summer right now.
Yeah, but dude, can I stop you? Because the difference is that the reason they're saying you might have to account for certain effects, right, is just stated. It's just they're saying, so you have to account for this and that, and that's because the Earth is a spinning ball, right? But is it?
I don't see how you're using that to say it's not.
Well,
You're just
going west to east.
You're just making the bare assertion that it is because. So those manuals are just saying, well, because the Earth is doing this and that and is this and that, then you have to account for X. You know.
I see what you're saying, and yeah, sure, I trust those textbooks. Now the question would be, how are you using that information to say no, that's not correct?
Because
Well,
we
is it
don't.
utilized
I don't
in
have to.
reality?
It's just a bare assertion. It's just there's no evidence. They're saying that the effect is the evidence for why there's. They don't even. Why do they even have to put that in? They just tell you, well, you may have to account for different changes. Seasonal changes, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the logic of the Bible. This book says.
About rolling down.
Well, I certainly don't want to get into that debate. I think that it's quite different, by the way, because I think this is more like you have to account for these effects. This is how these effects work, right? There's entire chapters.
So you think you're accounting for Coriolis because the wind, right?
Sorry, I'm accounting for Coriolis because the wind.
You have to count for wind, right? And because the Earth's spinning, That's part of it. I'm not saying that's right. So you don't actually have to account for the Earth spinning. You just account for the wind, right?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is wind is part of the Earth's rotation. So like I was saying with the boundary layer of turbulence and air over and airflow.
So in still air, right? But in still air, would the plane have to account for Coriolis for Earth rotation? Sorry, I should say, because saying Coriolis is a misnomer.
Never in my life as a pilot have I seen still air. But if I ever have a flight plan that through every altitude says the air is nothing, because it gets like a very high velocity at altitude.
Less turbulent air, calmer air, okay?
Yeah, the track and the path of the aircraft aren't the same, even in pretty calm air. If you lay it out on a flat
map. With very little wind, right? Is the plane's path going to alter due to Earth rotation?
Yes.
Yeah, if you laid out on a flat map, you would see that there would be a difference.
It's the map. The rectangular.
I posted a picture for you guys that are discussing this.
The map in the aircraft that I fly, which is an Airbus, is a globe map model. So, we'll be pointing directly towards it because if you zoom out, it's a sphere. But if you looked at it on a flat plane, then sure.
I'm talking about the motion of the Earth, not the layout of land, right? So,
well, yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
This is where the reference frames come into it. Remember how you said the air is moving with the Earth? It's in lockstep with the Earth.
Not lockstep. It's bound by a force, but it's not like the exact same because there's that boundary layer and friction.
Okay, but it's following. It's following along.
Yeah, right.
So, with that claim, then no Coriolis. If gravity, the force, is putting the atmosphere around with it, the atmosphere and the Earth are as one. So no Coriolis and no deviation at 15 degrees an hour.
No, because Coriolis has to do with different latitudes, right? I mean, different. If you have something that's further out from the center, it will spin faster. Different latitudes spin at different speeds, right? That's the whole point.
Coriolis, then, do you have to take account for it depending on your latitude, say north or south of the equator? Because at the moment you've said no, the force drags the air around with it. Obviously, we've got different directions. As a whole, the atmosphere is being dragged around with the force of gravity with the Earth's spin. So one reference frame, no Coriolis, which requires two reference frames.
Yeah, of course you have to account for Coriolis. It's like.
So where is the 15-degree hour drift? of things that leave the surface of the Earth into the not attached reference frame now.
I think it's relative to a speed, right? Because you were talking about a bullet. So it would have to depend on the... Huh?
Yeah, I think someone's hot micing. Just keep going.
No,
You would
no,
have
I'm
to...
trying to.
No, you go ahead.
I'm trying to say It's Rob. I'm trying to say I posted the little chat bubble beside your microphone button. Posted a document for you, the pilot.
What is it?
We're going to go off Coriolis now.
Yeah, let's try to stay on topic.
What's the document, real quick? I'm just curious.
Yeah, you're talking about flight. You're talking about flight.
Experiencing it,
right?
We're deviating.
Yeah, we're trying to stay one. Rob, we're trying to do one topic to a full logical conclusion. Okay, this is a very key issue because it highlights a contradiction in the globe model.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Crate.
Yeah, no problem.
Hey, I posted a picture of an Airbus 380 flying from Ohio to Florida. Look how the runway goes from west to east on that globe.
Still trying to figure out if the Earth and the atmosphere are as one, or they're treated as two separate reference frames, which is required for Coriolis, a deviation of 15 degrees an hour.
I don't see, first of all, any videos of an Airbus flying, but that's fine. I'll look in the chat later. But yeah, what we were talking about was Coriolis, right? So doesn't it depend on the distance and the speed of the object? You were talking earlier about a bullet. So I'm sure the...
Well, let's put it like this. Let's put it like this. If we've got a drone or a helicopter, now, if we are to experience Coriolis and the atmosphere and the Earth are two reference frames, the Earth spinning underneath the atmosphere, then the drone or helicopter would appear to deviate at 15 degrees an hour.
At what altitude is that?
Any altitude.
Well, no, it couldn't be any altitude, right? Because it depends on how high you are, because there's a boundary layer, because it's attracted to the Earth.
Not attached to the surface of the Earth. So
no, it's not attached, but there's a boundary layer because it's not attached, right?
So there's a boundary layer now. So the Earth and the atmosphere are moving as one.
No, that's why there's a boundary layer.
Where's this boundary layer that you keep talking about that seems to be a bit ambiguous at the moment? What do you mean by boundary layer?
So look at wind. This is what I was talking about earlier. Like if you look at turbulence traveling across the ground, let's just say there is a 10-knot wind.
So there's your air not moving in lockstep with the ground.
Well, yeah, that's what I've held to this whole time. It moves with the Earth, but not in lockstep.
Again, this is going to piss in the face of full court in his pendulum, where the pendulum's about a foot off the surface of the Earth and appearing to deviate at 15 degrees an hour.
This is what I was trying to explain. There's no consensus, yeah? If you say that it's all moving with you, then the Foucault's pendulum's wrong. Neil deGrasse Tyson, your astrophysicist, is wrong. You don't have a Coriolis effect because you don't have a drift.
The pendulum's not moving based on the wind.
underneath.
The whole point of the pendulum is it is very little impeded by the wind.
Oh man, none of you guys know what Coriolis is, and it's painful.
Do you need me to explain what Coriolis is?
None of you guys know what Coriolis is.
Do you need me to explain it? So
Triggered little boy is talking again.
He's still melting down.
The Coriolis can be explained quite simply with two reference frames, one inertial, one non-inertial, one moving, one not. We can experience this on a merry-go-round or a roundabout. For example, I'm on a roundabout and I'm spinning around. I've got two friends either side of the roundabout that are not attached, and they throw a ball between them. Now, as they throw the ball between them, the path of the ball is actually straight. But as I'm on the rotating reference frame, it appears to deviate from my point of view. So if the Earth was a spinning reference frame that I'm standing on, anything that left the surface of the Earth that's path was actually straight would appear to deviate to me at 15 degrees an hour. This is the Coriolis.
Okay, so that would be assuming calm wind, right, in a specified atmosphere. And that's what I was asking, because it does change with altitude. Obviously, the density of the air changes. greatly. 1 inch of mercury per 1,000 feet.
Cool.
I'm pretty
Okay,
sure you
that's
didn't
fine.
catch
So
any of
next
what he
question.
said.
Can you just stop? Like, this dude just you have nothing. Like, you know,
Can you
don't speak
repeat
if you have
back
anything
what he
nice to
said?
say.
Can you even repeat back what he said? It's not
I
about
have a
being
fucking
nice.
degree in it. It's my
You
job.
don't know
I
what
taught it
Coriolis
for
is. You've been
years.
demonstrating that for days. Can you repeat back what he said? Because you haven't been tracking with this point for literal days now.
What are you talking about, literal days? Of course I can
What did
repeat.
Jedi just explain to you about what Coriolis is?
If you are in a roundabout throwing a ball back and forth, he said it depends on which reference you're talking about. One is inertial and one is not inertial. Now, in professional aviation, which my degree is
You
in
didn't
with
get
weather
it.
systems,
You just heard some of the words. You still don't understand what he's talking about.
Yeah, we didn't ask. Sorry, man. Ice, you've been pretty cool up to this point, and you've been good to talk to. But yeah, you went on to ramble off a couple of little things that he said, and then to your degree, yeah, we're asking you to steal Manny's position so that we know that you understood what he was trying to explain, because it doesn't appear you did.
yeah, and I was trying to do that until the jackass interrupted me, as he always does. I don't know who it is, but
It's the owner of the channel, dipshit. So tell me, what is
great.
Coriolis?
I don't care.
I just told you.
One, well, first of all, just some random guy on the internet proclaiming something doesn't mean it's true, right? Do you want me to repeat back what he said, or explain to you the Coriolis force?
They would be one and the same.
No. I don't want.
What, like having a degree in flight, just randomly saying shit on the internet?
In weather systems, yeah, I would say that's more than just randomly saying things on the internet.
In weather
Guys,
systems.
Everyone's talking over Jedi. Yeah, let's let Jedi keep going here.
I don't want Coriolis force. That's something different. I want Coriolis effect. Can you at least try and tell me what the Coriolis effect is, and what I can do is, whilst you're doing that, I can cite it for you.
Well, again, in the textbooks that I read and taught from in my profession, the Coriolis force is what we're talking about. Can you explain how they're different, the Coriolis force and the Coriolis effect, for me?
Yes, certainly. So the Coriolis effect is an apparent deviation. The Coriolis force is an actual movement, as in the Coriolis force is making winds rotate differently north and south of the equator. That's an actual deflection. Coriolis effect is an apparent deviation.
So, for example, if a plane was flying in a one direction and not deviating away from that, right, as the ball spins underneath it, right, in a certain direction, an observer will see that plane appear to veer off its course, right? It'll appear to curve, or it'll appear to be different than the actual course that the plane is taking in free space.
Okay. So you're saying this hasn't been observed? Or are you saying that the Coriolis force is just...
Well, of course, the turning Earth, like in that scenario, a turning Earth would have consequences for a pilot, right? And we're not necessarily talking about the effect that's observed from the surface of someone watching the plane. Now we're talking about the consequences of an aircraft moving in one direction while the Earth spins in another direction beneath it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm struggling to see your issue. Go ahead.
This is what we were talking about earlier. Is that the case?
Yeah, and you're saying it's not the case, right? Is that correct?
We're asking you, is it the case?
I'm saying yes, and I'm trying to understand your point. You're saying no.
So therefore, we were talking about before. So the anything that's in the inertial reference frame, as the plane is having to suffer consequences of a spinning ball underneath them, anything in that inertial reference frame would experience that. Anything. There's no other. You can't. Why is there exceptions to a plane and a bird, a drone? Like Jedi said, anything that's left the non-inertial spinning reference frame and entered the inertial reference frame.
Yeah, I mean, there's of course going to be a difference between those because of the principles off of which they fly. There's going to be difference with a helicopter and an aircraft, even at the same altitude, because it's generating lift in a different way. But more importantly is the atmospheric conditions and the altitude. This is like I talked to someone one time about contrails or chemtrails, and they never were able to wrap their head around. Sometimes they happen because it's a certain atmospheric condition. Well, there's a plane passing at a different altitude in the same airspace. Okay, well the airspace can be a totally different atmosphere, even with 1,000 or 2,000 foot difference between the airplanes.
Completely
and create the trail enough.
again. You're way off the reservation.
Yeah, he jumped right off the track.
Yeah, he did. He's not tracking with us. That's why I keep butting in. He just doesn't get what's being explained to him.
Could you argue like why I'm not? Because you could just keep saying words.
Talking about an apparent deflection caused by an observer being within a rotating reference frame, and the thing that's being apparently deflected is not in that rotating reference frame. And now you're talking about different layers of air and shit.
Because you're in the atmosphere. Are we not in the atmosphere?
Yeah, what you said was spinning together with the ground, so you do not have that non-spinning.
Wrong.
In order
I did not
for
say that.
Coriolis to occur. Okay, so now it doesn't spin with the ground.
You did say that when I asked you, does the air turn with the earth? And you said yes. I posted a picture, and you said, well, da. Remember that?
No, I'll refresh your memory. So what happened was you asked if the air rotates with the earth, if it's in a, well, you didn't ask it. Someone with an accent did, and they used a word called like lock frame or something like that. Like it's locked in, rotating at the exact same speed. And I rejected that. I said it spins with the earth, but it's not locked to it. So, I mean, you can straw man me if you want. You can call me rude shit if you want. I'm trying to have an authentic conversation with apparently only the people who aren't American, because the American guys in here are really just being dicks for no reason.
Wow.
Oh well, so I think
get over it, buddy. Just get to the point.
Well, I have a degree in Discord mod, so that's my degree, Discord mod.
Okay. From what university is that from?
Home policing and caring. We're just trying
to Same one you got your weather degree, your wind degree from.
Utah Valley University, one of the top 5 flight schools in the country.
Well, good thing you don't need to know what Coriolis is to fly a plane, obviously.
Of course you do. I taught a weather class at a collegiate level.
God, you still don't. It's been demonstrable for days. Give up.
You did not teach anybody that when you're landing a plane going north and south, the runway is going to be coming to you from the east or west. You did not do that in your class.
That's not how it works. I think you're just misunderstanding.
You just said it is. You just said it is.
No,
you just agreed with me earlier that it is how it works.
Shall I read it out? I've got several citations. So what I'll do is I'll read it and then I'll post it.
Yeah, and I would appreciate you because the foreign Australian guys, especially the first Australian guys, are very
now
honest.
we get his crybaby shtick again. Fuck.
By asking someone to send me references, I'm leaving because this guy's a fucking asshole and he's not listening to the professional who makes $300,000 a year flying an airplane. You cannot handle it. You can't handle it.
Hey, go somewhere else then.
I think you heard his pussy.
Okay. Yeah, this is the main problem is if somebody is a professional with a degree, they don't act unprofessional and ask people about their expertise. That's how you know the person's LARPing. They're role-playing. They're pretending. And they're doing a very bad job at it.
Did he or did he not say that there is natural consequences of an aircraft moving in one direction while the ground beneath him is moving in another direction?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. He
okay. And then he just said, that's not how it works. After agreeing that that is how it works.
Oh dear. Oh well, shall we move on to the next question? I'm sure some people have been waiting to jump into the conversation. If you want to pick up on Coriolis, I've got a citation.
I can jump in real quick.
Okay, buddy.
I was gonna bring this up earlier. Kind of happy this came up, Coriolis. I just got my firearms license like an hour ago in the mail. So I'm gonna go buy a gun and go long range shooting. And before I do that, I'm gonna have to go on Google and research the Coriolis before I go shoot my gun, because I think that's important if I want to fire
How
long
far
range.
do you think you're going to be shooting your gun?
For like half a mile.
Okay.
I'm gonna try. So I think I have to account for Coriolis. I'm gonna research a bunch about it before I aim and shoot at my target.
Well, it makes football goal for goals, so you should be having a good time with it.
I know. I can't wait. I can't wait. It's gonna be complicated though. I can shoot a gun, but learning about Coriolis, I think that's the hard part.
It's on page 1. When you buy a new gun, how to use your gun, on page 1 it says Google Coriolis and make sure you do all this before aiming at your target.
I think in Canada they skip that, so I might have to learn that in a different place.
Oh,
but
it's 15 degrees per hour, so you're just going to have to work out the equation for that. And
every time I shoot?
Yeah, every time, man. Just really quickly in your head. Just bam.
All right, shooters
Gotta
are
get good at it.
way more impressive than I thought they were. Holy crap.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but you're in Canada, so it's going to be less than if you're at the equator. So you make sure you got that all figured out. Like where I'm at should be around 730 miles per hour. It's moving, so at 15 degrees per hour. So when I go out, I always take a computer with me and a bunch of people, and we figure it out so that we can aim at a target once.
I was just about to say that. Like, I was just at Bass Pro Shop, and I was looking at scopes and aims and stuff. I was like, where's the Coriolis measurer? Like, shouldn't that come with, like, a sniper rifle? Anyways, wish me luck, guys.
Good luck.
Don't forget to get a Panasonic Tough Book. Those work best out in the forest.
Probably easiest just to get a good scope and a rangefinder.
Don't worry, we're not out of crybabies yet. We still have ultra crybaby Michael Myers.
I mean, I still have 1 monkey, 2 monkeys, 3 monkeys, 4,
There he goes.
5, 7,
What's he doing?
7, 8 monkeys to laugh at. So start talking, monkeys.
So, Michael, where's my Coriolis meter?
Entretenedme, monitos.
Michael.
Entretenedme.
Okay, Michael, what's the Coriolis effect?
Maybe I'll tell you. Maybe I don't.
Maybe we'll just laugh at you if you can't have a decent conversation with an honest fucking question. What is the Coriolis effect? You can either answer or fuck off.
I mean, I believe that the Coriolis effect is like when the wind, right? The wind thing.
Wrong.
No. Okay, let me try again. So the
So far we're laughing
Coriolis
at you.
effect, it's like, oh, when you throw an object and then the earth spins, so that object seems to move to the left or the right,
Pretty
depending
good.
where you shoot it from. Is that right? Did I get it?
The Coriolis effect is an illusion produced by the frame of reference. This type of effect is also known as a fictitious force or an inertial force. The Coriolis effect occurs when an object moving along a straight path is viewed from a non-fixed frame of reference. Typically, this moving frame of reference is the Earth, which rotates at a fixed speed. When you view an object in the air that is following a straight path, the object will appear to lose its course because of the rotation of the Earth. the object is not actually off its course, it only appears to be doing so. So it's not actually changing its path. You, on the rotating frame of reference, will watch it appear to deviate. So the bullet, or whatever it is still going straight. It's only you, the observer, that appears to see the deviation. This is what I pointed out with the merry-go-round earlier. Only the person on the merry-go-round, when the ball is thrown in a straight path, witnesses the ball appear to deviate from the straight path. But it's a optical phenomena, an apparent deviation, not a real deflection.
Where are you reading this from?
I've got several citations. This is from 40.co.uk. What is the Coriolis effect? I've got a few more if you want me to load them up. Teacher.lic.edu, usu.edu. I've got a load of them.
Just those ones?
No, I've got an encyclopedia definition as well.
Okay, but how do you know that the Coriolis effect happens?
This is flat earthers denying science, right?
No, I'm just asking a question. How does he know that the Coriolis effect happens? I mean, the
Because
paper can be lying to you, right?
Hello. So the Coriolis effect is an observable phenomena. All you have to do is be on a rotating reference frame and have something going straight, which was the definition and demonstration I gave earlier. When I was on a roundabout, I had two friends that were not attached to the roundabout, and they were throwing the ball over the top of the roundabout. The path of the ball was actually straight, but as I rotated on the merry-go-round, it appears to deviate. So that's how I know the Coriolis effect is real, because you can demonstrate it in a child's playground. Now the question is, where do we observe the 15 degrees an hour apparent deviation for things that leave the surface of the Earth? So me standing on the surface of the Earth, which is rotating, what is an apparent deviation? For bumblebees, aeroplanes, birds, hot air balloons, drones, helicopters. Where do we observe this 15 degree an hour apparent deviation?
I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know. When you're standing on the Earth and you look up, is there or is there not an apparent deviation of 15 degrees an hour?
I mean, I don't know. I haven't measured it.
Do you even see something to measure?
I mean, to be able to measure it, I'd have to, well, measure it.
Yeah, do you see it though?
I mean,
do you
yeah,
see
I can
things
see.
like
Wait.
aeroplanes?
Oh my god, I just had an idea. So, if the Coriolis effect, okay, let's say it exists. So, in the equator, if you shoot the bullet the opposite side of Earth's rotation, it should, or in any east or west, it should like cancel, right?
What do you mean cancel? If you're shooting towards the west, the target from the west is traveling from west to east and coming towards you. If you were to face east, the Earth is spinning from west to east and the target should be getting further away from you. In that instance, you'd have a difference in the length of shot you would have to take. This is why I brought up the difference in flight times from east to west and west to east. If the Earth was spinning underneath the aeroplane, it would take a shorter flight time for you to fly from the east to the west, because the airport in the west is coming towards the aeroplane. And if you were flying from west to east, the airport in the east is moving away from you. Do we observe this difference in flight times east to west or west to east?
I mean, no.
So the Earth doesn't display Coriolis then?
No, it does.
Oh, it does. So there is a difference in flight times, and we do observe an apparent deviation of 15 degrees an hour.
I guess.
No, but we don't. That's the point. Because you were the one who jumped in about half an hour ago and said the Earth and the atmosphere was lockstep as one.
I'm a changed man. I'm different now.
You said you had about 4, 5, 6, 7 people to laugh at. I think those 4, 5, 6, 7 people are just laughing at you now, mate.
I mean, the gun shooting thing in the equator, it seems still right to me, according to non-flat Earth model.
It still seems right to you.
Yeah.
So the target in the west is coming towards you when you shoot from east to west. Is it?
No.
No. So no Coriolis then.
I mean, I just search it up on Google if there's Coriolis effect on the equator, and it says no. So, I mean...
Okay, we'll walk a couple of miles away from the equator then. Do we observe it there? Do we observe it at 23.5 degrees north, the Tropic of Cancer? Do we observe it there? You Google your belief, mate.
No, I've already Googled it, bro. I mean... Oh. It seems like you guys just want to lie to people for no reason.
Lie? I've just given you the definition of the Coriolis effect. How the fuck am I lying?
Well, you did?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I read it out for you. How is me reading a citation out lying and then putting that citation into demonstration? How's that lying?
But you didn't.
But I did. I read it out and then I put it into demonstration.
Oh! Oh, okay. It was you, okay. My bad.
Yeah. Okay, so apology accepted.
So, no Coriolis on the equator then?
Unless you can demonstrate it.
I mean, I'm sure there's experiments.
What you want to do is you want to face north or south, dude. Do you think Coriolis is water spinning as a toilet?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I'm waiting for you to explain it to me if it's true or not.
Why would I explain anything to you? You just accuse me of lying.
I mean, because you're smarter than me and you know the truth, apparently.
Okay.
So I'm waiting for the teacher to explain.
There is no Coriolis because the Earth isn't moving.
Anywhere.
Not Earth-based Coriolis. You can demonstrate Coriolis at the child's playground, as I demonstrated to you earlier. As long as you're on a rotating frame of reference. Something that isn't attached to that rotating frame of reference is moving in a straight path, but as you rotate, you, the observer, will observe an apparent, not real deflection, because the path of the object is still actually straight. Coriolis effect is real, Earth-based Coriolis is not, because if it was real, everything that left the surface of the Earth would appear to deviate at 15 degrees an hour.
So how do you explain Coriolis then?
What Coriolis?
He just did like 3 times, man.
No, he didn't.
Non-inertial spinning reference frame. Once you leave it, you're in an inertial reference frame. It will deviate. as one move underneath, right?
Yeah, I guess.
There you go. Does that happen? You've got a drone on the floor, right? Non-inertial spinning reference frame, drone on floor. Lift drone up to hover into inertial reference frame. Does it deviate? Yes or no?
I guess.
So your drone, when it's hovering above the ground, starts to move.
No.
There you go. No Earth-based Coriolis.
So the Earth's not spinning.
Ding, ding, ding.
Oh, okay. So the Earth is not spinning, and the yeah. Wow.
I know.
Wow, wee wah.
Even a monkey understands that, you see.
Primarily monkeys.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 8, wasn't it? My bad.
Oh, strawberries too. There's only one thing left to say. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, I guess. Wow. You guys really changed my life.
No problem. You can tell your globe friends now.
Yeah, I guess everyone is wrong. Wow. That's amazing.
Not
I
everyone.
feel
You're now
so
on the right
smart
side.
now.
That's good. Not everyone.
I feel so smart. Yeah.
You can add another roll to your already 107 rolls.
No, I think I already have it somewhere in there. Don't I? I mean, there's it's somewhere in there. But now I can say, nah, the Earth is not round because Coriola, yeah.
No, you can at least say that the Earth isn't moving. The Coriolis effect has got fuck all to do with the shape of the ground that you're on.
But then I can say, yeah, the Earth is not round because NASA is manipulating his videos. That I can say, right?
Yeah, you can tell because of the hair.
Yeah.
There is no Toyota Corolla. We've established that.
Yeah, and they want to keep everyone's mouth shut.
Losing your mind again.
More money. Le money.
You were almost focused for a minute there. Short-circuited again, I see.
My bad, guys. Sorry.
Yeah. And Elon Musk lies too, right? Elon Musk too, right? With SpaceX?
Well, I mean, the shit looks so fake, it's gotta be real.
Yeah. And then, like Apollo, like the moon landing, of course, that shit never happened. It's just to win
Great movie.
against the Russian, right?
Moon Golf, a classic.
Yeah, classic. Absolute classic.
I like the time that Elon Musk put a Tesla car into space. That was awesome. Do you believe that Elon Musk put a car into the vacuum of space?
Yeah. In what space? Space is not even real. Yeah.
It's a straight question, dude. Stop fucking around like a child, or we'll move on to someone else because you're beginning to bore me. Do you believe the story that Elon Musk, owner of Tesla, put a Tesla car into the vacuum of space? And when he turned around and said, you can tell that it's real because it looks so fake. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. Anyway, the story goes that he put a Tesla car into the vacuum of space. Do you think that that's possible?
Fuck no.
Why?
How are you going to put something in space? How? Like genuinely, how?
Well,
It's not
he put it
possible.
into a rocket, and then the rocket went into space, and then they opened up the cargo bay doors and kicked the fucking car out. So that's the story that we're told about the Tesla car in space.
Yeah, but how did they calculate how to put the car in space? Like the thrust of the engines and everything.
Yeah, it's rocket
It
science,
doesn't
dude.
make sense. Yeah. Science so complicated they make it hard on purpose so we don't understand it.
No, it's just rocket science. That's all it is. It's not that
Yeah.
hard.
But they never explained it, so.
All right, we're gonna have to move on to someone else because you're acting like a fucking child. It's beginning to bore me. Has anybody else got any decent questions in there?
Yeah, I have a question. Do you really believe that I'm going to be a flat earther?
I don't really care what you do, mate.
No, Michael Myers, you're too retarded. You're gonna
Yeah.
stay a Glober forever.
I mean, you guys seem pretty happy when I agreed with you on all the
You're a
dumb fucking
globehead.
retarded bitch
No,
ass
we knew
shit
you
you
were a
just said.
globehead. You're always
Guys,
a globehead.
NASA lies
Once a
because it's
globehead,
fake.
always a
It looks
globehead.
so.
He's melting down.
Yep. Rip.
Just gonna put you on mute there, and you can spurge out to yourself.
I love it when they melt down.
It was right after he verbalized the thought of himself believing in it, and then he just spiraled right after that.
Like he said it word for word too, which was actually like impressive for a Glober to do that. But wasn't a good faith, obviously. Well.
Clearly deranged.
Is there anyone else in here who's got any questions for flat earthers? Anybody else who's got a belief that they live on a spinning ball and like to defend that? Anybody else at all? We're going to leave Mike alone for a while. I think he's upset.
Yeah, I wouldn't want him representing Flat Earth anyways because he's not too bright.
I think he, in the past, he's shown that he could be a smart kid. He can learn. He can learn. You know, he can study and learn.
He's another Matt Nuclear in the making. Stay away from that.
Yeah, I'm not saying that he's going to be able to let go of whatever his previous presuppositions were, but he's not an idiot. He knows what he studies in school, and he's able to kind of understand that.
Well, that's quite charitable. I didn't notice any of that, but nice words.
Yeah, he's become a pseudo-intellect. He can't even question his own worldview.
Well, did you notice that in order for him to come to the conclusion that NASA is lying and then to project that onto other flat earthers, right? He had to be led through the process of understanding that we don't observe Coriolis effect. Nothing is accounting for rotation of the Earth, nobody, and that the Earth is motionless. He had to concede all that before he could then leap into the thing that we weren't talking about.
Yeah, there's this thing they sometimes do where they're conceding to the points that there's no curve and no motion, but they're doing it in like what they think is a sarcastic way. But they're doing it because they know in reality they can't actually rebut that point. So they're like, oh yeah, there's no curve, and yeah, there's no motion, which they can't argue against. And then just saying that to himself just eventually made him spiral out and break down.
But on a more like kind of real note, yeah, I probably couldn't. Anybody who watches like I don't know, like just watch like 4 hours straight, which isn't hard to do. Watch 4 hours of TV, 4 hours straight of NASA bloopers, and you would genuinely be saying, yeah, there something's going on here. I'm not buying any of the shit they're saying.
Yeah, with these types, like, I mean, he's another person who, in terms of this conversation, you might as well not do anything else but post NASA bloopers and put him in the position of trying to explain them or defend them. And either he's gonna be like, all right, yeah, that's fucked up, or he's just gonna do mental gymnastics for them.
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken to him before in the pit. He said he made his indirectly. He said he has made his mind up. He doesn't matter what new information you give him. He's made his mind up to Earth's a globe. But yeah, at NASA, somebody at NASA could still be.
So that's it. Someone like that who's barely thinking about it. He's just thinking, well, NASA went to the moon and they've seen that it's a globe and they give us all this proof of space, so I don't need to think any more about it. That's how they're thinking.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, so what do you think the Earth is flat? And if you say because we experience it that way and we measure it that way, and then they're like, so you're saying NASA's lying? Hey, you're saying that, not me.
Yeah, just sometimes I feel like I should, maybe get back to the roots of the argument. Just it's not even an argument. Just show them. Just say, here you go. Look at all the things you're arguing. Well, this much thrust would be required, and then the gradient would continue. Yada yada. Just show them the rocket sound matching up at the claimed distance. Where the speed of sound couldn't catch up to the rocket. Just show them.
But even that, the green screens, the harnesses, all this stuff. I mean, I really think it's effective to start showing, just to post a bunch of them and be like, look at this, what is that? Explain it. And have them, put them in the position, that horrible position of trying to make sense of all the obvious SFX, CGI bullshit that NASA are doing. It was the other night in the home server, there was a bunch of people in, but there was two guys who were like on the fence / globe arguing. And Miguel, I think it was, just started losing it and yelling at them about NASA, and then just posted a heap of NASA GIFs and clips and all this kind of stuff. And it totally changed their tune. They were just like, oh, actually, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
It like changed the tune of the whole conversation.
Yeah, because it's not like NASA faking something. If that's the case, it makes the Earth flat. That's ridiculous. Those things don't connect. But if that person is holding in their mind these authorities having such a grand power, therefore the things that you're discussing.
Yeah, it's not that it's necessarily like it makes it flat. It's more like they're sure it's a globe because they have such confidence in NASA. But when they see that confidence like can't be certain because there's so much fakery, then some of them, if they're smart enough, will be like, okay, I need to actually think about this.
Yeah. Think of it like this. The Russians somehow beat the Nazis in World War II, but the Nazis had the last laugh because they beat Russia to space.
It's a beautiful story.
Those Nazi moon bases.
I should study it more, philosophy in regards to the hero's story, is it called the hero's story, the hero's journey, and see if it aligns, perfectly or not. The archetype for the hero, because the whole moon race it's a beautiful story. It's just not the case. Yeah, but it doesn't make the Earth flat. Doesn't make the Earth non-rotating.
Yeah, my favorite bit of the story was when they destroyed all the evidence of the story.
That's not my favorite. My favorite stuff is like, all right. So a few of my, I'll give you some of my few real favorite things. All right. So one of my favorite things is Neil Armstrong after interviewing. Right, he says that they brought 60 foot of, it was like 600 feet or 60 foot of cable to set up a camera or a device. So they measured out 60 feet, but then when they laid it on the surface of the moon, because it was perfectly level and curved at the same time, the rope was short and they couldn't plug in their device. That's one of my favorites. What's another one of my favorite ones? The sparkles. I love the sparkles of the LEM module. I like this. Yeah, I like the story that the guy was doing it with pen and paper. There was something else that he did like upside down in there. He did the calculations of how. I love the story that they just kind of springed off the moon to try to connect with the module like midair, like a catcher's mitt in a baseball, but just spring loaded and doing the calculations with a pencil. What else? The panning up. Everybody loves everybody loves the panning up of the module of the camera that was left on the moon, and then the retrieval of the tape. That's a favorite of mine.
Yeah, there's a lot of good highlights, to be fair.
There's the absolute like 100%. My grandmom, who probably got it from her mom, style beach chairs that the buggies are made out of, like the seats. They're just legitimate beach chairs.
Yeah. It's funny. $55 million deck chairs.
Yeah, it's got the rubber. It's got like the rubber back with the slots in it. You lay back on it.
Now they're special space chairs.
Yes.
For zero G sitting.
It's the kind that when the old person on the beach stands up, you can see all the stripes on their back from lying in that chair for so long.
Yeah. Got any moon
Where the
landing
Globies
believers? Just about to ask the same
essentially,
thing.
you and I were saying the same thing at the same time. Must be destiny. What's up, Jedi?
What's up, my man? Hope you're doing well.
Who's your favorite guy in the room?
It's same old, same old.
Sorry, there's no Globers around, dude. I played with two of them and they both fucked off.
Yeah, they scared them all away, Miggy, before we could get involved.
Yeah, man. What happened to that Glober this morning, earlier today? He's got a YouTube channel. He's a geometry teacher, I think. I don't know if Jedi knew that he came by. He's an old Glober, I think, but he's come brand new to this place.
I didn't know he had a YouTube channel.
Flat Earth Maths?
Yeah, that's the one.
No, I didn't know he was in here.
Flat Earth. What? Sorry.
Math. Crack. No, crack. Don't even go look it up.
Oh,
And
Flat
follow
Earth
him.
Crack.
Yeah, crack. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Trig.
Yeah, because I heard the guy earlier. That's why.
Oh shit! I thought you were Trig. No, it was Flat Earth Maths. Sorry.
He's been skanking Flat Earth YouTube comments for about 10 years.
Yep. It's great. Now he came in here like full on, like brand new
Never heard
Glober
him
style.
speak, though.
So I was like, if Jedi was here, he'd probably tell him what a triangle is, because he was having trouble. He's a geometry teacher, and he doesn't know what a triangle is, so he needs help.
Wow.
That was amazing the other day. Was that who Amish was it Amish that asked him what's a triangle? Was that guy? Or was that another guy?
No, Flat Earth Maths, that's him. I think if he's a geometry teacher, he says he's got a YouTube channel and all that kind of good stuff. It's him.
I know, yeah, it definitely wasn't that guy, because it was two English guys, like young guys, that were in the other day that were just spiraling out, and Amish was asking them what a triangle is, and they just couldn't answer. It was hilarious.
Yeah,
Well, no, he was.
Maths is not. He doesn't come off as an idiot. People will buy into his shit. That's why I didn't even want to give out his channel.
Yeah, neither does Matthew Learns. That they're not themselves like idiots in what they're saying. It's just the fact that they're what's the word here? Cognitive dissonance. Like they're held to the belief, so they have to bend the rules of well, bending and spherical geometry go hand in hand, so it's kind of like a pun. But the idea that they have to make the Earth a globe through math and not through a demonstration or an observation that they can tell that it is what they say it is. So they're making it like a concept, an abstract, and that's the only way they can get to it. He was using this celestial sphere yesterday. I don't know if they were talking about celestial navigation or what the conversation was about, but he was using that to say that because we have the celestial sphere and we see the things in the sky and all kinds of stuff. He was basically doing like the question somebody brand new would ask. I think it was like Star Trails or so, he did something like brand newish, which was like, wow, dude, like really? And yeah, I remember now. He was using the Bible as another reference, like for him to say that it's not a globe or it's not flat. Sorry.
Oh, that guy! I remember that.
Yeah, you remember he was talking. Who was it? Jenna that brought up the scriptures that in Genesis, like what was the earth going around prior to the sun being there? Because the sun, moon, and stars were created on the fourth day. Because he's like, well, I live by the word of God. I was like, really? Okay. So she told him, what about the scripture where it says the sun was created after the earth? So what was the earth going around like before the sun was created? And he was like, well, that's allegory. And,
allegory.
You know,
he says so many things. Like almost all the stories in the Bible are allegory, and we're like, what?
Yeah, exactly. And it was crazy because it's like, so now everything's just allegory, and God doesn't mean what He says when He speaks. He's being poetic. So in every way, like, so it's not just sometimes, it's all the time. So it's like, I don't know. I think sometimes He's actually speaking directly to us. There's other times where He's using parables so that we can understand, like, in a different way. But in the times that He's using those parables, He's actually making it known to you, like what, kind of like an analogy, what it's like for His perspective, what He sees. So, yeah, I think the instance of like creation is it's a hot topic amongst those globalists. The ones who believe that the Earth is a globe, but that still adhere to the scriptures. They're trying to shoehorn some type of idea into the scripture, where it doesn't say anything to do. It's nothing to do with the heliocentric cosmology at all. So, he was saying, well, we got to understand, the Bible is not a science book, and it is not a math book. It is not. He kept going on about other things, but see, these are the things that he's been taught to say. When you look at it, it's historical. It does deal with like a little bit of science. It does deal with like math. It does deal with these things, not directly in the way that people are saying, well, they're quantifying equations, but they're doing things where numbers matter, like the specifics on the size of things, right? Everything has to be a specific size of dimensions when it concerns to like the temple. And so there's math being used, but like, I think in the book of Revelation where one of the angels told John, who had the revelation, the dream, to go measure the temple. And so he had to get a meter stick or something that you had to see how wide the temple was. So there's applications where it is being kind of told to people in the biblical context, like, and Job too. Job was actually told to, like, if you know how big the earth is, how far and wide, go measure it. So he was tasked with doing something that was impossible. And just like today, people are the same way, the same mindset. So I think it's the pride of Job that got him to like not answer God when he was asking, which is the same thing that happens in here. When we ask people for the specifics, they do not answer. They actually shut up and they're like, or divert, or they give us a red herring. It's crazy, but that's what we get. We get diversions, red herrings, distractions.
Yeah, it's the standard tactics. Let me just check for the new guys. I see we've got a couple of new people in. Gyro, what's up, Gyro? You got your mic on?
Oh, my bad. I was just getting Chipotle.
All right, nice.
What?
You think the Earth's a globe, Gyro?
I think you dipped, bro.
Oh, I dipped?
Never mind.
Maybe not guacamole.
Oh
I
wait,
heard,
no, dude,
I heard
I got
something.
everything pretty much, dude.
You good?
For anyone who's interested, I just went ahead and posted a one-on-one with Nathan Oakley and Flat Earth Math Charles in the side chat, so you can check that out if you want.
The main thing with Flat Earth Math Charles is like he identifies as a Flat Earth Math. Then when you call him a Flat Earther, he panics, like he flips out. I'm not a Flat Earther. I'm insulted by you calling me a Flat Earther. You called yourself a Flat Earther, dude. He said that's just to trick people into clicking on my channel. I'm like, holy shit! You actually said it.
So, yeah, he said it. He's like, I'm gonna trick people so they can click on my stuff, and I'm a Christian, so Christians usually trick people. That's what we do. We trick people. That's the kind of thing that Christians do, tricking people. Yeah, I get it. Makes sense.
Oh, I've seen this guy before. That's hilarious. I didn't know it was him.
If I don't look at the chat, I feel like that's trigonometry that's speaking. Sorry.
My bad.
That's what I said earlier. I said, "Oh wait, you're not Trick. My bad."
Yeah. Trick has a doppelganger, voice doppelganger. Yeah, it's just the way it is, man. Oh, the guy was he was drawing imaginary tangents on globes yesterday. So it's like, okay, so you have a tangent on a curved surface. Okay, good for you. Now tell us how you got that curved surface. Like, it's you can draw a tangent on whatever you like, but I want to know how you got to the part where you know that the bottom part that you're putting that tangent on is a curved surface. Now tell us how you got there. Nobody, like, we get so tangled up in like, no, it's not a tangent. No, it can't be a tangent. No, it's like, nah, that's fine. Let him have his tangent. But how does he know the surface underneath is curving? Let's get to that bit. That's what we want to know. How do you know it's curving?
Yeah, Gyro, help us out. Who's measured the Earth to be curved?
Because I have eyes.
Shut the server down.
Well, that's actually pretty good.
It's
pretty good. It gets
what do you
addressed.
mean it's pretty good? I asked
His lion eyes.
who measured curve because I have eyes.
Well, I'm saying it gets
You wear
addressed
glasses?
it gets addressed in the debate, the vision and how your eyes can work. Yeah.
No, dude. Yo Tanks is he's always foot the mouth style for some reason. I don't understand, bro. Like, that's a bad way to start a conversation. You don't start it with like begging the question and then say, "Oh, let's beg the question. Now let's get into it." No, you directly address the reason why it can't happen. So, in the case of this gentleman, Gyro, he says he has eyes. Now, in what way does your vision looking across the Earth, can you tell that it's a globe?
The hills have eyes.
Because I can see it's curved.
Where do you see it's curved?
You see the curve
with my eyes.
When you measure that curve you see, it's measured horizontal, no deviation from straight.
Well, hold on. What do you
Good job
mean?
on your eyeballs, bro.
You're seeing a curved horizon? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
No, that's what you're saying.
What is a curved horizon? Well, like left to right, it's like a curved line.
Oh, I'm just saying, like, I don't know how to describe it. I'm also like eating Chipotle right now. I'm not like super debatey right now.
Really? Chipotle equals globe. Okay, go ahead, eat your Chipotle. The world's still a globe, though, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think like also like if it's just flat, why is it just flat? Like.
Oh, that's a snarky way. That's
level.
a snarky way to keep chewing on your Chipotle, getting us to answer all your questions and you not answering ours. That's weird. If you're gonna engage,
Well, I
might as
don't
well
mind.
put your Chipotle down and engage.
Last I checked, someone
tell you.
talked to me while I was muted, and then I started responding because someone talked to me when I was muted. So I did intend on just eating until someone talked.
Yeah, that's all right. Listen, I'll tell you while you're eating. The liquid water on the Earth's surface is level, right? Like lakes, oceans. those bodies of water aren't curving. So, I mean, the land has topography, hills and valleys, but overall, we're on a level surface, and the water tells us that. You ever seen a lake bend? Have you?
He's got a mouthful of Chipotle. He can't answer.
Yeah, it's all right.
Look, I'm jealous. I want some Chipotle too, man.
Yeah, we'll take
See,
it in
the new tactic is a new dance move. You come in here with a bowl of Chipotle, and as soon as the hard questions come, you stuff your face. Great way.
It gives you that
to swerve away from the question.
Breathing. Gives you that breathing room to think about it. Get on Google. Say, I was just eating that Chipotle, Rose.
Sorry, bro.
All
I
relative.
would answer, but just too damn good. You can't put it down. So your hard question's gonna have to wait.
All right.
Understanding.
No, we're all right. We're just messing about. You take your time eating, and if you want to engage, feel free.
I was away from the computer. What'd you say?
So I just said, no, you're all right. Take your time, eat your food. If you want to engage, feel free. If you want to hear us answer a question or something, feel free.
He's double stacking the avoidance. I was away from my computer eating Chipotle while I was ignoring you. What did you say?
He was talking. He was talking to the they.
I'm sorry. I was away from my phone. What did you say?
Hey, y'all. Platypus has found us, so you guys can talk to Platypus if you want.
Platypus is a pushover, dude. That guy there, he believes the Earth is flat. He knows it. He was in a submarine, and everywhere he went, they went straight into the submarine because they knew that water is level on the surface. So everywhere they traveled, pretty
right?
much a flat Earth.
Is that right, Platypus? You a based flat earther?
Negative, Ghost Rider.
Oh, rip. Why not?
Oh, because I don't think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, why not?
Do submarines travel in a curve, Platypus? Do they travel in a curve?
Yeah, they kind of travel like an airplane does. It's the best way to answer that.
Yeah, which is not a curve.
Do airplanes travel on a curve?
Well done.
Straight and level.
So why are you not flat earther?
Give that man a...
Well, anytime you try to cruise at a set depth, but you inevitably end up at like if you're trying to go at 300 feet, eventually you'll tick to 299 or you'll tick to 301 and then back. Like you're in a constant state of maintaining it. So
it's a great analogy. It's a great analogy to a plane. Same thing. They're doing the same thing in the air. He's right.
it also feels like I know there's probably nobody else in here that's ever been on a submarine, but if you've ever been on a plane and you feel like it feels weird sitting on a plane, like you feel yourself like you get like those elevator feelings of rising and falling periodically. Submarines feel the exact same way. It's very weird.
What's the longest time you've spent on a submarine?
I'm assuming you mean underwater.
Yeah.
86 days.
That's a long time.
That is a long time. That would suck.
Yeah, can you imagine being down there with how many people did you have down there with you, Platypus?
So crew complement was 99, and we had a number of civilians on board to help out with some shady shit. And I think there was 11 of those guys.
Wow, 100 people in a submarine.
Stuck underwater with 100 globe heads for 80 days.
Dude. Yeah, can you imagine? Like, whoo, man.
Platypus, I gotta ask, man, did you ever see the sun during that time, or like did you guys go up and surface and like get out, or is that 86
No.
days?
No, that is underwater with no part of the ship protruding, mostly, in places you're not supposed to be doing things that you're not legally allowed to do.
Yeah, but let's.
Did that drive you crazy, bro?
Yeah.
Like that sounds like almost like a solitary confinement. I mean, I know there's people there, but didn't that drive you nuts being in that freaking tube for that long?
It's
Yeah,
not like
dude.
it's not like you're sitting in a prison cell, man. You've got a million
That's
things.
exactly
Like you're
what it
doing a
sounds
job. Like you still have a job that you're doing down there, so they keep you busy.
So platypus.
Here's
prisoners do
hold
that
on, Alphas.
They
I'll,
do
but I'll
that too.
tell you. Hold on. I'll tell you one detail that most people don't know. It was 86 days, but it was not 86 periods of waking up, doing my job, and going to bed, because on a submarine, your shift is broken down into 6-hour chunks. So, and there's 3 shifts. So you go to sleep in chunk number 1, and then you wake up and you do your job for 6 hours, and then you have 6 hours of off time where you either do more job or do something to relax or study something, and then you go back to bed. So within a 24-hour period, you're on like an 18-hour cycle, so it really feels like it's more days than the number of days it really is.
Yeah, but like you lose. Don't you have what do you call it when you lose all track of time because you can't see the outside? What's that? There's a word for it. When you just you don't know if it's day or night. Like,
it affects your circadian rhythm.
Yeah, you must be all
Well, I
fucked
would
up when you come back up onto land, right?
yeah, it's like you went through a time loop. Like you entered in that thing, and now it's like October when you went in like fucking I don't know, June or some shit.
It's like you went
Red
into a
October?
vault, like in Fallout or something.
You know the thing that feels the weirdest? Because most people don't have to go without being exposed to the sun for an extended period of time. The thing that feels the weirdest is when your skin literally has not been exposed to sunlight for almost 3 months, and then you step off the ship for the first time and the sun hits your skin. It feels very weird. It feels way
Like it's
hotter
on
than you
fire?
remember it being.
Yeah, like your skin's on fire, right? Like that, like itchy, and I would imagine, dude, because your skin's like
That's crazy.
that's
And
weird.
that's interesting. I'm interested in life on a submarine. I feel like that would be like one of the most intense jobs you could ever do, really.
Yeah, you looking to join the Navy there, Cyclone?
No, definitely not. Like the idea of being like underwater in a submarine is actually quite terrifying.
Well,
I'm just thinking. I know you guys. I know you guys have recycled air, Plat. But I'm just thinking, man, it's a big old gas can. Everybody's like, you know what
Yeah, I
I
was
mean?
thinking that.
Like, you don't got the air circulation. Like it's recycled air, but I don't know.
Were you able to get to destinations faster than an airplane, since the Earth's a globe, and you'd be making a smaller, arc of circumference underwater?
Well, if we were able to travel as fast as an airplane, that would probably be true, but no.
You tied the airplanes?
No, don't go anywhere near as fast as an airplane does.
He does have a kind of a cool story to tell when he's I think one of the ones that he can say, I think, was when he was near the Arctic. I think he did, if I can remember, he was talking about one time to us. He was near the Arctic, or said he was close to the Arctic center. I don't know. What did you say? It was something to that effect. Like
We had to go under the polar ice caps, and the closest I ever got to the geographic North Pole was 87.6 degrees north latitude. But we got dangerously close to the magnetic North Pole, and things get really weird when you're near the magnetic North Pole. I didn't realize that.
Really? What can you tell us? One thing that you like feeling or just instruments? What were you?
I do know the closer that we got to the poles, the less accurate our laser disc gyros were. Now, the Navi-Ts actually maintained that equipment and really understood how they worked. I wasn't a Navi-T, so I only know what they would talk about. But apparently, the closer you get to the pole, the less extreme the deviations are on a gyro in one of the axes. And the version of the gyro that we use, which is like 16 years old, can't really do precise enough math to keep up with that at like a micro scale. So our
That's
position of
interesting.
uncertainty would get bigger and bigger and bigger while we were up there.
So the gyro was being affected by electromagnetism.
You said poles plural. Were you at the South Pole too?
No, the Arctic. I don't know.
Well, no, I never operated below the or south of the equator, and B, you can't sail underneath Antarctica.
Yeah, you'll go right off
Yeah,
the
but-
edge, bro.
You could sail underneath the Arctic, right?
Yes, because there's no landmass underneath it.
Isn't that odd? You can sail under the North Pole, but you can't go under the South Pole.
Yeah, but you guys, that's never been brought in here as an argument. Not that it is one, but I'm just saying no Glover has not to mention that except for Platypus's anecdotal testimony. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of a weird thing.
Did they say that a submarine has north-south circumnavigated going underneath?
No.
The north?
No, nobody's ever done that underwater. You can't do it underwater.
Why not?
You're getting some real facts coming out of this guy because he's gonna tell you like it is, whether or not you like the answers.
Well, I want to ask about that. I'm interested in that, and I was going to ask if he knows like what the furthest range finding for other vessels that you can do that you know of when you're submerged, or I guess even on the surface. Or would that be like sonar?
So the sonar works significantly. There are sonar systems that we can use when we're fully submerged that we can't use on the surface. A, because some of them are actually sticking out of the water, at least partially or entirely. But no, it's sonar was, again, I wasn't a sonar tech, but I spent a lot of time in the control room, and sonar is crazy, man. There's so many different ways. It's the primary way of locating things for a submarine because you're underwater and you can't see anything. There are so many different ways and so many different frequencies of sound to listen for in so many different ways. It's crazy. I understood why sonar techs were always in a state of learning new shit.
Yeah, I can imagine it's a trip to be working on something like that. So how are they representing, and what kind of range are they showing for the sonar? Do you know?
Oh, different ways.
Like the graphical interface for it.
I am going to give me a few seconds of silence. I am going to attempt to search for some of the declassified screen arrangements for the sonar.
I was just listening. Go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were about to do your search.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that and talk at the same time. We're going to see how well that goes. Like my favorite screen to look at, it wasn't actually like some of them are directional. Some of the screens are a representation of the sonar array with respect to the keel of the ship and whether the sound you're hearing is off to starboard report. My favorite screen to look at, though, was there's a screen that just runs a number. Now that number I can't tell you, but basically it's a grid, and on the top is the frequency of the sound in hertz, and it scrolls down as it scans over time. So you see these little lines that represent a specific frequency of sound that you are either hearing louder or more quietly. And as the frequency of that sound because of the Doppler effect, you can detect pitch changes, frequency changes in that. And if the frequency of the sound is slightly rising, then you can determine that something is getting closer to you. or that it's moving toward you, and then vice versa. If the frequency is getting ever so slightly less, you can determine that something's moving away from you.
Right, because I'm kind of picturing
a
like
higher
in the
pitch or a
movies.
lower pitch.
In the movies, yeah, they've got this like grid system where it's like a black circle with green, a grid system, and then it's got the green radial line that kind of circles around and hits a blip. Was there anything like that, or is that
no?
just
That
movie
is
stuff?
that is. I hate that one in movies. That is
That's how
not.
your
There's
pussy
no
will-
sonar screen. There's no sonar screen that looks like that at all. That is more of what a radar screen looks like.
Yeah, that's kind of how I was thinking about it. So
Hey,
they've not really got like a grid representation of where things are. It's kind of just counting down frequency. As far
Can you
as
guys show me your dick? I'm
wavelength.
underage.
No, get out of here. That's gross. Actually, there's something. By the way, like I just wanted to address. That's why I popped in here. It's from what I was hearing. Too often I hear flat earthers, or even actually, it's just people for some reason don't seem to always understand. It shouldn't need to be said, but yeah, they say Antarctica is land, like the South Pole is land, not. But whereas the North is not. That's why there's no circumnavigation underwater going north-south. You'd run into a literal physical like land. Like, and too often people seem to think that they're the same, like they're just ice caps. But no, they say Antarctica is land with mountains and shit like that.
Yeah, but you could go north-south and then go around Antarctica.
You wouldn't be circumnavigation if you did that. That would be because it would be. It's the largest continent according to them.
Well, if the Earth was flat, that would be circumnavigation, or the closest you could get to circumnavigating. Assuming that the Earth is flat and that Antarctica goes around the entire thing, that's the closest you would be able to get to circumnavigating the Earth.
If Antarctica went all the way around, then circum would be the wrong prefix to use on that. It would be like lineal or something, linear navigation. You'd just be going end to end instead of, you'd go from Antarctica back to Antarctica, but on the other side.
So for anybody who wants to visualize what I'm talking about, post it in chat at 7:05. It's not a military. It's not literally the one that we used in the military, but this is how a sonar array would appear.
So you're decoding the matrix.
The military ones. Hold on, let me run this through some filters real quick. No, that's fine. There's other overlays that you can put on this where like they're not monochrome. They're not just either green or black or something in between. Like they have like weather radar looking shit where, based on how intense the energy of the frequency is, it'll be red to denote that it's louder or something like that. The funniest ones to see is the ones in the middle should be the directional ones. So if you draw an imaginary line down the oh no, I see what they're doing. These are that's a 361. But if you draw a line down the middle, anything on the left-hand side of that line is something that is on your left-hand side or your port side. And the further it goes to the left, the more abeam it is. Like the more it is like directly on your left-hand side instead of kind of being at like the 11 o'clock position to you. The funniest ones to watch are when you're doing training exercises or real world shit, and a plane flies overhead, like an anti-sub plane. Most anti-submarine aircraft are propeller aircraft. And when they fly overhead, you know that they did because you see this big streak of white that just goes across the entire array because you're picking up its prop slap on the surface of the ocean above you. And so that's how you know the anti-sub aircraft has passed you by and you can be a little bit more relaxed. As long as you didn't hear any splashes.
That's crazy. So what's the kind of general range, do you think, or what would be the max range?
Can't discuss that.
See.
I know. Sorry, it's once you start getting into capability is or maximum capability is typically classified at a minimum of secret.
Is there any kind of range that they disclose? They must disclose some kind of average range.
I can tell you we have another special array on the bottom of the ship that determines how far away something is based on the echo off of the bottom of the bottom of the ocean, at what angle that echo is happening at.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was interested in. Like, what would be the range that can achieve? But, I mean, it's fair enough if you can't talk about it.
Really far. I know that's not very descriptive, but the arrays are sensitive.
Very far.
They're sensitive enough that you can hear things from great distance. Sound also travels very well through water versus the air.
Yeah, I mean, I'd heard before that was the case, but I wanted to get kind of your thoughts on it. But yeah, they were. I mean, I'm sure. The thing I was hearing might have been like 50 to. I don't even know what. Maybe I'm misremembering that. But
I can't get into how far away we can. I can't get into that, unfortunately. I wish I could.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I've had that frustration with these guys many times. They try to get to the meat and potatoes on details that we could actually use in like a flat versus globe discussion, and unfortunately, a lot of those numbers are classified. How deep my ship can go, classified. How high out of the water the periscope comes, that's the one that always burns everybody, because I tell everybody that when you're viewing a ship at distance and your viewing point is super close to the surface of the ocean, you do see ships disappearing hull first or bottom first, and then they try to ask, well, how far away is it? Well, I can't tell you how far away it was. If you'd be able to crunch the math and figure out how high out of the water the periscope come. Well, how tall is the periscope from the bottom of the sub? I can't tell you that. How close to the surface are you when you were doing this? I can't tell you that. It's very frustrating to try and articulate that information to other people.
Yeah, no, I get it. You got NDAs and all that, probably. But I mean, yeah, it's obviously an interest to us because we hold the position that there is no curve. So yeah, we would expect that it would be pretty insane distances. But that's cool. Sounds like you've had a pretty crazy experience of things.
It was probably the more interesting 5 years of my life.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't imagine it's the kind of thing you could do for years and years, like a whole career, but get burned out. I'm sure some people do, but because I presume it's like a higher average pay than other segments.
So pay in the military is only based on two things: how long you've been in and what your rank is. There's a little grid that they change every year. They'll let you figure that out. But because nobody wants to do submarine duty is one of only 4 duties in the entire military that are volunteer only. Like, you can't get put on a sub unless you specifically say you're okay with that. The only other 3 programs that are like that are SWIC, Navy SEAL, and EOD. But because nobody wants to do it, if you sign up to do it, you get a big enlistment bonus, and you typically advance in rate very quickly. Like, I was only in for 5 years, and I got out as an E6. And on the surface fleet, that on average takes 8 to 12 years.
Yeah, they fast track you. So they're like, well, if you can go and live in a tube under the water for 3 months at a time, he's all right.
Yeah, now you got it. Except for the fact that everybody on a submarine is fucking insane.
Yeah, I would think you have to be a special kind of person to deal with that.
I found there were 2 requirements that were almost universal. You had to be crazy, and you had to play World of Warcraft. Like, everybody on the fucking submarine played World of Warcraft.
That's hilarious. So
Like
they have,
even
big
the
internet
officers, man.
cafes?
What's that?
They have like big internet cafes or something where everyone's going in and just playing Warcraft.
No, there's no internet on the submarine, man.
How are you just playing Warcraft then? Not in the sub.
But you're not playing it on the sub. You're
Oh,
playing
you're
it when
thinking
you're
about it.
like at home.
I was gonna say that's a funny image.
Yeah, you don't get no internet, no TV, no news, no newspaper, no mail, no email, no
Damn.
text messages, no phone calls, no legitimate contact with the outside world.
Yeah, that's mental. So what was everyone doing for downtime?
Everybody was a little different. Lots of video game consoles. Everybody brought a video game console.
All right.
We would get movies before they were released in theaters. Like I saw the last Batman movie, The Dark Knight Rises. Everybody on board my sub saw that about 2 weeks before it was released in theaters. Same thing with the first Avengers movie.
You was 1.5 months under the water.
He said it was like 3 months.
3 months.
86 days was the longest one.
Without going out.
No, without going out. Without even coming back above the surface.
Because people has problems when they go out. In a sense of, I don't know, pressure or whatever.
No, we're just the most important thing for a submarine to be able to do its job is for nobody to know that they're there. So you go underwater, you leave port and you dive and you dance around and do some random shit to make sure nobody's following you. And then once you know nobody knows where you are anymore, then you sneak off and do whatever it is that you're supposed to actually be doing. But that's the whole point. Make sure nobody knows that you're there.